Lin Xuan, I regret to inform you that you lack the talent to become a ninja. The man with white hair born, expression of sincere apology. It's all right, everyone will grow stronger in time. Indeed, don't lose heart. The sunny boy with orange short hair and the somewhat gloomy fellow with red long hair offered their encouragement. Strange memories began to awaken within Lin Xuan's mind. He recognized their names. Jiraiya of Konoha, Yahiko of Amigakure, Nagato. How peculiar. Where's Conan? Brother. Him here. Time blinked, transporting him back 7 or 8 years to when this body was still a child. Raindrops fell steadily, and the young boy cradled his unconscious sister, having found her with a fever nearing 40 degrees. Though they shared no blood ties, she was still his sister, his only family in the world. Years swiftly passed, he made friends and met his teacher, Jiraiya. Yet Lin Xuan was told he lacked the aptitude for cultivation. Konoha era, year 40. The ninja world returned to a fleeting peace following the ravages of war. Jiraiya discovered exceptional students and remained to teach them, and 2 years had passed since then. Brother, it's time to eat. Conan returned to their dilapidated wooden house, as usual. Oh, Lin Xuan instinctively nodded, yet a glimmer of brilliance occasionally flickered in his eyes. Lin Xuan? No, he was not the Lin Xuan of this world he had traversed here. He once hailed from a land known as Huaxia and inherited a mysterious and fated bloodline. Explorer, your current mission is as follows. A melodious and graceful voice resonated. The boy instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Finding no enemies, his sister's calm demeanor indicated she had not heard the voice. Explorer, registered in the reincarnation space. ID number 51465145. This was Lin Xuan's identity as a traverser. His first mission world was Naruto, and he must accomplish a certain level of tasks to return home. Mission world, Naruto. Difficulty, A50. Difficulty level A. The strongest boss does not exceed level 50. Current timeline, Konoha era year 40. Description, this is a world of chakra and ninjas explorers must explore independently. Main task 1. Participate in personally eliminate Hans. Task content. Hans is the current ruler of Amigakure. Please engage in battle under any faction. Option 1. Participate in the kill. Difficulty, easy. Reward, 500 reincarnation points. Option 2. Personally eliminate. Difficulty, hard. Reward, 10,000 reincarnation points. Task failure penalty, none. Brother, why aren't you eating? Conan's voice drew the boy's thoughts back to reality. Nothing. Conan, you should eat first. Brother is just thinking. Lin Xuan offered his sister a reassuring smile. Gently ruffling her short hair, he has much to ponder, for every decision he makes thereafter will inevitably influence the challenges he faces in conquering this world. Explorer 51465145. Level 1. Lifespan, 1830. Vitality, 3. Soul, 15. Strength, 27. Constitution, 35. Agility, 22. Charm, 1. Luck, 0. The level signifies the magnitude of one's energy, while vitality equates to the duration of one's life. Is the soul merely a reflection of mental fortitude? As for the other attributes, their meanings are self-evident. Strength, constitution, and agility pertain to physical prowess, whereas charm and luck are auxiliary traits. Yet, why is my luck 0? Lin Xuan found himself perplexed. 18 out of 30 years of lifespan. This is not particularly surprising, for there exists a concealed attribute panel at the bottom. Bloodline, divine blood fragmented. Rating, SS. A rare lineage from the deity Emperor Jiang, which amplifies physical attributes comprehensively and displays remarkable compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute bonus, Soul 10, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Development level, 3100. Negative buff, Divine Punishment. Lifespan cap permanently reduced by 90. Evaluation, though an S-rated bloodline, it is indeed the fate of a life-draining player. Damn it, as if I volunteered for this. Lin Xuan's lips twitched slightly. From the day of his birth, he has borne the curse of a doomed fate, destined to live no longer than 30 years. No choice in the matter. Brother, you're not still thinking about the teacher, are you? Xiaonan observed the boy's expression shift from blue to purple, mistakenly believing he was upset. At the outset, Jiraiya had deemed him lacking in the talent for cultivation and thus offered no guidance to Lin Xuan, imparting ninjutsu only to the other three children. 2 years have passed, and Jiraiya returned to Konoha a week ago, while the three students have each made progress. Lin Xuan, how could he possibly accept this? Xiaonan, my dear, brother is not dwelling on that matter. He is merely contemplating what to do next. The boy's countenance brightened, radiating warmth and gentleness. The dilapidated house bore witness to their struggles, the table devoid of meat, laden only with vegetables. Xiaonan, still in her developmental years, deserved better than such insipid sustenance. The patched clothing, mended countless times, tugged at his heartstrings. Where to? Xiaonan blinked her beautiful large eyes. Her light blue-purple hair was both unique and striking, soft to the touch and pleasing, adorned with a delicate blue paper flower. With a slender figure, skin as fair as snow, and features as exquisite as a Barbie doll, she wore a hint of lavender eyeshadow, her eyes a gentle orange hue, captivating and tender. A remarkably beautiful yet exceptionally frail child. Were it not for Jiraiya, his child might have gone without a proper meal for years. How could Lin Xuan possibly complain about that Konoha fellow, unable to learn ninjutsu? Then he simply shall not learn ninjutsu. Does Naruto rely solely on ninjutsu? No. His advantages lie in the Nine Tails, his verbal prowess, his reincarnation as Ashura, and his esteemed father. The fourth Hokage. In this world, protagonists possess extraordinary advantages. Why then does he choose to pursue ninjutsu rather than cultivate his own bloodline? To be frank, Lin Xuan believes his bloodline is far superior, albeit at a cost to his lifespan. Within the annals of the Lin family, no man has lived beyond the age of 30. Particularly those who have excessively developed their bloodlines often perish before reaching 20. If not for the limitation of lifespan, Lin Xuan mused, the divine bloodline should be classified as SSS rank, wouldn't it? With a sigh of contemplation, he continued his reflections. Brother, Xiaonan interjected, you're not running a fever today, are you? The food is getting cold. She scrutinized her brother closely. Today he seemed rather peculiar, lost in thought, and mumbling incomprehensible phrases. Moi. Without further explanation, the young man suddenly embraced his sister, leaving a conspicuous kiss mark on her fair cheek. Rest assured, Xiaonan, I am perfectly normal, Lin Xuan chuckled, with a physique exponentially more formidable than that of an adult grizzly bear. He was by no means weak in the realm of ninjas. So what if he does not practice ninjutsu? He will demonstrate that he is indeed the strongest in this world, and the present inability does not preclude future mastery. Are you really normal? Xiaonan's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded her brother with skepticism. Although he has always been affectionate towards her, he has never behaved like this before. Has he perhaps taken something strange today? You're truly adorable, little girl. Lin Xuan gently caressed his sister's hair, his eyes igniting with an imperceptible flame, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flickering within his dark pupils. The 124th generation of the Lin family, the clan leader, an illegitimate child, divine bloodline, a tier 3 awakener, reincarnation space, explore number 5146-5145. From the world of Naruto, to shatter the boundaries of all realms. Select a faction. Akatsuki Ninja World. Early the next morning, a pivotal choice lay before Lin Xuan. 2 young boys visited his home. Akin in age to Xiaonan, both 15 years old, 3 years his junior, yet they were disciples of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Lin Xuan knew that the newly founded Akatsuki was in dire need of members. Would they truly not come forward? Are you going to join us? Yahiko inquired with a smile, his gaze fixed on Lin Xuan. Xiaonan had always followed her brother's lead. Thus it was Lin Xuan who would ultimately decide. Although he lacked combat prowess and training aptitude, if he were to refuse, Xiaonan would not join Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Ninja World? Though this was the original formation of Akatsuki, Lin Xuan was acutely aware of the organization's future ambitions. Akatsuki represented the antagonists and the bosses, while the Ninja World embodied the protagonists. Should Lin Xuan accept the proposition, altering his identity thereafter would prove challenging. Brother, do you wish to join? Xiaonan asked, her heart filled with trepidation. Though her brother held the utmost importance in her heart, Nagato and Yahiko were also her friends. Their vision in founding Akatsuki was to create a world devoid of war. to usher in true peace to the land of rain and the entire realm of ninjas. That dream resonated deeply with Xiao Nin as well. Lin Xuan, you need not worry so much. Even if you lack combat skills, you could assist us with strategy. Joining now means you will be a founding member, Yahiko reassured. His demeanor jovial. Under Jiraiya's mentorship, Xiao Nin had mastered a unique form of paper jutsu, likely the only ninja in the entire realm to wield such a technique. How could they not include such a prodigy, especially since Lin Xuan, being quite intelligent, was well-suited to serve as the organization's strategist? The less astute had already perished amidst the chaos of war. Very well, from this moment forth, Xiao Nan and I shall be members of Akatsuki. Lin Xuan concluded after much contemplation, ultimately choosing the path of the antagonists. Current faction, Akatsuki. World reputation attribute activated, current reputation 0. Hidden task completed. Guardian of Akatsuki. Successfully joined the Akatsuki organization and became a formal member. Charm 1, Soul 1. Branch tasks activated. Task 1. Recruitment. Task details. For every Genin Chunin Jonin recruited into the organization, receive 500,1000,2,000 reincarnation points. Task 2. Elimination. Task details. For every enemy Genin Chunin Jonin defeated, receive 500,1000,2,000 reincarnation points. Task 3. Blood Cloud's Annihilator. Task details. Personally slay Hanzo to receive an additional 6,000 world reputation points. Note: rewards for tasks related to stronger than Jonin will be calculated separately. That's wonderful, brother. I will protect you within the organization. Xiao Nin exclaimed joyfully, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, radiating happiness. The delicate figure of the girl leapt into her brother's embrace, playfully indulging in her affection while her face radiated delight. The two young men beside her wore expressions of contentment. I, Yahiko, declare that the Akatsuki is established today. The youths erupted in jubilant cheers. From now on, I shall continue to support Yahiko. Nagato's voice was as gentle and tranquil as a windless lake. Yahiko's aspirations mirrored those of Nagato. He yearned for a luminous world, and thus sought that very realm. To have dreams is indeed a wonderful thing, Lin Xuan murmured softly. Conan and the two young men were all training under Jiraiya, yet in terms of strength, the one he valued most was Nagato. Those eyes, faintly glowing with a purple hue and adorned with black ripples, were none other than the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. However, those eyes did not belong to Nagato. Someone had performed a transplant at the time of Nagato's birth, granting him this extraordinary vision. He was but a pawn chosen by the unseen puppet master. The Akatsuki was not founded today, in the intangible book of destiny. The Akatsuki had been determined decades, even centuries prior. Nagato's eyes were entangled in conspiracies spanning millennia. Yet, as the saying goes, the most perilous places can also be the safest. Joining the ninja world does not equate to righteousness, nor does remaining here guarantee danger. The puppet master has a vested interest in Nagato and would not deliberately oppose him. On the contrary, should he showcase formidable power, the puppet master may find delight in it. After all, the Akatsuki requires strong individuals to infuse fresh blood. Relying solely on Nagato would not suffice for their plans. As noon arrived, the foundational matters of the Akatsuki had been established. Their base was a concealed cave outside the Rain Village, a place suitable for storing supplies as well as a venue for meetings. The leader of the Akatsuki was Yahiko, with the upper echelons comprising Nagato, Conan, and Lin Xuan. For the time being, Nagato was tasked with overseeing the cave's security, as he was a reserved and introverted child, lacking in eloquence. Conan was responsible for crafting explosive tags using paper jutsu. Such items could be sold for profit or utilized by the organization, though her chakra was limited, restricting the quantity she could produce each day. With safety and economic matters somewhat assured, the next step was to recruit new members. The organization's first adversary was Hanzo, the man revered by ninjas as a demigod. Faced with Hanzo and his assassination unit, Yahiko was not naive enough to believe that their small group would suffice. The recruitment efforts were to be managed by Yahiko and Lin Xuan. Originally, Lin Xuan's role was that of a strategist, but he declined that position. While many considered him an inept individual incapable of mastering ninjutsu, only Lin Xuan understood that, given the right circumstances, he could eliminate a careless jonin in an instant. With sheer strength, one can overcome all techniques. When power and speed reach a certain level, even without ninjutsu or chakra, he could still vanquish formidable foes. Ancient divine blood coursed through his veins. Brother, are you truly going out there? Conan's concern was palpable. Hanzo controls the majority of the Hidden Rain village, commanding a legion of assassins skilled in the art of stealth. Their previous operations have predominantly taken place in the outskirts, rarely venturing into the village itself due to the fear of unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Lin Xuan is merely an ordinary person, which heightens the concern. Lin Xuan, I understand your eagerness to assist, but in times like these, it would be wise to refrain from overexerting yourself. If something were to happen to you, how could I explain it to Xiaonan? Yahiko urged. After 2 years of training under Jiraiya's guidance, the 3 students have managed to reach a level equivalent to that of a Jainin, albeit lacking in combat experience. However, Lin Xuan is different. He has not undergone any training. How could he possibly defend himself against malevolent ninjas? To put it bluntly, he might not even comprehend the circumstances leading to his demise. How about you, and I have a spar, Yahiko? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. There was no other choice. If he did not display some prowess, they would never consent to his venture as a strategist. Are you certain? Yahiko inquired softly. Could it be that Jiraiya had secretly given Lin Xuan additional lessons? That didn't seem plausible. Jiraiya had spent most of his time with them, and he had never witnessed Jiraiya training alongside Lin Xuan. Furthermore, Jiraiya's loud snoring at night made it impossible for him to slip away to find Lin Xuan. Descendant of the bloodline, Lin Xuan, I humbly seek your guidance. The youth clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, adopting a combat stance that Yahiko had never encountered before. A barely perceptible crimson light flickered within his dark eyes, and the air became charged with an escalating sense of battle fervor. Divine Blood, Stage 1. Be cautious, Yahiko. It appears Lin Xuan is not merely posturing. He truly conceals formidable abilities. Nagato's expression turned grave. His unique eyes could perceive what eluded others. Each individual's chakra signature is distinct, and the difference between those who have trained and those who have not is glaringly apparent to him. Indeed, Lin Xuan had never practiced chakra or ninjutsu. As Jiraiya had stated, he lacked that innate talent. Yet, Lin Xuan possessed something else. Through Nagato's gaze, the boy's blood began to seethe with an astonishing intensity. 38 degrees, 39 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees. An immense energy erupted within him, causing his physical attributes to ascend at an unimaginable pace. This temperature surpassed the human threshold, yet the young man exhibited no signs of discomfort. Instead, he radiated a combative glimmer, akin to a lion in the jungle fixating on its prey. He was eager to engage, resembling a tyrannical monarch. In this moment, Nagato even believed that Yahiko was destined for defeat. Before that youth, he appeared as an innocuous little rabbit. Taijutsu, taught by Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko squinted, his expression gradually becoming more serious. Jiraiya had fought alongside his students numerous times, and Yahiko was well acquainted with the aura he was now experiencing. This was the presence of a master of taijutsu. It is incorrect. My brother and Master Jiraiya hardly ever met, let alone in private. Conan refuted this. Aside from visiting her during her training, Lin Xuan never troubled Jiraiya with other matters. Such formidable body techniques. Could it be the 8 gates of death that Master Jiraiya mentioned? No, Lin Xuan still lacked the presence of chakra. That force was exceptionally unique. Nagato continued to analyze rationally. Lin Xuan's physical prowess had surged dramatically, but that strength was certainly not chakra. It emanated from his very bloodline. Let us begin, Yahiko. I can hardly wait to witness your ninjutsu. Do not disappoint me too much. Lin Xuan still had time for jest. His complexion had taken on an eerie crimson hue due to the soaring heat within him, tinged subtly with pink, rendering him extraordinarily peculiar. His dark eyes occasionally flashed with a hint of blood. For a fleeting moment, Yahiko believed he stood before an ancient sovereign. Has it begun? Lin Xuan sensed the shift in the surrounding energy. In the first stage of the divine blood state, not only had his physical condition improved, but his perception had also become so acute that not even the slightest sound could escape his notice. Yahiko's heartbeat faltered momentarily, and his aura subtly weakened. This was not due to fear. Rather, he had silently employed the shadow clone technique. Whoosh! A shadow raced through the air, closing the distance of several meters in less than 0.3 seconds. So swift. Nagato exclaimed instinctively, while Conan displayed her astonishment. Could it be that her gentle brother concealed such prowess? He struck fiercely, akin to a lion king extending its claws, instantly shattering Yahiko's remaining shadow clone, which then dissolved into puddles on the ground. Indeed, it was a clone, Lin Xuan murmured, seemingly unfazed. He had keenly detected the shift in energy at that moment. The transformation brought forth by the use of the shadow clone technique. Water style, water chaos wave. Yahiko's voice resonated from behind. A water jet as wide as a waterfall erupted from his mouth, resembling a silver curtain unfurling. He had anticipated Lin Xuan's body techniques might be formidable, yet he never expected them to be so outrageous. However, he was, after all, a disciple of Jiraiya. Having assessed both his and his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, Yahiko swiftly made a judgment. With the shadow clone dispelled, he seized this opportunity to unleash a powerful water ninjutsu from his current position. This technique not only possessed a vast range but was also remarkably sharp. As Lin Xuan dodged its onslaught, Yahiko would hurl his shuriken to further constrain his opponent, compressing his retreating space. Once Lin Xuan approached the explosive tags he had secretly laid in ambush, the battle would come to an end. Of course, he would not detonate the explosive tags. Rather, he would declare the match concluded. Wait. Yahiko widened his eyes. He had miscalculated one thing. He had still underestimated Lin Xuan's body techniques. The young boy audaciously chose to force his way through the water release technique, a technique capable of effortlessly shattering rock. Brother, Xiaonan's heart raced, the call laden with concern. Was it confidence or arrogance? The usually gentle and cautious youth had opted for the most reckless approach. In the blink of an eye, as Mihiko selected this ninjutsu, Lin Xuan charged headlong towards the waterfall. Events unfolded in mere moments. Bang! The collision produced a thunderous explosion. Lin Xuan's physique was astonishingly robust. The waves of water that could slice through stone merely tore through his unaware coarse garment. His skin bore not a single scratch, adorned with droplets of water that glimmered under the sunlight, exuding a faint bronze hue. It appears the victor is I. What say you, Mihiko? A devilish whisper echoed in his ears, akin to a sudden thunderclap. Mihiko swallowed hard, cold sweat cascading down his face. He had just begun to form the hand seals, but the chakra within him had yet to activate when a searing palm landed on his shoulder. In less than half a second after the explosion, the lion-like youth materialized behind him. Had it been a life-or-death struggle, that hand would have surely pierced his heart. What a magnificent yet brutal display of physical prowess. So formidable. Nagato was rendered speechless. The peak of speed, the zenith of strength, the epitome of violence. Ninja combat invariably hinges on timing and strategy. The coordination of allies, the counterbalancing of ninjutsu, bloodline limits, and the advantages of terrain. Yet in that young man's presence, he could only discern two words: reckless. The brothers' power seemed reminiscent of the bloodline limit spoken of by their teacher. Xiaonan snapped back to reality, deep in thought. Nagato remarked that such explosive power must surely be linked to bloodlines. However, why would the bloodline limit activate if his brother possessed no chakra? Don't look at me. I'm just as puzzled. Perhaps Jiraiya-sensei would have some insight, Nagato replied with a bitter smile. Ultimately, bloodline limits are rarer physical traits. And while ninjutsu may exhibit myriad forms, they fundamentally require chakra to function. Yet Lin Xuan evidently possessed no chakra. Was he a monster? After a prolonged period of inactivity, he felt as though he were rusting. Lin Xuan stretched lazily, his demeanor relaxed. The divine blood within him ceased its activity, his internal temperature gradually normalizing. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back into an ordinary boy. Mihiko, with his head hung low, approached from behind, still unable to accept the reality. He had calculated numerous scenarios and considered how to counter physical ninjas. Yet Lin Xuan was truly abnormal, shattering his illusions of victory with unparalleled violence. The village of Amigakure lies within the Land of Rain, a small nation situated at the confluence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind. Consequently, the Land of Rain often becomes a battlefield for the great nation's conflicts. The population swells, yet resources remain finite. Thus, powerful nations, dissatisfied with their current gains, inevitably resort to war. In the aftermath, great powers forge new agreements to restore tranquility. Yet what remains for the smaller nations is a landscape of devastation and boundless sorrow. During the Second Shinobi World War, Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko were orphaned by the ravages of conflict, while their village failed to dispense even a single penny in aid. That scoundrel Hanzo deserves condemnation. In a quaint restaurant, a young boy gazes absently out the window. The village's architecture, primarily of steel with elements of stone, rises amid an array of pipes of varying sizes, creating a unique visual tapestry. This city is perpetually drenched in rain, giving rise to its distinctive architectural style. Your ramen, sir. A middle-aged man cheerfully presents a steaming bowl of noodles. The establishment is sparsely populated, only 5 patrons, including Lin Xuan. Outside, the rain cascades in torrents. while the restaurant exudes an unusual tranquility. Hanzo, the demigod ninja, teaches the village's assassins and accepts various commissions. However, despite his formidable prowess, he is far from an exemplary leader. In the land of rain, tragedy unfolds daily, yet the so-called demigod exhibits no semblance of compassion. As long as his interests remain unthreatened, the plight of the starving is of no concern to him. This stark reality fuels Yahiko's resolve to transform their village. In a world devoid of light, flowers can only wither. Such a village harbors no future. A soft thud disrupts the quiet as a patron sets down his chopsticks. Absorbed in the view outside, reminiscent of Lin Xuan's own reverie, Lin Xuan furrows his brow, his hand poised mid-motion. When he realizes the man is not merely daydreaming, an invisible blade has sliced through his throat, leaving him gazing vacantly out the window, devoid of struggle. Warm blood seeps into his attire, yet he remains seated, staring outward. Drip. More warm blood falls. This time, Lin Xuan's slightly reddened eyes seem to discern something amiss. The assailant is not entirely cloaked in invisibility. At the moment of the man's demise, he perceives a faint disturbance in the misty air. Fog. Why is there a subtle haze here? It is a ninja technique. Sir, Lin Xuan rises to alert the restaurant owner. The shadowy figure accelerates. And in the blink of an eye, two more patrons collapse into a pit. He did not wear a ninja headband. Thus it was difficult to ascertain which faction he belonged to. If he was one of Hanzo's men, then his primary target would surely be him. And there would be no need to harm innocents. But if he were a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, why would they be here? Have you ever heard of rogue ninjas? The slender man's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. At that moment, his figure vanished once more into the mist. Oh, Lin Xuan comprehended his murderous intent. The so-called rogue ninja is one who does not belong to any ninja village. They may be renegades, bounty hunters, or merely untrained misfits. This individual before him was likely one who had once studied in the Hidden Mist Village and subsequently betrayed it. The land of rain, rife with disorder, serves as a sanctuary for rogue ninjas. Here, as long as one does not provoke Hanzo, they can slay as many innocents as they wish without consequence. Lin Xuan initially believed today's events were orchestrated, yet it seemed to be mere coincidence. You appear unafraid of me, a sinister voice echoed around them. In that fleeting moment of his first kill, the youth had discerned his presence. Thus, he realized that this boy was the most formidable in the restaurant, the one he had chosen to confront last. Why should I fear? Lin Xuan's expression remained impassive, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, betraying a hint of mockery and disdain. To perish by my blade is a privilege you should cherish. The voice in the mist seemed to bristle with anger. He could never return to his village, having betrayed his comrades during a mission. But so what? He wielded hundreds of advanced jutsu, once an esteemed jonin within his village, merely a step away from attaining the title of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The life of a rogue ninja was what he truly desired. For him, the thrill of killing was the essence of existence. To move freely, to crush weak opponents with absolute force. As blood gushed from their necks, that was the most exquisite music in the world. It is time to end this. Shankawagu announced the boy's impending demise in his mind as if strolling in a serene garden. He silently approached from behind, his left hand's kunai aimed at the boy's unguarded neck. Unprotected? Unprotected? Clash. The sharp, metallic sound rang out. And Shankawagu stared in disbelief at his left hand. He had aimed to slice through the boy's skull with blinding speed, yet it was his kunai that shattered. Still wishing to flee? Lin Xuan's eyes transformed into a faint crimson. In that instant, Shankawagu nearly believed he faced an enraged lion. The boy grasped his left arm with an unyielding grip, rendering him immobile. Was this truly a human hand? 1,000. Even 10,000 pounds of pressure bore down upon him, bones creaking with an agonizing sound. The boy slowly revealed a smile, displaying his pearly white teeth. Who are you? The man trembled, losing even the courage to lift his gaze. He fancied himself a harbinger of death. Yet he found himself face to face with a demon from the depths of hell. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I have emerged victorious. Lin Xuan replied with a grin. To perceive the movements of this wretch amidst the mist, he activated his first tier of divine blood. An assassin? Every ninja could be deemed an assassin, yet he held no fear of them. The technique of mist concealment was formidable, but it could not elude him. Perhaps this fellow harbored other hidden cards, but alas, with his left hand rendered useless in a single confrontation, he would have no opportunity to form hand seals. A ninja stripped of their jutsu is akin to a stray dog. With a growl, the man, a true Jainin, made a final desperate stand. disregarding his incapacitated left hand in a bid to fight back. Lin Xuan denied him the chance to draw any tools or explosive tags. His movements were swifter, seizing the ninja's right hand and tearing it asunder, leaving a bloodied arm discarded upon the restaurant floor. In the man's eyes, despair bloomed as the fist, imbued with the essence of death, loomed larger. With a sickening splat, the man's head burst like a ripe watermelon. Repulsive fluid splattered across the ground, further tainting the already blood-soaked air of the room. Side quest completed, 2,000 reincarnation points awarded. This incessant rain is relentless. Lin Xuan retrieved a relatively clean umbrella from the restaurant. His attire was in tatters. Returning home would surely invite scorn from Xiaonan. What misfortune! Even a simple meal had turned chaotic. The silhouette of the youth vanished into the shroud of darkness and rain. Nearly half an hour passed. Cautiously, a half-black, half-white head peeked from the ground outside the restaurant. It gazed in the direction Lin Xuan had disappeared, its lips twitching slightly. A monster. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The black rain washed away the stench of blood from the boy. Lin Xuan reflected on the day's battle, his mind momentarily clouded. With his short black hair and slightly disheveled bangs, clad in simple, pristine garments, the dark red stains resembled vibrant plum blossoms. The puddles by the roadside mirrored the boy's visage, his eyes tranquil as a still well. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of hurried footsteps drew closer. 7 figures clad in black approached, their movements synchronized, reminiscent of a shadowy battalion. You go. The middle-aged man at the forefront signaled, and his subordinate nodded slightly, advancing toward the umbrella-wielding youth. Observing this, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. As far as he knew, Hans's faction would not concern itself with such skirmishes. Merely a wandering ninja. There was no conflict of interest with the rulers of the rain-hidden village. Are you from Hans? Lin Xuan inquired uncertainly. In the territory of the rain-hidden village. The appearance of such a well-trained ninja squad could only lead him to think of Hans. Although, they did not bear the headbands of the rain-hidden village. Did you kill him? The voice of the man in black exuded an air of unwavering authority. Behind him stood Hanzo, a formidable ally. For this cadre of ninjas represented the divine in the rain-hidden village. What of killing? Lin Xuan muttered softly to himself. Was he not merely a wandering ninja? Was it truly necessary? Team leader, I have confirmed that the ninja dispatched from the mist-hidden village to establish communication with us is pivotal to that plan. His presence has been compromised by this individual, and I suspect he was sent by the Leaf Village, reported a subordinate. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. A communication ninja sent from the mist-hidden village to liaise with the rain-hidden village? Surely, there had been a mistake. That person had explicitly told him before his demise that he was nothing but a wandering ninja. Is that so? The man referred to as the team leader furrowed his brow, his expression fluctuating between shadows of doubt. The mist-hidden village was plotting something significant and had promised the rain-hidden village immense benefits. But now that the messenger lay dead, would the mist continue their alliance? Wait, the man I killed claimed to be a wandering ninja, and he had even slain local villagers. Lin Xuan attempted to justify himself, sensing the murderous intent emanating from several individuals. It was not fear of the ninjas that gripped him. Rather, he wished to avoid drawing Hanzo's attention too soon. If it was not you who killed him, then who did? A man asked, a mocking smile spreading across his face. In that moment, Lin Xuan fell silent. The identity of the fool who had never crossed his path was now irrelevant, for in the eyes of these men, he was but a corpse. They might be seeking a hapless scapegoat to present as the murderer, or perhaps merely wished to vent their frustrations. They cared not whether he was the killer. They simply desired his death. I once believed that ninjas were mere puppets obeying commands, cold-hearted machines, dogs under the dominion of their masters. Yet now, they appeared as nothing more than repugnant maggots. The youth expressionlessly closed his umbrella. The black curtain of rain instantly disheveled his hair, soaking his garments. 7 shadowy figures stood before him, drawing kunai from their toolkits, their faces alight with the thrill of the hunt, akin to hunters poised to ensnare a mighty lion. Thunder rumbled, rain poured down, and the ninjas silently surrounded the youth. Attack! The leader barked. They did not even employ the most prudent strategy of silent combat, treating the boy as though he were an easily manipulated soft target. Had he known, he would have bought a pack of cigarettes before crossing over. Lin Xuan clicked his tongue, a tinge of regret flickering across his otherwise placid face. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, finding neither a lighter nor cigarettes. Only the incessant patter of rain, rendering his vision increasingly blurred. Before any fight commences, does not the protagonist typically calm himself with a smoke, delivering a disdainful remark that all present are but pathetic weaklings? It is rather unfortunate. Lin Xuan tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky. The rain gradually rose, shrouding the air in a veil of white mist. The ninjas, armed with kunai, wore expressions tinged with cruel amusement. In the next moment, the youth would be pierced by dozens of shurikens, resembling a bloodied hedgehog, and then dismembered into several pieces by the short blade in the leader's hand. A sharp, metallic clang reverberated, echoing like a collision of steel. What sorcery is this? Is the boy's undergarment forged from iron? The 7 ninjas stood in a daze. In the following instant, clarity emerged, for they beheld the boy's fiery red skin. The faint white mist surrounding them was not the result of ninjutsu, but rather a profusion of rainwater vaporizing in the sweltering heat. The boy's body radiated like a piece of molten metal. Has the game commenced? It must be thrilling. A childlike smile graced the boy's face. Beneath that innocent visage lay the wrath and cruelty of a sovereign. Though he desired not to unveil his true power, it did not imply he would remain indifferent when confronted with weapons. Should the virtuous be threatened at gunpoint? Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The leader's countenance grew frigid, his expression darkening ominously. Raging torrents converged from the surroundings, morphing into a colossal serpent, the very embodiment of a dragon, through the ninja's hand signs. Among A-rank ninjutsu, this technique was indeed formidable. Only the elite among jonin could wield it with such finesse. Crack. The sound of bones rending resonated amidst the patter of raindrops. Terror etched across the faces of the ninjas, with 3 of them, caught in the midst of forming signs, paralyzed by fear. A head soared several meters skyward, plummeting to the ground with a thud. In its final moments, the eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing unimaginable horror. How feeble! The boy's sigh echoed softly. The rain cascading upon him evaporated into steam within seconds, as he flickered through the water-formed dragon. A water dragon? Ultimately, it is merely water. Monster. A monster. Flee. Seek Lord Hanzo. This individual. The remaining 6 ninjas screamed in a frenzy, scattering in all directions. They instinctively chose to flee. A reflex honed through years of training, etched deep within their bones. If even one could survive to return, Lord Hanzo would learn of the formidable foe that had emerged in the village. Raindrops trickled down his forehead, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes amidst the mist. The owner of those eyes bore a tranquil expression, seemingly indifferent to the fleeing ants, as if he held absolute certainty of crushing those insignificant insects at will. Should I utter a finishing move or something? Perhaps the secret technique of water with a mop? In that moment, the boy did not forget to jest. If the ninjas were to glance back, they would discover his eyes brimming with languor. Yawning as if preparing to rise and slice an apple with a fruit knife, leisurely savoring the moment. The water pooling beneath him suddenly stirred, akin to hundreds or even thousands of frenzied serpents twisting and flowing. Water is inanimate, yet at this instant, it resembled a victorious legion under the command of a sovereign. First-tier divine blood state, fury. The initial surge of boiling blood escalated his body temperature close to 50 degrees, enhancing human sensory perception to monstrous levels. Second-tier divine blood state. Reverse flow. As the temperature approached 200 degrees, the bones and muscles transcended into a non-human realm of evolution, akin to the opening of the gates of hell, releasing the most malevolent spirits. In this state, the descendants of divine blood could even command the elements. Countless streams of water obeyed the emperor's call at that moment. 6 ninjas, the fastest among them having escaped 300 meters away, found themselves nonetheless ensnared in a prison of elemental confinement. The young man picked up his black umbrella with a buoyant stride. 6 corpses lay sprawled in a pool of rainwater and blood, in the village of Amigakure. Within a dilapidated wooden hut on the outskirts, Conan was preparing breakfast for the day. Her brother had returned late into the night, his clothes reduced to mere tattered strips. With little money to purchase new garments, he showed no concern for their condition. Yet, in the end, Conan chose to remain silent. Although the rain had washed away much of the sin of blood, it could not completely erase it. The lingering aroma hinted at the grim experiences Lin Xuan had endured before returning home. Yahiko, possessing a silver tongue, had managed to recruit 3ch Nin for their organization. Conan casually remarked, her tone somewhat surreal. The atmosphere at breakfast was tinged with an odd tension, as Lin Xuan sat lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something profound. What about you, brother? She inquired once more. I found nothing, Lin Xuan replied, shaking his head. He had wandered through the village for half the day without encountering a suitable target. He had intended to grab a bowl of noodles but instead faced a murderous lunatic. Upon leaving that encounter, he stumbled upon Hanzo's subordinate and returned home directly after the confrontation. Was yesterday's enemy formidable? Conan finally broached the question. She knew her brother had kept his prowess hidden over the years, yet she remained anxious about his safety. Hanzo's underlings were no trifles. Mediocre, at best. Nearly 8 elite jonin, Lin Xuan answered lazily. It could be considered a preemptive clearance of obstacles for the organization. The more formidable ones were that wandering ninja and the one referred to as the leader. He lacked chakra energy, but could sense the strength of other ninjas' chakra, which enabled him to ascertain the precise strength of most foes. A total of 8 enemy jonin had contributed 16,000 reincarnation points. However, there remained perplexing aspects. If what those ninjas claimed was true, who had slain the envoy from Kirigakure that had come to Amigakure? 8 jonin. Conan's mouth formed a na shape as she stared at her brother, as if seeing him for the first time. Jonin were supposed to be synonymous with elite and skilled warriors. How could they be spoken of so dismissively by her brother, as if they were mere insignificant insects? What kind of bloodline limit had her brother awakened? Lin Xuan noticed the expression on Conan's face and, after a moment's contemplation, chose not to elaborate. The secret of divine blood was best kept from the knowledge of too many. Good news. Good news. Yahiko exclaimed as he burst through the door, so elated that he forgot to knock beforehand. What is it? Conan snapped back to reality, looking at her companion. We encountered danger in the village yesterday, but fortunately, we met him. Otherwise, we would have been dragged away by that jonin before reinforcements could arrive. Nagato harbored lingering fears, his countenance reflecting a trace of trepidation. Beside the two youths stood a peculiar young man. Indeed, he was bizarre, draped in a black robe, emaciated, his head enveloped in layers of white bandages, leaving only his left eye exposed, resembling a living mummy. Such an attire was undeniably strange. On our first encounter, you may call me a fae, the man's voice, slightly hoarse, resonated as his gaze swept over Lin Xuan and the siblings, Xiaonan. What transpired yesterday? Lin Xuan entertained a conjecture, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. A fae? What an absurd moniker. You are unmistakably Uchiha Obito, merely 12 years of age this year. During the recent Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Obito, a Leaf Village ninja, perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, half of his body crushed by falling debris, entrusting his right eye to his comrade, Kakashi Hitaki. His actions were indeed swift. Before Madara's true demise, he had finally secured a competent pawn. The next target for control must be Nagato. Lin Xuan pondered all this, subtly glancing at Nagato. Yesterday, Nagato and I were recruiting new members, promoting Akatsuki. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but during that time, we encountered a jonin from the Mist Village, who was closely aligned with Hanzo. In a fateful clash, battle loomed imminent. Although Nagato and I eliminated several chunin, we found ourselves unable to contend with the adversary from the Mist Village. Prolonging the confrontation would have placed us at a severe disadvantage. Fortunately, a fae intervened. Or else Nagato and I might have perished within the village, making it impossible to eliminate the envoy from the Mist Village. Yahiko recounted the tale. From this narrative, Lin Xuan sensed an unusual aura. Why did a fae coincidentally appear at that moment? Hadn't Akatsuki only recently been established? Why would such a formidable individual join without hesitation? A fae must have been privy to the entire scheme. Furthermore, perhaps the 7 ninjas Lin Xuan encountered were deliberately directed to target him. Even the wayward ninja in that restaurant was not entirely a matter of chance. Such cunning machinations. The conspiracy, planted a millennium ago, bore complexities that were not easily fathomed. They had indeed taken note of his anomalies. Brother Afei, welcome to Akatsuki. Lin Xuan offered a friendly smile, extending a handshake to the peculiar individual before him. I look forward to your guidance. Afei regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Though he had only recently assumed control of this body, with assistance from that individual, he felt invincible. Raw strength, no matter how potent, was merely brute force. He was the absolute void, untouchable and standing invulnerably. Congratulations, our organization has gained another formidable ally. Nagato wore a joyful smile, a genuine expression of happiness emanating from within. Yahiko stood as the leader and the beacon of hope for Akatsuki. The aspirations of Akatsuki were synonymous with the dreams of all, destined one day to construct a bridge of peace, reaching every corner of the world. From now on, we shall be comrades, Akatsuki, Yahiko declared, shaking hands with the peculiar man, his spirit brimming with excitement. The enigmatic figure, known as Obito, was the first elite shinobi recruited by the organization and among the strongest of his kind. His immense chakra, formidable fire techniques, and meticulous combat strategies marked him as an extraordinary talent. Brother, you must also strive forward. Mere acts of killing will not suffice to strengthen Akatsuki, Conan chimed in cheerfully. Like Nagato and Yahiko, She was enveloped in joy, momentarily oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding Obito's identity. I shall be more vigilant next time. But do not place too high expectations upon me. My wit pales in comparison to Yahiko's. Lin Xuan remarked with a relaxed smile, deliberately elongating his words. After all, individuals like Obito are exceedingly rare. Lin chuckled, dismissing the notion of equating himself with the taijutsu monster Yahiko spoke of, attributing his abilities merely to fire techniques. Obito's raspy voice carried an unsettling undertone. He was acutely aware of Lin Xuan's apprehensions and suspicions, yet he chose not to respond to the boy's sarcastic remarks. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were disciples of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, yet their maturity was still in its infancy, lacking the experience of life and death battles. With the guidance and support of White Zetsu, Obito found it effortless to deceive and approach them. However, Lin Xuan was a different matter altogether. Zetsu had been covertly observing this boy for an extended period. He was a true anomaly, one whose depths even Zetsu could not fathom. His strength appeared as if conjured from thin air. One moment he was an insignificant mortal, the next he had transcended to greatness. Hans, a letter has arrived from Konoha. Came the announcement. One day, the ruler of Amagakure received a mysterious missive from the Hidden Leaf Village, proposing a trade. The Konoha envoys sought Hans's assistance during the Hokage election, requesting him to publicly support their position. In exchange, Konoha would aid Hans in solidifying his dominion over Amagakure. This arrangement promised to be mutually beneficial. Is it successful? The incessant rain fell softly, seemingly without end. A blurred white figure lingered in the rain, neither seeking shelter nor moving forward. Everything unfolded according to plan. From the figure, an unusual voice emerged, emanating from the white bandages that appeared to possess a life of their own, suddenly animated and eerily writhing. The development of Akatsuki surged forward with fervor, all within the anticipation of Yahiko and the machinations of those lurking in the shadows. In the rain-hidden village, years of conflict have rendered the plight of the common folk largely ignored, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards Hanzo. Indeed, Hanzo is hailed as a demigod of the ninja world, and the venom of the salamander he commands has instilled terror in countless shinobi. During the Second Great Ninja War, he faced hundreds of Leaf Village ninjas and the legendary Sannin alone, ultimately emerging victorious. Yet, his reign was fundamentally flawed. While his strength was acknowledged, it was merely that, strength alone. The world has long suffered under oppressive rulers, and the current landscape mirrors the past insurrections led by figures like Chen Sheng. Lin Xuan stood atop a building, gazing toward the direction of the rain-hidden village. In just 2 months, the Akatsuki had recruited over 100 ninjas, including 13 elite J-Nin, with the remainder being CH-Nin. Their operational territory had expanded significantly, granting them a sense of dominion. Who was Chen Sheng? A Fei emerged from the shadows behind him, as he often did, his movements enigmatic and unexpected. At times, he presented himself as a gravelly-voiced reliable man, while at others, he embodied the jovial spirit of a carefree child, leaving the organization perplexed by his intentions. How should I know who he is? I'm merely speculating, Lin Xuan replied dismissively, lacking any patience for Uchiha Obito, harboring no inclination to befriend him. The combination of a schemer and a pawn held no allure for him. We're about to convene. You too? Nagato ascended to the rooftop. The Akatsuki had been flourishing remarkably, every aspect operating seamlessly. More and more individuals in the Land of Rain had come to recognize this organization and the noble aspirations of its youthful members. In pursuit of peace, the group had garnered a growing number of allies and comrades. Even Hanzo the Salamander could not overlook the influence of this organization. The meeting is commencing, Senpai, a face said. His body poised, his lone visible left eye narrowing slightly. Though his expression was obscured, it was evident he was smiling, a smile that bore a mischievous quality. Senpai? I hardly consider myself your senior, Lin Xuan stretched lazily. Obito's master was none other than the soon-to-be fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Minato's own mentor was Jiraiya. By this lineage, Konan, Yahiko, Nagato, and Minato belonged to the same generation, making it reasonable for Obito to refer to them as uncle and for Lin Xuan to be addressed similarly. Of course, a Fei stood before them, and Obito was merely a shadow of his former self. The name was rendered meaningless the night Rin Noera perished. Moments later, in the second-floor conference room, a dimly lit space was occupied by a dozen figures, each a seasoned J-Nin with extensive combat experience. Their lives filled with stories worth chronicling. Now, they were members of the Akatsuki, united in their struggle for a common goal, willing to bleed and sacrifice their lives. As the final members gathered, the meeting officially commenced. Yahiko, as the leader, naturally began to speak. During his address, he cast a fleeting glance at Afei, a momentary flicker of confusion passing through his eyes before swiftly dissipating. Afei was indeed an enigma. He has undoubtedly made significant contributions to the organization, yet it is evident that he has not exerted himself to the fullest. This ambiguity is what perplexes Yahiko. He is uncertain of the true intentions of this individual and what secrets he may be concealing. The current situation is anything but ordinary. Conan furrowed her brows. Oh, what has transpired? Lin Xuan maintained a languid demeanor as he sat beside his sister, gently tousling her hair. In the realm of ninjas, in the world of conspirators, such matters hold no relevance to him whatsoever. The only concern that truly matters is his sister. He will not permit anyone to inflict harm upon Conan. It is Hanzo, Nagato stated solemnly. Astonishment flickered in his Rinnegan, and the ninjas gathered around the conference table were equally taken aback. Hanzo? Is that fellow intending to conclude the war with us? To determine who shall reign over the land of rain? Ace let out a gleeful cackle. For a fleeting moment, Lin Xuan was led to believe that he sat across from an infatuated monkey. Not at all, Yahiko replied with a grave expression. The major ninja villages have already taken notice of Akatsuki's existence, and Hanzo can no longer disregard them. He has sent an invitation, hoping to forge an alliance with Akatsuki. Nagato added, Hanzo desires to establish a new governance centered around Akatsuki, to win the hearts of the people of the Land of Rain through an alternative approach, and to negotiate a peace treaty with the great nations to alleviate the tragedies of the Land of Rain. Is this a form of compromise on their part? As it stands, they do not seem inclined to engage us in battle. Janine frowned. But what if this is a trap? The methods of a ruler are often ruthless and unyielding. It is entirely possible that they have set a cunning ambush. Thus, we convene. Yahiko surveyed the ninjas at the table. Lin, what is your perspective? The leader turned to the one idly toying with his sister's hair. He is perpetually laid back. A trap? That is for you to ponder, leader, for as you well know, I am but a reckless fool, Lin Xuan humbly remarked. Humility? More like the visage of lethargy is writ large upon your face. The ninjas remained silent, seemingly accustomed to the peculiar utterances of this extraordinary youth. Although he has not practiced any ninjutsu, his physical prowess is remarkably formidable, unbelievably so. This young man is one of the founding members of Akatsuki, deserving of the respect of every member. Brother, we are in a meeting. Could you please be serious? Conan tugged at his sleeve. Oh, right. Lin Xuan straightened his posture slightly to convey seriousness. Yet, ultimately, nothing transpired. There is no doubt that this is a trap. Merely waiting for Yahiko to step into the pitfall. A person like Hanzo would never allow a second ninja force to emerge within his domain. Some strategize, some plot in the shadows, and some lie in wait. The inexperienced youths are oblivious to the presence of the world's most enduring and fearsome conspirator. The intangible beast revealed its fearsome fangs to the nascent dawn, heralding the relentless march of fate. The meeting concluded. The ninjas and their leader deliberated extensively and ultimately resolved to honor their commitment. Hanzo's promised terms were undeniably alluring. Should the two parties achieve collaboration, it would bring an end to the prolonged tragedy of war in the Land of Rain, marking a significant stride towards peace. Nagato had deviated from the path established by Lord Obito. We must steer him back to righteousness. Obito, are you prepared? Amidst the rain-soaked earth, a peculiar half-black, half-white head abruptly emerged. It was Zetsu, allegedly a unique creation of Lord Obito. He served as a loyal subordinate left in this world. Peace. Such Navi individuals could never realize peace. Rest assured, I will compel Nagato to fulfill his destined role, Obito replied coldly. The death of Rin unveiled the harsh reality of this ninja world to him. As long as the ninja system persists, tragedies will continue to unfold. Obito's ideology is indeed sound. Only through the infinite Tsukuyomi can true change be achieved. To facilitate the revival of Uchiha Obito and harness that ultimate illusion, Obito must gather the nine-tailed beasts and guide Nagato to become a worthy leader of Akatsuki. What are your thoughts on Lin Xuan? What bloodline does he possess? Obito inquired suddenly. That individual is Conan's brother, supposedly without any blood relation. Years ago, even over a decade ago, Lin Xuan appeared just like any ordinary person, exhibiting no anomalies. However, now, his physical prowess instills considerable apprehension in Obito. According to Zetsu's intelligence, he can contend with those of Kage level purely through physical skills, and he has demonstrated a unique ability to manipulate water, which could be his bloodline limit. Bloodline. Zetsu offered a bitter smile. Bloodline limits. Chakra. These elements derive from the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Tsutsuki, who is his mother. Yet, even Kagaya did not possess such abilities. Lin Xuan's bloodline limit cannot originate from her. The energy within that youth is not chakra. Ah, what a mysterious individual he is. Observing Zetsu's silence, Obito comprehended its implication. Even Zetsu's intelligence did not clarify the origins of that individual's bloodline. It was evident that he perceived something within our plans, yet he did not intervene against Yahiko. Perhaps he is not our adversary. Obito continued. Lin Xuan has assisted the organization in eliminating numerous troublesome foes. But does he genuinely care about the development of Akatsuki? That youth does not merely preach justice and peace. Most of his leisure time is spent with his sister, rather, in protecting her. Conan, she is his vulnerability. Zetsu affirmed. Such a character has perhaps never paid heed to the innocent dreams of a few young children. He joined Akatsuki solely because Conan wished to be part of it. A person like him would never easily intervene in matters that do not concern him unless it involves his own sister in peril. He is akin to a dragon, fixated solely on the treasure of gold and gems nestled within its lair. The world may change countless times, yet it bears no relevance to the dragon's existence. Obito continued to ponder. Indeed, he remains indifferent, yet Conan is deeply invested. If she desires to partake in that endeavor, he will undoubtedly go to her aid. At that point, Hanzo, that fool, will surely provoke his ire. There is no doubt about it. Should the situation escalate to that extent, the plan would fall apart. Nagato would not succumb to despair. Rather, it would be some enraged monster that would lay waste to Amigakure, turning the city into a scene of devastation and carnage. Huh. Obito suddenly scoffed derisively. How could a mere woman influence our grand design? If Conan is the gem that Lin Xuan protects, then let him guard her. We merely require bait to draw the tiger from its mountain lair. It is hard to fathom. Such words emerge from the mouth of a 12-year-old boy. Less than a year ago, he was the inconspicuous tail of the Konoha Ninja Academy. What must be done? Conan and Yahiko have a good rapport with Nagato. Although we have our people within Akatsuki, maneuvering is not so straightforward. Obito fell into contemplation. Even if Lin Xuan were to be eliminated, it would certainly not be at this moment. The utmost priority is Nagato, for he is the linchpin of their scheme. Did not Hanzo keep a salamander? Exposing that summoning beast's whereabouts to Akatsuki, while subtly suggesting to Yahiko, would surely yield results. To borrow Lin Xuan's words, the title of demigod in the ninja world belongs to the salamander, which has a significant connection to Hanzo. Mastering the salamander equates to seizing Hanzo's lifeline. Akatsuki would not overlook such a bargaining chip. Obito let out a cold chuckle. Dark clouds loomed, and the rain intensified. A lightning bolt cleaved the sky, illuminating the monstrous visage in the downpour, with 3 black tomos swirling in his crimson left eye. How can one ascertain that Akatsuki will send Conan to subdue the salamander? Obito contemplated the feasibility of the plan. Hanzo's subordinates also include our agents. Negotiations require Yahiko and Nagato's presence. Who else among the higher-ups could attend? Obito could not help but burst into laughter. Once a boy, he is now a ruler of the world. Akatsuki, the headquarters. Urgent news. Leader. A subordinate rushed into Yahiko's chamber without even knocking. The orange-haired youth sat with his eyes closed, practicing a method taught by Jiraiya-sensei, emphasizing the importance of remaining calm in times of crisis. Speak. Yahiko slowly opened his eyes. Recently, he has felt unsettled, sensing that something might go awry in the negotiations. But which aspect has faltered? Is it Hanzo? Upon careful reflection, is that individual truly worthy of trust? Is it not rather rash to proceed with the meeting just like that? The informants have uncovered the breeding grounds of the pufferfish, nestled within the frigid lakes of the deep mountains, approximately a day's journey from here. The subordinate answered respectfully. Much of Hanzo's prowess lies in his deadly poison techniques. For ordinary individuals, even the slightest exposure leads to demise within mere minutes, leaving desolation in the wake of his toxic mists. It is said that only Tsunade of Konoha and Chiyo of Sunagakure have withstood his toxic assaults. This pufferfish represents Hanzo's Achilles heel, if we can threaten its life. Even if Hanzo harbors ulterior motives during negotiations, we will possess sufficient leverage to deter him from acting recklessly. The subordinate suggested in a hushed tone. At these words, Yahiko's eyes brightened. Indeed, this is a splendid idea. However, the meeting is set to commence tomorrow morning, and Hanzo has requested that all high-ranking members of Akatsuki attend, specifically naming me and Nagato. Yahiko furrowed his brow. Lord Lin Xuan and Lady Conan have hardly undertaken any missions, have they? The subordinate reminded him again, with heads bowed. No one could see the man's expression. Lady Conan rarely ventures out, focusing instead on explosive tags. As for Lin Xuan, one need not elaborate. No enemy has survived any mission he has participated in. Hanzo remains oblivious to Lin Xuan's specific personal information. Sending these two to deal with the pufferfish is nothing short of perfection. Is Lady Conan not adept at paper jutsu? Should she place thousands of explosive tags within the pufferfish's belly, threatening its life, Hanzo would have no choice but to refrain from opposing Akatsuki. The man continued to subtly coax. Excellent. Excellent. Yahiko finally nodded in agreement, revealing an expression of camaraderie. Is this truly the leader of Akatsuki? Huh. Just as that esteemed individual envisioned, woefully foolish. Exiting the room, the man could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Just then, a warm hand rested upon his shoulder. The youth behind him yawned, as if just emerging from a midday slumber. Do you have any instructions, Lord Lin Xuan? The man suppressed his smile, bowing his head in deference. Nothing of significance, Lin Xuan replied, rubbing his eyes, exuding an aura of languor. It seemed merely a casual greeting. Here in Akatsuki, the distinction between high-ranking members and subordinates is non-existent. We are all akin to a family. United in pursuit of the same dream, exchanging pleasantries and camaraderie is entirely normal. The man maintained a facade of insincerity, awaiting Lin Xuan's next utterance. Should Lin Xuan inquire about his lunch, he would respond with tales of delectable bread, expressing gratitude for the organization's generosity. If Lin Xuan expressed a desire for an apple, he would bend at 90 degrees and retrieve one from the storage room on the first floor. The pufferfish? Plotting against my sister? The youth's whisper echoed in his ears. In that instant, the depths of the man's soul trembled with fear. He parted his lips but found himself unable to articulate a single word. That gentle hand upon his shoulder could, in an instant, tear him asunder should the youth so desire. Speak. One must utter something. If one speaks amiss, it could spell doom. The man struggled to articulate a single word, as if grasped by countless ethereal hands around his throat. What are we adjusting? Lin Xuan observed him with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Adjust. The tiger leaving the mountain. The following day, in the early morning, Miyin and Nagato, accompanied by a significant force from Akatsuki, attended Hanzo's meeting. Lin Xuan had been assigned a different task. He was to accompany Conan in capturing Hanzo's summoning beast, the salamander, and to implant a multitude of explosive tags within its body. After traveling through the night, they finally arrived at the frigid lake's edge by dawn. Brother, must we truly avoid that area? Halfway through their journey, Conan expressed her unease. Her apprehension was not directed at the salamander, but rather at the potential for unforeseen events on the other side. This is an order from me, Yin, Lin Xuan replied, shaking his head. He had overheard their conversation the previous day and subsequently grasped the meaning behind the tiger leaving the mountain strategy. It appeared that the puppet master had no intention of confronting him, at least for the time being. Otherwise, they would not have employed such a method to divert Conan. Since Conan was not participating in the frontline battle, Lin Xuan was, of course, unable to disrupt their plans. In truth, this was not entirely disadvantageous. The hidden figure sought to exploit Nagato. What harm could that bring to Lin Xuan? They fancied themselves as the masters of the world, yet in Lin Xuan's eyes, they were merely buffoons. Hanzo was dubbed a demigod, largely due to that summoning beast. Should they successfully capture the salamander, negotiations on Miyan's side would proceed with greater efficacy and security. Lin Xuan continued with his explanation. He held no genuine concern for Nagato and Miyan's fates. Rather, having Nagato as a mere tool was more advantageous for him. However, such sentiments could not be candidly conveyed to Conan. I understand, Conan replied, her demeanor suggesting a newfound enlightenment. Alas, how far could her vision truly extend? The truths she perceived were merely those others wished her to see. Put on your mask. Ahead lies a region cloaked in toxic mists. Lin Xuan retrieved the prepared gas masks. In the distance, the air shimmered with a pale violet hue. From this point onward, the mountainous terrain was littered with withered vegetation and lifeless trees, devoid of any growth or sound, unless one were Tsunade or Chiyo. Infection by such potent toxins signified certain death. Once we locate the salamander, I will swiftly subdue it. Be sure to prepare the explosive tags in advance, set the mechanisms, and place them within its abdomen. Lin Xuan reiterated the task's details. Understood, Conan responded, her expression grave, her beautiful features revealing an air of icy determination. Today, she resembled a true ninja. No, she was indeed a ninja, formally trained and adept. Has my sister grown? Lin Xuan mused silently, smiling to himself. In his eyes, Conan required protection, yet, to others, she was undoubtedly a brilliant and radiant ninja. Awake, dear friends. It is time to rise. Lin Xuan inhaled deeply and struck the ground with a fierce punch. The first stage of divine blood quietly activated, causing the earth to tremble in response to his blow. Suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from the lake nestled in the deep mountains, a brown monstrosity, exceeding 100 meters in length. Covered in grotesque bumps with stout limbs that appeared somewhat clumsy. Brother, Shannon exclaimed in astonishment. The creature, clearly disturbed from its slumber, opened its gaping maw and released a vast cloud of purple mist. From a distance, it resembled a cascade of violet rain descending towards them. An enemy assault. Someone is attacking Lord Hansa's summoning beast. In an instant, a dozen figures emerged from the cavern in the mountains, all donned in gas masks and protective uniforms, with conspicuous ninja tool pouches adorning their bodies. The rain-hidden ninjas, evidently left behind by Hans to safeguard the salamander. Even if they could not engage the enemy, they could at least relay messages. That old fool is rather cautious, Lin Xuan remarked sarcastically. These individuals were clearly not meant to confront foes. If they could not even overpower the salamander, what use were these middle-ranking ninjas? Their sole purpose was to convey information. Xiaonan, prepare the explosive tags. The youth cracked his knuckles, a disdainful glint in his eyes. His boiling blood surged anew, bones and muscles creaking under the strain of mysterious power. Water elements in the world coalesced into a white veil, isolating the airborne toxins. The intruders are formidable. We must communicate swiftly. The ninjas were taken aback by the youth's capabilities. He appeared to be merely a child, yet he wielded this water release technique with such ease, even without the need for hand signs. Merely insects. Lin Xuan gazed at the colossal salamander surfacing in the lake, not sparing a glance for the insignificant foes. The water element was not limited to the lake alone. Elemental power exists wherever there is matter. Air, too, contains moisture. With a resounding splash, like a row of fallen dominoes, the first was toppled, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Without warning, 15 middle-ranking ninjas fell to the ground during their retreat, their life force extinguished. Eliminated 15 enemy middle-ranking ninjas. Acquired 15,000 reincarnation points. The notification echoed, but the youth's expression remained unperturbed. Brother, the monstrous fish seems to be attempting an escape, Xiaonan cautiously alerted him. Lin Xuan snapped back to reality. Indeed, noticing that the creature from the lake had crawled ashore, moving its massive body in the opposite direction. The salamander's venom was exceedingly potent, so much so that Lin Xuan, too, was compelled to don a gas mask. While the third stage of divine blood allowed him to disregard such toxins, he would not be foolish enough to make such a grand display over the slaughter of a mere fish. Why wield a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? The strength of the pepper fish is not its forte. Moving its hefty body, weighing several tons, proves to be quite a laborious task. In Lin Xuan's eyes, the creature resembles a toddler taking its first steps, albeit one whose weight may be somewhat excessive. As a spirit beast, does it not possess any shred of dignity? They have yet to engage in battle. Lin Xuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm before dashing forward with remarkable speed. The pepperfish, feeling a surge of indignation, thought to curse. How dare you? My greatest weapon is my venom, and now, when it proves ineffective against you, should I simply await my doom? Although it is not human, it possesses a clever mind. Typically, a mere ninja would fall victim to the pepperfish's brute strength, given its imposing weight. However, an opponent who seeks it out must surely be formidable. The pepperfish sensed a perilous aura emanating from this human. How weak. Lin Xuan had completely lost interest in combat. This fish was too timid, disappointing him to the point of exasperation. Its sole merit appeared to be its venom. And beyond that, it was nothing but a coward. Upon reflection, this fish seemed quite suited to Hanzo. Stop right there. The youth's crimson eyes blazed with an inner fire, akin to a king issuing a decree. The absolute pressure from his bloodline bore down on the pepper fish, causing its crawling form to halt abruptly, as if a mountain had been placed upon it. The earth trembled. The elemental force of earth awakened at that moment, surpassing any known earth-style ninjutsu in both sophistication and swiftness. The specially crafted cage constrained the creature's immense body. At that moment, it resembled the most indomitable metal, capable of even suppressing tailed beasts. The fish emitted a mournful wail. Is everything in place? Lin Xuan yawned. He had maintained his second-tier blood state for nearly 10 minutes, during which the pepper fish had been completely immobilized. That's enough. Xiaonan wiped the sweat from her brow. She had brought along 5,000 explosive tags and set a trap using paper ninjutsu. By implanting one within the pepper fish's body, they could control its life and death at any moment unless the tag was removed. Preparations were complete. Lin Xuan's fiery complexion gradually returned to normal, and his boiling blood cooled to a warm state. The cage around the pepper fish vanished, and the immense pressure lifted, yet it still dared not move freely. This human was a monster. It could not comprehend the intentions behind the actions of its adversary. If one intends to kill, then why resort to burying explosive tags within its belly? The pepper fish's intelligence struggled to grasp such complexities. Fear not, this is merely a precaution. If Hanzo behaves himself, your life will be spared. Lin Xuan grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He was aware that the pepper fish could understand human speech. If the pepper fish had not been summoned through spirit techniques, it indicated that there were no unforeseen circumstances on Yahiko's end. In the worst-case scenario, should the pepper fish be summoned, Xiaonan would activate the device to eliminate it from within, rendering the creature summoned by Hanzo nothing more than a lifeless corpse. The mountain-dwelling fish emitted a mournful cry once more. It was uncertain whether it was merely a figment of her imagination, but Xiaonan felt an overwhelming sense of despair in the creature's lament. What could it be despairing over? In the Rain Village, at the site of negotiations, two factions stood poised on the silent cliff, with ninjas alert and their gazes fixed upon the two leaders. On one side was Hanzo of the Salamander, the ruler of the Land of Rain and a demigod within the ninja world, commanding thousands of elite ninjas and possessing a remarkably illustrious record in battle. In an era when Hashirama and Madara vanished, he was regarded as the strongest of his time, thus earning the title of demigod. Opposite him stood the newly formed Akatsuki. These young idealists, driven by dreams and fervor, had assembled this modest yet formidable force, emerging as a new star in the Land of Rain. Their leader was a 16-year-old boy with orange hair. Are you Yahiko? A man in a specially crafted gas mask stepped forward. Clad in the Rain Village forehead protector and wielding unique scythe-like ninjutsu tools, he exuded an imposing presence, unmistakably the legendary figure he was reputed to be. Indeed. I am the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko asserted, taking a step forward and locking eyes with his opponent. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he felt a surge of anxiety in that moment. Very well, very well. Hanzo suddenly broke into an odd laugh. According to intelligence reports, the Akatsuki consisted of merely 100 members, all of whom had gathered at the venue today. When he received this information from his subordinates, Hanzo was certain of his victory. His opponents were nothing more than a bunch of inexperienced youths, possessing only a modicum of talent in ninjutsu. The Akatsuki was merely a disorganized mob. Thud, thud, thud. A multitude of footsteps echoed from above the cliff. Yahiko's expression shifted to one of dread. Not only had Hanzo brought along his own ninjas, but he had also prepared reinforcements in advance. The numbers were staggering. 100, 200, no, there were over 300 ninjas. Those masks. Could they be from Konoha? Nagato's voice was heavy with concern. The ninjas on Hanzo's side were clearly divided into two groups, one of which did not bear the Rain Village forehead protector, but resembled Konoha's Umbu Black Ops masks. By the orders of Lord Danzo, we have 130 Umbu ninjas at your command. Please give the order to eliminate the Akatsuki. One of the Konoha ninjas stepped forward, his voice booming without the slightest hint of concealment. All members of the Akatsuki shall perish in this valley today, and the dead reveal no secrets. Very well. I shall fulfill my promise to Danzo. Hanzo squinted his eyes and smiled. Although the number of ninjas in the village was substantial, most were engaged in missions, leaving him with few subordinates to deploy. To ensure the complete eradication of the burgeoning Akatsuki, Hanzo had contacted Danzo. That man had sought his support to elevate Danzo to the position of the fourth Hokage. At last, he could find a use for him. With the assistance of Konoha's forces, the extermination operation would be foolproof. A genius? A genius who has not matured is worth less than a mere pile of refuse by the roadside. However, Hanzo will no longer allow Akatsuki to expand. He is the ruler of the Land of Rain, the sole and absolute sovereign. As for Dan's matters, even if he were to have a change of heart, what could Dan's possibly do to him? It has always been Hanzo who has manipulated others. Yahiko, what shall we do now? Nagato clenched his fists, his expression cold and foreboding. The tension between the two factions of ninjas was palpable, with chaos ready to erupt at any moment. The opposing side consisted of elite warriors, while the majority of Akatsuki's ranks were merely chunin, not to mention they were outnumbered, with only a third of the enemy's forces. Should a battle ensue, the odds of victory here are non-existent. Yahiko, That is your name? I assent it? Do you have any final words? Hanzo wore a victor's smile, seemingly mocking the Navi youth across from him. A demigod of the ninja world? A friend once stated something intriguing. The title of demigod should be bestowed upon the salamander, not some worthless figure wielding a scythe. Yahiko chuckled inexplicably. I have sent him to retrieve your precious salamander. If you dare to lay a hand on Akatsuki, I assure you that your summoning beast shall perish. Upon hearing this, Hanzo fell into an unusual silence. The ninjas behind him dared not act, awaiting their lord's command. So, what will it be? If you let us go, the salamander shall remain unharmed. Yahiko spoke again, employing a bargaining chip that was originally meant for dire circumstances, unexpectedly finding it useful. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The dark clouds loomed above, and as the rain fell, the ninja seemed to calm somewhat. The salamander is a treasure of Lord Hanzo. Even the death of his son would not sway him so easily. The torrential rain would wash away the scent of blood in the air. Zetsu emerged from the earth, observing the distant ninjas from hundreds of meters away. Presently, Akatsuki is but a toy crafted by children. Only under my guidance can it become the true Akatsuki and ultimately realize that grand vision. The man in the black robe spoke in a hoarse voice. He was not wrapped in bandages today, concealing his face with an orange whirlpool mask, his left eye glowing a vivid crimson. I once believed that killing his parents would be enough to incite his hatred, yet Nagato still strayed down the wrong path. Yahiko and Jiraiya saved him. But someone like him does not require saving. He only needs the power of those eyes to make this world comprehend his suffering. He disdainfully scoffed at the child's Navi dreams and friendships. A stumbling child always needs a leader. Obito murmured. After 2 minutes of confrontation, both leaders maintained their silence. Have you made your decision? Without the salamander, Hanzo, those whom you have offended will likely not let you escape unscathed. Yahiko gradually found his confidence. If Hans were to annihilate Akatsuki at the cost of sacrificing a salamander, his days of comfort would likely come to an end. Ha! The man suddenly erupted into laughter, disdainfully regarding the naive youth before him, his face a mask of madness. Surely, you do not believe that I possess only one salamander? Hans coldly pronounced the death sentence for every member of Akatsuki. Indeed, several years ago, he possessed only a single salamander, which he had summoned exclusively in battle. However, a few years back, he began cultivating new salamanders. Although they were merely several meters in size and still in their juvenile stage, they were already capable of producing toxins. He had kept this secret hidden, even from his wife and children, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances regarding his summoned beast. It seemed he had indeed laid the groundwork for success. Akatsuki? Merely a farce. The pitiable glimmer of hope in Yahiko's eyes appeared to Hans as a delightful masterpiece. Engage. Hans commanded with a wave of his hand. Including the elite forces of Konoha's Umbu, over 300 skilled ninjas immediately entered combat mode. The clash of kunai and swords resonating through the air. The atmosphere was thick with killing intent, bodies strewn across the ground. Death. Countless lives were lost. Familiar faces fell one after another. Many of these ninjas had families. They had their own kin, husbands, wives, and children. They had heard of Akatsuki's ideals. Inspired by the passionate young man, and joined the organization. They believed fervently in a bright future for Akatsuki, a future for the land of rain. Yahiko. Yahiko. Nagato struggled to fend off the onslaught of kunai with wind release. All around him lay cold, lifeless bodies, blood soaking his clothes, both enemy and comrade alike. The enemy was overwhelming, instilling a sense of despair. Ultimately, only 2 lives remained, or perhaps just 1. Survive, Nagato. You must live, no matter what. Akatsuki has not yet been entirely extinguished. Yahiko coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth, in a bid to shield Nagato. He could not avoid the enemy's jutsu, his chest pierced by several poison kunai. Yahiko. Nagato cried out in despair. This shy, reticent boy was left with nothing but sorrow in that moment. He seemed to be transported back to that dark night of hopelessness, powerless to intervene. Helplessly watching as his parents were murdered by Konoha ninjas. You are the savior of this world. Yahiko smiled contentedly. As his breath faded, a smile graced his face. Jiraiya-sensei was a gentle soul. He never proclaimed which of his students was the most exceptional, nor did he belittle anyone, treating everyone equally. Yet Yahiko knew that his own talents were utterly unremarkable. Even if one diligently cultivates to the rank of a jonin, they remain merely a jonin. Nagato, however, is distinct. He possesses the eyes that would astonish even his master, Jiraiya. Those are the eyes of the sage of the 6 paths, the progenitor of all ninjas. He often boasts of grand ideals and speaks of peace, ultimately becoming the leader of Akatsuki. Yet, Yahiko understands in his heart that the true savior is Nagato. He envisioned a day when Nagato would thrive and realize that he is the genuine hero, the hope of Akatsuki, the hope of the land of rain. But he never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Yahiko, Yahiko. Nagato's calls can no longer reach him. His companion in his arms has lost the breath of life, the rain stealing away the warmth from the corpse, warm blood continuously oozing from the wounds. I have a grand dream, a dream of world peace. That red-haired boy, has anyone bullied you? It's all right. Eat up, it won't cost you anything. Nice to meet you. I am Yahiko. Ha ha ha. That fruit vendor, we always steal apples from him. Hey, have you seen that girl? I think her name is Conan. She is said to have a formidable brother. Nagato, don't look so glum. Even Jiraiya-sensei says that this demeanor will prevent you from finding a girlfriend. Akatsuki has been established. Remember to call me leader. You'll be my little brother, wearing a black cloak and holding a black umbrella, striding through the streets with style. Let us do it. Hans calmly commanded. The operation proceeded smoothly, with only one adversary remaining. Even their leader had perished. Meanwhile, they had incurred only minimal casualties. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shuriken flew from the hands of the ninjas. Even a body made of stone could be pierced like a hedgehog. How much more so for an unarmed, fragile boy? If this world is engulfed in endless strife, I shall become the god of this world. Nagato recalled his companion's words. Almost instinctively, the boy rose to his feet, the shuriken halted by an invisible barrier, clattering to the ground several meters away. It actually deflected? How was that possible? Hans furrowed his brow, and the ninjas around him displayed expressions of astonishment. A moment of reflection? No. Even the struggles of a dying person do not yield such an uncanny ability. This is unprecedented. He is no ordinary child, those eyes. Hans seemed to connect the dots but could not recall where he had encountered such eyes before. Eliminate him. Go. The Umbu of Konoha could no longer wait. Just one person. They were eager to resolve this troublesome situation and return to the village with no time to waste. Summoning technique. Outer Path Golem. In the face of life and death, Nagato's Rinnegan abilities were fully awakened. He summoned a forbidden entity, a colossal hand emerging from the depths of the earth, ruthlessly trampling the ninjas of Konohagakure as though they were mere ants. This being, known as the Outer Path Golem, possessed a massive humanoid form, towering over 200 meters, with a head adorned with 9 closed eyes and skin resembling withered wood, while 10 columnar protrusions jutted from its back. It was a true monstrosity, imbued with divine power. A black rod shot forth from the Outer Path Golem, piercing the back of the red-haired youth and siphoning his chakra. Every power exacts a toll, and the price for wielding the Outer Path Golem was none other than Nagato himself. The youth's body visibly withered, his vitality rapidly draining away. This was the might of the Rinnegan. Obito observed the scene from a distance, an exemplary informant, his ability to conceal his presence unparalleled. Thus he harbored no fears of exposure. That was a chakra rod, a remnant left by Lord Madara before his demise, and now Nagato was employing that power just as Lord Madara had foreseen. Zetsu murmured softly. A purple dragon emerged from the mouth of the Outer Path Golem, a potent sealing technique that transcended the realm of souls. Though hundreds of ninjas appeared numerous, the moment they encountered the dragon, their souls would be instantaneously devoured, becoming sustenance for the Outer Path Golem. This was a massacre of one against hundreds. Roar. The ferocious dragon fixated on the last remaining foe on the battlefield. Hundreds of ninjas were consumed, not a single opportunity for resistance afforded. Their souls snatched away without even a scratch upon their bodies. The possession of the Rinnegan was truly astonishing. Hans sighed, as if lamenting the failures of the day. Akatsuki had been obliterated. Yet, as long as that young man remained alive, Akatsuki could be rebuilt at any moment. The fallen were mere refuse. Rather than a threat being extinguished, it had only intensified. At it, the sole response to Hans's musings was the wrathful roar of the youth. The red-haired boy, consumed by fury, continued to command the purple dragon to bombard Hans's position. In a moment of dire peril, Hans formed a single-handed seal, unleashing his ultimate life-saving ninjutsu. The chaotic battle concluded with an earth-shattering explosion. Only 2 remained alive. This was destined to be the darkest day in the history of Akatsuki. Amigakure. Outskirts. The battlefield, recently marred by combat, lay drenched in blood, with corpses piled high like small mountains. The red-haired youth leaned against a rock, cradling the lifeless form of a fallen comrade. What a splendid spectacle! A sudden voice pierced the air. Nagato wearily turned his head to discover the figure of a peculiar man clad in an orange mask. Toby. It was unmistakably him. Who are you? Nagato's voice was drained, cold, and devoid of emotion. In such a bizarre moment, if he could not discern the trouble that Toby represented, he might as well find a block of tofu and end his life. Uchiha Madara. Afei's voice conveyed a peculiar clarity. His left eye revealed a piercing crimson. While three black Magatama lay quietly, defiantly locking gazes with Nagato's Rinnegan. What is your purpose? Nagato exhibited no excess emotion to express surprise. His sole concern lay with the lifeless body cradled in his arms. His most cherished companion, now silent and unresponsive, forever voiceless. Uchiha Obito. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were resurrected and stood before him, Nagato would not spare him a glance. The rain falls heavily, Obito remarked nonchalantly, extending his hand to catch the descending droplets. Yahiko's death was akin to a raindrop hitting the ground, unremarkable and devoid of any ripple, irrespective of the man he once was. Do you not think this world is flawed? Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Conan departed from the deep mountains. The salamander had never been summoned, leading the duo to believe their mission had proceeded without a hitch, neglecting to retrieve the explosive tags. However, upon returning to the Akatsuki's territory, they were met with an unsettling emptiness, no figures in sight. Where have they gone? A sense of foreboding gripped Conan's heart. To that cliff, Lin Xuan's expression darkened slightly. The orchestrator had indeed executed the plan, and perhaps now Nagato was with Obito, possibly accompanied by Zetsu as well. If they hurried to the scene, they would likely encounter nothing but corpses and bloodstains, perhaps even the bodies had been disposed of. Half an hour later, outside the village. No, how could this be? What lay before them resembled a hellish tableau. The remnants of explosive clashes marked the ground, alongside dozens of terrifying craters, as if struck by a giant's fist. Corpses and blood soaked the earth, the aftermath of a formidable fire jutsu rendering the battlefield unrecognizable, while the torrential rain could not mask the stench of charred remains. The black curtain of rain thickened, and Lin Xuan silently held an umbrella beside his sister. The bodies were so ravaged that identification was nearly impossible. Obito and Zetsu had already taken Nagato away. Yahiko's body was likely among them. Brother, why? Why has this happened? Conan collapsed into his embrace, tears staining Lin Xuan's attire. The young man held her close, wishing to offer her a modicum of solace through his warmth. A fleeting moment of regret crossed Lin Xuan's mind. If he had opposed Conan's joining of the Akatsuki, perhaps this night would not be so sorrowful. Yet that thought vanished just as quickly. No, Yahiko was destined to perish. This was the very outcome Zetsu and Obito had hoped to witness. Tragedy was inescapable. Lin Xuan? He had no desire to confront the world's greatest villain at this juncture, especially over Yahiko. Without the requisite strength, one should not feign bravado. He was acutely aware of his current limitations. Xiaonan, no matter what happens, your brother will protect you and will never leave you. The gentle words of the youth linger in her ears. It matters not. Aside from his sister, he cares not what the others behind the scenes do. He would not confront them unless absolutely necessary. Instead, he would utilize them. From the very beginning, Lin Xuan was never a good person, nor did he possess a saintly heart. He was not in the past, nor will he be in the future. Brother, brother, Xiaonan cried, eventually succumbing to slumber in the embrace of the young man, or rather, she had fainted. The members of the Akatsuki were akin to family to her. Yet now they were all gone, separated by the chasm of death. After observing the spectacle for so long, will you not come forth to meet me? Lin Xuan, holding an umbrella, carried his sister on his back. Without activating his bloodline, his perceptive abilities were relatively dull. However, he did not require sharp senses. For the other party had no intention of concealing their presence. This was neither voyeurism nor surveillance. It was an invitation. On our first encounter, you may call me Zetsu. The white one is white Zetsu, and the black one is black Zetsu. Madara wishes to converse with you. A shadow draped in a black cloak emerged from the earth, barely retaining a human form, divided into black and white halves. Madara? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Uchiha Madara. Zetsu seemed to anticipate Lin Xuan's thoughts, responding in a husky tone with a slight smile. Any ninja would undoubtedly recognize the name of Uchiha Madara. He should be dead, killed by the god of ninja. Senja Hashirama, Lin Xuan remarked coldly. You were correct. Madara faced a devastating defeat in that battle. Yet, he did not perish and has survived into this era. By the way, he prefers to call himself Obito, Zetsu continued, displaying a confidence that suggested he could predict Lin Xuan's reactions. He was certain that Lin Xuan would come to meet Obito. Uchiha Madara joining the Akatsuki? I sense ulterior motives at play, Lin Xuan observed indifferently. After tonight, does Lin Jun not see the truth? Only power is paramount. Only through sufficient strength can one survive in this world, become a ruler, and seize their own destiny. The newly formed Akatsuki still requires your presence, and of course, your sister. I represent Madara and the new leader Nagato, inviting you to become a member of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki shall change this world. Zetsu's radiant smile shone brightly, though the final words were not his own. A figure emerged from the curtain of black rain, gazing at Lin Xuan with their crimson left eye. Lin Jun, you are a clever individual and understand what my invitation signifies. Obito, Madara, any of those titles will suffice, but one thing remains paramount. This young villain of the Uchiha clan, possessing the Sharingan, indeed holds sufficient resources and strength. Of course, I shall join. Rather than secretly guarding against you malevolent spirits, it is far better to align myself with you. This way, should I meet my demise, I would at least do so with clarity. Such is the reasoning, is it not? The youth responded with a cheerful smile. Lin Jun is quite humorous. Are we not friends? Ah Fei also grinned widely. Perhaps so. Complete the hidden task and become an official member of Akatsuki. Acquire 2,000 points of world reputation. Current level, 21. Distributable attribute points, 100. Note: charm and luck cannot be allocated. In the dimly lit room, the young boy gazed at the ethereal, white screen visible only to him. His finger delicately tapped a particular plus sign repeatedly, 100 times. Explorer 5146-5145. Level, 21. Lifespan, 1830. Blood chi, 3. Soul, 16. Strength, 127. Constitution, 35. Agility, 22. Charm, 2. Luck, 0. Reincarnation points, 43. 500. World reputation, 2,000. During prior battles, Lin Xuan had eliminated several Ch Nin and J Nin, yet according to that voice, the reincarnation points were meant for transactions within the reincarnation space. World reputation only holds significance in the current realm, and upon reaching a certain threshold, one may awaken augmented attributes, but for now, it serves little purpose. Senior, the meeting has commenced, a sudden voice echoed within the room. A comical man emerged from the void, clad in Akatsuki's newly established uniform, a black robe adorned with red clouds. It was Akatsuki's temporary member, Uchiha Obito, also known as Ah Fei. Though he held a subordinate position beneath Lin Xuan and his peers, his strength remained unknown. He had, however, displayed the ability to phase through matter, rendering any physical attacks ineffective against him. What meeting? Lin Xuan muttered impatiently. Did we not just convene 2 days ago? I prefer assignments involving assassination rather than remaining seated at a conference table surrounded by a cadre of men. Your memory fails you, Senior. Nagato has gone to recruit suitable fighters for the organization, and he returned with a rather capable rogue, albeit with a rather unpleasant disposition. Ah Fei chuckled. Is it Kakuzu? Lin Xuan speculated. The current year is 41 in the Konoha calendar, and the nascent Akatsuki has been established for 6 months. Orochimaru has yet to defect from the village, and Uchiha Itachi has not even been born, leaving the pool of powerful allies for Akatsuki rather limited. Firstly, there is Kakuzu, who has lived since the era of the first Hokage, extending his life through the use of the Earth Grudge Fear technique to replace his heart, making him older than the third Hokage. The information regarding this individual was fortunately obtained through the Akatsuki's intelligence officer, JZ. Secondly, there is Sasori, a prodigious puppet master hailing from the Sand Village, who has only recently gained notoriety within the shinobi world. Sasori's parents were slain by the Konoha White Fang during the Second Shinobi World War. Initially, he sought vengeance against Konoha, but the White Fang mysteriously committed suicide. Consequently, Sasori placed the blame for his parents' death upon the third Kazekage, asserting that had it not been for the latter's negligence, the Sand Village would not have suffered defeat, leading to his parents' demise. The subsequent events unfolded simply. The third Kazekage was assassinated by Sasori, and to this day, the ninja of the Sand Village remain oblivious to his whereabouts, as well as to the identity of his assailant. In the wake of this crisis, Raza was hastily appointed as the fourth Kazekage, while Sasori soon defected from the Sand Village. Thanks to the exceptional intelligence network, Akatsuki was able to discover these remarkable talents. The group has assembled. In a concealed cavern, a man with orange hair opened his eyes. His body was pierced and embedded with a special black rod, and black ripples flickered in his eyes, emanating a faint purple glow. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko. Following that fateful night, Nagato seemed to have transformed, obsessively delving into the potential of his eyes. To avoid exposing his true form to the world, he utilized 6 corpses, inserting black rods capable of transmitting chakra, allowing them to wield the powers of the Rinnegan. Among them, Yahiko's corpse was crafted into the most formidable of the 6 paths. Allow me to introduce myself. Yahiko stated as a shadow bearing a special member's ring emerged, adorned with the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the hidden waterfall village. The inscription on the ring of his left middle finger read North. Kisame will henceforth oversee the financial management of Akatsuki. The man spoke in a low voice, scanning the surroundings. Invited by the leader, he was captivated by the strength of this formidable individual and intrigued by Akatsuki's ambition to dominate the world, thus choosing to join. Nagato, who is Yahiko, had a ring inscribed with 0, a half-black, half-white figure, bearing the inscription Mystery. A slender girl with blue-purple short hair, marked with white. A common boy with black hair and black eyes, radiating a bright smile, his ring inscribed with Forest. Lastly, a young man adorned with an orange whirlpool mask, who was merely a provisional member of Akatsuki and did not possess his own ring, had only been issued the organization's uniform. The purpose of this gathering was not only to welcome Kisame but also to assign a task. Zetsu had uncovered the whereabouts of Sasori, and Yahiko inquired, "Who among you will approach him?" Yahiko's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Xuan. The newly formed Akatsuki had begun to flourish once more. Yet the number of capable fighters within the organization was limited. Zetsu's prowess lay solely in intelligence gathering, not in combat. As for Tobi, his intentions were utterly inscrutable. Otherwise, he would not have opted to remain a provisional member. Kisame was new and required further observation. Thus, such a critical task could only be entrusted to those deemed trustworthy. The remaining candidates were Lin Xuan and Conan, who were inseparable companions. "Very well, I shall undertake this mission," Lin Xuan declared, unable to bear the intense scrutiny of the Rinnegan. "Don't look at me like that. I haven't stolen your rice." Lin Xuan lamented, "Honestly, this recruiting task is far from suitable for someone with a penchant for killing." "Brother, I shall accompany you," Conan chimed in. Tobi and Zetsu were no strangers to such discussions, and Yahiko merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let us go together." Lin Xuan yawned, taking his sister's hand as they departed the meeting room. Side quest, Favor of the Wind. Quest details. Proceed to the target location. Defeat and recruit Sasori of the Red Sand. Difficulty, Average. Rewards, Agility 5, Luck 1, Reincarnation Points 8,000, World Reputation 2,000. Does this enhance luck? The young man smiled silently. Although he doubted the significance of such an ethereal attribute, one is certainly preferable to none. Wait, was that statement ambiguous? 2 days later, the Land of Wind. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand, with relentless sandstorms sweeping across everything. Given these conditions, he suddenly felt that the days in the rain village weren't so bad after all. Lin Xuan sighed. Such a place is only suitable for ascetic monks to cultivate, not for human habitation. Living here for decades would undoubtedly drive one insane. The red sand scorpion should be lurking nearby. Xiaonan held the meticulously drawn map. In the border villages of the Land of Wind, numerous massacres had occurred, with hundreds of innocent civilians perishing overnight. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of that rogue ninja. How pitiful those villages are. Not a single person could be used as material, but it seems fortune is on my side today. A voice, cold and serpentine, sounded in astonishment. Lin Xuan appeared unfazed, locking eyes with the unexpected visitor, a fair-skinned boy with red hair, clad in a grayish-brown puppet master's uniform. His bare arms were wrapped in white bandages, burdened with several scrolls of ninjutsu, likely the treasures of this prodigious puppeteer. The villages near the Land of Wind were decimated overnight. At least that is how the rumors portray you. The girl's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of admiration, mirroring her brother's expression. "Young man, would you be interested in joining Akatsuki? There is currently a limited-time event where Pain distributes rice to new members." Lin Xuan grinned. "Who are you?" The red-haired youth seemed intrigued. These two could serve as excellent materials for puppet making, yet they appeared unperturbed by his presence. Perhaps their intention was to target him? "By order of our leader, we are here to invite you to join Akatsuki. The organization can protect rogue ninjas like yourself, allowing you to fulfill your destined tasks, with the rest left to your discretion." Lin Xuan scrutinized his opponent. The Scorpion's defection had occurred many years ago. He had been lying in wait, with his greatest trump card being a puppet made from the body of the third Kazekage. That sounds appealing, but isn't your tone rather presumptuous? Moreover, Scorpion seemed more intrigued by the two prey before him, retrieving a scroll from his back. The scroll unfurled, revealing a preset space ninjutsu, and he bit his finger, marking it with his own blood. Shall we fight? Lin Xuan wore an expression of inevitability. Geniuses are often proud, perhaps arrogantly, so to their very core. To submit without a fight is inconceivable. You will soon discover, my strength is more than sufficient to protect myself, and after today, I will acquire 2 more collectibles. Scorpion's fingers extended, releasing colorless threads that connected to the summoned puppet, the third Kazekage. This is Scorpion's most prized creation, at least until today. The bloodline limit of the 3rd generation of Wind Shadows is magnet release, allowing him to manipulate iron sand freely as a weapon. Anything containing iron can be controlled by him. He has been crafted into a puppet, yet retains that capability. Xiaonan whispered. That shadow-level individual was also a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world. His abilities were no secret. Rest assured, when have I ever been defeated? Lin Xuan stretched lazily. The combat prowess of that puppet is quite impressive, capable of withstanding the attacks of dozens of elite ninjas. Its offensive and defensive capabilities are impeccable, nearly flawless. However, a puppet is merely a puppet. The strength lies with the puppet, not the puppeteer. Scorpion himself is far too weak. Underestimate me? You shall pay the price. Scorpion sneered. At this moment, both sides revealed their true intentions. Lin Xuan darted across the sandy terrain like lightning, and Scorpion's puppet sprang into action. Magnet release, iron sand shield. Scorpion shouted. A substantial amount of chakra surged into the puppet's form, enabling the execution of a technique. Black iron sand coalesced into a robust wall 2 meters thick, encircling Scorpion in a perfectly seamless 360-degree defense. The opponent's speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, clearly a master of taijutsu. He only needed to manipulate the iron sand for defense before using it to form giant needles, spinning tops, or piercing barriers. He had countless methods to vanquish his foes. It's over. Xiaonan shook her head and took a few steps back, instinctively closing her eyes. The Akatsuki organization is filled with talent, and even more monsters. Lin Xuan is a brute proficient in sheer violence. He knows only to charge forward, either delivering a devastating punch or following it up with another. Unless one possesses an elusive ability like Madara's intangibility, other physical defenses are as flimsy as paper before her brother. Moreover, her brother has recently grown stronger, having broken chopsticks several times during meals. That is a sign that his body is still adapting to his newfound strength. Crack. In an instant, Scorpion thought he was hearing things. Iron sand breaking? How could that be? This was a 2-meter-thick wall of iron sand, and his enemy was unarmed. The fissure widened, resembling a spreading spider web, and Scorpion's pupils involuntarily constricted. Yet before he could react with an emergency jutsu, that wall shattered, his pride crushed under the weight of brute force. The youth charged forward, striking, breaching defenses for Scorpion. It was barely 2 seconds. Boom. The speed was incomprehensible. No, it was divine speed. Scorpion felt a shadow suddenly materialize before him, and the next moment, he was struck in the chest and sent flying several dozen meters away, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free. Now, will you come quietly with us? A voice echoed in his ears. Just as Scorpion landed, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. What manner of speed is this man possessing? Moreover, that astonishing strength, capable of demolishing his most cherished defenses, leaves one pondering the fragility of the human body. Why is it so? You, Scorpion, exerting every ounce of your strength, find yourself utterly unable to rise. Your vision blurs increasingly, the taste of your own blood saturating your mouth. Your chest feeling as though it has been pierced, and your limbs rendered immobile by excruciating pain. You, what connection do you have with Tsunade? Scorpion inquires softly, coughing up blood, his voice halting, akin to a final farewell. Tsunade? I do not know her. Lin Xuan responds with a slight pause, then decisively shakes his head. That woman possesses immense strength, a gift of the Senju clan's bloodline, which she has fortuitously awakened. The two bloodlines are utterly unrelated. You. Scorpion opens his mouth, seemingly wanting to articulate something further, but soon succumbs to unconsciousness. Have we gone too far? Xiaonan approaches slowly, her eyes reflecting sympathy. Poor fellow, prideful in his ninjutsu. He was utterly crushed by another's blow, nearly losing his life in the process. Is this the genius of Sunagakure? The perpetrator of the massacre in the Land of Wind? This seems rather inadequate. Overboard. What nonsense. The youth must endure the harsh lessons of society. Otherwise, how could they ever comprehend the greatness of the Akatsuki? Who is Kakazu? In his youth, he dared to assassinate even Shinja Hashirama, though ultimately he failed. After being suspended and punished by the Deva Path, he surely learned his lesson. Lin Xuan scoffs dismissively. The Akatsuki requires talent, but not arrogant talent. Scorpion's attitude of being the world's greatest will not change without a few lessons. When did the Akatsuki become mere bandits? Xiaonan cannot help but scoff, wiping the sweat from her brow. We are not bandits. We are far more vile and shameless. The Akatsuki is a war organization composed of lunatics, willing to kill for whoever pays us. In the words of our leader, we are preparing for the future. We are the true rulers of the world. Recruiting a few talented individuals, employing somewhat brutal methods, is of no consequence. Was it not previously stated that severing limbs is permissible as long as they breathe? After all, that individual is proficient in medical arts. Lin Xuan mutters on. Having procured 2 burlap sacks from somewhere, one containing Scorpion, the other filled with his puppets and scrolls, the youth's approach to tasks mirrors his combat style, straightforward and brutal. Those who have witnessed it cannot help but concede. For those who resist, they have either been subdued or have met their demise. Brother, you are increasingly exuding the aura of a thug. Watching Lin Xuan drag the 2 sacks along the ground, Xiaonan cannot help but feel astonished. That once gentle boy from the village hidden in rain has just defeated an opponent of shadow-level caliber, yet he appears utterly unfazed by the achievement. Defeating shadows is the lifelong pursuit of a ninja, yet on his face, it seems there are only 4 words. I'm hungry. Xiaonan, is there any food left? Yes. What about water? Yes. Wait, that's the one I drank. Am I not allowed to drink what you've already consumed? Lin Xuan squinted and spoke in a teasing tone. Brother, if you don't mind, I don't mind either. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Where has that fool run off to? He wouldn't expect me to carry 2 heavy sacks back to the Hidden Rain village, would he? If he doesn't come to collect soon, I might just set fire to this genius of Sunagakure. Beneath the scorching sun, the peculiar siblings traversed the desert. In a distant land, within a bustling and lively village, a man struggled to find sleep deep into the night, his silver hair shimmering under the moonlight. Perhaps it was due to the uncertainty of dreams, the wanderers chased after illusions. The Hidden Mist Village. Now often referred to as the Land of Blood Mist. The Land of Water is an island nation established amidst the sea, remote in its geography. Usually devoid of conflicts with major powers, existing in a relatively peaceful state. However, since the end of the Third Shinobi World War, with the return of the Fourth Mizukage Yagura, everything has changed. This tale begins a few days prior. On that day, a strangely attired ninja arrived in the village, moving in an unusual manner, seemingly searching for something. Who are these visitors? The Fourth Mizukage personally set out to greet them, wielding a black staff with a hooked end. His youthful face, innocent and cherubic, made this renowned powerhouse appear as though he were merely 13 years old. Ugh, this weather is absurd. Is the Hidden Mist Village truly nothing but mist? Faces are indistinguishable 2 meters away, 5 meters, and it's a blur between human and beast, and at 10 meters, it's as if I've gone blind. A certain eccentric trembled, voicing his grievances. Brother, the Mizukage is watching. Act appropriately. A beautiful young girl, looking somewhat helpless, stood nearby. With her short bluish-purple hair adorned with a delicate white paper flower, perhaps crafted by her own hands. Mizukage? Is this the Mizukage? I would believe you if you said this was the Mizukage's son. The boy rudely pointed at the highest authority in the Hidden Mist Village. For a fleeting moment, Yagura appeared utterly bewildered. Is this a suspicious enemy? He merely felt he had encountered a fool, and a foolishly beautiful girl as his sister. Yagura intended to inquire about the ninja's purpose. Perhaps they were merely tourists in the Hidden Mist Village. The Umbu seemed overly sensitive, perceiving everyone as a foe. Mizukage-sama, what were you just saying? A third figure in black emerged. He too donned the uniform embellished with red clouds, but wore a peculiar orange spiral mask. And nothing. Yagura left in a daze, his mind clouded. From this moment forth, Yagura's life shall undergo a profound transformation, rendering him a mere plaything of the Uchiha. Is this the power of the Sharingan? The youth chuckled gleefully. Even the Mizukage is powerless against the illusions cast by the Sharingan. Truly, Madara is remarkable, Conan marveled. This time, the 3 of them were commanded by Nagato to seek out talented individuals within the Hidden Mist Village. Merely having Kakuzu and Sasori would not suffice for the organization's ambitions. In the anticipated scheme, The Akatsuki must possess no fewer than 10 official members. I cannot be away from Yagura for too long, lest the grip of the illusion wanes. The recruitment is in your hands now. With those final words, Tobi's figure dissolved into nothingness. Manipulating Yagura, he returned to the Hokage's office as if nothing had transpired. Unbeknownst to anyone that the master of the Hidden Mist Village had changed at this very moment. Brother, shall we not intervene? Conan questioned, her voice laced with concern. It seems Madara has ulterior motives. Watching Madara depart, she finally dared to voice her thoughts. Sister, you've matured, he replied. You are correct. His presence here is not merely for recruiting talent, but whatever his intentions, they do not concern us. We shall focus on our own duties. Lin Xuan responded nonchalantly. Tobi's true identity is Obito Uchiha, and his return here is driven by vengeance. During the Third Great Ninja War, an unforeseen incident almost claimed his life when struck by a boulder. In his final moments, he bestowed one of his Sharingan upon his friend Kakashi Hitaki, resulting in Kakashi's transformation into the infamous Kakashi of the Sharingan. But this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that Obito did not perish. He was rescued by Madara and Zetsu, who at that time still clung to life. Obito merged with Zetsu's form and survived, yet upon regaining consciousness in the outside world, he was met with the devastating news of Rin's demise. Rin had been captured by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist and had the three tails sealed within her body. Attempting to incite chaos within Konohagakure through treachery, aiming to obliterate the village, Kakashi was present at the scene. Yet he was powerless to thwart those ninjas and could not bring himself to slay Rin. Ultimately, Rin sacrificed herself under Kakashi's jutsu. When Obito finally arrived at the scene, he was consumed by rage akin to Nagato on the night of Yahiko's death. The heart of that youth shattered completely. Madara is indeed correct. The Moon's Eye plan is the salvation of this world. A vengeful soul, once empowered, will not permit their adversary to live even a second longer. Lin Xuan continued. Is the Hidden Mist Village an enemy of Madara? Conan inquired, her confusion deepening. It is nothing. You will learn the truth in due time. But now is not the moment for revelations. Lin Xuan smiled, gently ruffling her sister's hair. Conan's abilities were steadily improving, yet it was still insufficient. Her acting skills were woefully inadequate. If she were to unveil the cruel truths of this world to her, would she be able to communicate normally with Obito and Zetsu in the future? Such vulnerabilities would inevitably surface. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist drove Obito's most beloved girl to her demise, albeit guided by malevolent hands. Now is the time for them to pay the blood debt in blood. The bloodline limit is a cruel reality. I never expected Madara to be so ruthless. Conan wore a bitter expression. It was the third day since she and Lin Xuan arrived in the Hidden Mist Village. Yet the air was thick with the stench of blood, permeating the entire village. Under Madara's manipulation, Yakura issued a massacre order against the clans with bloodline limits. The bloodline limit is a cursed lineage, and anyone bearing such a trait must perish, regardless of whether they are a mere infant or a venerable elder. Kill, annihilate them all. The Kagaya clan, possessing the corpse bone bloodline, and the Akatsuki clan, known for their unique water constitution, whose ancestor, Kagaya H. Getsu, once served as the second Mizukage. Additionally, there is the Terumi clan, which historically produced wielders of the dissolution and boiling release bloodlines. These three families represent only a fraction of the victims. The entire Hidden Mist Village's ninja clans, particularly those with bloodline limits, faced relentless assaults and slaughter at the hands of their own village's ninjas. The once glorious clans, now decimated under the blade of the fourth Mizukage, saw only a handful survive, forced to live in hiding, obscured from the world. The tyranny of the fourth Mizukage sparked a rebellion. A significant number of ninjas deserted, willing to risk their lives to escape this deranged ninja village. There is little surprise in this. Lin Xuan remained composed, even sipping tea at this moment. After all, they are merely the deceased. This world witnesses deaths every day, and the vast majority, whether alive or dead, have little to no impact on it. Such is the lament of the weak. Brother, I retract my words comparing you to a bandit in the Warring States period. A person like you would be labeled a tyrant. Conan weakly slumped over the table. The restaurant continued its regular operations, though the atmosphere within was oppressive. The common folk bore expressions of deep sorrow, evidently subdued by the iron-fisted methods of their rulers. An invisible dread was spreading throughout the village, and even across the entire land of water. When a tyrant is remembered, it is not without consequence. At least someone remembers your name, even if they do so with gritted teeth. The tyrant has indeed arrived. Lin Xuan chuckled softly as he gazed out the window. There stood the architect of the Blood Mist, a man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Is Lin speaking of me? Obito seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting someone to secretly label him a tyrant. It is not about who you are. The air quality has deteriorated these days. Lin Xuan shook his head, gesturing for Conan to pour a cup of tea for the guest. The families that were slaughtered, over a dozen in total, accumulated to at least 10,000 individuals. 90% of them had not awakened their bloodline limits, many of whom were not even ninjas. Yet, not a single soul from these families managed to escape. This was all orchestrated by Obito. Lin Xuan jested, stating that those who aim for great deeds should not be bogged down by trivialities. The air quality would soon improve. Obito scoffed, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. He seeks to sow chaos within this village, intent on its self-destruction without lifting a finger. Indeed, the village is already in ruins. How is the investigation I assigned to you progressing? Lin Xuan seemed to mention it casually. The Terumi clan? I instructed Yagura to issue orders. And the covert ninjas have scoured the area, yet they found no leads. If what Lin claims is true, and there exists within Kirigakure a prodigy of the Terumi clan bearing a bloodline limit, it would surely escape our surveillance. Afe replied calmly. During the massacre of those clans, he was mostly present to observe. Except for a few stragglers undertaking missions outside the village, those within were mercilessly slaughtered. Given this, let the matter rest here. Lin Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appears that Kirigakure has been devastated by the tyranny of the fourth Mizukage. However, the situation is not as dire as one might imagine. The woman named Terumi Mei is undoubtedly a talented ninja of the Terumi clan, destined to become the fifth Mizukage. Leveraging her unique bloodline limits of dissolution and boiling, this village is fraught with complexities. There are matters even Yagura does not comprehend, which is why Obito has been unable to uncover the truth about that woman. Brother, are we returning now? Conan propped her head on her hand, blinking her eyes. The current atmosphere in Kirigakure is stifling, far worse than in the Land of Rain. We shall return here again. Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously. Since we could not locate Terumi Mei this time, perhaps we shall next time. Obito's reign will undoubtedly not endure. Even the Mizukage cannot command every ninja in the village. This holds true across all great nations. Just as Danzo in Konoha has his root ninjas who are entirely beholden to him, willing to draw their blades against the Hokage if necessary. The chaos in Kirigakure does not signify that it will remain in disarray forever. A mere Yagura cannot overturn the balance. After a protracted 3-day journey, Lin Xuan and Conan finally returned to the Land of Rain, back to this perpetually rain-soaked city. The cold edifices stood in clusters, yet at this moment, they felt oddly familiar. I had intended to rest quietly for a while. Conan, your culinary skills have improved. Lin Xuan affectionately patted his sister's head. A surge of chakra emanated from the ring, signifying that the leader, Nagato, had summoned the members for a meeting. Let us first meet Yahiko. Conan seemed somewhat resigned. Nagato is still considered a friend, yet it appears to be merely a facade of friendship. He is unwavering in his belief regarding Uchiha Obito, and in pursuit of that goal, he has disregarded everything else. After a moment, Lin Xuan and Conan arrived at the concealed cave. Indeed, Nagato awaited them there. I have acquired detailed information regarding the mission in Kirigakure from Ju. Now, I present to you the second task I am entrusting to you. Akatsuki is no longer the fragile organization it once was. It is time to settle certain scores, Nagato remarked coldly. Shao has vanished from the public eye, and countless individuals believe that the organization has been obliterated by Hanzo. However, in reality, Shao has grown exponentially stronger than before. Eliminating Hanzo is merely a matter of a command from Nagato. What should be done? Lin Xuan felt a flicker of interest. To kill? That is precisely what he was born to do. After all, he is a professional. In his past life, he was also an assassin, nurtured by the Lin family, and then inexplicably transported to another world. Here lies the mission scroll. Follow the instructions, and leave the rest to me. Time passed swiftly. Lin Xuan and Conan barely had time for a hurried dinner before embarking on their journey of assassination. Amidst the shroud of black rain, two figures stealthily approached the Rain Shinobi stronghold. Hanzo, not only aged but also cowardly, was acutely aware that the boy with the Rinnegan would eventually return. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish his power. Thus, Hanzo fortified the village with layers of defenses, ensuring that even a passing ant could not easily enter. Do you smell something burning? Within the room, a young ninja's expression shifted. He was the leader of this stronghold, named Sato Taniya, an elite jonin. Correct, but unfortunately, there is no reward. A sinister voice echoed in the darkness. Damn it, We have intruders. When did they get in? Just as Sato grasped this alarming reality, flames erupted within the room. Indeed, something was ablaze. And at an astonishing speed, it was not a child's firework, but rather hundreds of explosive tags. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the night sky of Rain Village. The specter of the past, the organization known as Shao, had once again come to claim Hanzo's life. And this time, it was for retribution. Things have truly turned to ash. Hiss. Lin Xuan stood amidst the ruins, beside the instigator of the explosive tags. Conan's paper manipulation had continually advanced, even evolving into a technique that allowed her to transform her body into countless paper fragments, soon acquiring the ability to fly, moving with utmost stealth. No one would suspect several sheets of paper soaring through the sky. I think I understand Nagato's intent. Countless sheets of white paper converged, ultimately reshaping into the form of a young girl, who sighed softly. What? Does our mission hold a deeper significance? Lin Xuan scratched his head. He had never regarded a scoundrel like Hanzo with any seriousness. This demigod's strength was exceedingly mediocre. Relying solely on poison, he was nothing but a waste. In the shinobi world, one could easily find countless formidable individuals capable of effortlessly defeating him. Our emergence serves as a harbinger to Hanzo, a reminder that the vengeful specters of the past have come to reclaim their due. That man shall live in perpetual trepidation, perceiving every shadow as a harbinger of doom. He is acutely aware that his end is nigh, yet the precise moment eludes him. Perhaps it is but a heartbeat away, or perhaps 6 months hence. Each fleeting moment of his existence is a dance with death. He exhausts every means at his disposal, setting traps, establishing strongholds, and orchestrating his subordinates. Yet all of these efforts ultimately prove futile. He is destined to meet his demise at the hands of Akatsuki. This, indeed, is Nagato's reckoning. Conan possesses a keen intellect. She has always been astute, an endearing child. Is that so? Lin Xuan extends her hand to catch the falling raindrops, the cool sensation coursing through her body. These raindrops remain unchanged, reminiscent of years gone by. Yet humanity is a capricious species. Uchiha Obito serves as a prime example. The once glorious Uchiha Madara, who illuminated an entire era, is another. The stage of the ninja world is, in truth, a chessboard for schemers. They delight in fabricating destinies, steering particular individuals down predetermined paths, ultimately rendering them mere pawns, while they themselves need do nothing more than take the stage in the final act, reaping the fruits of victory with smiles on their faces. Yahiko was a casualty, and what of Nagato? Conan is a naive soul, blissfully unaware of the machinations at play. Yet she possesses the ability to discern her brother's thoughts. Lin Xuan harbors no intention of rescuing Nagato. In a surprise attack, Lin Xuan and Conan eradicated one of the Rain Ninja's strongholds. They did not delve deep into enemy territory and subsequently returned to the Akatsuki base. Long time no see. Nagato. Upon entering the cavern atop the mountain, Lin Xuan surveyed the red-haired man within. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for its vitality, a primary reason for Nagato's selection. Yet the burden of the Rinnegan remains immense. Nagato's cheeks are hollow, his complexion ashen, his already slender frame reduced to mere bones. Numerous black rods protrude from his back, connecting him to the 6 paths of pain, facilitating the transfer of chakra and enabling them to unleash jutsu. Lord Lin Xuan, Lady Conan. A white Zetsu within the room bowed respectfully. This was a clone of Zetsu, tasked with overseeing Nagato's sustenance while also monitoring him. You've grown thinner. Conan's eyes betrayed her concern. My affairs are of no worry to you. The plan must proceed, Nagato interjected, waving his hand to silence Conan. This is the first battle of God, and the inaugural step towards Akatsuki's dominion over the world. No missteps are permissible. Nagato's gaze was unwavering as he fixed it upon the two. He aims to gather the tailed beasts to fulfill that ultimate objective, to usher in genuine peace for this world. For this, what is his life worth? I understand. A faint, resigned smile tugged at Lin Xuan's lips as she nodded. God, those who self-proclaim as such seldom meet a favorable fate. Can you truly outshine the protagonist? After all, he possesses the remarkable ability of verbal evasion. Even if he cannot defeat you, he can still belittle you, reducing your intellect and leading you to a profound realization before your demise, orchestrating a seamless transition. The plan unfolds as follows. Nagato's initial step aligns closely with Conan's counsel, aimed at instilling fear within Hanzo, compelling him to torment himself. The subsequent objective is far more straightforward. In a week's time, all members of Pain shall mobilize, exterminating the Rain Shinobi and establishing themselves as the new sovereigns of Amigakure. Particularly, the infamous Hanzo will face the annihilation of his entire clan. Deep within a shadowy underground chamber, Hanzo's countenance darkened upon hearing the news. Instantly, he relocated to this concealed edifice's lower level, with only one individual aware of his true whereabouts, his son, A.J. Nin of Amigakure. "Father, there is nothing," reported a man adorned with the ranged shinobi forehead protector. Kneeling a distance away, Hanzo remains ever vigilant, even against his own progeny, allowing no one to encroach within a 10-meter radius. "Continue gathering intelligence," murmured the elderly man seated upon the wooden chair, gradually closing his eyes. The young ninja exited, leaving Hanzo alone in silence, eyes shut. He had grown old, aging long before this moment. In his youth, he had implanted the poison sac of the salamander within his own body, relying upon it as a source of strength. Not only did he conquer the salamander as his summoning beast, but he also vanquished countless foes through the lethal potency of his toxins, single-handedly altering the course of warfare. Yet, the poison sac remains a bane. Its venom permeates Hanzo's being, not fatal but insidiously affecting his physical capabilities as he ages, leading to a decline in his overall prowess. Humans are inherently drawn to power, even when their abilities do not warrant such positions. The Lion King within a pride does not voluntarily abdicate. He is instead slain by the next king, armed with sharper claws. The poison is not invincible, especially when his adversary wields the Rinnegan. On that fateful night when the dawn of the Akatsuki was extinguished, Hanzo realized he was being hunted. An invisible blade poised at his throat, the crimson-haired man would undoubtedly seek his demise, avenging his fallen comrades. The Rinnegan belongs to the Sage of Six Paths. While he remains merely an aging purveyor of poison, time slips away like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a week has elapsed. Several members of the Akatsuki gather before the gates of Amigakure. Yahiko's dream is to become a god in this irredeemable world, and soon. I shall aid him in achieving that ambition. Pain recounted this calmly, flanked by the figures of the animal path, Naraka path, Azura path, human path, and Preta path, all clad in Akatsuki garb. "This battle shall be executed by Pain. Your task is merely to watch for any possible escapees, though the likelihood remains minimal." Pain's frigid gaze swept over the group, lingering on Konan, Lin Xuan, and Zetsu. It was merely an opportunity to observe Nagato's mastery of the Rinnegan, akin to watching a performance. Lin Xuan opened his mouth several times, only to ultimately abandon his intentions. His mission included matters related to Hanzo, and personally slaying that individual would have been optimal. However, since Nagato had already made his decision, he felt it unwise to argue against it. The thousands of Rinnegan points and world reputation, even if unattainable, would not significantly impact him. There was no need to create discord over such trivial matters. The pain we endured would be repaid to Hanzo tenfold. The Deva path hurled the animal path into the sky, launching it like a projectile. His abilities allowed him to manipulate gravitational and repulsive forces with ease. Summoning technique. In the heavens, the animal path summoned the other pain bodies, brazenly infiltrating the hidden rain village. 6 figures descended upon the village, immediately commencing a massacre. Hanzo had been fortifying the village's defenses, calling upon subordinates and trusted allies, believing it to be an impregnable fortress. Yet, to the Pains, it was merely a lifeless graveyard. Those who dared to defy the will of God would meet the same fate as Hanzo's kin, reduced to mere bones. Ju smiled ominously, while Konan remained expressionless. Unusually silent that day, some sought to escape. Ju suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain spot. A few ordinary-looking individuals hurriedly emerged, appearing to be nothing more than common refugees fleeing disaster. Amidst the chaos of flames and explosions, their flight was not inherently suspicious, yet their movements seemed overly coordinated. Only a well-trained army or ninja would behave in such a manner. "Hey, don't steal my kills," Lin Xuan interjected, volunteering himself. With no hope for Hanzo's head, a small consolation prize would suffice. "Suit yourself." Ju cast a brief glance at the youth, showing no intention to intervene. Regardless of who dealt the blow, Lin Xuan thought it best to let him handle it. After all, his role was primarily that of an information gatherer, and combat was not his forte. They came swiftly, and departed just as quickly. In less than a minute, Lin Xuan returned, his clothes untouched by a single drop of blood. Just a few ch. They were Hanzo's subordinates, having caught wind of certain rumors, and, at a critical moment, unhesitatingly betrayed Hanzo in hopes of fleeing. It seemed the end was near. In despair, he gazed into the depths of the village. "Are you not dead?" In a dim underground chamber, Hanzo stared at the shadow before him, rage etched across his face. The orange-haired youth, the former leader of Akatsuki, was being engulfed by countless jutsu. Confusion, anger, pain. A myriad of emotions flickered across the old man's visage, yet there was no trace of remorse. He merely felt unwilling to accept his inferiority to the opponent, never regretting his choices. You should feel honored to see me. The heavenly path gazed at the ninja known as the demigod, unhurried in taking action. The entirety of the hidden rain village lay within his grasp. The beast path summoned an array of colossal monsters, mercilessly slaughtering Hanzo's subordinates. The hungry ghost path could absorb chakra, rendering even the most potent jutsu futile, while the Azura path, armed with mechanical weaponry, unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower. The human path possessed the ability to capture souls, and the hell path could summon the king of hell, capable of mending and reviving pain, even amidst battle. Escape was not an option. Today, one would surely meet their end here. The heavenly path slowly withdrew a black rod from his sleeve. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Hanzo, however, would not resign himself to defeat. This man swiftly formed hand seals, the flurry of movements mesmerizing to behold, preparing in mere seconds. The heavenly path regarded him with a mocking expression, his gaze dripping with disdain. Boom. A vast quantity of water materialized from thin air. Hanzo, proficient in water release techniques beyond merely the salamander, had another specialty. The water surged upward, nearly inundating half of the basement. Even submerged, Hanzo could swim like a fish. This was his arena, but his intent was not to fight, rather to flee. He lacked the confidence to overcome a man who had returned from the dead, especially one possessing the Rinnegan. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, shadow clone technique, water prison technique, body flicker technique. One by one, Hanzo unleashed his jutsu. The clones and water dragons served to delay, while his true self utilized the body flicker technique to escape at a speed of 50 meters per second. In the face of all this, the heavenly path merely raised his right hand slightly. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force emanated from him. The gigantic water dragon was crushed and exploded like an ant shaking a tree, utterly without suspense. Hanzo's shadow clones were equally ineffective. Before they could complete the seals for the water prison technique, they were obliterated by the repulsive force, dissipating into a white mist. Summoning technique. Hanzo, 100 meters away, felt the dissolution of his shadow clone, his expression darkening. The largest salamander perished due to the explosive tag hidden within, a trap set to detonate automatically 3 days later. Even without external triggers, the summoned beasts this time were 2 juvenile salamanders, each a mere 4 meters long. Childish, the heavenly path stood his ground, impervious to the toxic mist that could not approach. Within the confines of Shinra Tensei, the 2 summoned beasts and 2 tadpoles were indistinguishable, being swiftly subdued. That fellow's courage was remarkably lacking. A shadowy figure, utilizing excellent earth release techniques, stealthily approached the battleground. Hanzo's reputation overshadowed his true strength, especially as he had betrayed his own convictions, lacking even the courage to fight. Black Zetsu remarked coldly. The current generation of ninjas had never encountered Hashirama or Madara. Even the most insignificant dared to provoke the divine. White Zetsu chuckled in delight. The Interstice is revered as the god of ninjas, having conquered the world with sheer strength, rendering even the formidable Uchiha Obito, who wields the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and commands the 9 tails, powerless against him. Yet what of Hans? Is such a scoundrel worthy of being called a demigod? That cowardly wretch, fleeing in disgrace, he is hardly more than a stray dog. Universal pull. Pain uttered with a commanding tone. Instantly, Hans, hundreds of meters away, halted as an unforeseen force gripped his body, pulling him towards the embrace of death. Damned be it. Is this also a capacity of the Rinnegan? Water style, water. Just as Hans was forming his seals, a black rod pierced through his left shoulder. The material of this rod was unknown, yet it disrupted the flow of chakra within his body, rendering him incapable of completing the jutsu. With a thud, Hans, his face contorted in pain, coughed blood, barely managing to keep himself afloat on the water's surface. Devapath stood amidst the ruins, the recent Shinra Tensei having obliterated the surroundings, the upper structures utterly demolished, transforming the area into a vast pit. Rain began to fall, its relentless sound echoing around him. I shall become the god of the land of rain, while you, merely a pitiful and grotesque ant, Devapath scoffed. 5 black rods emerged from his sleeve, impaling the elderly man against a wall. The rods pierced through his heart and lungs, crimson liquid mingling with the rainwater as it cascaded down. Hans was dead. His demise was not only inevitable, but profoundly unsatisfactory. Such a creature did not even merit the dignity of humiliation. Devapath cast one final glance of pity at the gradually cooling corpse on the wall. He had once believed that the sensation of vengeance was exhilarating, an indulgent experience, yet he realized that Hans was scarcely worth the effort. He had never intended to fight. His sole purpose had been survival. How laughable. The battle concluded in less than half a day. Hans's clan was annihilated. The higher-ups of the Rain village were all exterminated, leaving behind only the insignificant remnants. Nagato, as the Six Paths of Pain, assumed control over the Rain village, declaring himself a deity. To his astonishment, Hans was so easily slain. Sasori felt a twinge of regret. A ninja demigod was supposed to embody strength before his betrayal. The village's ninjas had regarded Hans with profound trepidation. His grandmother, Chio, had warned him never to provoke Hans, for that man's toxins were exceedingly troublesome. Could his body fetch a price? At the bounty exchange, Hans's corpse should command a fortune. Kakuzu licked his lips, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. His willingness to manage finances for the Akatsuki stemmed from his immense interest in wealth. However, Hans's death must remain clandestine, and not a whisper should escape to foreign lands. Though he was a failure, the reputation of a demigod indeed instilled fear across nations, providing the Akatsuki with ample time to lie in wait. Devapath unequivocally rejected Kakuzu's proposal. Let the five great nations believe that Hanzo still lives. This is most advantageous for Akatsuki's development. Of course, this plan is merely a suggestion, as that fellow has always been quite astute. Thus, my proposal to act as a puppet is unlikely to succeed. Scorpion sighed and shook his head. He had initially hoped for some promising material to work with, only to find himself disappointed. This is indeed the corpse of a legendary figure. Regardless of Hanzo's current reputation, he was once a formidable shadow, and a complete body of such an individual is rare to find. Brother, I feel a bit weary, Conan expressed, her desire to leave this tedious place evident. The death of Hanzo did not bring her joy. She had heard of the battle through Jay's reports and was well aware of the escape techniques employed. The once semi-divine figure had long lost his original intent, lacking even the courage to face death. But what of Akatsuki now? How much of the current Akatsuki retains the essence of its former self? The leadership of Amigakure had changed hands, yet no one dared to spread the news. The one who called himself Pain had seized control of the city, said to possess the ability to perceive all that transpired within through the ring. Anyone who dared to defy his orders would find themselves lifeless in the streets by dawn. Over time, no one was bold enough to disregard the will of this god. And thus, an extensive period had passed, 7 years. Obito had returned to Akatsuki 2 years prior, coming back from Kirigakure to where he truly belonged. Though he had not succeeded in utterly destroying that village, he had managed to manipulate Yagura for 5 years, leading to the extinction of the bloodline limit clans and a fractured spirit among the villagers. A woman named Terumi may emerged during this turmoil. Among her guards was a ninja named Ao, who had implanted a Byakugan and sought an opportunity to dispel the Genjutsu on Yagura. Upon regaining his sanity, Yagura immediately commenced efforts to restore the village's losses. The higher-ups in the village chose to remain silent on this matter, unwilling for the scandal to reach the outside world. In the 48th year of the Konoha calendar, Amigakure, a tall man stood by the window, gazing out at the dreary rain-soaked day. A ring inscribed with the character for forest trembled slightly. Let us go, Conan. The leader has summoned us once more. Indeed, replied a woman with rare bluish-purple hair, cascading down to her waist. Her orange eyes glimmered under the faint sunlight, and as she stretched, her voluptuous figure was fully revealed until she donned the black cloak adorned with red clouds, which concealed her allure. Brother, what are you looking at? Conan inquired with a hint of a smile in her gaze. I'm admiring my lovely sister, Lin Xuan replied with an untroubled smile. The atmosphere was warm, yet somewhat peculiar. The siblings seemed to harbor their own secrets, yet there was an unspoken understanding between them. A melodious voice echoed faintly from the distant heavens. Side quest, the blessing of the undead. Task, defeat and recruit the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha. Difficulty, difficult. Rewards, Charm 1, Soul 5, Reincarnation points 8,000. World Reputation 2,000. Charm, akin to luck, is an exceedingly rare attribute. It cannot be augmented through a tribute point allocation and can only be acquired from sporadic quests. Reincarnation points and world reputation have accumulated significantly over the years for Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, they have yet to manifest any tangible benefits. Rather, they have proven entirely futile. As he watches his lifespan dwindle from 1830 to 2630, Lin Xuan's emotions are heavy and complex. His level has only just reached 23. Since surpassing level 20, it feels as if he has encountered a watershed moment, making further advancement exceedingly arduous. Explorer No. 5146-5145 level, 23 lifespan, 2630 blood energy, 3 soul, 19 strength, 157 constitution, 41 agility, 35 charm. For luck, 1 reincarnation points, 86740 world reputation, 9700 bloodline, divine blood, incomplete, rating, SS. The tenuous bloodline from the deity Di Jiang amplifies physical attributes comprehensively and exhibits remarkable compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute bonus, soul 10, strength 20, constitution 20, agility 20. Development progress, 3/100. Negative effect, divine punishment. Lifespan limit permanently reduced by 90. Evaluation, despite the SS level bloodline, it is a life-consuming endeavor. All attributes show improvement. Yet Lin Xuan's luck remains stagnant at 1. Moreover, his divine bloodline development is still at 3/100. This is not due to a lack of desire to develop it, but rather a matter of fear. With only 4 years of lifespan remaining, reckless experimentation is not an option. The pressure from the divine bloodline on this body is, in some respects, even harsher than that of the reincarnation eye. Although Nagato appears frail and emaciated, he seems destined to live to 30 without issue. Conversely, Lin Xuan has already received a terminal prognosis. What can be accomplished in 4 years? Orochimaru will betray the village and join Akatsuki. Obito will incite the Nine Tails disturbance, and Naruto and Sasuke are soon to be born. Akatsuki's dormant period will last at least another decade, yet Lin Xuan's lifespan is fleeting. Dying in such a helpless manner is unacceptable. Wait, did I just mention a certain individual's name? Orochimaru. The man's eyes brightened with intensity, and a wicked smile crept upon his lips. This is splendid. Clarity has struck. Akatsuki, Pain's Lounge. Nestled within the highest edifice of the Hidden Rain Village, a unique conference room has been established. When communication with members is necessary, Nagato opts to convene here. You have arrived. As he observed the young man and woman entering the room, Nagato's indifferent gaze swept over them. What is the agenda this time? Lin Xuan inquired straightforwardly. He is now urgently seeking that S-rank rogue ninja who betrayed Konoha, unwilling to squander time on other tasks. Harnessing his power to preserve his life is of utmost importance at this moment. Seek Orochimaru, the calm voice of Pain replied. The formal members of the Akatsuki organization are often powerful rogue ninjas from various villages, shunned by the ninja world, yet Akatsuki offers them a sanctuary. The recent uproar surrounding Orochimaru's defection has not escaped the notice of Akatsuki. This. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It felt akin to wanting to eat just as the spoon was brought to his lips, or yearning for sleep only to have a pillow presented to him. Is there a problem? You should be restraining Orochimaru, Pain queried, somewhat surprised. Lin Xuan is a task enthusiast, particularly for assassination missions, taking on as many as he can. According to Akatsuki's intelligence on Orochimaru, he poses little threat to Lin Xuan. That slippery serpent merely possesses various means of survival. His proficiency in Jinjutsu is shallow, and a lack of formidable illusions signifies no danger for Lin Xuan. It's nothing. I merely recalled something joyful, Lin Xuan replied with a smile and a nod. Initially, he had contemplated declining this mission, only to discover that the leader's directive was for him to recruit Orochimaru, then go swiftly and return promptly. Pain thought little of it. Each member harbors their own secrets and selfish motives. As long as they do not jeopardize Akatsuki, he will not concern himself with extraneous matters. For instance, Kakuzu enjoys killing for bounties. Haiden is enigmatic and elusive, and Sasori frequently slaughters innocents to seek materials for his puppets. After a while, Lin Xuan and Conan returned to their modest abode to pack their belongings. Their destination this time was the Land of Waves, following the intel from Zetsu to locate Orochimaru. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Conan suddenly inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the man before her. Child, would you believe me if I said I have only 4 years left to live? Lin Xuan's smile was tinged with bitterness. It was time to reveal the dangers of his bloodline to Conan. She would eventually learn of it. Is it because of your bloodline limit? Conan seemed to grasp the truth. No wonder her brother often bore a melancholic expression, yet remained silent. In recent years, he had not accepted overly difficult missions. only targeting enemies at the J-nin level and steering clear of anything related to Kage. It was not fear that held him back, but a reluctance to wield that power again. Each time he unleashed his bloodline, it exacted a toll on his lifespan. Living to the age of 26 is already considered longevity within our clan. Lin Xuan gazed into the distance, his eyes drifting. Thus, brother intends to seek out Orochimaru, who researches forbidden jutsu. Even if the leader does not mention it, you will still pursue him. Conan felt a mix of happiness and sorrow. She was glad that her brother might find a remedy for his ailment, yet saddened that he would not relinquish the power of that bloodline. In a sense, it was merely a temporary solution rather than a permanent cure. As the saying goes, calamity endures for a millennium. Individuals like myself ought to live for at least 100,000 years, for an untimely demise does not suit my character. The man grinned. In the land of waves, at a certain location, a rather sinister middle-aged man was facing off against a young girl. The man possessed long black hair, skin as pale as parchment, striking golden vertical pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to the bridge of his nose, adorned with violet-hued magatama earrings. His slender frame exuded an uncanny sense of frailty. Red Bean, do you wish to leave with me? Orochimaru's voice dripped with a chilling tone. His demeanor was frigid, his speech icy. And undoubtedly his heart was even colder, an utterly cold-blooded creature inside and out. No, please don't. The girl before him trembled in fear. She was Orochimaru's student and a subject possessing the heaven curse mark. As a street orphan in the land of waves, she had been whimsically rescued by Orochimaru, who had also taught her ninjutsu, allowing her to become a ninja of Konoha. It was precisely because she understood Orochimaru that Red Bean felt an instinctual dread from the depths of her soul. Orochimaru had betrayed the village, yet she was unwilling to do the same. What a pity, the sinister man remarked, a mocking smile flickering across his face. A genjutsu was unleashed, causing the girl to collapse, with portions of her memories erased. Red Bean had value in surviving. However, to prevent certain ninjas from Konoha from extracting information about human experiments from her mind, he had to seal her memories. From the day of his betrayal, Konoha had dealt with all that needed to be addressed. The laboratory exposed to the third Hokage was merely a fade for Orochimaru, a deliberate display for Konoha's eyes. Devoid of any significant research materials, he had always been cautious, meticulous in his endeavors. My dear sir, as one of the legendary three, I did not expect you to be so ruthless towards your own student. A voice came from outside the room. An uninvited guest had arrived without prior notice. The ability to ascertain my location suggested that the visitor's background was quite remarkable. Orochimaru squinted, chuckling softly as he stepped outside, completely disregarding the unconscious Red Bean on the floor. It was dusk, the sky darkening. In the distance lay an expansive lake, while nearby stood two young individuals, their foreheads adorned with the forehead protectors of the Rain Village, draped in cloaks embellished with red clouds. The man appeared to be around 25 years of age, and the woman was similarly aged. Our organization's intelligence network is unparalleled, Lin Xuan chuckled. That old geezer has lived for over 1,000 years. Even a ninja of Hashirama's caliber cannot detect his concealed presence. He is akin to an encyclopedia, with almost no matter in the world that he does not comprehend. Organization? Orochimaru inquired, somewhat perplexed. I am Lin Xuan, and this is my sister, Conan. We wish to propose a transaction with you, Orochimaru-san. Might I inquire if you are interested in the Rinnegan? Lin Xuan boldly offered, selling out his leader without hesitation. The Deva Path hoped to recruit Orochimaru, yet did not specify the means. The Rinnegan? Orochimaru's pupils narrowed slightly. The legendary eyes possessed solely by the Sage of Six Paths, endowed with godlike power, represent the pinnacle of ocular techniques. Why should I place my trust in you? How could a mere wretch like you possess information about the Rinnegan? After regaining a measure of composure, Orochimaru inquired. According to the historical accounts he had gathered, from the era of the Warring States a millennium ago to the Age of Ninjas, no one had ever awakened the Rinnegan, nor had anyone witnessed it firsthand. Thus, it seemed merely a myth. Even if we were to entertain the notion that Lin Xuan truly possessed knowledge of such a phenomenon, why would he not seek it for himself, instead of approaching him for a transaction? Orochimaru had nothing of greater value than the Rinnegan to offer. It seemed inevitable that conflict would ensue. Lin Xuan gave Conan a glance, signaling her to retreat to a safe distance. I too am intrigued. What manner of exceptional youth dares to challenge me? Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of battle intent flickering in his eyes. The ninja world has never been devoid of prodigies, yet few have the audacity to provoke a renowned figure such as himself, one of the legendary Sannin. Through the study of various forbidden techniques, his very being had transformed into the eight-headed serpent, a testament to his evolution beyond humanity, with those golden slit-like pupils serving as undeniable evidence. In terms of perception, strength, speed, chakra, vitality, and ninjutsu, Orochimaru considered himself invincible. Divine blood, first tier. A heavy whisper echoed. Lin Xuan's figure vanished from Orochimaru's sight, leaving only the sound of a sonic boom ripping through the air. The fierce wind howled, turbulent currents surged. And for the first time, a look of astonishment appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Even he could not fathom the young man's physique. His dynamic vision could barely capture the blurred shadow, as if his opponent were a specter traversing the rifts of time. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes. With a cold expression, Orochimaru bit his finger, preparing to unleash his ninjutsu. The expansive technique would envelop a radius of 100 meters. As long as his opponent drew near, there would be no escape, and there would be no need to ascertain the enemy's position. Bang! An explosion resonated, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. He had indeed underestimated his opponent's speed. Amidst swift movements, Lin Xuan's unadorned fist had already pierced through the enemy's chest, creating a gaping hole. Orochimaru had scarcely formed his hand seals, not even managing to complete the incantation for his jutsu. With a thud, Orochimaru's body collapsed to the ground, vibrant blood splattering across the earth. As a notification echoed in his ears, defeat Orochimaru, mission progress 1-2. He can't be dead, can he? Conan approached slowly, examining the gruesome corpse sprawled on the ground. The heart had been obliterated by an overwhelming, violent punch, leaving him no time to react. He is not dead. Lin Xuan's body temperature gradually returned to normal, and the faint redness in his eyes disappeared. Just then, under their watchful gaze, a hand covered in viscous slime suddenly emerged from the corpse's mouth, its pale skin betraying the identity of its owner. The corpse's mouth was grotesquely torn apart, gradually expanding until, akin to the shedding of a serpent's skin, a man covered in slime crawled forth from the gaping maw. This was the Great Serpent Flows technique, a unique jutsu belonging to Orochimaru, capable of activation without hand seals and merely consuming chakra. This technique was an impeccable means of survival. As long as his chakra remained intact, he could never be killed. Remarkable. You are the most formidable taijutsu ninja I have ever encountered. Orochimaru brushed aside the slime-soaked hair clinging to his face, his gaze fixed with keen interest upon Lin Xuan. The ability to extinguish his life so effortlessly was not something any ordinary ninja could achieve. Disgusting. Xiaonan couldn't help but roll her eyes, turning away from the slimy figure. Orochimaru, indeed, bore no difference from a serpent. Can we sit down and discuss matters now? Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Certainly. I am quite intrigued by the Rinnegan that you mentioned, Lin Xuan. Orochimaru extended his tongue, over a meter in length, performing an even more repulsive act as he licked the slime from his skin, displaying a nonchalant demeanor as if nothing had transpired. This scoundrel has truly forsaken his humanity. In the dimly lit room, the three sat around the table. On the floor lay a comatose Hongdo, yet none paid her any heed. You desire the cells of the first Hokage? Orochimaru was taken aback, astonished that the other party sought materials from his laboratory. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure, was revered as the god of ninjas, known for his wood release and sage mode, vanquishing all adversaries. Orochimaru had previously conducted research on Hashirama's cells, attempting to cultivate flesh from the transplant of his cells within humans. The experimental conditions were exceedingly arduous. The cells of the first Hokage possessed an exceptionally invasive nature, akin to cancer cells. If one could not master the power of these cells, the human form would swiftly succumb to assimilation, ultimately transforming into a tree. Out of over 300 test subjects sought by Orochimaru, only one, codenamed A, survived. And even he was deemed a failure. That youth's would release resembled a child's play, a mockery of the term itself. Thus, the experiments were entirely shelved. Although Orochimaru's laboratory still retained samples of Hashirama's cells, no further experiments were conducted thereafter. Indeed, I require your assistance for a transplantation procedure. Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively. Legend has it that Senju Hashirama could instantaneously create vast forests, allowing trees to grow almost without limitation, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. The first Hokage's cells epitomized vibrant and potent life force. In his later years, Hashirama battled Uchiha Madara, achieving victory yet exhausting himself to the brink of death, which led to his untimely demise. Had it not been for that battle, Hashirama would likely have been an extraordinarily long-lived Hokage. Transplantation? Lin Xuan, are you aware of what you are proposing? Orochimaru's expression turned peculiar. He had personally conducted such experiments, with a success rate of less than 0.5. Even if success is achieved, what one acquires is merely the worthless wood release, entirely ineffective in practical combat. The risks do not correlate with the rewards. Do you desire information regarding the Rinnegan? If so, proceed as I instruct. My demise is of no concern to you. Lin Xuan cast a fleeting glance at him, her tone unembellished. I have previously conducted experiments, with a dismal success rate. The sole survivor was a mere failure, rendering my months of effort futile. Orochimaru continued, scrutinizing the expression of the young man before him. And then, you shall simply do what you must. Lin Xuan remained resolute. Ha! How amusing, how delightful. It has been a long time since I encountered such an intriguing youth. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with a keen light. Why does Lin Xuan require the cells of the first Hokage? What benefit does such an endeavor yield? With his proficiency in physical techniques, he has no need to engage in such perilous undertakings, unless there exists a compelling reason. Very well, I shall comply. After a brief moment, Orochimaru revealed a knowing smile and nodded in agreement to this transaction. The cells of Hashirama are not particularly rare, with only a portion of the material. One can cultivate more at any time. Assisting in a transplant surgery would yield the coveted information regarding the Rinnegan. What could be a more advantageous bargain than this? A pleasant transaction indeed. The raven-haired youth exchanged glances with the pallid-skinned man, each harboring ulterior motives. Conan remained silent throughout, casting worried glances at her brother. May all proceed smoothly. Should this experiment fail, her brother would be compelled to resort to more extreme measures, such as cloning techniques or even the forbidden art of impure world reincarnation. That night, Lin Xuan and Conan traveled with Orochimaru through the night until they reached a small island situated 100 miles away in the sea. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This rogue of Konoha possesses numerous experimental bases. Even if one base were to be exposed and destroyed, it would be of little consequence to Orochimaru. He had intended to abandon his stronghold in the Land of Waves, and now he would extract the last vestiges of value from this base. Are those humans? Conan exclaimed in astonishment. Upon entering the cave of the island, they beheld glass containers, each containing the remains of humanoid monstrosities suspended in a verdant solution, some with fishtails, others with octopus-like lower halves. Oh, it is nothing. These are merely failed products born of a whimsical endeavor to merge marine genetics with humanity. Orochimaru appeared unconcerned as he recounted his past. In his pursuit of science and immortality, he has conducted countless experiments. However, at present, his research focus lies on impure world reincarnation and the search for suitable vessels. The lifespan of an ordinary body is far too ephemeral. This form of mine has already seen over 40 years. The atmosphere here is indeed pleasant, Lin Xuan remarked. The interior of the cave was a labyrinth, intricately arranged. Along the passageway, candles flickered, casting dim light that illuminated hidden doors and countless corpses suspended in solution. A chilling atmosphere reminiscent of a haunted house enveloped the space. Within lay the flesh and blood cultivated from the Hashirama cells. Entering a secluded chamber, Orochimaru gestured towards a glass container and began his exposition. The solution inside was similarly green, yet it contained a mass of white tissue that occasionally quivered, as if imbued with a unique vitality. Indeed, they were alive. Noticing the perplexity in the eyes of the two individuals, Orochimaru smiled and elucidated. The vitality of Hashirama cells is remarkably potent, in a certain sense. They are akin to mutated diseased cells, entirely distinct from those of ordinary humans. This discrepancy renders it exceedingly challenging for a regular body to accommodate them. Those who fail will be consumed and subsequently assimilated by the Hashirama cells, awakening the wood release, transforming the human form into that of a tree. Orochimaru narrated with an air of intrigue. Just as he finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the young man before him. I will ask you one last time, Lin Xuan. Are you truly resolute about undergoing the transplantation? Even my ninjutsu cannot save those devoured by the wood release. Observing the seriousness etched on his face, Lin Xuan instinctively touched his nose, suppressing a chuckle. How could the first Hokage's cells possibly surpass the divine blood? That is the blood of a true deity. He did not yearn for eternal life, nor was he particularly interested in the wood release. He merely hoped that the vibrant and life-affirming cells could at least reclaim a portion of his lost lifespan, limited by a peculiar force within him. He sought to introduce an opposing attribute, similar to the principle of nurturing a goo. Come on, I am mentally prepared. Don't dawdle like a coward. Lin Xuan stated decisively as he reclined upon the operating table, shedding his outer robe and top to reveal his sculpted bronze skin. Explosive power lay concealed within this physique, possessing a muscular beauty that was neither cumbersome nor unsightly, but rather harmoniously proportioned. "So, are you quite brave?" Xiaonan interjected suddenly. "Of course, I'm extremely brave," Lin Xuan replied with a teasing grin, radiating ease. Orochimaru found himself bewildered by the exchange between the siblings, momentarily at a loss. "Hey, these are Hashirama cells. They are exceedingly dangerous. People can die. Why are you not afraid? Are you not afraid?" The surgical procedure was swift. Lin Xuan scarcely felt any pain before it was over. First, a section of flesh was excised from his right arm, and then the space was filled with the flesh cultivated from the Hashirama cells. Though termed a surgery, the entire process lasted less than 5 minutes. That felt rather pleasant. The divine blood within Lin Xuan activated naturally, engaging in a struggle against the Hashirama cells. One side sought to shorten his lifespan, while the other aimed to extend it. Absorbing Hashirama cells, physique 10, vitality 10. Lifespan, 2650. The upper limit of his lifespan increased by 20 years. Yet this was still due to the influence of the divine blood, resulting in the Hashirama cells achieving only 10% efficacy. Theoretically, his lifespan should be 500. But due to the divine blood, only 50 remained. At least in this world, it suffices. "Lin Xuan, do you feel anything extraordinary? Perhaps the awakening of would release?" Orochimaru scrutinized the young man before him. This cannot be right. Even if the transplant was successful, he should be exhibiting signs of intense agony. The invasive nature of Hashirama cells is no trivial matter. Why is his demeanor so tranquil? Does he not feel pain? Would release? It seems not. Lin Xuan shook his head. Casting a glance at his attribute panel, he noted an increase of 10 points in both physique and vitality, but no other changes. This. Orochimaru pointed to the flesh severed from Lin Xuan's hand. His intuition suggested that there was something peculiar about this individual's physique, warranting further investigation of his body. "Dream on. The terms of our agreement do not include using my body as research material," Lin Xuan signaled with his eyes. Xiaonan immediately understood, producing 2 explosive tags and affixing them to the remains before discarding them outside the room. With a resounding explosion, nothing remained. "What about the information on the Rinnegan?" Orochimaru expressed his frustration. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes, yet he refrained from taking action against them. Lin Xuan's physical prowess was astonishing. Leaving no opportunity for him to form hand seals, the strength of his fist rivaled that of Tsunade. Moreover, he possessed no illusions capable of instantaneously killing or controlling his opponent, rendering him utterly helpless. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, Xiaonan, and I hail from an organization known as Akatsuki." Feeling the surge of power and vitality coursing through him, Lin Xuan smiled radiantly. As for Orochimaru, he is indeed lackluster, yet the resources he possesses are invaluable. "Is there a connection between Akatsuki and the Rinnegan?" Orochimaru inquired eagerly. "The connection is profound." Xiaonan responded with a peculiar gaze. "The leader of Akatsuki is none other than the current wielder of the Rinnegan." Xiaonan's words detonated in Orochimaru's mind like a bomb, visibly reddening his face as he struggled to contain his excitement. He possesses the forbidden jutsu of impure world reincarnation. If he could target the Rinnegan's bearer for possession, would Orochimaru not become invincible? Akatsuki is a war organization. We are mercenaries who kill for those who pay us. Our rules are lawless. The strong command the weak. If you are capable of killing the leader and seizing his Rinnegan, we shall have no objections, Lin Xuan added with a grin. "It seems I must pay a visit to Akatsuki." Orochimaru was even more exhilarated. Although he suspected the leader of Akatsuki was formidable, he could not resign himself without trying. After all, it was the Rinnegan. Such an opportunity is rare. Akatsuki's stronghold lies in the Rain Village. Upon your arrival, you will surely be welcomed and invited to join Akatsuki. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is harsh. Shinra Tensei, Bensho Tenin. Faced with the merciless pain of the 6 paths, Orochimaru was swiftly vanquished, losing a life without even grazing a single hair of his adversary. Thus, the world gained yet another sorrowful soul. Orochimaru's codename was Void, a term etched upon his exclusive ring, signifying his identity as a formal member. Lin Xuan continued to lead a tranquil existence. The Akatsuki lingered in the shadows, with Kakuzu operating as a bounty hunter, claiming the heads of various ninjas to exchange for riches. Scorpion remained engrossed in his puppetry, while Orochimaru immersed himself in his laboratory. Pain maintained the order of Amigakure. And to this day, the news of Hanzo's demise had yet to disseminate. How is your health? Shannon's face betrayed a hint of concern. My brother's bloodline limit is peculiar. Throughout these years of traversing the ninja world, I have amassed a plethora of specialized texts. Yet I remain perplexed about the true nature of Lin Xuan's blood. When activated, his body warms, enhancing both strength and speed. But the side effect is a drastically shortened lifespan. Most intriguingly, this bloodline is not triggered by chakra. There exists no other instance of such a phenomenon throughout the annals of ninja history. The power of the first Hokage is astonishing. Extending one's life by 20 years should be quite feasible, Lin Xuan replied calmly. The first and second stages of divine blood impose minimal burden on the body. As long as the third stage is not activated, all is manageable. Since my arrival here, I have accomplished numerous tasks, significantly enhancing my fundamental attributes. In the face of most weaker foes, I need not even resort to my divine blood. Brother, what are your plans moving forward? Are we destined to perpetually serve the Akatsuki? Shannon inquired, a trace of confusion gracing her delicate features. Nagato has wholly succumbed to Uchiha Obito's words. Descending into madness for that goal. Will collecting tailed beasts truly yield weapons of war to bring about peace? Betraying the Akatsuki does not bode well, and moreover, only by being within the Akatsuki can one qualify as a player in this game. Wielding the power to shape the world as fate, it is a prospect I am loath to relinquish. Lin Xuan smiled enigmatically. If you wish to venture out for leisure, I have no objections. The grand performance is still many years away. Engaging in endless killings and missions, akin to a madman, solely to bolster strength, could incite the trepidation of the mastermind behind the scenes. Although, that group should already be exceedingly wary of me. Let us embark on a journey. Perhaps to a dessert shop or a CAF, and hire 2 charming young ladies as maids to enjoy a comfortable life, Lin Xuan suggested, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Xiaonan was momentarily at a loss for words. Has my brother finally entered a belated adolescence? How can he speak such things? Do not regard me so. Your brother is merely a normal man. Of course, I would appreciate women with pleasing figures, especially those with long, fair legs. Though, I do not believe anyone in this world could surpass your beauty. The man in white wore a mischievous smile. Just a moment ago, you mentioned seeking a maid. Xiaonan rolled her eyes, finding her brother's thoughts increasingly perplexing, placing her in an awkward position. What maid? I never said such a thing. Clearly, my sister is the most adorable girl in the world. What need do I have for another woman? Lin Xuan responded nonchalantly, affectionately ruffling Xiaonan's hair. Long hair, indeed, was far more charming than short, for he was quite the long hair enthusiast. Silly Oni-chan, Xiaonan blushed, lowering her gaze like a bashful 16-year-old, her voice barely audible. Before her brother, no matter her age, she was always treated like a cherished child. In the 48th year of the Konoha calendar, an Akatsuki member codenamed Lin, also known as Bai, went missing. That same year, the 4th Hokage of Konoha married Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. In the 49th year, on the night Kushina gave birth, a mysterious masked man attacked Konoha, summoning the Nine Tails. The couple, Minato and Kushina, sacrificed themselves, and the Nine Tails was sealed once more. By the 55th year, Uchiha Itachi massacred his clan and defected from the village, becoming an S-rank rogue ninja in Akatsuki. Each official member of Akatsuki possessed formidable strength. Yet the internal issues within the organization were glaringly apparent. The specifics of how many partners had perished during missions at the hands of Kakuzu were unclear. Their corpses subsequently exchanged for a fortune at the black market. Such occurrences had transpired countless times, and given the wealth Kakuzu procured, no one voiced their grievances. Furthermore, 2 recent incidents had arisen. Uchiha Itachi and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, ventured to Kirigakure on a mission. They were ambushed by the 4th Mizukichi, Yagura, leading to a confrontation where Kisame attempted to protect Itachi, who had been immobilized by Coral's jutsu. Tragically, Kisame met his demise when his decapitating sword was struck back by a tailed beast bomb. Itachi, utilizing Amaterasu, vanquished Yagura before fleeing. Such matters were trifling. Dying due to insufficient strength during a mission merely indicated one's fate. The second incident involved Orochimaru becoming Itachi's new partner, ostensibly to covet Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. In their ensuing battle, Itachi's Genjutsu swiftly dispatched Orochimaru, who subsequently declared his betrayal of Akatsuki. Such treachery was intolerable within the organization. Orochimaru possessed knowledge of many of Akatsuki's secrets, and should they be exposed, it would be detrimental to the organization. Yet, Orochimaru was adept at evasion. Even when pursued by Pain himself, he managed to elude capture, leaving matters unresolved. One could only hope he was cunning enough to avoid provoking Akatsuki. Pain's expression darkened. In that moment, he felt acutely the absence of sufficient subordinates. If Orochimaru were determined to escape, even the entirety of Akatsuki would struggle to eliminate him. Orochimaru would not divulge their secrets unless he genuinely intended to incite Akatsuki's wrath. "Let us summon Lin and bite back," Akatsuki's member confidently suggested. This preparatory member, often the jovial trickster, appeared unusually solemn today. That brother and sister have enjoyed their respite for far too long. It is time they returned to contribute to the organization once more, Sasori remarked with a sigh. Since the disappearance of that individual, the pressure of the mission has intensified, forcing even him, a mere puppet master, to roam the world in chaos. A ninja claiming to be a follower of an evil deity has emerged in the hidden mist village, known as Haiden, reputed to possess immortality. The local ninjas are helpless against him and have issued an S-rank wanted notice, seeking assistance from the 5 great nations. Such a person would be an ideal partner for Kakuzu. Thus, Kakuzu must seek him out. Zetsu produced a wanted poster, featuring the image of a white-haired youth laughing maniacally. "He better truly be immortal," Kakuzu remarked with a cold smirk as he turned to leave the Akatsuki meeting cave. The second individual is Kisame Hashigaki, a ninja from the Hashigaki clan in the Land of Water, known as the Monster of the Hidden Mist. Like Pakken, he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and wields the sword Samahata. Zetsu continued to elaborate on the details of the second individual. "Ah, my dear senior, Kisame is a talent I discovered in the Hidden Mist Village," exclaimed Deidara, cheerfully waving his hands and dancing joyfully, reminiscent of a child awaiting praise. His comical nature was indeed hard to conceal. Naturally, no one deemed the wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan to be truly foolish. It was merely a guise. It just so happens that Itachi is in need of a partner, so let Kisame accompany him on missions. Deidara winked playfully, as if genuinely considering Uchiha Itachi's needs. While in reality, Kisame had long since become his subordinate. Kisame recognized the perpetrator who had once cast an illusion on Yagura, the masked man, Deidara, who claimed to be Uchiha Obito and covertly controlled the terrifying organization Akatsuki. This jester, in tandem with Black Zetsu, divulged the grand plan of the Eye of the Moon to Kisame and invited him to join. Kisame expressed great interest and subsequently became a subordinate of Obito and Black Zetsu. This outing was merely an excuse to bring Kisame back to Akatsuki and, incidentally, to have him as Uchiha Itachi's partner to monitor the somewhat perilous Uchiha youth. Who will recruit Kisame Hashigaki? Isn't he still a rogue ninja? Pain pondered for a moment, scanning the room. According to intelligence, Kisame's mission in the Hidden Mist Village involved eliminating his own comrades, and after years of such a life, he had certainly grown weary. With a single word from our Akatsuki, would he dare not defect? Deidara continued to smile cheerfully. Aren't Lin and Haku out there? Let them take a trip to the Hidden Mist Village and bring Kisame back. Zetsu observed pain. Regardless, he was the nominal leader of Akatsuki. How things would transpire rested upon his arrangements. Very well, I shall entrust this task to them, Pain agreed. The prowess of Lin and Haku was beyond question. Even if their strength had stagnated over the years, they would still have no trouble dealing with a mere Kisame. Sasori, you are to search for the whereabouts of Orochimaru. Pain assigned another task to Sasori. Upon encountering him, could one consider taking his life? Scorpion narrowed his eyes. That scoundrel had initially established a laboratory at Shao, appropriating a substantial portion of his research funds, and had derided puppet techniques as inferior to his forbidden arts. Although it was widely accepted that Orochimaru was a formidable opponent, Scorpion yearned to vent his frustration. To this end, he seduced a boy named Kabuto, who was close to Orochimaru, and devised a technique to ensure the latter's loyalty, thereby allowing Scorpion to have eyes on Orochimaru wherever he might go. If you can eliminate him, feel free. Tendo regarded Scorpion with some surprise. Despite Orochimaru's lackluster combat skills, his ability to escape was unparalleled in the shinobi world. How could Scorpion, a mere puppeteer, pursue Orochimaru? He chuckled ominously, his bulky figure trailing a metallic scorpion tail as he exited. Mastery of the 100 Machines manipulation technique had rendered him capable of single-handedly opposing a nation. I shall venture out for a while. The exuberant Ah-Fei bounced joyfully, his form gradually becoming ethereal until it vanished, seemingly slipping underground at an unknown moment. Ju, let us investigate that boy Lin Xuan. Upon exiting the rain-hidden village, Ah-Fei and Ju convened, their voices imbued with a chilling authority. What merits attention in that boy? He has been utterly idle these years, Ju scoffed. He had once covertly tracked the two, only to discover they were merely indulging in leisurely travels. Such individuals posed no threat to them. If the opportunity arises, I hope to manipulate Lin Xuan as I did with Uchiha Itachi, ultimately leading him into darkness and making him a loyal tool at our disposal. We first recognized his talent over a decade ago, for he was capable of defeating Jonin and even overpowering those of the Kage level. Such a person remains a friend of Nagato, and he could potentially liberate Nagato from our grasp, Afe articulated with precision. Controlling Lin Xuan would not be a simple task. That fellow often claimed Jinjutsu to be his weakness, but what if he was impervious to illusions? Should one rashly employ the Sharingan against him, it might only provoke caution, leading to either Afe's expulsion from Akatsuki or Lin Xuan's departure. Ju disapproved of Afe's approach. The risks are too great. A single misstep could result in your expulsion from the organization, leaving us unable to monitor Nagato. There are alternative methods. Afe replied with a cold sneer. Do you intend to threaten him with Konin? Should you fail, it would not merely mean your exit from Akatsuki. That man would pursue you relentlessly to the ends of the earth, possibly even aligning with the 5 great nations against us. Ju sighed. Are all Uchiha truly so foolish? I find myself reminiscing about that man. Uchiha Madara was arrogant yet undeniably powerful. But what of Uchiha Obito? Does he truly believe his Kamui renders him invincible? The greater the danger, the greater the reward. However, I have no intention of threatening Xiaonan. At this point, the man's gaze grew increasingly sinister. The bonds between humans can be forged. We could find Lin Xuan a second sister or a woman he desires. As long as a connection is established, the subsequent matters will be manageable. Afe laughed arrogantly, believing that the power to control the world lay firmly in his grasp, capable of manipulating anyone's fate. Destroying bonds is easy, but creating them is far more challenging. Ju sighed softly, recognizing the folly of this individual. After all, Xiaonan and Lin Xuan shared a lifelong sibling relationship. What gave him the right to think he could simply find another woman to attain a similar status? He cannot rely on such treachery to undermine others. Lin Xuan may be reckless, but he is far from foolish. Brother, it seems we have encountered a ninja from Konoha. A soft voice echoed through the forest, belonging to a mature woman with long, blue-purple hair. Even her loose robe could not conceal her allure, her charming eyes sparkling with mischief. It's 50-50 with Hitaki. Lin Xuan pondered, having just received a mission from the leader. Before returning, he and Xiaonan needed to recruit the Akatsuki member, Kasame Hashigaki, in the Land of Water. Unexpectedly, they encountered Kakashi Hitaki in the territory of the Land of Fire along the way. The white-haired man, engrossed in reading Ika Paradise, remained oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. Xiaonan's paper jutsu was remarkably stealthy, allowing Lin Xuan to control his body without revealing a hint of presence. Brother? The woman looked at the figure with a hint of surprise. Lin Xuan had employed a ninjutsu. Initially, he appeared as his true self, but then transformed into another visage. This individual, who had never practiced ninjutsu, skillfully executed an almost perfect transformation technique. Kakashi immediately halted his steps, instinctively turning his head at the presence of danger, only to find a figure clad in black, wearing an orange spiral mask. Such an odd attire. Accompanied by a dangerous chakra, undoubtedly, the arrival was ominous. We meet again. Lin Xuan mimicked Obito's voice, fixating on Kakashi, who had just completed a mission. Many regarded him as a mere brute, a mindless fool aside from his lineage. Particularly in recent years, he had traveled the world with Xiaonan, indulging in leisure, while that man had secretly monitored him for 3 whole months. Just as Lin Xuan had anticipated, the true mastermind lowered their guard upon discovering the truth. They were completely unaware that Lin Xuan had been learning ninjutsu. The energy within his body and bloodline differed from chakra, yet could still be utilized for ninjutsu. While appearing to be on a journey, Lin Xuan was indeed absorbing various ninjutsu from around the world. In terms of effectiveness, his talent surpassed his own expectations. The essence of ninjutsu lies in the manipulation of chakra. The more chakra one possesses and the finer their control, the more powerful and swiftly released the ninjutsu becomes. He does not need to manipulate chakra. He merely harnesses the power within his body to manifest ninjutsu. Who are you? Why are you following me? Kakashi Hitaki brandished his kunai, regarding the enigmatic figure as a formidable threat. Instinctively, he sensed that this individual was no mere lackey. My homeland is the Land of Fire. Might I, Kakashi Hitaki, a jonin of Konoha, not tread the same path as you? Lin Xuan gazed at Kakashi with a sense of melancholy, his eyes drifting across the surrounding forest. His acting was superb, deserving of an Oscar, yet few would ever glimpse this facet of him. "You know me?" Kakashi gasped. Retreating a few steps, fully adopting a combat stance, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan beneath his mask. Clad in a mask in the garb of Konoha's Umbu. He realized the other party possessed an intimate understanding of him. His mind raced, contemplating every possibility. The masked man's reluctance to reveal his true identity indicated that his secrets were not to be trifled with. Judging by his tone, it seemed they had a past connection. Was he a ninja from the root? Yet, Danzo would not resort to such measures. That man would directly summon him to the root's conference room. There existed another candidate, a rogue ninja from Konoha, one who had once served in the Umbu and was well acquainted with Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi. This revelation birthed a new suspicion. Itachi was always the epitome of humility and composure. Judging from the manner of address, it was impossible for the man before him to be Itachi. However, Uchiha Itachi was a traitor. There were few normal individuals from the Uchiha clan. "Are you Uchiha Itachi?" Kakashi inhaled deeply, formulating his conclusion. His Sharingan remained fixed on the man, wary of the imminent threat posed by this dangerous figure. "Humph." Lin Xuan shook his head. Even through the mask, Kakashi could sense the scorn etched upon that face. "If you refuse to unveil your mask, then I shall unearth the truth myself." Kakashi fell silent for a minute before ultimately deciding to take action. The masked man was peculiar, his speed extraordinary. Upon witnessing Kakashi's movement, he leaped to a tree, his gaze gradually shifting to one of menace. "Kakashi, after all these years, you remain unchanged." Kakashi's pursuit came to an abrupt halt, for he beheld a visage that should not have been present before him, perched upon the tree branch. The masked man removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars, as if he had endured the ravages of a brutal war. Indeed, he had weathered such torment. This was the face of Uchiha Obito. "Kakashi, do you not recognize your old friend?" Lin Xuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Kakashi gritted his teeth, his entire being trembling violently, the kunai in his hand having fallen to the ground with a clatter. In that moment, the painful scenes of the past flooded back into the man's eyes. Before his demise, Uchiha Obito had entrusted his Sharingan to him. Despite the alterations in his appearance, Kakashi could still recognize his former teammate. Years ago, the boy buried beneath the rocks now stood before him. "It seems that our Sharingan-wielding Kakashi has finally recalled his former laggard teammate. Ah ha ha." The masked man laughed heartily, his arrogance tinged with a hint of melancholy. He now resembled a tragic hero. "Obito." Kakashi stirred his throat, his voice laden with bitterness and confusion. Confronted by an old friend, he grappled with what words to utter to someone who had already departed from this world, especially to one who still harbored enmity towards him, or rather, enmity towards the entire world. "After all these years, why would you not return to the village? If only the teacher knew you were still alive." Kakashi felt a sense of disorientation, his voice choking with emotion. Obito had died for him and Rin, even gifting him his own eye, yet in the end, he could protect nothing. Rin was gone. The teacher was gone. It appeared that my appearance had stirred bittersweet memories for this talented jonin. Why not return to Konoha? After all these years, Kakashi, your innocence remains unchanged. The Night of the Nine Tails was orchestrated by me. Obito's expression turned mocking as he revealed this harsh truth. His smile broadened, as if pitying the man across from him, trapped in memories. "I personally unsealed the Nine Tails. I was the one who commanded the beast to launch its assault. You received the Mangeki Sharingan. How could I not as well? That was a birthday gift from me to you." Kakashi felt his mind nearly falter. The weight of Obito's words was staggering. "Watch closely, Kakashi. I will use my power to reshape this damned world, and we shall meet again." The masked man erupted with an even more peculiar speed. It was as if he had teleported, vanishing from Kakashi's sight within mere breaths. "Obito." Kakashi awoke from his stupor, frantically searching the woods for the masked man. He had so many questions to ask, eager to know what Obito had experienced over the years, and whether his previous statements held any truth. Yet, he was destined to search in vain. The true Uchiha Obito had never set foot here. Time passed, though Kakashi lost track of it. He completely lost Obito's trail, and his mind gradually regained clarity. First, it was impossible for Obito to be an imposter. Obito had given Kakashi the Sharingan as a birthday gift. Only 4 individuals knew the full story, and Rin and Minato were already deceased. It had to be Obito. As for the other matters, Obito claimed to have instigated the Nine Tails incident, which Kakashi found somewhat dubious. Minato and Obito shared a close bond, and Obito had no motive to attack Konoha and cause Minato's demise. However, the Mangeki Sharingan could indeed control the Nine Tails. Kakashi reflected on their dialogue, striving to extract the information he so desperately sought. Despite the significant transformations that Obito Uchiha underwent, his intellectual elevation appeared rather limited. He inadvertently mocked Kakashi, oblivious to the extent of information he was divulging. The ninja responsible for Rin's demise had originated from the Hidden Mist Village, a place Obito undoubtedly visited. Kakashi swiftly discerned the answer. Even if Obito was not currently within that village, it was highly probable that he had once been there, or was contemplating a journey to the Hidden Mist Village. By venturing into the Land of Water, Kakashi was certain he could uncover traces of Obito. Retrieving him would ultimately unveil the truth. It seemed a leave of absence was in order. Exhaling deeply, Kakashi gazed towards the direction of Konohagakure. This revelation was not something he could share with the third Hokage or any other Leaf Ninja. After all, it pertained to Obito, and he wished to uncover the truth first to assess if there was any possibility of redemption. Given Obito's temperament, it was highly likely that he had been manipulated by some nefarious individual. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, his casual conjecture had indeed grazed the reality of the ninja world. Obito Uchiha had, in fact, been exploited. The Land of Water, a small nation adjacent to the Land of Fire, was characterized by its remote and impoverished terrain. Should they accept the opportunity to engage in business with the Land of Water? The availability of funds was not an issue. Lin Xuan and Xiaonan arrived at the dock, confronted by a ferryman and his fishing vessel. The ferrymen exchanged apprehensive glances, collectively shaking their heads in trepidation. The Land of Water was closed off, forbidding any outsiders from entering. The ninja lords would slay them, regardless of the riches involved. One must have their life to spend it. No one dared venture there. These individuals were more astute and cautious than Lin Xuan had anticipated, even in their destitution. The prospect of earning a substantial fortune from a single trip paled in comparison to the threat to their lives, leading them to forego the opportunity. What shall we do? Xiaonan looked at Lin Xuan with eager eyes. If we lack a boat, are we to swim across? Fool, if it comes to that. We can simply purchase a boat ourselves, Lin Xuan replied with a playful smile, tapping his sister's forehead lightly. Truly, Xiaonan possessed brilliance in certain aspects, yet could be bewilderingly naive at times. How much are you willing to offer? I can take you there. A voice suddenly pierced the silence, causing the crowd to fall mute. The ferrymen cast their gazes downward, too fearful to utter a word. The man, his face wrapped in white bandages and wielding a large sword, bore a lean physique that belied his muscular strength, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of menace. This fierce individual donned the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist, marred by a slash across its center, signifying his status as a rogue ninja. You don't seem to be a ferryman, Lin Xuan observed with a bemused expression. What does it matter? You know I can take you to the Land of Water. Zabuza retorted with a cold smirk. He was accompanied by a silent youth, whose face was obscured by a white mask adorned with red patterns. 50 explosive tags. How does that sound? Lin Xuan inquired with a cheerful demeanor, retrieving a stack of paper from his pocket. Xiaonan possesses the remarkable ability to create explosive tags, a highly sought-after commodity in the ninja world, indispensable for both low-ranking and high-ranking ninjas alike. Very well, I shall escort you to the Land of Water. Zabuza expressed a hint of astonishment. It was his first encounter with someone using explosive tags as currency. The price of these tags varies by location. In war-torn regions, they are considerably more expensive, while in peaceful areas, they are more affordable, generally ranging between 2,000 and 12,000 Rio. In the Land of Water, these 50 explosive tags equate to 500,000 Rio. Let us prepare to depart. Lin Xuan and Xiaonan soon boarded Zabuza's vessel. The two shared a tacit understanding as they observed the weapons borne by this rogue ninja. The infamous executioner's blade, belonging to the Hidden Mist Village, was now wielded by Zabuza, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Following the death of his previous wielder, Tenzo, Zabuza had grown weary of his village and chose defection. Do you recognize this blade? Zabuza commanded his subordinate, Haku, to row the boat while curiously studying Lin Xuan. This individual lacked a ninja headband and did not exude the aura of a formidable opponent, yet something felt amiss. The executioner's blade, regardless of the extent of damage it endures in battle, can restore itself by absorbing the blood of its enemies. As human blood contains iron elements, Lin Xuan explained earnestly. Zabuza appeared taken aback, his expression gradually growing indifferent. You seem to know quite a bit. Oh, it's not much. For instance, you are Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the Hidden Mist, and this is your adopted subordinate, Haku, Lin Xuan replied with a casual smile. His seemingly nonchalant words cast a shadow over Zabuza's gaze. Since you are aware of my identity, why venture to the land of water? What is your objective in approaching me? Did the Mizukage send you? Zabuza, a rogue ninja, knew that the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village could appear at any moment to hunt him down. Do not be angry, Lin Xuan maintained a relaxed demeanor. Zabuza swung his blade, but it was halted by a mere finger, startling him. Do you really think you are worth my attention? Lin Xuan scoffed, dismissing Zabuza's self-importance. He was merely a high-ranking ninja. Haku, make your move. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, a more intense killing intent emanating from him. Strength in physical combat does not equate to superiority, especially with an adept possessing the ice-release bloodline limit at his side. There is no need for confrontation. Xiaonan sighed softly. Unbeknownst to them, Haku had been ensnared by explosive tags, his chakra sealed by a binding technique. He is merely a 10-year-old child. Easily outmatched by my jutsu, she declared, poised to strike. Do you still wish to proceed? Lin Xuan smirked subtly, as if everything was within his control. Zabuza was indeed a clever man. I shall take you to the land of water, but should we meet again, I will not show you mercy. After a prolonged silence, Zabuza finally relinquished his grip on the blade. The adversary is a master of individual techniques, and the abilities of the other woman are equally enigmatic. Even he is uncertain as to when she has taken action against Bai. Most critically, there is Bai. Bai is the subordinate he values most after all these years, possessing immense potential, and he will not sacrifice that child's life out of spite. Indeed, you are a wise individual. Lin Xuan reclined leisurely in the boat. As a gentle sea breeze caressed the air, gradually enveloping the surroundings in thick mist, Bai continued to row in silence. While Zabuza contemplated the identities of the two opponents, Xiaonan rested her head upon someone's thigh. In the land of water, a small boat successfully arrived clandestinely. As Zabuza skillfully navigated past the watchful eyes of the ninjas. Do you have an intelligence network in the land of water? Take me to meet Kisame Hashigaki. Lin Xuan intercepted Zabuza, who was intent on leaving. Our collaboration has concluded. The mist-shrouded figure of the ghost of the mist frowned. What is this? A change of heart? His sole responsibility was to escort these two to the land of water, unless more money. Bring us to Kisame Hashigaki. And these 500 explosive tags are yours. Xiaonan, her expression impassive, retrieved the requisite number of explosive tags from her space scroll. As the wealthiest member of the Akatsuki organization, she carried with her over 1 million explosive tags, a considerable portion of which she had crafted herself, while others were purchased. Only she knew the exact amount. Zabuza's expression fluctuated between dark and light. These two rascals had threatened him once on the road, and he could not forget that. Yet, upon seeing the thick stack of explosive tags in Xiaonan's possession, he hesitated. Initially, his dissatisfaction with the village led him to attempt the assassination of the fourth Mizukage, resulting in his fall as a rogue ninja. To make a comeback, he needed to amass more wealth, for money was essential to recruit ninjas. I will take on the task of locating Kisame Hashigaki. You may find him on your own, Zabuza stated solemnly. Kisame Hashigaki is the current wielder of the Samahata, a weapon of unfathomable power. Even he would not dare to appear before that man easily, as Kisame is loyal to the Mizukage. Very well, Lin Xuan replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. This is a down payment. You shall receive the other half upon acquiring the information. Xiaonan divided the explosive tags into 2 portions, temporarily offering half. We shall meet again on this coastline in 3 days, at which time I will provide you with news regarding Kisame. Zabuza accepted the explosive tags, internally chastising the two. Had it not been for the allure of money, he would never have consented to assist them. The next time they meet, he would surely take their heads. Offending the ghost of the mist leads to dire consequences. The land of water is vast, yet the village of mist is not large. The blood mist incident concluded long ago, and the fourth Mizukage has regained his sanity, yet the order of lockdown remains in place. This lockdown is intended to restore the village's vitality. The chaos of the past resulted in the loss of far too many ninjas. Side quest, Bonds of Water. Quest details, ensure the survival of Ao and Mizuki. Difficulty, moderate. Reward, Soul 5, Reincarnation Points 3000. Main quest, The Land of Water Arc. Quest objective, defeat the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Difficulty, hard. Reward, 30 assignable attribute points. Charisma 1, Reincarnation Points 15,000, World Reputation 5,000. In an instant, Lin Xuan grasped a sudden realization. Seizing the opportunity before no longer being able to gather information, he and Conan remained active. Since Terumi Mei had not yet assumed the position of the 5th Mizukage, the main quest remained unfulfilled. However, The side quest known as the Bond of Water could indeed be attempted. It was unlikely that Suigetsu would meet his demise, as he could merely be captured by Orochimaru. And Lin Xuan felt little concern. As for Suigetsu's brother, Mangetsu, he seemed to have succumbed to illness, though Lin Xuan was not entirely certain. Mangetsu, currently one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was loyal to Terumi Mei and adept in wielding the 7 swords, presently mastering the twin blades, Flounder. It appeared that fate had conspired against him, as Mangetsu, burdened by illness at a young age, was destined to flicker like a fleeting flower. Speaking of doctors, should he seek Tsunade's assistance for his ailment? The medical ninjas of the Mist Village could not cure a sickness that perhaps only Tsunade and Chio could address within the entire ninja world. Regardless, the priority was to relocate the individual first. Over the course of 2 days, Lin Xuan and Conan navigated the Mist Village, hoping to encounter either Mangetsu or Suigetsu. However, their search proved arduous. While Lin Xuan sat idly on the street, a graceful figure caught his eye. Mangetsu, are you truly resolved to take such a path? With long chestnut hair cascading like growing branches, a sensuous woman adorned in a blue strapless dress, cinched with a white belt, emerged. Her skin was fair and supple, her curves generous, and her hair concealed one eye, revealing irises as clear and green as a tranquil lake. I do not have much time left. A youth with white hair appeared resolute. If that is the case, I entrust this mission to you. I hope you can return alive, the woman murmured softly. Mangetsu was an exceptionally gifted ninja. To perish in such a noble manner was his final act of dignity, dying for the village. Apart from his brother Suigetsu, who remained blissfully unaware, the rest shared an unspoken understanding. Farewell, Lady Terumi Mei. The young man bowed deeply, offering a final salute to his superior. Mangetsu's figure gradually faded into a veil of white mist. Today, Lady Terumi Mei is exceptionally gentle, a voice echoed nearby. Hush, fool. Not far away. 2 of Terumi Mei's guards observed this poignant scene. The one with azure and white eyes was also the one who had dispelled the genjutsu from the 4th Mizukage. C.H. Jur, a promising young talent, remarked, if only Lady Terumi Mei could display such gentleness more often, everyone would undoubtedly adore her. Yet, as time passed, and with no prospects for marriage, Terumi Mei's temperament had become increasingly irritable. But there was little that could be done. Kagami Mei longs for a handsome man, one who possesses the strength to withstand both dissolution and boiling techniques. In her words, a man who will not melt away. Given such stringent criteria, it would not be surprising if she remained single until the age of 70. Even the bodies of tailed beasts struggle against dissolution and boiling techniques. C.H. Jur, what do you say? Kagami Mei's sudden reappearance was accompanied by a gaze that seemed to pierce through to the very soul. And no, nothing. C.H. Jur's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head. Oddly enough, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were being watched. Kagami Mei frowned slightly, choosing not to dwell on C.H. Jur's impudence. Report, my lady, there are no onlookers nearby. Upon hearing this, Ao promptly activated his Byakugan, surveying a radius of 100 meters. The Byakugan grants the ability to see through any hidden techniques, rendering all forms of concealment powerless against its gaze. During the Third Shinobi World War, Ao fortuitously acquired this eye, a significant boon for the hidden Mist Village, which had paid a hefty price before Konoha. Am I simply under too much stress lately? Kagami Mei murmured, knowing full well that Ao would never deceive her. In short order, this future 5th Mizukage departed hastily, accompanied by 2 guards. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 observers slipped away alongside the departure of the full moon. Had Ao utilized his Byakugan a moment sooner, he would have realized that the enemy was perilously close. After a moment's pause, why does Lin Xuan seek out Kirigakure's man? A mysterious masked man emerged slowly from the void. Shadows of a formidable presence surfaced beneath the ground. Man possesses decent talent, though merely adequate. He is unworthy of joining Akatsuki. It is time to commence my vengeance. Do not overreach, Obito. Rest assured, it is merely the assassination of a Mizukage. The revival of tailed beasts is rapid. During the Third Shinobi World War, the temporary Jinchuriki no Rin was slain. Yet, within a year, the 3 tails resurrected. Sealed within Yagura. Obito returned to the hidden mist to monitor Lin Xuan while simultaneously contemplating the elimination of Yagura, representing yet another act of retribution against the hidden mist. For the tailed beasts would soon be reborn, posing no hindrance to Akatsuki's plans. Can your Akatsuki organization even function as a cohesive unit? On the way, Lin Xuan intercepted Kirigakure's man. You certainly kept us waiting. Are you interested in joining Akatsuki? Or rather, I can ensure your survival. In exchange for your betrayal of the hidden mist and obedience to my commands. The enigmatic youth grinned widely. The hidden mist has no traitors. Immediately, Kirigakure's man utilized the technique of water transformation, his entire form morphing into liquid. He harbored deep-seated resentment towards the fourth Mizukage, for that scoundrel had ordered the annihilation of his clan, even if he was manipulated. Yet, his loyalty to Kagami may remained unwavering. Are you truly unwilling to surrender? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Without further ado, man hastily formed seals and unleashed a jutsu. Water style, water iron cannon. A barrage of water bullets surged forth, inundating the area. Lin Xuan stood still, willingly becoming a target for the oncoming ninjutsu. The corners of Akatsuki Mangitsu's mouth twitched. Was the creature before him truly a monster? It had withstood his ninjutsu with its corporeal form. The water iron cannon was capable of piercing even solid rock. This was rather disheartening. Lin Xuan sighed regretfully and waved his hand at Conan. Reciprocity is a virtue. Let the adversary experience the sensation of being bombarded. The paper jutsu of the god. Conan immediately activated the trap. They had followed Akatsuki Mangitsu's trail and had previously set an ambush in this narrow path. Explosive tags? Akatsuki Mangitsu's expression gradually turned grave. Surrounding him were the forest trees, water pools scattered along the roadside, and even the very ground beneath his feet, all disguised as explosive tags. He was encircled by hundreds of thousands of them. Was that woman insane? Under such an explosion, it would be difficult for them to survive as well. If the liquefied water evaporated completely, would he still endure? Lin Xuan casually observed the mist ninja across from him. He retreated as though on a leisurely stroll, each step spanning several meters, swiftly reaching a safe distance. Meanwhile, Conan, situated at the explosion's epicenter, transformed into a flurry of white paper. 300,000 explosive tags. Conan let out a soft command. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the forest, a dazzling blaze shooting skyward. After an eternity, the smoke cleared. The explosion had created a massive pit nearly 30 meters deep, where the liquefied mist ninja lay in a disheveled state. In the final moment, Akatsuki Mangitsu had channeled all his chakra into a water technique. As long as any water remained, he would not be obliterated by the explosion. His choice proved to be astute. A substantial amount of water evaporated, leaving just enough for him to survive this cataclysm. TSK. Truly a genius of the Akatsuki clan, managing to escape death. Lin Xuan's figure appeared at the edge of the giant pit. The young man remained unfazed. Little brat, I shall grant you one final opportunity. You seem to have a younger brother, merely 12 years of age. It would be prudent to think carefully before making your choice. At these words, Mangitsu instinctively lifted his gaze. His only concern was for his brother. Should Mizuki fall victim to this group, the Akatsuki clan would face extinction. If I were to defect, Mizuki would endure even greater ostracism in the village. Mangitsu hesitated. He refused. Both brothers would perish. For he had no doubt regarding the strength of the two adversaries. Yet, if he betrayed the mist village, what fate awaited his brother? It seemed not much better. Under Terumi Mei's protection, the villagers dared not act against you. At most, they would hurl some insults. Lin Xuan shook his head. That woman, Terumi Mei, had grown formidable. She was backed by the village elders, her status and power comparable to that of an elder of the Mizukage. As long as Mizuki remained Terumi Mei's subordinate, he could not be secretly harmed by the villagers. I am willing to join Akatsuki. Ultimately, Mangitsu chose to compromise. There was nothing amiss with joining Akatsuki. At the very least, it ensured his survival. Xiaonan cast a fleeting glance at him. Loyalty? Can loyalty fill one's stomach? Lin Xuan was not devoid of humanity. She would only allow Manyu to act against the village hidden in the mist under dire circumstances, opting instead for him to address other troubles. She was somewhat puzzled as to why her brother would invite such a weak individual. The following day, after recruiting Manyu, Lin Xuan met with Zabuza as agreed, providing the second half of the payment in exchange for the location of Kakashi Hitaki. Much like their ambush against Manyu, Lin Xuan and Xiaonan arrived at the site ahead of time. Kakashi had accepted a mission from the 4th Mizukage and would inevitably pass through this island during his journey. This was a stronghold of the Mist Ninjas. To capture the Konoha ninja Kakashi, who had appeared in the Land of Water, the village hidden in the mist had dispatched 5 teams of ninjas to encircle him, comprising 5 Jonin and 15 Shunin. This was quite fortunate. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Having previously disguised herself as Obito to relay considerable information, she had not anticipated that Kakashi, that foolish man, would boldly venture alone into the Land of Water. That rascal. Kakashi Hitaki, does he not regard us of the mist as worthy adversaries? He dares to infiltrate alone. Let's eliminate him. His hiding place is running out of options. We must strike him down. The 5 ninja squads searched the small island. It appeared that Kakashi had been trapped here for some time, as everyone reveled in their game. Lin Xuan brazenly disembarked from the small boat onto the island. Xiaonan wore a stoic expression, as if gazing upon a legion of the deceased. While Man Yu donned a mask, reluctant to reveal his true identity, his emotions a tangled web. The Umbu of the Mist were conducting their affairs. A Chunin from the Mist approached, brandishing a kunai as a warning. This was the territory of the Land of Water, and no insolence would be tolerated. Spare no words. Intruders are to be treated as enemies. An unknown Jonin issued the command. Upon hearing this, the subordinate ninjas did not hesitate. Immediately launching a barrage of kunai towards Lin Xuan and her companions, even unleashing a freshly crafted water dragon jutsu. The essence of a ninja is to kill, executing any command with lethal intent. Lin Xuan narrowed her eyes, feeling like an ant before the water dragon. Alas, the quality of ninjas leaves much to be desired. She had come to this island for the sake of Kakashi. However, now it seemed certain individuals were courting death. Bang! The water dragon and kunai shattered. And the young man who had destroyed these attacks immediately retaliated. Unarmed, the force of his fists generated a gust of wind that demanded attention. This was a master of taijutsu. The Mist ninjas nodded in agreement, instantly preparing to swarm the enemy. The strengths and weaknesses of a taijutsu ninja were glaringly evident. Once entangled in close combat, their stamina would rapidly deplete until drained. Is that person seeking oblivion? Kakashi, concealed beneath the earth, was taken aback. Faced with the onslaught of these elite Mist ninjas, even he had to tread carefully, yet that individual charged forth alone. However, the confusion on Kakashi's face quickly dissipated as he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. A young man with raven hair descended like a divine being, each punch imbued with unimaginable might. Even cracking the earth and creating fissures stretching hundreds of meters, making the battlefield resemble a cataclysm of a magnitude 9 earthquake. Is this truly a human being? The legendary Tsunade could hardly compare, could she? One after another, the Mist ninjas were brutally obliterated into clouds of blood. As a rain of crimson fell from the sky, in just 20 seconds, the entire Mist ninja squad was annihilated. Brother, this island won't sink, will it? Conan's brow furrowed slightly. With such a humanoid dragon, even a mere island could hardly withstand it. Fear not, I have only utilized 30% of my strength. Lin Xuan confidently reassured, patting Conan on the head. Full moon. This prodigy from the Hozuki clan regarded the blood-soaked scene with a look of existential doubt. No matter if they were Jonin or Chunin, none could withstand a single punch, all were brutally smashed. Even more horrifying was the ground fissures, sprawling like a web, with the longest crack exceeding a kilometer and reaching depths of 50 meters. This moment defies description in any language. Full Moon felt a wave of relief over his choice. Had he declined to join the Akatsuki, his brother would likely have been reduced to a mere mist of blood. The young man gazed contemplatively at the mist rising from the sea. Mr. Kisame, do not keep me waiting too long. Kisame Hashigaki, currently allied with Obito, would later be tasked with monitoring Itachi Uchiha. In Lin Xuan's scheme, he needed Kisame as his subordinate to keep tabs on Obito and Zetsu, gathering intelligence on them. The thought of having a spy he had nurtured turn around to surveil him was rather amusing. Moreover, Lin Xuan indeed required someone like him to provide information on those two. Finally, Kisame made his appearance, shouldering the Samahata sword wrapped in white cloth. Clad in the uniform of a Mist Jonin as he arrived on the small island. Several explosive tags suddenly floated up from the ground. As Kisame dodged to the side, the blast reverberated. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kisame. Lin Xuan strolled forward, a casual smile gracing his lips. I invite you to join the Akatsuki, or perish here. Oh, what a unique welcome ceremony for the organization, Kisame replied, revealing a set of teeth reminiscent of a shark, his grin somewhat unsettling. He only acknowledged Uchiha Madara and Zetsu as his superiors, regarding other members of the Akatsuki as mere tools, utterly oblivious to the truth of the world. Once you join the Akatsuki, you will naturally meet Uchiha Madara, Lin Xuan stated calmly. I shall not entertain the invitations of the weak. Kisame brandished the Samahata from his back. This blade of the shark is no mere beheading sword. It possesses the unique ability to absorb the chakra of adversaries, heal its wielder's wounds, and even merge with its master to assume a formidable form of a merman. Weaklings? Lin Xuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. Conan stifled her laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Full Moon trembled, unable to fathom the fate that awaited this senior, Kisame. I hope the weak you speak of does not lead you to despair. Regardless of Kisame's motives for battle, Lin Xuan intended to impart to this future subordinate a glimpse of his superior's prowess. Whoosh, the figure of the youth resembled a ghost emerging from a rift in time. Kisame barely had time to register the movement before he felt a tremendous force strike his jaw, sending him hurtling 100 meters away into the sea with a resounding splash. His head nearly succumbed to that singular blow. This is truly. Kisame slowly emerged from the depths, his gaze profound, yet his countenance tinged with a pallor of anger. Damn it. Uchiha Madara and Zetsu had urged him to test Lin Xuan. Was this a mere test? He had nearly been felled by a single punch. Only by confronting Lin Xuan's fist directly could one truly grasp the terrifying nature of this monster's physique. Water release. Great exploding water collapsing wave. Kisame gathered his thoughts, inhaled deeply, and called out. Since he was to gauge the strength of his opponent, he would unleash his full might. After all, the other party should not wish him dead, considering they were here to invite him to join the Akatsuki. Truly impressive, Senior Kisame. Full Moon gazed up in admiration. Kisame's mastery of water release techniques was said to astonish even the fourth Mizukage. Witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed so. The waters of the entire sea surged violently, forming a towering wave of 30 meters, as if it sought to obliterate the world, engulfing the small island entirely. Even in the absence of water, this jutsu could conjure a lake. Yet now, in the proximity of the ocean, Kisame was capable of submerging an entire island. Boom! The endless waters engulfed the island, creating a unique arena for their duel. Kisame thrived in the water, his ninjutsu enhanced, while his adversaries would find themselves hindered, struggling even to breathe. Paper jutsu. Konan employed a special substitution technique, transforming her entire being into paper within the water. This paper was impervious to water, with the sole vulnerability being oil. Kakashi attempted to break through with the Chidori, but soon faltered, his expression grim. Full Moon, however, remained unfazed. He could transform into water himself, facing no peril here. This is my domain. Water release, Great Shark Bomb Technique. With remarkable speed, Kisame formed hand seals, dazzling onlookers. This colossal shark ninjutsu, forged from chakra, bore the attributes of the Samahata, capable of devouring the chakra of enemy techniques, thereby augmenting the shark's strength. This move would give even shadow-level powerhouses a headache, but alas, he faced a mere brute. Lin Xuan had no need to employ any ninjutsu, and in truth, he held a disdain for such techniques. If a matter could be resolved with mere fists, why resort to ninjutsu? There was no chakra within my fist for you to absorb. Is that fellow even human? Numerous questions surfaced in Kisame's mind, questions that countless others had pondered before. Regardless of the means employed or the ninjutsu utilized, all seemed utterly feeble beneath the might of that individual's fists, despite being within the confines of his watery domain. That man's speed remained astonishingly swift. Damn it. At that moment, Kisame felt an urge to curse. He had always thrived in the presence of formidable opponents. The more humans present, the stronger his techniques became. Yet, that monstrosity before him defied all conventions, opting not for ninjutsu, but rather for a relentless barrage of punches. With another clash, the massive water prison trembled, as Kisame's great shark bomb technique was obliterated by Lin Xuan in a single blow. Armed with the Samahata, he sought to absorb his opponent's chakra in close combat. However, the Samahata revealed a startling truth. His adversary possessed no chakra. Thud, thud. Thud. It was as if the man were playing with a ball in the water, ruthlessly overpowering Kisame. The once invincible warrior within the realm of water now felt the chilling sensation of being dominated. Memories flooded back of the day he had coldly executed his comrades on the orders of his village, numbly carrying out his task, including the girl who had harbored feelings for him, who could scarcely believe he would strike. On that fateful day, he lost all his connections that marked the end of his youth. Boom. Another explosion erupted in the water, sending Kisame's Samahata flying from his grasp. As the ocean engulfed the small island, the water shattering and retreating back into the sea. As the water receded, Kisame lay on the beach, battered and breathless, his figure appearing desolate. The full moon seemed to glimpse its own reflection in this senior's plight, bowing its head imperceptibly. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, like a thief caught in the act, unsure of how to proceed. Had he witnessed too much that he should not have? Was it time to sincerely join the Akatsuki? Lin Xuan, having procured a cigarette from an unknown source, casually placed it between his lips. No smoking. A delicate hand reached out and swatted the cigarette away, just as he had pulled out a match. Konan's expression remained impassive as she fixed her gaze upon him. Hey, girl, Show me some respect out here, Lin Xuan grumbled in frustration. Really? Is it so difficult to play the part? Show some respect for your elder. I'm joining the Akatsuki. Kisame's emotions were tumultuous. He was 1,000 times more vexed than Lin Xuan. His original mission had been to gauge this individual's strength. Yet he had nearly been beaten to death. That Uchiha Madara had nearly been his undoing. Lin Xuan, it seemed, had not neglected his training over the years. What on earth was he thinking? Obito found himself wanting to curse. He had just assassinated that useless Yagura and had instructed Zetsu to remove his corpse from the hidden mist village. Upon arriving here, he was taken aback. The plan to have Kisame test Lin Xuan was intended to gauge his limits, yet the very person he arranged nearly faced death. Wasn't he that individual said to be indulging in pleasures? Wasn't he it claimed that he had neglected his training? The script was all wrong. Obito. While Akatsuki hesitated in the shadows, he failed to notice that another presence had suddenly appeared behind him. It was Kakashi Hatake. This former friend gazed at the masked man with a complex expression, calling out that name. Obito, reveal the truth to me. I came to the land of water for you. Kakashi, armed with kunai, possessed a resolute gaze. As he stared at the Sharingan that belonged to him, Obito's eyes began to fill with existential doubt. What the hell? How does Kakashi know my identity? Only Uchiha Madara and Zetsu were aware of his true identity in this world, yet Madara was already dead. And Zetsu? Zetsu relied on him to realize the Eye of the Moon project. How could he possibly betray him? The Akatsuki had yet to start capturing the tailed beasts. The thought that someone else besides Zetsu knew his identity sent chills down Obito's spine. Had someone been observing everything he had done over the years? Was he also a member of Akatsuki? Manwë muttered quietly. Both Lin Xuan and Konan wore dark cloaks adorned with red clouds. And the masked man referred to as Obito by Kakashi donned a similar uniform. Obito? Kisame murmured, confusion evident in his shark-like eyes. Isn't he Uchiha Madara? How did he become Obito? Afei, your real name is Obito? Lin Xuan seemed equally astonished, turning to gaze at those two enigmatic men. Kakashi's face was a canvas of excitement and tension, while Afei stood silent and rigid. Mr. Kakashi, perhaps you forgot to take your medication today. Afei attempted to maintain a calm voice. He had operated under the name of Uchiha Madara for years without exposure, even deceiving Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. And now, it was all shattered by Kakashi? He could not accept it. Obito? Let me think. He was that Konoha ninja who sacrificed himself during the Third Shinobi World War. If I recall correctly, he and Kakashi were once teammates, Manwë pondered. He was indeed a legitimate genius ninja, excelling not only in ninjutsu, but also achieving perfect scores in history class. Moreover, Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, was a renowned figure. His deeds echoed throughout the 5 great nations. Obito's mindset underwent a peculiar transformation. Lin Xuan truly had a knack for discerning people, instantly uncovering his true identity through Kakashi's words. Did Manwë not understand that the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise? Alas, he suffers from a terminal illness, seemingly destined for a brief existence. Given the circumstances, can you all assure me that my true identity remains confidential? Obito inhaled deeply, his crimson Sharingan transforming into its kaleidoscopic form. He fixated intently on Lin Xuan, the sibling Shonen, and that enigmatic figure, Jae-gon. Kisame was his ally and thus excluded from suspicion. Why? Are you truly so fearful of Nagato discovering your identity as Uchiha Obito? Lin Xuan pondered Obito's words. Observing his insufferable expression, Obito felt an intensifying resentment, cursing the very lineage of Kakashi Hatake with fervor. Nagato's unwavering faith in his plan stemmed from his belief in the legacy of Uchiha Madara. Should he suddenly reveal himself as Uchiha Obito? Who could predict whether Nagato would continue as a mere puppet? Must you position yourself as my adversary? Obito nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Lacking a foolproof assurance of victory, he dared not act against Lin Xuan. After all, he possessed his own trump cards. Surely his opponent had theirs as well? The time to eliminate Lin Xuan was far from ripe. Even if action were to be taken, it would be through manipulating that man via their bonds. Do you even deserve to challenge me? A clown masquerading under another's name, parading around, dares to stand as my enemy? Lin Xuan cast him a cold glance. You shall come to regret this. Uchiha Obito regarded Lin Xuan with a penetrating gaze. Circumstances had shifted. He needed to confer with Zetsu immediately regarding their next course of action, and to hunt down the scoundrel who had betrayed his identity to Kakashi. The masked man vanished into the Kamui space, leaving the onlookers helplessly watching him escape. As for Kakashi, he had uttered but a single sentence, after which Obito paid him no further heed. Will he not be eliminated? Kisame was recuperating from his injuries, utilizing the chakra stored within his samahata. Kakashi was a ninja of Konoha, and today he had witnessed far too much that ought to remain unseen. No need. Lin Xuan silently observed as Kakashi made his own escape from the island. That white-haired anomaly was a valuable pawn. His survival was essential for future utility. Suddenly, the young man's expression darkened. Now, can you divulge to me the details of the report from Akatsuki? What exchanges did you have during his self-proclamation as Uchiha Madara? Oh, you suspect me? Kisame feigned surprise. In that moment, he felt as though all his facades had been stripped away. Every secret laid bare before that man's discerning gaze. Mr. Kisame, do you truly believe that the Eye of the Moon plan embodies the reality of this world? Uchiha Madara is but a child masquerading as a jester. Even now, do you still intend to trust him and Zetsu? They merely exploit you. Lin Xuan's expression was one of indifference, seemingly unwilling to engage in further discourse with Kisame. You are well informed, indeed. On the surface, Kisame maintained his composure. Yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The Moon Eye plan, however, was a secret shared only between Ju, Obito, and himself, with the assertion that only the three of them were privy to it. Yet now, Lin Xuan casually mentioned it, unraveling their conspiracy. Was it not said that the Akatsuki were mere pawns? Surely those scoundrels could not have deceived him. Did this Lin Xuan exhibit even the slightest semblance of a pawn? Even Obito's identity was inexplicably exposed. Kisame had initially believed he had grasped the true essence of the world. However, Lin Xuan evidently possessed knowledge far beyond that, even regarding matters unknown to Obito. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Might you divulge the truth to me? Concerning the Moon Eye plan, as well as Ju and Obito?" Kisame chose to ally himself with Lin Xuan's faction. He cared little for whom he had to obey. Whoever could unveil the truth amidst the shrouded mysteries of this world would have his allegiance. At present, it was clear Obito had deceived him. He was not Uchiha Madara. And the plan they had discussed was fraught with issues. Do you truly desire to know? I shall have Conan place a sealing technique within your mind. Should you harbor thoughts of betrayal, you will hear the exquisite sound of your own brain bursting. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes as he gestured to Conan. Not only had he mastered numerous ninjutsu, but Conan was also making strides in her abilities. He was the primary offensive force, while Conan played a supportive role. Controlling subordinates required certain specialized ninjutsu, even if those methods were less than honorable. This particular technique integrated explosive tags with paper manipulation. Conan explained slowly. Retrieving a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, her slender, graceful fingers lightly tapping it. After infusing it with chakra, she produced two special red talismans. The world is not devoid of techniques to control individuals, whether to prevent subordinates from betraying or to ensure enemies do not glean information from captives. For instance, the Hyuga clan's curse seal allows the main family to eliminate branch members with merely a thought. Do not harbor any illusions. Once this ninjutsu is planted, escape is impossible, and I can end your life at any moment, Conan reiterated. Kisame's expression remained impassive. Life and death held little significance for him. The full moon, too, approached with a keen awareness. With his life nearing its end, discovering some secrets before his demise, and perhaps even having a chance to survive, constituted a form of opportunity for him. Moments later, the two talismans successfully merged into Kisame's and the full moon's minds. They would remain in a form so minuscule as to be nearly imperceptible, lying dormant in their brains, and upon Conan's command, they would unleash an explosion equivalent to that of hundreds of explosive tags. This would truly obliterate them beyond recognition. Excellent. I declare you both worthy of being among the first in this world to know the truth. Lin Xuan expressed his satisfaction with his newly acquired subordinates. The full moon, a prodigy of the Hozuki clan, and Kisame, a humanoid-tailed beast, both held exceptional identities, making them entirely sufficient as his followers. Humph. Conan gazed at her brother with a hint of melancholy. For many years, Lin Xuan has remained tight-lipped about certain matters, only today coming to understand specific truths, such as the fact that Uchiha Obito was merely an imposter. Lin, my first question is, can the Moon Eye plan that Zetsu once told me truly bring peace to the world? Kisame inquired, a serious expression crossing his face. Zetsu had once spoken of it with such eloquence that it had left him utterly beguiled. No, the Moon Eye plan is merely a conspiracy, Lin Xuan replied decisively. What exactly is the Moon Eye plan? Conan could not help but ask. With a smile, Lin Xuan affectionately ruffled her sister's hair, her voice gradually growing somber. It involves utilizing Nagato as a mere pawn, harnessing the power of the Akatsuki organization to collect the tailed beasts. Nagato believed he was resurrecting a formidable weapon of war. But in truth, he was reviving the Ten-Tails. Eventually, a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki would emerge, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi and trapping all the ninjas of the world in a false dream. This, indeed, is the essence of the Moon Eye Plan, as revealed to me by Zetsu and Obito. Kisame nodded in acknowledgement. Is there another conspiracy lurking behind this plan? Full Moon swallowed hard. To ensnare all of humanity in an illusion? Only a madman would conceive such a notion. Yet, the existence of further schemes remains concealed. The Moon Eye Plan is a deception. While infinite Tsukuyomi does exist, it has never been the true goal. For a millennium, a being known as Kagaya has lurked within the ninja world. The Moon Eye Plan serves as a facade to deceive humanity, exploiting Uchiha Obito, who in turn manipulated Nagato. After Uchiha Obito's demise, Zetsu and Obito began orchestrating Nagato's fate, and you, Kisame, are also one of their chosen pawns. The Akatsuki may appear as a war organization, but in truth, they are merely tools under Zetsu and Obito's command. Lin Xuan recounted an exceedingly lengthy tale. Zetsu has existed for thousands of years? Uchiha Obito was deceived as well. Even Uchiha Nagato was merely a pawn. Kisame felt a chill run down his spine. The truth of the ninja world resembled a nested doll game. The conspirators clashed upon the chessboard, yet it was Kagaya alone who deceived the entirety of the ninja realm. What, then, is Zetsu's ultimate goal? What comes after the infinite Tsukuyomi? Konan pondered deeply, while Kisame and Full Moon also contemplated. To resurrect Kagaya's mother, or rather, her master? After all, Kagaya's true form is but a fragment of that woman's will, a manifestation intertwined with the essence of yin and yang. Lin Xuan mused, her tone remarkably placid. Kisame's mind spiraled into chaos, utterly failing to comprehend the revelations he had just heard. He was not alone. Konan and Full Moon wore equally bewildered expressions. In just a few brief exchanges, the terrifying conspiracy of Zetsu had been unveiled, yet many details remained elusive. And what of us? To resurrect a certain woman, is our objective to prevent her revival? Kisame pondered for a long moment before posing this question. That woman must possess some extraordinary qualities, otherwise she would not have been the subject of Kagaya's meticulous scheming for millennia. The answer became apparent to Konan as she observed the meaningful smiles exchanged among the nations. Lin Xuan's thought process was utterly distinct from that of an ordinary individual. If his sole intention was to thwart Kagaya, why would he have joined the Akatsuki in the first place? Would it not have been easier for him to infiltrate one of the 5 great ninja villages? Perhaps he could even have aspired to become a Kage, especially given that the Cloud Village had a precedent for such a feat through sheer physical prowess. The youth's response was indeed unexpected. What should we do? Nothing at all. As long as Kagaya remains unaware of our presence, we have succeeded in our plan. Therefore, Kisame, you must continue with your assigned tasks, monitoring Uchiha Itachi and obeying the commands of Obito and Kagaya. At this juncture, Kisame and the Full Moon finally grasped their superior's words. First and foremost, Kisame must persist as Kagaya and Obito's pawn. Simultaneously, he was to provide Lin Xuan with intelligence, a double agent. The Akatsuki was growing increasingly lively. Konan sighed softly. She was the individual who understood Lin Xuan better than anyone else in the world, yet she did not possess all the answers. This deeply concealed brother of hers was, in some respects, even more formidable than Kagaya and far more suited to operate in the shadows. To this day, we remain unaware of who disclosed that secret to Lin Xuan when he shared his story. The holographic body technique, one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, allowed Pain to receive the thought waves emitted by Akatsuki members, which were transformed from chakra, amplifying them into a kaleidoscope of illusions. Is there something you need? Pain slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Xian's ethereal form. Many years ago, Lin Xuan had roamed the world with Konan, and this was the first time he had reached out to him. An unexpected turn of events occurred during our mission. Konan and I encountered the Leaf Ninja Kakashi, and when Akatsuki appeared, he referred to him as Uchiha Obito. Lin Xuan recounted his recent experiences. Obito is reluctant to reveal his identity to me, and he even threatened you? Pain fell into deep contemplation. Nagato suddenly felt as though he had become ensnared in an intricate conspiracy. In his moments of despair, it had been Obito and Kagaya who appeared before him, revealing their plan and guiding him on how to harness the true power of the Rinnegan. However, Akatsuki was not Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Obito. Calculating the timeline, Nagato recalled that when he first met Akatsuki, the latter had been merely 12 years old. Had he truly been deceived by a child? Uchiha. Konoha. That scoundrel Obito cannot possibly be a spy sent by Konoha. Nagato spoke coldly. He suddenly remembered the recently recruited Uchiha Itachi, who hailed from Konoha and was also an Uchiha. His parents were tragically slain by the ninjas of Konoha. And the death of his dear friend Yahiko was also connected to Shimura Danzo of Konoha. When speaking of Konoha, Nagato's heart was consumed solely with hatred. You and Konan should bring back Kisame. As for Obito, I shall personally inquire with Itachi Uchiha. After all, they are of the same clan. Gradually, Nagato regained his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not waver from his objective. He sought to uncover why that scoundrel Obito had deceived him and why he had chosen to join Akatsuki. Moreover, there was Zetsu, who had always maintained a peculiar relationship with Obito. It was possible Zetsu was also a spy for him. Itachi Uchiha? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. By the way, this year Itachi is merely 13 years old. To borrow the words of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan is filled with inherently wicked little devils. Truly, a generation of talents emerges. Unlike Obito, who was merely a tool, Itachi was the genuine spy sent by Konoha. The man who once called himself Madara had suddenly transformed into the fallen hero Obito Uchiha. One could only imagine how fascinating Itachi's expression would be upon hearing this news. On the night of the clan massacre, Obito had played a pivotal role, while Itachi had merely assisted, claiming very few lives. In the Land of Rain, at Amigakure, Akatsuki's stronghold, Haiden had been brought back by Kakuzu and, after passing the trials, became an official member of Akatsuki, forming a partnership with Kakuzu. Kakuzu had a penchant for using his comrades' corpses to earn money, yet unfortunately, Haiden was immortal. These two were indeed a perfect match. Sasori, having found no trace of Orochimaru, returned to Amigakure. Recently, Itachi Uchiha had no missions. His new partner, Kisame Hoshigaki, had yet to arrive, leaving him to reside in Amigakure in seclusion. Leader. Sensing an overwhelming chakra presence, Itachi inclined his head slightly. Only the one possessing the Rinnegan, Pain, could exert such immense pressure upon him. You hail from the Uchiha. Do you know the name Obito? Pain inquired bluntly, his expression exceedingly frosty. Obito? Itachi's countenance displayed a hint of surprise. In a daze, he recalled an elder he had once seen within the clan, who had been on the same team as Kakashi. He had perished in the Third Shinobi World War, bestowing one of his Sharingan upon Hatake Kakashi before his demise. Konoha regarded him as a hero, yet to the Uchiha, he was merely a failure, more trouble than he was worth. Could the Sharingan be so freely given to outsiders? Pain furrowed his brow slightly. Itachi's reaction bore no signs of abnormality. He was unaware that Obito was the very same person who called himself Madara. In the Third Shinobi World War, Obito Uchiha had fallen in battle during the conflict at the Kanobi Bridge, and his name was inscribed upon Konoha's memorial stone. Itachi Uchiha pondered carefully as he recounted the intelligence he had gathered. Continue. I wish to know the life and deeds of that individual. Pain waved his hand, decisively taking a seat in the secluded dwelling of Itachi Uchiha. Given Itachi's demeanor, it was highly likely he too had been deceived by Obito. A flicker of confusion passed through Uchiha Itachi's eyes. What could there be to discuss about the deceased? Moreover, he was merely an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Yet a command is a command, and Itachi could not defy such an edict. Once, Uchiha Obito had been labeled as the tail of the crane, while Kakashi Hatake in their midst was a prodigy, having attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and Rin Noiro were once disciples of the fourth Hokage. As Itachi pondered, he recounted the tale of a rather tragic figure, the tale of the Crane Boy. Despite his mediocre talent, he embodied the spirit of camaraderie, never abandoning his companions in critical moments, ultimately sacrificing himself for his village and friends, dying a hero's death. Itachi possessed commendable talents across various domains, including storytelling. In his narrative, Uchiha Obito was sculpted into the tragic protagonist of a tale, representing the will of fire. Uchiha Obito. Pain gazed out the window, lost in thought, rendered speechless for a long while. Wasn't he merely a foolishly passionate fool devoid of intellect? Yet, such a person had managed to deceive him? Leader, why do you suddenly inquire about that individual? Itachi's expression was imbued with perplexity. Within the Akatsuki organization, numerous perilous figures abounded, yet why was there a penchant for gossip? Itachi, you were initially introduced to the Akatsuki by Zetsu. Pain turned his head, bestowing Itachi with a smile that bore significant implications. Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. While his exterior betrayed little emotional turbulence, an immense tempest surged within him. Connecting the earlier dialogue between the two, he surmised what Pain was about to disclose. Zetsu's true identity was Uchiha Obito. He had claimed to be Uchiha Madara since the first time I encountered him 15 years ago, 2 years prior to your birth, during the darkest period of the Akatsuki. At that time, Shimura Danzo from Konoha had meddled in the civil war of Amigakure. It was Danzo's scheme presented to Hanzo of the Salamander that led to Yahiko's demise, coinciding with Obito's self-proclamation as Uchiha Madara upon joining us. Pain's countenance darkened, his voice growing increasingly frigid. Upon reflection, it became evident that Obito had been subtly guiding him over the years, his ulterior motives clearly far from simple. He was exploiting him. Moreover, he was manipulating the entire Akatsuki. Now I have reason to suspect that Obito is a spy sent by Konoha, a subordinate of Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Itachi fell into contemplation. The first time he encountered Zetsu, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, was on the night of the massacre. That man had colluded with Shimura Danzo, executing that operation with the tacit approval of the third Hokage. Zetsu, fully aware of Itachi's role as a Konoha spy, had nonetheless invited him to join the Akatsuki. In hindsight, such behavior was inherently suspect. If Zetsu were loyal to the Akatsuki, how could he possibly consent to the inclusion of a Konoha spy? Unless he is also a spy from Konoha. Furthermore, Akatsuki's loyalty lies with Shimura Danzo. Obito did not perish in the war. Rather, he was secretly rescued by Danzo and subsequently brainwashed to become Danzo's pawn. This is the only explanation that perfectly accounts for the current situation. Regardless of Obito's schemes, I am certain he cannot be loyal to me. He is undoubtedly manipulating me. Pain spoke coldly, emanating an aura of danger that suggested he could strike at Itachi at any moment. And what about you, Uchiha Itachi? You, who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan and betrayed the village, are you not a spy for Konoha? Obito deceived me. I was unaware of his connections to Konoha. The next time we meet, I shall eliminate him to prove my innocence. Itachi, in a composed manner, shook his head lightly. It is highly likely that Obito is an accomplice of Danzo, and Danzo is certainly no benevolent figure. Finding a pretext to eliminate Obito might not be such a bad idea. For now, I am willing to trust you, Pain said, narrowing his eyes slightly. The Akatsuki organization is in dire need of capable individuals, and Itachi evidently possesses considerable talent. His willingness to kill Obito to vindicate himself is precisely what Pain wishes to see. Thus, what remains is Jay. Jay has always been the intelligence operative of Akatsuki. Had it not been for his intricate relationship with Obito, Pain would have been reluctant to eliminate him, given his exceptional intelligence-gathering abilities. Meanwhile, Jay met with Obito. Throughout the encounter, Obito wore a grim expression and remained silent, while Jay harbored doubts regarding Uchiha Madara's judgment. Does Kakashi know Obito's true identity? What on earth is going on? Moreover, the most pressing concern is that Nagato has now learned this information, and trust in Obito is no longer feasible. You shouldn't have gone to the Hidden Mist village. Killing a worthless Mizukage is one thing. But sending Kisame to test Lin Xuan, what was the intent behind that? Are you not aware that Kisame can be easily countered by a martial arts expert? Black Zetsu struggled to conceal a hint of anger in his voice. Are all Uchiha so headstrong and arrogant, looking down upon others? Where has common sense gone? I had no idea I would encounter Kakashi, and he actually saw through my identity? Obito said, his face filled with frustration. This situation has entangled us as well. Nagato is beginning to doubt us. White Zetsu was equally displeased. He and Black Zetsu had schemed together for many years. They could not allow everything to crumble because of Obito. Am I unable to return to Akatsuki? Obito slowly closed his eyes, reflecting on his actions. He had done nothing wrong, yet somehow found himself in this predicament. It is impossible, although Nagato is uncertain of your objectives and whether you are sent by Konoha. He only needs to know that you have deceived him. He may even be starting to realize how he has been manipulated by you all these years. Black Zetsu spoke in a grave tone. The pawn has become aware of its role. This is certainly not a good omen. Black Zetsu's gaze flickered. We must swiftly position new spies to monitor Nagato, and we cannot allow Uchiha Itachi to slip from our grasp. This is a straightforward task. Finally, Obito found a semblance of solace. Kisame Hoshigaki remained willing to obey our commands, placing his faith in the Moon's Eye plan. He would assist us in surveilling Uchiha Itachi. The troubling matter was why Kakashi had unearthed my identity. He could not fathom why his disguise had been so easily discerned by Kakashi. Why did you not capture Kakashi at that time? Black Zetsu inquired coldly. Could it be that you showed mercy upon seeing an old acquaintance? You wretched fool, Obito. When Kakashi appeared, he directly called my name. and that group beside Lin was present. What purpose would it have served to capture him? Kakashi would never divulge any information. That man would rather die than betray Konoha. Obito replied calmly. Black Zetsu remained silent for an extended period. On Nagato's side, I will assert that you deceived him to keep him pacified for the time being. You should also refrain from returning to Akatsuki. Instead, conceal yourself and await my next move. Understood. Meanwhile, in Konoha, within a dimly lit basement, the higher-ups of Konoha gathered around a table, including Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado. A raven, nurtured by Uchiha Itachi, brought news. Uchiha Obito was still alive. The initial plan targeting the Uchiha had been orchestrated by him, representing the Akatsuki in collaboration with Root. And it was unexpected that Akatsuki was entirely unaware of his true identity. Danzo furrowed his brow tightly. Uchiha Obito, in existing records, was a character of little significance. Yet, such an individual had infiltrated Akatsuki and possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. The third Hokage and the two elders were rendered speechless. What was the meaning of this? Uchiha Obito appeared within Akatsuki, yet was mistakenly regarded as a spy sent from Konoha? Konoha would not bear such a burden. They had explicitly dispatched Uchiha Itachi. How could they be so wrongfully accused? If I recall correctly, this Obito was a student of Minato, wasn't he? Danzo tossed the intelligence scroll into the flames of a nearby fire pit, incinerating it. Minato's teacher was Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's mentor was the third Hokage. By this logic, Obito was affiliated with the Hokage's faction, yet he now seemed to have betrayed Konoha. What was Obito's concealed agenda within Akatsuki? Those within Akatsuki suspected Obito to be a spy for Konoha, yet we were utterly oblivious to the fact that he was still alive. The third Hokage paid no heed to Danzo's provocations, merely exhaling a plume of smoke. Why had Obito survived? With his Manjiki. What schemes had he been plotting over the years? Uchiha Itachi even mentioned in his intelligence that Obito seemed to have been leveraging Akatsuki all along. Not long ago, Kakashi ventured into the land of water without authorization. It seems that he, too, has caught wind of the news regarding Uchiha Obito. However, he refrained from reporting to Konoha and instead embarked on this solitary journey. Hiruzen sighed, for he could not have anticipated that Kakashi was too apprehensive to inform him. Obito had explicitly claimed responsibility for the Ninetales rampage. Such a revelation could not be disclosed without verifying its authenticity. Even ninjas harbor personal motives, and Kakashi, unwilling to abandon a former comrade, held on to the hope that Obito was merely a misguided idealist. 2 days later, in the Hidden Rain village, Lin Xuan and Conan had met their new member and settled into a tranquil routine, though not without duties to attend to. Manyu was gravely ill, and only Tsunade and Chio among the entire ninja world could offer assistance. Thus, Lin Xuan resolved to journey to the Hidden Sand village. Tsunade was no easy person to approach, and moreover, the Hidden Sand was significantly more vulnerable than Konoha. What do you intend to do? Questioned the Beast Path, who managed the affairs of the Hidden Rain village, his orange-haired demeanor betraying confusion. Nagato, controlling him from behind, pondered why Lin Xuan had unexpectedly arrived in such an office. Provide me with some subordinates from the Hidden Rain. I plan to undertake a significant endeavor, Lin Xuan stated, unceremoniously requesting assistance. The Beast Path served as the spokesperson for Nagato and the leader of the Rain Village's ninjas. What are your intentions? Nagato inquired through the Beast Path. Lin Xuan's thought process seemed to diverge from that of the average person. One could never quite predict his actions. I shall travel to the Land of Wind to consult Chio about Manyu's illness. If those ninjas prove ungrateful, I shan't hesitate to eliminate the fourth Kazekage. Oh. And I intend to present myself as the heir to Hanzo, using this identity to traverse the gaze of the 5 great nations and exploit the remnants of that fool's legacy. Lin Xuan shrugged indifferently. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind was arguably the least formidable and most susceptible to manipulation. Very well, I shall entrust you with the management of the Hydrangea team, the Beast Path remarked, perusing the village's ninja roster. Given Lin Xuan's capabilities, a few Rain ninjas would suffice as mere fillers, their combat prowess being of little consequence. With this in mind, Nagato decided to assign a team of freshly graduated youngsters. Hydrangea, 12 years old. Lotus, 12 years old. Water Lily, 12 years old. 3 young girls had just passed their exams to become Genin, their combat capabilities negligible. However, Lin Xuan did not require subordinates with exceptional fighting skills. Hey, are you stirring up trouble? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow as he accepted the 3 ninja profiles handed to him by Nagato. Zihua, a girl with short purple hair. appeared neat and tidy in her simple attire, though her slender frame could not conceal the brilliance in her eyes. Her aloof and haughty demeanor evoked a subconscious comparison to the likes of Uchiha Sasuke. Although her talent undoubtedly paled in comparison to his, and her strength was lacking, she possessed a certain charm. Her faint orange eyes mirrored those of Conan. The other two girls were rather straightforward. Farong, with long black hair obscuring her left cheek, had striking purple eyes that were slightly squinted. Though she had an appealing figure, her expression betrayed a hint of laziness, marking her as a rather slothful individual. Water Lily sported a tangle of green hair, adorned with a hood and a black mask that concealed her face, revealing only a hint of a slender visage, suggesting she was likely quite beautiful. Knowing that his subordinates were these three young girls would surely drive Conan to despair, Lin Xuan's mind wandered. You've always been averse to traditional ninjas, haven't you? Thus, I arranged for you a trio brimming with vitality and youthful exuberance. Nagato's voice echoed through the mouth of the animal path, betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. The essence of a ninja is to possess formidable strength and remarkable restraint, willing to sacrifice everything, even their own lives, for the sake of missions and objectives. The profession of a ninja had devolved into a mere instrument of war. Who still remembered that the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja way with the hope that ninjutsu could enhance lives and lead to peace. Nevertheless, these three young girls would soon become his subordinates. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xuan ultimately nodded decisively. The fate that awaited Ziwa's ninja team was one of annihilation years hence, during an S-rank mission. If he intervened, perhaps destiny could be altered. Amigakure was a tranquil village. How could he allow such delightful young girls to meet a tragic end? After all, Lin Xuan was not a cold-hearted individual. By the command of Lord Hanzo, foreign ninjas are prohibited from remaining within our borders. We shall commence a cleansing operation against rogue ninjas. Stepping out of Amigakure, Lin Xuan, along with Conan and the ninja team, declared this shocking news to the entirety of the Rain Country. Indeed, after all these years, only the people of Amigakure knew that Hanzo had perished. Not even the other cities in the Rain Country were aware. Now, Lin Xuan was resurrecting the so-called demigod title of the ninja world to recycle its utility. In his eyes, Hanzo was a waste. However, for the ninja world, Hanzo's name still held considerable weight. After all, the legendary Sannin of Konoha had never bested Hanzo collectively. Is civil war imminent in the Land of Rain? It seems that Lord Hanzo is preparing to take action against some rebellious shinobi, and unrest is brewing once more. Wherever Lin Xuan and his companions go, the city is abuzz with speculation. These foolish individuals. Hydrangea gazed pityingly at those who remained oblivious to the truth. Lord Hanzo has long since perished, slain by Lord Pain of the village. Now, the Hidden Rain village enjoys the protection of the Divine Lord, alongside the beautiful and gentle Angel Lord, and her brother as well. In summary, the true strength of the Hidden Rain village is undoubtedly on par with any other shinobi village. The tasks in the Land of Rain are nearly complete. Conan let out a sigh of relief. News would soon spread throughout the Land of Rain, and then to the distant 5 great nations. Angel Lord, what is our next course of action? Hydrangea looked at Conan with admiration and reverence. This gentle senior occasionally appeared in the village to distribute aid and charity to the poor and orphans. In terms of both strength and character, this senior was the true hero that Hydrangea aspired to emulate. Don't ask me. Ask him. He is your superior. Conan shrugged, reaching out to ruffle Hydrangea's hair. This proud junior displayed a rare obedient side only in her presence, although Conan also had a fondness for adorable young girls. Yet, the thought of Hydrangea being adopted by Lin Xuan made her feel a twinge of jealousy. Conan herself found this feeling rather perplexing. Why would she feel jealousy toward a 12-year-old girl? The upcoming events are perilous. It's best for the little one to return to the village. We are heading to the Sand Village. Lin Xuan glanced back at the slow-moving Akatsuki member, explaining in a measured tone. They would engage with the Sand Shinobi, seeking an opportunity to venture into the Wind Country, where conflict among the Kage could potentially arise. Such matters are not for mere genin to partake in. Indeed, both Furuya and Swearin demonstrated a keen understanding and were fully obedient to orders. Lin Xuan rarely made appearances, and information about him was scarce. Yet it was not difficult to discern the terrifying power of that man by observing the Angel Lord's attitude toward her brother. Understood. Hydrangea felt a sense of reluctance but recognized that this was not the time for bravado. A genius should not only be proud. It is equally important to possess a clear understanding of oneself. What kind of gift does Hanabi desire? It's a rare occasion for me to venture far from home. Lin Xuan, emulating Conan, gently stroked the young girl's hair. Hanabi? Hydrangea cast a puzzled glance. If memory served her correctly, she did not seem to share such intimacy with this peculiar superior. Only Suerin and Furuya would address her in that manner. The young girl felt her cheeks flush slightly, a mix of shyness and trepidation washing over her. Brother, a 30-year-old should not bully children. Conan interjected unexpectedly, exasperation evident as she rubbed her forehead. It is now the month of October in the 55th year of the Konoha calendar. In a short while, Lin Xuan will turn 34, which undeniably marks him as a true middle-aged man, or perhaps one might even refer to him as a peculiar uncle. How outrageous. Does he not realize that age is a personal matter? Lin Xuan appears to be both angry and embarrassed. The three young ladies, Zihua and Lian, gaze at the youthful man before them with astonishment and disbelief. With such an exterior, one could easily mistake him for someone in their 20s. Even a slight exaggeration to 18 would raise no suspicion. Lin Xuan hastily departed, his retreat somewhat awkward, forsaking even his umbrella. Oh dear, no matter how old he gets, he still resembles a child, Xiaonan remarked. The three young women, Zihua and her companions, struggled to maintain a composed facade, suppressing their laughter. As prominent figures within the rain-hidden village, the demeanor of this brother-sister duo seems remarkably approachable. The angelic figure is gentle, while her brother appears somewhat unhinged. Or more precisely, a mildly obsessive elder brother. Everyone, it is time for you to leave this place. By the way, do you know where Chia resides? Lin Xuan confronted the ninjas from Sunagakure. This group had been dispatched from the Land of Wind to gather intelligence in the Land of Rain, tasked with reporting all occurrences in the area. However, now that Hanzo of the Salamander has declared a purge of traitorous ninjas, foreign ninjas are forbidden from remaining within the territory. Is there no room for negotiation? The leader of the ninja team seemed reluctant to yield. The Land of Wind, situated in a desert region, is the most impoverished among the 5 great nations. Sunagakure receives very few mission commissions, and their means of making a living are severely restricted, resulting in a surplus of labor. Were it not for the annual subsidies from the Land of Wind, sustaining the ninjas of Sunagakure would be exceedingly difficult. The Land of Rain is a suitable place for rest and recuperation. Unless absolutely necessary, this ninja team would be loath to relinquish their post. Lord Hanzo has issued us a strict order. No ninja from any village may remain here, Lin Xuan stated coldly. He now embodies the will of the demigod of the ninja world, holding a status akin to that of the heir to the rain-hidden village. And he naturally must exhibit the authority befitting his position. To assert his dominance, he swiftly subdued 2 elite ninjas upon his arrival, which compelled the ninjas from Sunagakure to behave with remarkable compliance. Understood, the Sunagakure ninjas replied, their brows furrowed, visibly reluctant. Despite the Land of Wind's weakness, it remains one of the 5 great nations, and had this not been within the Land of Rain, Sunagakure would not easily concede. Do you Sand Village ninjas have an affinity for puppetry? You all seem pitifully weak, Lin Xuan remarked with casual indifference as he released the 2 elite ninjas from the team. This group consisted of 10 members, 3 of whom were puppeteers. During the recent skirmish, he had swiftly subdued 2 elite puppeteers, their puppets undoubtedly crushed by brute force. You scoundrel! Do not underestimate the puppeteers. The Sunagakure ninjas glared with fiery eyes, yet they dared not make a move. Lin Xuan wore an expression of disinterest, allowing his head to droop as he grew weary of idle chatter. Years ago, he had decisively dealt with Scorpion, once regarded by Sunagakure as a prodigious puppet master, who ultimately betrayed his village. This served as a testament to the inadequacies of the puppeteer profession. I shall inquire once more. Do you know where Chiyo resides? I have matters to discuss with her, Lin Xuan reiterated. Chiyo, the grandmother of Sasori, and her brother, Chiyo, are both venerable figures in Sunagakure. Following Sasori's defection, Chiyo chose to retreat from the public eye, distancing herself from any affairs of the village, and her brother followed suit into seclusion. Why do you seek Lady Chiyo? The Sunagakure ninja asked, their expressions tinged with confusion. What business could the Rain Village have with her? Suddenly, the captain's demeanor shifted, as if he had conjured some bizarre narrative in his mind. You do not intend to assassinate Lady Chiyo, do you? On the battlefield, she neutralized the lethal poison of the salamander, so your plan is to eliminate her before instigating war against the Land of Wind? Lin Xuan regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Is your intelligence truly sufficient to serve as a ninja? It appears I have overestimated Sunagakure. I have already stated that the Land of Rain is embroiled in civil strife. Although that was a fabrication, it was perceived as an undeniable truth by outsiders. Given that the Land of Rain was in turmoil, How could they possibly contemplate the assassination of a high-ranking official from the Land of Wind? Then what is your purpose in seeking Lady Chiyo? The captain of the Sunagakure ninjas was increasingly perplexed. I have a subordinate afflicted with an incurable illness. I promised to save him, Lin Xuan replied candidly. Clad in a stylish black trench coat adorned with the insignia of the Rain Village, he bore the air of a man of modest influence. The Sunagakure ninjas exchanged glances, bewildered. Were they to believe that Lady Chiyo was to be treated as a mere physician? That esteemed recluse had long since severed ties with the mundane world. Even Sunagakure would find it difficult to engage her services. Why would she attend to someone from the Rain Village? Pray tell, who might you be? The captain inquired once more. Despite the peculiarity of Lin Xuan's request, should his identity prove significant, it might not be entirely implausible. Moreover, given that he sought assistance for a subordinate, one could not help but regard him as a commendable superior. I must confess, I am the diplomatic envoy appointed by Lord Hanzo, Lin Xuan humbly gestured. The Sunagakure ninjas were taken aback once more. This young man was no ordinary individual. He had gained the recognition of the formidable Hanzo of the salamander. In a sense, a diplomatic envoy could be likened to an heir. Considering his age, Hanzo had long since aged, and acquiring a representative to gradually assume his influence was the most natural course of action. Only Lord Gaara is privy to the whereabouts of Lady Chiyo and Lord Chiyo. Should you insist on meeting Lady Chiyo, we may accompany you to Sunagakure to meet with Lord Gaara. The captain of the Sunagakure ninjas spoke with newfound deference. He was most likely conversing with the next leader of the Rain Country, and courtesy was undoubtedly in abundance. It is understandable why this young man possesses such enigmatic martial skills. Being the chosen heir of a demigod, how could he possibly be mediocre? A few days later, Lin Xuan and Xiaonan journeyed to the Wind Country alongside the shinobi of Sunagakure, with Mangitsu silently trailing his new superior. This man genuinely seemed intent on rescuing him, even going so far as to seek out a retired elder ninja in the Wind Country. Truly a complex and charismatic individual, a leader bold enough to risk everything to save an unremarkable life is nearly extinct in the shinobi world. Once despondent in Kirigakure, Mangitsu felt as though he had rediscovered the meaning of life in that moment. Terumi Mei would take good care of her brother, so he had no further concerns. He would follow his new superior and strive to restore the glory of the Akatsuki clan throughout the shinobi realm. Alas, he would never know that Lin Xuan's thoughts were quite different. Main quest, Wind Country Arc. Quest objective, defeat the 4th Kazekage Raza. Difficulty, hard. Rewards, 30 attribute points, agility 20, rebirth points 12,000, world reputation 5,000. Side quest, the glory of the pioneer. Quest objective, witness Chiyo use the forbidden technique. Life transfer. Difficulty, easy. Rewards, cracked version of the forbidden technique, life transfer, allows the sharing of one's vitality with others, but cannot reverse the act to take another's life. Lin Xuan was not merely acting out of consideration for Mangitsu. His motivation stemmed primarily from these two tasks. Moreover, not long ago he had received another notification. Complete the hidden task, Blessing of Akatsuki. Gain the loyalty of the Akatsuki clan members. Reward, Vitality 2. Current lifespan changed from 3350 to 3355. This. Lin Xuan discreetly cast a glance at Mangitsu. What a good brother. Having only recently joined his team, he was already making significant contributions, albeit without realizing it himself. The rewards for defeating the 4th Kazekage, Raza, were already substantial, and now there was an unexpected bonus. In Sunagakure, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, pondered over the intelligence scroll in his office, reflecting on the recent tumultuous events. The Uchiha had been annihilated, the 4th Mizukage had unexpectedly stepped down, announcing that a woman named Terumi Mei would inherit the position of 5th Mizukage. And civil strife had erupted in the Rain Country. Was that young man, Lin Xuan, truly the designated heir of Hanzo? Raza furrowed his brow slightly. My lord Kazekage, I have confirmed this matter repeatedly. The ninjas of the Rain Village hold that young man in the highest regard, and indeed, Lin Xuan's strength has reached the level of a Kage, replied Maki respectfully. As a trusted subordinate of the Kazekage, he could surmise Raza's thoughts. Raza, a true genius of a ninja and an ambitious Kazekage, has gradually elevated the status of Sunagakure under his leadership. Go greet the guests from the Land of Rain. And bring Gaara with you, Raza commanded quietly. Kazekage, now is not the time to engage in war with the Land of Rain. Maki could not help but interject. War? What gives the insignificant Land of Rain the audacity to confront us? Aren't they embroiled in a civil war? We are merely eliminating an heir. Is that too much to ask? Raza scoffed. The actions of the Land of Rain indicate their internal chaos. At such a critical juncture, how could Hans's heir venture alone into the Land of Wind merely to tend to his subordinates' ailments? Should I eliminate that heir, what could the Land of Rain possibly do? Would Hans dare to wage war against Sunagakure? They would not. Understood, Maki bowed his head. The Kazekage's decisions had never faltered. Yet this time he harbored a sense of foreboding. Analyzing rationally, this was indeed an opportunity to strike the Land of Rain. The death of Hans's heir would undoubtedly plunge the entire nation into further chaos. With Gaara present, no unexpected developments could arise. Maki sought solace in this reasoning. Gaara, the son of the fourth Kazekage and the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, wielded a formidable weapon. What unforeseen circumstances could possibly occur? The tailed beast is a superweapon capable of altering the tide of war. Gaara, the Kazekage requests your presence in the office. After a while, Maki found the red-haired boy in a corner of Sunagakure streets. His gaze was as cold and indifferent as that of a wild beast. Understood. The boy replied after a long silence, finally nodding in calm acceptance. Having lost his mother at a young age and harboring a sealed monster within him, he grew up under the disdainful yet fearful gazes of the villagers. His father, the Kazekage, was also a scoundrel, having sent assassins to test his control over the beast, ultimately leading to Yashimaru's demise at his own hands. Gaara exhibited no human emotions. The only concept he comprehended was that of killing. It mattered not who the target was, as long as there was bloodshed. Much like the kanji for love etched upon his forehead, all he needed was to love himself. In the Land of Wind, at the border, Lin Xuan was revisiting the past with Conan. They had previously come to the Land of Wind while recruiting Sasori, and this was their second visit. Conan frowned slightly and whispered something into Lin Xuan's ear. Her paper clone had sensed a group approaching, which included Raza, the fourth Kazekage, and a peculiar boy with an unusually strange chakra presence. What a splendid welcoming ceremony. Lin Xuan's demeanor suddenly turned unfriendly. He had yet to devise a reason to confront the fourth Kazekage, and now Raza had unexpectedly come to him. What was the meaning of this? Just as I felt an itch in my hand, Lord Kazekage voluntarily leaned in closer. Is this quite appropriate? Such courtesy. Oh, and a complimentary Jinchuriki as well. Buy one, get one free. You must be Lin Xuan, am I correct? Shortly thereafter, Rasha appeared in the desert, accompanied by a cadre of Umbu ninjas. This group exhibited no attempt to conceal their hostility, regarding Lin Xuan and the others as though they were mere corpses. Amidst the turmoil in the Land of Rain, how daring of you to appear in the Land of Wind. Should I commend your remarkable courage or deem it sheer folly? Rasha scoffed. Hanzo of the Salamander had long aspired to the title of Mizukage, hoping that the Land of Rain would ascend to greatness. Yet that individual is destined for disappointment. For the heir he selected is soon to perish beneath the hand of the fourth Kazekage. The foolish one remains unaware of who it is. Conan curled her lip. It seems Rasha is the first to maintain such a relaxed demeanor in the presence of two formal members of the Akatsuki. Thud. A sand ninja collapsed beside Lin Xuan. A shadow darted past him, swiftly twisting his neck. Lin Xuan dispatched these sand ninjas with the ease of harvesting wheat, fluid and unhurried. Just as the intelligence had indicated, this individual is indeed a master of physical techniques. However, it is unfortunate. My jutsu specializes in countering taijutsu practitioners. Rasha's expression grew slightly serious. As the fourth Kazekage, he inherited the magnet release from the third Kazekage, albeit with a distinction. While the third wielded magnet release, iron sand, Rasha's technique is magnet release, gold sand, which is heavier than ordinary sand and manifests in a myriad of forms. The Shikaku has repeatedly exhibited its complete form in the village, only to be quelled by Rasha alone. Magnet release, gold sand burial. Rasha slowly formed his hand seals and unleashed this jutsu towards Lin Xuan and his companions. The desert stirred, and the resplendent golden sand coalesced into a continually sinking mire. Anyone above the ground would be submerged beneath 200 meters or even deeper of sand. Against such high density and high pressure gold sand, even the mightiest of taijutsu practitioners would find themselves powerless. The full extent of this technique spans a radius of 1,000 meters. My lord. Manwë glanced around, her heart racing. As the fourth Kazekage, Rasha was in his element in the desert, and the circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for them. The ground beneath their feet was relentlessly sinking, with mere seconds remaining before they would be engulfed by the tide of gold sand. Faced with a wave of sand towering over 20 meters, Lin Xuan and his companions appeared as insignificant as ants. This is the prowess of the fourth Kazekage. If only Kisame were here, to showcase just how terrifying an artificial ocean could be, it would surely be a magnificent battle. As the tide of sand loomed closer, Lin Xuan remained motionless. In that moment, even Manuel grew anxious. No matter how strong Lin Xuan might be, being buried hundreds of meters underground poses a grave danger. Rasha had the advantage of time and terrain, wielding his jutsu as the Kazekage himself. Is it truly wise to underestimate one's adversaries? Never doubt the elder brother. His caution surpasses that of anyone else. When he appears reckless, it merely signifies that he perceives his foes as utterly inconsequential. What concern does a lion have for the taunts of a mere reptile? A swift strike is all that is required. Xiaonan remained poised as the golden sand surged forth, scattering into countless sheets of white paper. The full moon immediately activated its life-preserving liquid transformation, its form dissolving into droplets to escape. It was over. Gaara gazed somewhat regretfully at the halted golden desert. He was acutely aware of his father's capabilities. And though the three individuals seemed formidable, he lamented the missed opportunity to eliminate them himself. Buried beneath hundreds of meters of sand, even the divine could not offer salvation. How could the mighty forces of nature be resisted by mere mortals? Is the elder truly unscathed? He inquired as the droplets coalesced, restoring the full moon's form atop the desert. His concern for his superior's safety lingered. He will not perish, Xiaonan replied nonchalantly. Lin Xuan's constitution is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Gaara found it absurd that this young man could effortlessly crush a Nin. Yet, he could never fathom that Lin Xuan possessed the capacity to swiftly eliminate Orochimaru or easily overpower Kisame Hoshigaki at sea. To speak candidly, could the legendary sage of six paths accomplish the feat of dispatching a powerful Kage-level opponent with mere physical prowess, devoid of any ninjutsu? Perhaps. But Gaara faced a being who might be a physical embodiment of the sage's power. Yet, he foolishly believed that he could suffocate such an entity with mere grains of sand. Who, indeed, is the naive one here? None shall speak of today's events, Gaara commanded. Still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his subordinates acknowledged the order. Yes, the ninja squad led by Maki nodded in agreement. Gaara felt a twinge of annoyance. He had not claimed any lives on this outing, yet he acquiesced with a nod. He hoped the two remaining Kori, the full moon and Xiaonan, would be left for him. A thunderous roar resonated from the depths below. Gaara's calm demeanor swiftly transformed into disbelief as he gazed at the golden desert he had crafted. How could someone emerge from hundreds of meters underground? With a resounding crash, Lin Xuan's muscles tightened, forging a path through sheer physicality. Humans could not possibly perform such feats while bearing a mountain, but he was the scion of a deity. Without activating his divine bloodline, he surged forth purely through his innate capabilities. Magnet release, golden sand spear. Gaara inhaled deeply. Regardless of what monstrosity lurked beneath, he would not relent. The golden desert morphed under the chakra of the fourth Kazekage, transforming into thousands of golden spears, glimmering like unsheathed swords. Yet, Lin Xuan's speed surpassed them all. The attire of the Rain Village ninja became tattered, revealing the faint bronze sheen of his well-defined muscles. The youth surged forth against the current, his eyes glimmering with the ferocity of a monarch. The golden spear descended like raindrops, poised to strike him mid-path, yet he neither flinched nor avoided it. Charging forward with a raw and unrefined determination, Raza's ninjutsu failed to even graze a single strand of his hair. In the face of overwhelming violence, all tactics amounted to nothing more than pitiful struggles. The fourth Kazekage watched in disbelief as that man dismantled his ninjutsu with an effortless display of power. Gaara, summon Shikaku. Raza bellowed at his young son without a moment's hesitation. His ninjutsu could merely delay Lin Xuan's advance, utterly incapable of halting his approach. Only the infinitely abundant chakra of the tailed beast stood a chance against this formidable foe. Situated in the desert, Shikaku possessed sealing techniques as well. Only the complete form of the One Tail could hope to triumph over this terrifying adversary. Even if victory was unattainable, it could at least create an opportunity for their escape. Understanding dawned upon Gaara as he gazed at the figure 100 meters away, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Though reluctant to admit it, he now had no choice but to rely on that tanuki to survive. Otherwise, death at the hands of the enemy was inevitable. Sleep technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Gaara invoked this advanced hypnotic jutsu upon himself. As the consciousness of the Jinchuriki sank into profound slumber, Shikaku would seize control of his body, momentarily unleashing its complete form. In Lin Xuan's gaze, countless grains of sand coalesced around Gaara, suddenly giving rise to a colossal creature, a mountain-like monstrosity, Shikaku, the One-Tail. Prepare to retreat. Raza signaled with a wave of his hand, issuing orders without hesitation. Shikaku would not regard Sunagakure as an ally. It would unleash its fury upon all present. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku, true to form, unleashed a vast wave of wind jutsu. While the vacuum sphere was not the tailed beast bomb, its might was formidable and capable of rapid-fire deployment. Ah, is that not the little tanuki? How pitiful. Just as Shikaku was poised to wreak havoc, a voice echoed above its head. The massive form of Shikaku collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of sand into the air. Lord Kazekage, your village's pet is quite impressive. It must make for a grand guardian, Lin Xuan remarked with a playful smile, seemingly unfazed by Shikaku's presence. This yellow tanuki could scarcely withstand a single blow from him. Truly pathetic. Human, you dare provoke me. Shikaku's hoarse and piercing voice resonated like thunder. The body of a tailed beast is composed of chakra, capable of resurrection even after death, allowing Shikaku to fight without restraint. Silence. Now is not the time for you. Lin Xuan's expression hardened. Akatsuki was still in the phase of gathering resources and had no intention of engaging the Jinchuriki of various villages, lest they alert their quarry. Capturing Shikaku was not an option at this moment. At most, they could impart a lesson. I will tear you apart. Shikaku screeched as it regained its footing upon the desert sands. Its corpulent form surged with astonishing chakra. The dual attributes of yin and yang coalescing in the air to rapidly form a deep purple sphere. Tail Beast Bomb. Is Shikaku out of its mind? To his astonishment, he utilized the tailed beast bomb at such a close range. The speed at which Raza and his subordinates fled increased considerably. If detonated at zero distance, even Shikaku himself would be affected. Such an explosion could obliterate an entire city. Pets must learn to be obedient, for otherwise, their masters shall not favor them. Lin Xuan vanished in an instant, reappearing beneath the tailed beast bomb. Employing this technique necessitated considerable preparation time, and Shikaku was destined to be interrupted. Return home, little raccoon. Lin Xuan unleashed a powerful punch upon Shikaku's head, the immense form being shattered into a cloud of yellow sand. The tailed beast bomb that was just primed for launch snuffed out in its wake. The once elusive Shikaku was forced back into the Jinchuri's body, deprived even of a farewell. From afar, Raza beheld this scene, rendered speechless by the tumult of emotions within him. Was that truly a human? Even he could only suppress Shikaku with sand and resolve the matter through sealing techniques. Yet that man had obliterated Shikaku with a mere fist. Lord Kazekage, we may now engage in earnest dialogue regarding the reparations owed by the defeated Sunagakure, as well as the rightful ownership of the tailed beast Shikaku. Conan suddenly appeared ahead, obstructing Raza and the fleeing ninjas. Countless pieces of white paper fell, forming a circular barrier. The Kazekage, his face etched with bitterness, halted, estimating at least 1 million explosive tags, and this was merely the number visible to him. There was no passage forward. Lord Kazekage, I am quite satisfied with your welcoming ceremony. The tattered man tossed his hair back, revealing an innocuous yet radiant smile. Man, you ever consider it? Presented a set of outer garments, which Lin Xuan accepted with ease, donning them while flashing a grin that displayed a row of pearly white teeth. Truly, he was the chosen heir of a demigod. Raza's expression turned ashen. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, each renowned in the ninja world as formidable figures. The fact that Hanzo could effortlessly defeat the Sannin of Konoha, and now his disciple possessed such monstrous prowess, affirmed that the title of demigod in the ninja realm was not mere embellishment. The individual closest to the god of ninjas. His discerning gaze was indeed sharp. Raza gradually regained his composure. The ability to cultivate a talent such as Lin Xuan spoke volumes about Hanzo's own strength. Do you not feel that Amigakure restricts your development? The Kazekage interjected, a smirk playing on his lips. Hanzo the salamander has devoted his life to becoming a legendary rain shadow, if I am not mistaken. You hold little actual power, do you? Hanzo was a selfish and power-hungry ruler. As long as he lived, you would remain in his shadow, bearing the title of heir while serving him. As the defeated party, Raza did not abandon negotiations, even provocatively sowing discord between Lin Xuan and the esteemed Hanzo. While Lin Xuan's strength was indeed formidable, at the end of the day, he was still but a young man. If Lin Xuan were to show mercy towards them, even considering joining Sunagakure and pledging loyalty, Raza would not hesitate to nurture him as the next Kazekage. This young man is indeed worth courting. However, the formidable Hanzo of the salamander has already met his demise. Lin Xuan even witnessed the corpse at the scene. Even if Lin Xuan truly intended to infiltrate the 5 great nations, he would never choose Sunagakure, not only for its weakness, but also due to their treacherous nature and lack of principles in betraying their comrades, the bearer of the Shikutten bloodline. Yakura was hailed as a hero of Sunagakure, yet the 4th Kazekage Raza deceived Yakura under the guise of a covert mission, leading him into the clutches of Kirigakure, where he ultimately fell victim to their wrath. If even the village's hero could be treated so ruthlessly, who could Raza possibly fear to manipulate? Lin Xuan fell into contemplation, as if genuinely pondering Raza's suggestion. Leave that feeble land of rain. Only the land of wind can be your stage. We can offer you greater resources and more power. Becoming the next Kazekage is not beyond the realm of possibility, Raza coaxed. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. The diminutive and impoverished land of rain offers little of value. Our land of wind is one of the 5 great nations. Hey, Conan, this man is insulting Lord Hanzo. How should we punish him? Lin Xuan snapped back to reality, revealing a playful smile. Conan disregarded her brother's dark humor, casting a cold glance at the Kazekage. The Sunagakure ninjas stood paralyzed, pale as ghosts, while even Raza dared not make a rash move, let alone this cadre of J. Nin and Ch. Nin. As Lin Xuan approached, Raza's expression grew increasingly grim. His preaching bore no fruit. His opponent was resolute in his intent to kill him. Do you truly wish to wage war against my land of wind? Surely this is not what Hanzo hoped to witness, considering you are still embroiled in internal strife. Raza's pupils constricted slightly as he lowered his head in disbelief. Staring at the arm that had pierced through his chest, this decisive young man dared to kill him just like that. Had he even considered the consequences? Did he not fear igniting a new wave of turmoil within the ninja world? How could such a ninja exist? Thud. Lin Xuan withdrew a clean handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away the blood, as the 4th Kazekage lay dead upon the ground, still maintaining an expression of shock. The 4th Kazekage had met his end in such a light manner, without even harming a single hair of his adversary. Kazekage-sama. Maki's eyes blazed with fury, fists clenched tightly. Yet he found himself unable to move his feet. The Kazekage was gone, but Gaara remained. These ninjas had to ensure Gaara's safe return to the village, no matter how slim the chances may be. It seems you have a keen interest in this Jinchuriki? Lin Xuan stepped closer. Placing his foot, Maki took a deep breath, struggling to maintain the last vestiges of clarity within his mind, and quickly reached out to stop his companion from taking action. Gaara was a Jinchuriki, a living weapon of the Wind Country. While a new Kazekage could be fostered, losing a tailed beast was irreplaceable. With the death of Raza, Sunagakure would only experience a temporary decline. However, if Gaara were to be captured, the Wind Country could very well be relegated to the status of a minor nation, akin to the Rain Country. The Jinchuriki would be temporarily safeguarded by me. You shall seek Chiyo and have her tend to my subordinate's injuries. Should she succeed, I will return the Jinchuriki. Conversely, if she fails, you shall have no hope of reclaiming him. Lin Xuan leisurely gestured to the full moon. The astute younger brother quickly comprehended the situation, hastily procuring a sack to confine Gaara within, hoisting it onto his shoulder. The leader truly lived up to his reputation. With the Kazekage slain and the Jinchuriki subdued, a group of elite jonin felt utterly powerless to act. The full moon rejoiced at having such a superior. Now you may depart, but heed this. I grant you only 3 days. Maki was a clever individual, and the other Sunagakure ninjas were no fools either. In the wake of their defeat, any form of reasoning would be futile. Had it not been for the mercy shown by their opponents, this group of elite jonin might have met their demise here. The immediate priority was to return to the village and consult with Lady Chiyo and Lord Kaiza. Only they could steer the situation towards resolution. Main quest, Wind Country arc completed. Rewards distributed. Current allocatable attribute points, 30. Gazing at the panel that appeared before him, Lin Xuan silently pressed a certain plus sign 30 times. What more was there to contemplate? Explorer no. 51465145, level 25, lifespan 3355, blood chi 15, soul 24, strength 227, constitution 53, agility 62, charisma 5, luck 1. Reincarnation points 157,600, world reputation 20,900, bloodline divine blood incomplete, rating SS Derived from the thin bloodline of the divine Emperor Jiang, it significantly enhances physical attributes and exhibits remarkable compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute bonuses: Soul 15, Strength 30, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Development level for 100. Negative buffs: Divine Punishment. Lifespan cap permanently reduced by 90. Evaluation: though of SS grade bloodline, it is the essence of a life-consuming player. Friendly reminder: upon surpassing a world reputation of 20,000 points, the equipment system is unlocked. Completed Hidden Quest Sorrow of the Wind. Defeated a Kazakage. Acquired Equipment Magnet Release Gold Ring. Equipment. Lin Xuan stared in bewilderment at the ring floating in the air, enveloped in a faint blue aura. The ring, resplendent in golden hues, is exquisitely crafted and exudes an air of ostentation. This magnetic gold ring hails from the derivative realm of Naruto, classified as rare, blue, in quality, and requires a level of 20 to adorn. Details reveal it has a chance of being acquired upon vanquishing the wind shadow of the Land of Wind. Its attributes bestow an agility bonus of 10, while the magnetic release sand gold techniques are entirely accessible to the wearer. The equipment rating stands at 350. As night deepens, two tents rise in the desert. With ample fresh water and provisions stored within spatial scrolls, Lin Xuan's team need not fret over their supplies. This marks the second day following the assassination of the fourth wind shadow, and it appears that the Sand Village is swift in its response. With the demise of Lo Sha, the village finds itself leaderless, or rather, devoid of any true authority. Chio must emerge from her seclusion to salvage the village, taking on the role of acting wind shadow, for if even she hesitates to act, the Land of Wind awaits its demise. Guests have arrived, earlier than anticipated. Lin Xuan and Conan sit by the edge of the campfire, listening to the distant footsteps. Bound by ropes, Gaara remains silent, torn between fear and resentment towards the bandits. Blending into the shadows, Manyu is diligently applying his learned skills to roast meat, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow. In the village, he is an unparalleled genius. Yet under Lin Xuan's command, he has been relegated to the roles of cook and errand boy, shouldering all menial tasks without complaint. Even feeling fortunate to have such a superior. Is that you, Lord Lin Xuan? Hanzo truly has trained a remarkable apprentice, remarks an elderly woman with white hair, her eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity as she approaches. Lord Chio, Hanzo requires no endorsement from you, Lin Xuan replies lazily, casting a cursory glance at Chio and the accompanying ninjas. The Sand Village shows caution, dispatching 20 elite Jainin to accompany Chio. Are they truly so fearful of him? Who is the ailing young boy previously mentioned? Chio scoffed softly. According to reports, their wind shadow was brutally slain by this young man, whose strength is unfathomable. Indeed, the current Sand Village seems to falter with each generation. Discontent aside, Chio cannot simply watch her village descend into despair or ruin. Thus, she temporarily assumes the role of wind shadow, preparing to reclaim the village's Jinchuriki. Lin Xuan raises his gaze slightly, his expression growing serious as he gestures towards the boy grilling meat. Kisame Manyu, inheritor of the hydration bloodline limit. For now, he is merely assisting me. Heal his affliction, and you may take the Jinchuriki. Should you fail, you shall remain here. Do not doubt my capabilities. At these words, Chio's countenance turns frosty, though she refrains from retorting. Come here, young one. She beckons, signaling the Jainin behind her to remain patient as she approaches Manyu. Casting a sidelong glance at Gaara. Is that truly the son of Lo Sha? How tragic. Lord Chio, Manyu greets her courteously. Do not move. Do not resist my chakra probe. The elderly woman approached the youth from behind, her hands emanating a faint green luminescence. Chio, a master of medical techniques, poisons, ninjutsu, pharmacology, and puppetry, was none other than the grandmother of the renowned Sasori of the Red Sand. If even she could not cure the waning moon, it seemed unlikely that anyone in this world could. Perhaps it was worth considering Orochimaru's forbidden techniques? Half an hour later, the campfire continued to flicker slowly. While Conan added more firewood, the desert night was bitterly cold. Chio occasionally frowned, lost in contemplation. An hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours. As the midnight hour approached, the ninjas of Sunagakure stood trembling in the cold wind, wary of lowering their guard against Lin Xuan and his companions. What a pitiable bunch they were, ninjas. Such intricate beings. Lin Xuan cast a casual glance at the unfortunate souls. Aren't you the true culprit? Does your conscience not ache? Little brat, how do you feel? Chio wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. The situation regarding the waning moon was complicated, and she had exerted considerable effort to reach this point. That rascal had indeed chosen the right person. There were but a handful of individuals in the entire shinobi world capable of curing such a dire affliction. Report, my lord. My ailment has been resolved. The waning moon sensed a transformation within his body. The feeling of weakness vanished, and every cell in his being seemed to rejoice. Even the flow of chakra quickened. I see. Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Side quest, Bonds of Water, completed. Soul 5, Reincarnation points 3,000. Your Excellency, I have fulfilled my promise and cured this little brat. Should we not return the Jinchuriki now? Chiyo exhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan. Though she harbored deep resentment towards him, the current situation left her no choice but to compromise. For now, Sunagakure could only endure. Be gone. And take your leave without further ado, Lin Xuan replied, his eyes still fixed on the peacefully slumbering Conan. The firelight cast a warm glow on her enchanting visage. Her delicate lips slightly pursed as she rested her head upon his lap, smiling faintly, a truly lovely girl. With the matter of the waning moon resolved, there was no need to linger in the wind country any longer. He held no interest in these insects. What are you dawdling for? Come and take the Jinchuriki. Chiyo dismissed Lin Xuan's scornful words. A ninja's foremost principle was to learn patience. When action was not an option, one must refrain from taking action. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold. For a ninja, even 30 years is not too long to wait. Two members of the elite Jonin team stepped forward cautiously to untie Gaara. The young boy bore a blank expression, devoid of any joy at being rescued. His very existence was defined by the act of slaughter, yet not long ago, his greatest support had been obliterated in a single blow. And even his formidable father had been slain, leaving Gaara profoundly shaken. He was indifferent to the death of Rasha. It mattered not how many times that scoundrel of a father met his end. Gaara was rendered speechless by Lin Xuan's formidable prowess. Struggling to comprehend the existence of such a powerful ninja in this world. Was there truly a chance to slay that monster? Hurry, Chiyo urged, prompting the Jonin to swiftly vacate the area. They were unconcerned with Gaara's sentiments, solely intent on expeditiously escorting the village's Jinchuriki away, lest that man suddenly change his mind. My lord, my subordinates are willing to brave fire and water for you. 1,000 deaths are not enough. Man, you knelt respectfully, his eyes gleaming with a fervor reminiscent of a cultist. An 18-year-old boy performing such a gesture before a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. Cradling a sleeping woman. The scene was undeniably peculiar. In silence, Lin Xuan gently carried Xiao Nen into the tent and leisurely returned. He lit a cigarette, the white smoke curling around the campfire. Smoking was a habit, though Xiao Nen disapproved. He could only indulge in secrecy. Man you, Lin Xuan spoke earnestly, his gaze flickering as if to convey something of great import. Speak, my leader. Man you maintained his kneeling position. The meat is charred to a crisp. The young man sighed softly. Suddenly, Man Yu's expression grew complex, a blend of regret, shame, confusion, and a hint of suppressed amusement. His elder brother complex seemed to cloud his judgment. Were they truly discussing burnt meat now? Shouldn't he be uttering something more conspiratorial, like you should follow my lead? The ninja world shall be ours? Even if it were a mere fabrication, he would gladly listen. Did you know? The land of rain has a population of 7 million. Yet only 80,000 pigs are raised. On average, nearly 90 people must share one pig, which is hardly sufficient. You know nothing. You care for nothing. You only think of yourself. Man you retorted. In the village hidden in rain, the familiar black curtain of rain enveloped the sky, and the streets were sparsely populated. The faces of passers-by serene, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. The self-proclaimed deity, Pain, had slain Hanzo of the salamander, and for years, he had suppressed information, forbidding any private discussions about Hanzo. The village was now tranquil and peaceful, to be honest, far better than during Hanzo's reign. The people did not resent Pain's governance. Hydrangea, I did not expect you possessed the talents of summoning and space-time ninjutsu. Xiaonan praised her newly acquired disciple. It is thanks to Lord Angel's excellent teaching. The violet-haired girl replied modestly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Although she was nominally Lin Xuan's subordinate, she had recently developed a close relationship with Lord Angel and had taken Xiaonan as her teacher to learn ninjutsu. Have you encountered any difficulties lately? Xiaonan casually inquired about her disciple's daily life as the lesson concluded. Hydrangea's background was not favorable. Her parents had passed away early, and her only friends were the ninjas from her team, Water Lily and Hibiscus. No, there are few tasks in the village. We Genin have quite a bit of free time, Hydrangea replied, shaking her head. Even on the rare occasions when tasks are to be undertaken, It is invariably the seasoned jonin and chunin who are dispatched, rather than fresh graduates from the ninja academy. In certain instances, even the genin lack the merit to serve as mere cannon fodder. Do you fancy the gift I brought? Lin Xuan suddenly burst into the room, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized the hydrangea. As Xiaonan's apprentice, she was, in a sense, also half his disciple and thus warranted proper care. The young girl bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Nan in terms of eye color, lending credence to the bond between the master and the apprentice. I like it. The hydrangea replied, somewhat reluctantly, nodding stiffly. Lin Xuan had returned from the land of wind, bringing along an array of local delicacies, including uniquely preserved meats sealed in special clay, some rather expensive fruit wines, and 3 stone bracelets, one for each of the 3 young girls. Preserved meat? Does this esteemed individual possess a penchant for culinary delights? She mused. And wine? Does she not know that minors are prohibited from drinking? Only the bracelets seemed somewhat legitimate, albeit clearly of the street vendor variety. It appeared that the brother of the angelic figure was not particularly adept at charming young girls. As long as you like it, Lin Xuan remarked, seemingly oblivious to the disappointment flickering in the girl's eyes as she reached out to caress the hydrangea's hair. The atmosphere settled into a serene calm once more, until one fateful day, while Xiao Nan was instructing the hydrangea in ninjutsu, Lin Xuan, feeling rather bored, began to wander aimlessly when suddenly a head emerged from the ground. Absolute? The figure mused. The organization has decided to send me to recruit new members? Lin Xuan scratched her head, wearing a puzzled expression. The Akatsuki had recently identified a target, a rebellious genius ninja from a Wagakure named Deidara. It is not Deidara. Itachi and Kasame have already sought him out. I wish to discuss something else with you. The enigmatic Korezetsu chuckled darkly. What shall we discuss? Lin Xian's astonishment deepened. The future of the Akatsuki, the significance and truth of its existence, and the truth of this world. Are you familiar with the Moon Eye Plan? Korezetsu intoned gravely. This creature, neither wholly human nor entirely ghostly, pointed towards the moon, a mysterious smile concealing a chilling laughter that resonated to the bone. The atmosphere grew decidedly peculiar. What plan? Lin Xian's expression turned serious, evidently intrigued. She presented herself as somewhat brash, whether in life or battle. The common perception of a brash individual is often one lacking in intellect. Korezetsu appeared quite pleased with Lin Xian's reaction, unleashing a laugh that was both horrific and jarring. What is the Moon Eye? It is the largest deception in existence. It is a lie he has woven over a millennium. Even Uchiha Madara was deceived by him. What tumult could a mere Lin Xian possibly stir? To discuss the Moon Eye Plan, we must begin with the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths, which records, Lord Uchiha Madara. For a full 3 hours, Korezetsu recounted the so-called Moon Eye Plan in its entirety, just as he had once informed Obito. In his words, he embodies the will of Uchiha Madara, who awakened the Rinnegan and discovered the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths, from which the Moon Eye Plan was born. As time progressed, this led to the formation of the Akatsuki, along with Nagato and Obito. Of course, Kagaya deftly concealed the intricacies of the conspiracy, never once mentioning his misdeeds, such as the manipulation of Yahiko, the death of Nagato's parents, or the incident involving Rin Noera. It was unexpected that the Moon Eye could indeed create a genuine peace. Lin Xian's eyes blazed with fervor, his entire body trembling with excitement. Observing this reaction, Kagaya felt even more satisfied. Although Lord Madara has departed, we shall inherit his will, guiding this world toward the Sage of 6 Paths vision, ultimately achieving peace. Kagaya wore a proud expression, continuously nodding with a smile. Truly, a brute is simply a brute, with muscles for brains, it seems. Lin Xuan is more easily deceived than he anticipated. Having received so much from Kagaya, I cannot disappoint him. I support the Moon Eye Plan. Lin Xuan asserted with unwavering determination, his tone almost like a vow. His acting skills have always been commendable, though few are aware of this, as most have met their end at his hands before they could understand. I have already mentioned Obito's situation, although that young lad is rather dim-witted. He remains our comrade and will assist us in realizing the Moon Eye Plan. Kagaya's smile seemed to stretch wider. If we can skillfully utilize Lin Xuan, collecting tailed beasts for the Akatsuki will be utterly foolproof. Clearing his throat, Kagaya continued earnestly, that fool Obito was far too reckless, exposing his identity, which led to Nagato expelling him from the Akatsuki. Nevertheless, he is still a companion in the Moon Eye Plan, and having him continue working within the organization would be our greatest advantage. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, then fell into contemplation. Obito's strength is commendable, and as Kagaya said, he could indeed assist our plans. However, Nagato has already begun to doubt him. Convincing him to trust someone who has deceived him once before will likely prove challenging. Lin Xuan found himself in a predicament. It is of no consequence. Even if Obito does not return, he can still play a role. But we cannot act openly alongside him, lest we raise Nagato's suspicions. Kaguya offered some words of comfort. Nagato may be treated as a mere tool. But he is no fool, and Kaguya understands the difficulty of restoring trust in Obito. It would be ideal for Obito to return to the Akatsuki. If not, it matters little. In the dead of night, Kaguya had long since departed, and after guiding Conan back from the wisteria, she was now resting after her bath. Lin Xuan stealthily arrived at the residence of the Full Moon. Boss, as the young man appeared in the room, Full Moon opened his eyes and respectfully greeted him. Full Moon, I have a task for you. Lin Xuan casually tossed a scroll, took a seat, and poured himself a glass of water. The Full Moon silently awaited its superior's command. Disturbed in the dead of night, there was no hint of anger upon his face. Rather, a flicker of delight emerged. At last, a task worthy of his skills had arrived. Having been relegated to mundane chores such as cooking, cleaning, and disposing of waste, he had nearly forgotten his true identity as a ninja. You are to journey to the Hidden Mist Village and earn the trust of Terumi-mei. During your mission, you will be defeated by the enemy and subsequently healed by their medical expertise. Thereafter, you will act as an undercover agent in my proximity, poised to relay intelligence back to the Hidden Mist Village. With a light chuckle, Lin Xuan instructed the Moonlight on how to proceed and gain Terumi-mei's confidence. Although the Moonlight was his subordinate, he was now to masquerade as a spy dispatched by them, tasked with monitoring Lin Xuan within the Akatsuki organization. Understood, boss. But what exactly is this intelligence? The Moonlight inquired. He possessed unwavering confidence in his acting abilities and believed that deceiving the Hidden Mist would not prove challenging. This intelligence pertains to Uchiha Obito. You may peruse it at your leisure, Lin Xuan replied, his smile taking on a slightly sinister edge. It was the first time the Moonlight had witnessed such a wicked grin from his superior, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Uchiha Obito, the wielder of the Mangeki Sharingan, had once manipulated the fourth Mizukichi, Yagura, leading to the catastrophic blood mist incident. The youth's astonishment grew with each detail, his brow furrowing tightly in concern. This intelligence encompassed Obito's age, appearance, attire, and meticulously chronicled his transgressions within the Hidden Mist Village, even detailing his orchestration of the Nine-Tails incident. More alarmingly, this dossier documented Obito's ocular abilities, the principles of Kamuyui's intangibility, with a duration of approximately 5 minutes, revealed that Obito could grasp his opponents while remaining a tangible entity. Should this information reach the Hidden Mist Village, it would undoubtedly incite a seismic upheaval within the ninja world. Boss, is Obito our enemy? After perusing the intelligence, the Moonlight's first thought was that Obito had crossed Lin Xuan. This would render Obito a pariah among the ninja. Not yet, but he will be in the future. Lin Xuan replied calmly. The Moonlight grasped the underlying implications in his superior's words. Obito would surely harbor resentment for their actions today. I shall fulfill the mission, the Moonlight declared, baring his sharp, shark-like teeth. Upon returning to the Hidden Mist, he would also seize the chance to glimpse his brother, Mizuki. Although as a spy, it was improbable that he would reveal himself. The mere prospect brought him satisfaction. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had been slain by a mysterious figure, and the ninja world was soon enveloped in even more shocking news. The Hidden Mist Village had issued a bounty. The intelligence regarding Uchiha Obito had been made public. The crimes attributed to Obito were unforgivable by any great nation. Current reports included his involvement in the Blood Mist incident, the assassination of the fourth Mizukichi, and the summoning of the Nine-Tails, which led to the demise of the fourth Hokage. Who knew how many nefarious deeds he had committed in the shadows? Not only was the Hidden Mist enraged, but the Leaf Village could no longer remain idle. The third Hokage acknowledged the bounty issued by the Mist Village and declared that the Leaf would cooperate in the pursuit of the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Obito. From this day forth, Obito became the most wanted fugitive in the entire shinobi world. In a concealed base belonging to White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito gazed at the wanted poster with a darkened expression, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He had envisioned himself orchestrating the fourth great ninja war. Yet he never anticipated that he would be exposed beforehand, becoming a global enemy. How had the Mist Village acquired such intelligence? No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom it. He had left no trace. Which step had gone awry? Was it Rin? That scoundrel, even if aware of his name and identity, could not possibly comprehend his abilities, let alone know the exact duration of his intangibility. More importantly, Rin had no reason to provoke an adversary, especially one who had recently been brainwashed by Black Zetsu. Who had leaked the information? Was it Kisame? Had that traitor turned against him? Obito felt a surge of madness. In the years following Lin's demise, he had never felt such agitation. It was evident that someone was scheming against him. Yet he possessed no clues as to the identity of this individual or their motives. Zetsu, have you betrayed me? Obito suddenly pivoted, scrutinizing the half-black, half-white figure with a piercing gaze. If anyone could monitor his every move and know all his secrets, it would undoubtedly be Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. But Madara was already dead. Zetsu's countenance, already grim, darkened further, especially as Obito directed his accusatory gaze towards him. His already unpleasant mood was exacerbated. Was Obito's mind made of cotton? How could such a fool have been chosen by Madara? The audacity to question the one who nurtured him was simply outrageous. This tool was not only ineffective but also foolish, now daring to doubt his benefactor. Had he and Madara raised an ungrateful white-eyed wolf? I will investigate the mastermind behind the information leak with White Zetsu. You must act discreetly for now and await my intelligence before proceeding. Black Zetsu managed to suppress his anger. This was not the time for infighting, and quarreling with Obito served no purpose. The higher-ups of the Hidden Mist were undoubtedly aware of the source of the intelligence. I could eliminate another Mizukichi. Obito, consumed by rage, seemed to be losing his grip on sanity. Obito, the entire shinobi world is searching for you. You cannot afford to expose yourself. Black Zetsu frowned, acting impulsively, fixated solely on vengeance, and casting aside the teachings of him and Madara was not the behavior of a competent tool. What of Uchiha genius? He was nothing more than a foolish pig. So what if he was exposed? If I wish to escape, no one can capture me, Obito stubbornly insisted. He had always been the one to manipulate others. When had someone dared to ensnare him? Calm down, Obito. The enemy is utilizing the power of the 5 great nations. Thus, you should refrain from causing trouble for the hidden villages. The ninja world has never lacked individuals skilled in manipulation, Black Zetsu earnestly advised. If Uchiha Madara were still alive, he would certainly wish to slap Obito for his reckless behavior, lacking in capability, yet possessing a tempestuous temperament. Obito's potential missteps could expose our collusion, consequently jeopardizing the Moon Eye plan. The ever-cautious Zetsu would not permit even the slightest flaw in his meticulously crafted scheme. After millennia of arduous planning to resurrect Kaguya Akatsuki, the final years must be devoid of any unforeseen circumstances. Not even a 1-in-a-million risk could be tolerated. I understand, murmured the man in the whirlpool mask, lowering his head within the cave. The Moon Eye plan remains the ultimate objective, as long as it can be realized. What does it matter to endure a few more years in silence? In the face of absolute power, any scheme becomes mere folly. No one is privy to the dialogue between Zetsu and Obito within the cave, and indeed, few would pay heed. Despite the 5 great nations dispatching ninjas to investigate, no clues could be uncovered. White Zetsu and his clones represent the finest intelligence network in existence, with White Zetsu covertly shielding him. The ninjas of the 5 great nations would forever be unable to locate Obito, not even a single strand of hair. In the year 56 of the Leaf Village calendar, the ninjas were unable to find Uchiha Obito, nor did they ascertain who had slain the 4th Kazekage. The matter faded into obscurity, and life continued. Bad news, Naruto Uzumaki flunked his final exam last semester. Good news, Naruto successfully advanced to the 3rd grade of the Ninja Academy. Bad news, Sakura's beloved Sasuke Uchiha again ranked 1st in the entire grade, receiving Sakura's 57th love letter. Good news, Sasuke discarded Sakura's love letter. Bad news, Sakura also lost the gift from Naruto. Bad news, Lin Xuan has arrived in Konoha. In the year 60 of the Leaf Village calendar, the annual graduation exam took place. Naruto Uzumaki, having navigated the tumultuous relationship with Mizuki, ultimately secured his Genin headband. Concurrently learning the multiple shadow clone technique under the 3rd Hokage's guidance, the ninja world remained as tranquil as ever. The Akatsuki organization diligently pursued their ambitions, while Uchiha Obito seemingly vanished from existence. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura became Kakashi's students, as Lin Xuan had anticipated, triumphing over Zabuza in the Land of Water. Subsequently, the Chunin exams were held in Konoha, inviting ninjas from various villages to participate or observe. Amigakure was no exception. Sir, the Konoha envoy awaits outside the village. Recently promoted to Chunin, the wisteria flower found Lin Xuan. Pain was responsible for the village's governance, while Lin Xuan, leveraging his status as a descendant of Hanzo, managed Amigakure's diplomacy. Konoha truly dares to extend an invitation, Lin Xuan mused in surprise. The Land of Rain had remained secluded for many years. Yet it unexpectedly continued to be a target of invitation from the Hidden Leaf Village. The Chunin exams resembled an unspoken competition among the various villages. The strength of a village is often reflected in its next generation through the genin trained by each village. One can discern the caliber of individuals that may emerge in the future. Great nations have a penchant for showcasing their prowess. Xiaonan sighed and shook her head. For years had passed, and her sister had not changed much, save for a more mature figure. Calculating, Xiaonan realized she was already 35 this year. Since Lin Xuan's arrival in the Hidden Rain Village, 2 decades had quietly elapsed for the siblings. The once youthful boy remained lively, seemingly forever stuck at the age of 20, while Xiaonan had developed a more mature charm, appearing almost as an elder sister to Lin Xuan. The 5 great nations sought to highlight the exceptional talents of their next generations. This was not merely a declaration of war, but also a test of the growth that Hidden Rain Village had experienced over the years. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes. Seated at his desk, he gently twirled the pen in his hand, gazing at the letter from the Hidden Leaf, his smile broadening. This was an excellent opportunity to enter the Hidden Leaf Village under the guise of legitimacy. Huarjiang, prepare several files on genin. I wish to personally participate in this Chunin exam. Soon, Lin Xuan made his decision. The upcoming Chunin exam would be a mixed bag of characters, teeming with intriguing individuals. And he could not afford to miss it. Brother, you intend to participate in the Chunin exam? Xiaonan exclaimed in surprise. Even though elite Jiaonan could barely withstand a single move from Lin Xuan, was this not merely a way to bully children? Since when did you develop such a penchant for mischief? It is not a matter of desire. Rather, it is a necessity, Lin Xuan replied enigmatically, shaking his head. Names like Orochimaru, the 3rd Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Kabuto Yakushi, and Jiraiya came to mind, not to mention the shadowy figure of Danzo Shimura lurking in the background. Lin Xuan needed to engage with these individuals for certain purposes. I can serve as your supervising Jiaonan, but how will you arrange for your other 2 companions? Xiaonan posed another question. Each village was required to dispatch at least 1 Jiaonan as a representative, while each team participating in the Chunin exams consisted of 3 ninjas. Lin Xuan could not possibly participate alone, could he? In terms of age, that was not a significant issue, as Lin Xuan's appearance was quite misleading. There were indeed many adults in the Chunin exams. Being 20 years old was perfectly normal. How about this? Xiaonan can use transformation jutsu, and together with Huarjiang, we will form a ninja team, Lin Xuan suggested after a moment of contemplation. I am already a Chunin, sir, Huarjiang innocently blinked. She had recently passed the internal examination of the Hidden Rain Village to become a full-fledged Chunin, and now she had to take the test again? Although, it was not entirely unacceptable to participate alongside 2 adults. Very well, let us arrange it thus. Manuel, you shall be our Jiaonan leader. Lin Xuan smiled as she announced, disregarding the protests of the hydrangeas. The so-called intention of the inebriated was not merely to drink. The CHNIN exams were not genuinely about the examination itself, but rather held a different purpose. Main quest, the Land of Fire Arc. Quest objective, defeat the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Quest difficulty, difficult. Rewards, 30 distributable attribute points. Constitution 10, Reincarnation points 15, 000. World Reputation 8, 000. As anticipated, Lin Xuan triggered the main quest of the Land of Fire Arc, seizing the opportunity presented by the CHNIN exams. Orochimaru also intended to execute his plan for the destruction of Konoha, and Lin Xuan could navigate the chaos to achieve her own goals. Side quest, the Burning Well. Quest objective, eliminate the Hokage of the Land of Fire. Difficulty, difficult. Rewards, Divine Robe. Drop rate 30, guaranteed drop on the 3rd kill, Divine Robe. Origin, derivative plane Naruto. Quality, rare, blue. Wearing requirement, luck 1. Details, has a probability of dropping upon defeating the Hokage of the Land of Fire. Equipment attributes, agility 50 equipment skill. The Flying Thunder God technique is fully accessible to the wearer. Equipment rating, 980. Undoubtedly, this is one of the finest pieces of equipment Lin Xuan can currently acquire, with an impressive rating of 980, surpassing her previous magnet release gold ring by a staggering 630 points. The drop rates for equipment are exceedingly low, unless associated with actively dropping quests. Over the span of 4 years, Lin Xuan had only managed to update her equipment twice, and her level had barely increased by 1. For those 2 pieces of equipment, she had obliterated Kakuzu's 11 hearts and decapitated Haiden over 30 times, a journey fraught with challenges. Oh, in truth, it was Kakuzu and Haydn who bore the brunt of the hardships, while Lin Xuan remained unaffected. She found great amusement in it. Now, the members of the Akatsuki organization regarded her as a lunatic, and a particularly intense one at that, obsessed with younger girls. Black Heart Ring Origin, Derivative Plane, Naruto. Quality, Rare, Blue. Wearing Requirement, Level 20. Details, has a probability of dropping upon defeating Kakuzu. Equipment Attributes, Charm -5. Grants 30 distributable attribute points. Equipment Skill, restores 10 energy upon receiving a fatal injury, with a cooldown of 90 days. Equipment Rating, 200. Despite the equipment skill being rather lackluster, it nonetheless provided a substantial sum of distributable attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan donned the ring and allocated all the attribute points to strength. Following this was the equipment obtained from defeating Haydn, Evil God Bracelet Origin, Derivative Plane, Naruto. Quality, Rare, Blue. Wearing Requirement, Charm 10. Details, has a probability of dropping upon defeating Haydn. Equipment Attributes, Constitution 20. Equipment Skill, any attack will carry a curse effect, inflicting an additional 1 of maximum health as damage. Equipment Rating, 260. The attributes provided by the equipment enhance one's defensive capabilities, while the skills demonstrated are commendable, possibly yielding unexpected effects in future circumstances. Having acquired these 2 pieces of equipment and endured another cycle of 4 years with patience, here are Lin Xuan's current attribute panel. Explorer No. 51465145, Level 26, Lifespan 3855, Vitality 15, Soul 32, Strength 275, Constitution 72, Agility 70, Charm 1, Luck 1. Reincarnation Points 174,400, World Reputation 28,000. In the Land of Fire, within the village of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, now 12 years of age, has experienced countless tidings of both joy and sorrow. The most favorable news is that he still has a chance to pursue Sakura. The most disheartening news, however, is that Sakura's affections lie with Sasuke Uchiha. Alas, the bad news may multiply. Lin Xuan from the Land of Rain has arrived in Konoha today. My dear angel, Lord Lin Xuan, come what may, I shall protect you with my life, declared Zihua, clenching her little fists earnestly. This girl has become increasingly mischievous. Once aloof in her youth, she is now transformed into quite the playful spirit. Sigh, it must be the influence of Xiaonan. Lin Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Xiaonan, who, sensing the gaze, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her brother has recently been acting quite eccentric. How adorable. Zihua and Xiaonan now resemble sisters, remarked a man, smiling as he affectionately ruffled the hair of the 2 girls. At 16, Zihua has not grown much taller, maintaining a distant, lowly visage that deters strangers, though she has learned to act coy in front of Lin Xuan and Xiaonan. Xiaonan, currently utilizing a transformation jutsu, also appears as a 16-year-old girl, with a youthful face and remarkably mature eyes, which only enhances her alluring yet proud demeanor. And no, I wouldn't dare. The angel is my master. Zihua's cheeks flushed. Caught between surprise and a touch of shyness, Xiaonan is the person she holds in the utmost reverence, gentle yet powerful, a flawless manner in every respect. Well, let's find a suitable place to stay, Xiaonan stated calmly. With the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha, the influx of visitors will be substantial. Without securing proper accommodations, they might end up sleeping on a park bench at night. For Xiaonan, such considerations were merely trivial matters. Hey, boss, it seems there are ninjas from Sunagakure ahead. I recognize some faces, suddenly spoke Manyu, who was leading the group. Following his gaze, Lin Xuan spotted a team of Sunagakure ninjas, led by Jonin Maki, with competitors including Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail whom he had encountered in the Land of Wind. It is indeed remarkable that Lin Xuan, who once vanquished others' fathers and annihilated Shohei, now encounters them again after many years. What a twist of fate. Gaara's companions, Temari and Kankuro, offspring of the 4th Kazekage, are present. What should we do, leader? Asks the obedient Matsuki, who, despite being the nominal leader of the team, dares not make any rash decisions. What other course is there? Naturally, it is to greet our old acquaintance. As the saying goes, a smile can dissolve enmity. Let bygones be bygones. I have forgiven the Land of Wind. Lin Xuan beams with a cheerful smile, leaving the 3 who are aware of the truth in a state of bewilderment. You truly are a talent. You were the one who killed the 4th Kazekage, captured the Jinchuriki, and threatened Chiyo. Why does it seem as though you were the victim? Does the Land of Wind still require your forgiveness? Hey, Nephew, it has been a long time. Lin Xuan waves enthusiastically, positioning himself at the forefront of the Sunagakure team. His face radiating joy. The residents of Konoha appear perplexed. Has Amigakure clandestinely signed a peace treaty with Sunagakure? This youth from Amigakure dares to address Sunagakure's ninja as nephew? Quick, report to the Hokage. The concealed members of Konoha Zumbu exchange gestures among themselves. The Sunagakure team comes to a halt. Maki rubs his eyes, incredulously gazing at this nightmarish young man, whose visage is hauntingly familiar, having appeared countless times in his nightmares. It is this very individual who dispatched the fourth Kazekage, plunging the already beleaguered land of wind into further despair. Gaara's face reflects humiliation and resentment, his eyes bloodshot. However, being a wise individual, Gaara refrains from resorting to violence, instead signaling Maki to remain calm. What brings you to Konoha, my lord? Gaara grits his teeth, his voice icy. He does not harbor hatred toward the man who killed his father. Rather, he finds the term nephew to be an affront to his dignity. Yet, on another front, this adversary is the very one Gaara yearns to challenge and conquer, even if it takes him a lifetime to bridge the gap between them. The confidentiality of the Land of Wind is commendable. I hope you continue to uphold it and refrain from uttering things that should remain unsaid. Lin Xuan responds nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. The truth behind the fourth Kazekage's death remains obscure even today, thanks largely to the Land of Wind secrecy. Nephew, you have grown up. I trust that Raza is pleased to see you this way, he remarks in a tone reminiscent of an elder, his gaze filled with a sense of pride as he looks at the young boy before him. Gaara, now 13, has indeed matured considerably. Yes, the youth is teachable. Temari and Kankuro stand in stunned silence. Being Gaara's kin, they are acutely aware of his explosive temper. Anyone who dares to be so audacious in Gaara's presence would find themselves buried deep. Yet, in the face of this Amigakure ninja, Gaara astonishingly exhibits restraint. Who exactly is that person? We shall meet again at the Ch-Nin exams, and I eagerly await your performance. Let me witness how much you have grown over the years. Lin Xuan seemed oblivious to Gaara's brooding gaze as she smiled and departed. The Ch-Nin exams permit lethal actions. Unfortunately, no one in this test could possibly harm that man. Even if he were to unleash Shikaku once more, there would be no chance. What is the deal with that rain ninja? Gaara, do you know him? Temari furrowed her brow, fixated on the retreating figures of the rain shinobi. What an audacious scoundrel. How dare he speak to Gaara in such a manner? Kankuro was equally displeased. Do not provoke him, or I cannot save you, though your lives hold no significance to me, Gaara warned cryptically. In a daze, he recalled that despairing, dark day. In a certain desert, a man obliterated a monstrous creature with a single punch, his first realization of how utterly insignificant his existence was. He must report this incident to Lady Chiyo upon arriving in Konoha. Maki's expression was even more grim than Gaara's. Lin Xuan is participating in the Ch-Nin exams? This is no mere wolf entering a sheepfold. It is akin to unleashing a tyrannosaurus in a kindergarten. A man capable of annihilating both the fourth Kazekage and Shikaku taking part in such an examination? Is there anything more absurd than this? In truth, Sunagakure was not the only village wary of Lin Xuan. In Konoha, old friends of Lin Xuan also noticed that perplexing rain genin. Their expressions reflecting disbelief at the notion of him being merely a genin. Indeed, that individual is Hatake Kakashi, who recently assumed the role of instructor for Team 7. In a tea house, Lin Xuan's team chose a window-side table. The leading genin, Manyu, occupied the edge, while the three genin congregated with casual and amiable expressions. Little flower, does Konoha seem beautiful? Lin Xuan inquired nonchalantly. The rain village felt monotonous, especially when compared to the vibrant and bustling Konoha. It hardly seemed habitable. The streets were filled with couples sweetly embracing, a variety of passers-by, local delicacies, reasonably priced natural hot springs, high-end ninja tool shops, florists studying botanicals, and tea houses and inns aplenty. The rain village resembled a lonely, aging elder, while Konoha radiated the vitality of youth. Young people often disregard the rules of combat. There are simply too many people. Ajisai hesitated for a few moments before offering a vague response. It is neither love nor disdain. It is merely that there are too many people. There is nothing wrong with a crowd, right, Mr. Kakashi? The young man tapped the table and casually tossed a teacup from the surface to a nearby table. Crash. The teacup landed securely, caught by a ninja's hand. So, you are a ninja from the Rain Village. You have not changed a bit over the years. Kakashi Hataki's expression was intricate as he slowly lowered his teacup, scrutinizing the young man by the window who was admiring the street scene. Lin Xuan had previously visited the Hidden Mist Village to recruit Kisame Hashigaki. It was during that very encounter that Kakashi, while searching for traces of Obito Uchiha in the Land of Water, witnessed the fierce battle between Lin Xuan and Kisame, and, indeed, caught sight of Obito Uchiha himself. The circumstances were rather convoluted. There seemed to be some conflict between Obito and Lin Xuan. Obito once belonged to the Akatsuki organization, which implies that you were once a member as well, Kakashi deduced. In the years prior to his identity being exposed, Obito likely spent time in the Hidden Rain village. Indeed, Obito Uchiha once served under Lord Hanzo, but he later defected and betrayed the Hidden Rain. Even I am now uncertain of his whereabouts, Lin Xuan replied languidly, gazing steadily at Kakashi. His agitation grew with each word, causing cracks to appear in the teacup he held. The Akatsuki was originally a beacon of peace and hope. Yet Obito deceived us. He possesses no loyalty whatsoever. The current Akatsuki is no longer the organization it once was, merely a band of despicable thieves. These words were a mixture of truth and embellishment, containing elements of Lin Xuan's own interpretation of events. However, one certainty remained. Kakashi would soon find himself thoroughly deceived by Lin Xuan. Your visit to Konoha, is it to proclaim the legacy of the Hidden Rain village? Kakashi refrained from elaborating on the rogue ninja Obito. After years of playing hide and seek, discussing him was of little value. The individual to focus on now was this Hidden Rain ninja. Kakashi had personally witnessed Lin Xuan's prowess in battle, completely overpowering one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hoshigaki. A shadow-level powerhouse participating in the Chunin exams? Upon reflection, it seemed that Hanzo aimed to convey a message to the world, despite years of isolation. The Hidden Rain village was not to be trifled with. No one could ascertain how much the Hidden Rain village had progressed over the years. Several years prior, the Hidden Rain experienced a civil war, a tumultuous event that Konoha was undoubtedly aware of, instigated by Obito Uchiha. Fortunately, Lord Hanzo's wisdom and valor allowed him to repel the formidable adversaries single-handedly. Lin Xuan continued in alignment with Kakashi's insinuations. Whether it is a lie or the truth sometimes holds little significance. People are inclined to hear what aligns with their reasoning and what they wish to believe. If it were not for Lord Hanzo's orders, who would willingly partake in this charade of youthful games? We seek to showcase the strength of the Land of Rain through the Chunin exams. Lin Xuan candidly elucidated the intentions of his group, unconsciously reaching for his bag. He intended to procure a cigarette to enhance the ambience. After all, he was portraying a disheartened, yet brilliant, talent. However, Conan intervened, taking Lin Xuan's cigarette away. The atmosphere grew awkward. Lin Xuan's hand, once raised, now froze mid-air, slowly descending as he revealed a dejected demeanor. Lord Hanzo has prohibited you from smoking, Conan remarked with an expression of indifference. The man, filled with melancholy, grasped an empty teacup, while the silent hydrangea poured him a cup from the teapot. Kakashi felt a flicker of sympathy and a sense of camaraderie among ninjas. Life for the ninjas of the great hidden villages is arduous, let alone for those in smaller villages. Had Lin Xuan been born in Konoha, he would likely have become an exceptional jonin, perhaps undertaking perilous missions. Yet he would never be compelled to partake in such childish exams. This is a humiliation to the ninja profession, since Lin intends to proceed in this manner. It seems I can allow my students to forego participation, sparing them the encounter with an adversary such as you, who has already forsaken their dreams at such a tender age. Kakashi sighed deeply. Rest assured, Mr. 50-50, Rain Hidden and Konoha share an alliance. And given that this is Konoha's home ground, how could I possibly jeopardize your prodigies? I am more inclined to ensure their well-being. Lin Xuan flashed a radiant smile and waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it a tad inappropriate to go easy on them? Our profession as ninjas is quite serious. Can one truly remain a ninja while deliberately easing the competition? Kakashi chuckled, albeit somewhat nervously and inexplicably. By the way, don't call me Mr. 50-50. Simply refer to me as Kakashi. The man with the black mask corrected him. A proper person should not go easy on others, Lin Xuan concurred, nodding, before breaking into a smile. But what if I am not a proper person? Kakashi responded with a knowing grin. The two ninjas each harbored their own motives, believing they had gleaned the information they sought. Kakashi had unearthed several useful insights, such as Lin Xuan's seemingly significant standing in the Rain Hidden village and his favorable disposition towards Konoha, indicating he would not turn against them. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was crafting an initial impression of himself before Konoha, a subtle foreshadowing of his plans. Lin, what are your thoughts on Konoha? Kakashi casually inquired. The scenery is splendid, the climate delightful, and yes, it is bustling with people, Lin Xuan replied, gazing out the window. You must have been dispatched here temporarily as a genin. Someone of your caliber should be an elite jonin in the rain-hidden village. Kakashi shifted to another seat by the window. The atmosphere of their conversation was pleasant, and he hoped to extract more information about the land of rain from this man. Lin Xuan's expression turned peculiar. You are mistaken. I am merely responsible for the village's diplomatic affairs, and most of my time is spent training. The years have flown by in this monotonous routine. This is my first time participating in the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell into contemplation. A ninja who spends most of his time training? Lin Xuan's words suggested that he seldom undertook missions, serving primarily to assist Hanzo with administrative duties. This made sense. Had Lin Xuan frequently appeared in the ninja world, he would have long been renowned as a formidable figure. After all, Kakashi was known as Konoha's copy ninja, able to match anyone evenly, while Lin Xuan would undoubtedly possess even greater prestige and renown. Wait, Kakashi's pupils constricted slightly. Upon careful reflection of Lin Xuan's words, an unsettling realization dawns. Particularly when considering Hanzo's advanced age, it becomes evident why Lin Xuan has been appointed as the diplomatic representative. It is no surprise that he was chosen to showcase the strength of the Rain Country, nor that he has maintained a low profile within the ninja world. It is equally unsurprising that he claims to devote most of his time to training. As a sudden epiphany struck Kakashi, he found himself enlightened. All the facts converged to reveal Lin Xuan's true identity. He is destined to become the leader of the Rain Country. Hey, what are you daydreaming about, Mr. 50-50? Manyu remarked with a mischievous glint in her eyes, observing Kakashi. I am not Mr. 50-50, Kakashi replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he returned to reality. He could not comprehend why Manyu was regarding him with such an odd expression. Had he done something? No. Kakashi soon realized that her gaze was not fixed on him, but rather on Lin Xuan, specifically on the book titled Paradise of Affection in Lin Xuan's hands. To his surprise, it seemed Mr. 50-50 had an affinity for such literature. Lin Xuan merely raised an eyebrow and casually returned the book to Kakashi's ninja tool pouch. It is quite impolite to take someone else's belongings without permission, Lin Jun, he chided. Kakashi scratched his head, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. He had only been momentarily distracted. He had not anticipated Lin Xuan's swift movement. If that man willed it, the item in his grasp could very well become Kakashi's head. Truly a peculiar individual. How old are you, exactly? Kakashi inquired, scrutinizing Lin Xuan with curiosity. After all these years, this individual appeared unchanged. Had he perhaps employed some forbidden ninjutsu? Age is a personal matter. It is rather impolite to inquire about such things. What of your decorum? Lin Xuan shot Kakashi a sharp glance. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. His expression tinged with existential doubt. Had he truly just heard this fellow criticize his manners? This rogue did not regard him as a stranger at all. They were not that familiar, were they? However, as he observed Lin Xuan and his companions departing the tea house, a silent Kakashi came to another realization. Mr. Kakashi. They mentioned a friend would settle the bill. The amiable waiter cautiously addressed him. Damn it. Was this part of your scheme as well? Kakashi thought, resignedly retrieving his wallet to pay for Lin Xuan's tea. After all, having shared several encounters, they could be considered friends. This was merely for the cost of tea. Yet, Kakashi soon recognized his naivety. Lin Jun, this is rather excessive, the masked man remarked, shaking his wallet, which contained not even a single coin, rendering the waiter's gaze oddly scrutinizing. He suddenly recalled Lin Xuan's gesture of returning paradise of affection, the fleeting mirth that had danced in his eyes. That fellow was not mocking his taste, but rather laughing at the irony of him being robbed without his knowledge. How infuriating. Lin Xuan, you truly are something else. My lord, perhaps we have gone a tad too far, Xianghua mused, stifling a laugh that she dared not let escape too freely. Lin Xuan casually tossed the money he had taken from Kakashi to Manyu, revealing a pair of gleaming white teeth. A person of great ambition does not concern himself with trifles. How could Mr. 50-50 possibly hold it against us? The young man from the Hidden Rain village displayed a sunny smile, capturing the attention of several girls by the street. The already quiet group became even more subdued. Brother, Xiaonan murmured, pulling her collar tighter, her plain eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Could you not be a bit more mature? Lin Xuan stroked his chin, appearing to ponder his response. However, his face soon blossomed into a smile once more. I am quite mature. As night deepened, visitors participating in the Chunin exams, along with individuals from various villages, began to rest, while the Hokage building remained brightly lit. In an office that was not particularly spacious, scrolls were piled high. Amidst the swirling white smoke, The elderly figure donning the Hokage hat revealed signs of fatigue, a pipe clenched between his teeth. Kakashi, you did well this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a large puff of smoke, the drifting haze obscuring his expression. His voice, as steady as ever, provided comfort to the ninjas present. That person is too young. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Kakashi's humility could also be interpreted as a subtle boast of his own capabilities. The internal conflict in the Hidden Rain village is no trifling matter. Had Uchiha Obito instigated the turmoil within the village, even Hanzo would have found it challenging to manage. The young man speaks lightly, yet he alone knows the extent of the sacrifices made by the Hidden Rain village. If the village were not so weakened, why would they be so eager to showcase their strength, even allowing Lin Xuan to participate in such childish exams? Sarutobi's tone remained flat, devoid of much emotion. Lin Xuan is formidable. Today, he consciously demonstrated to me that if he wished, he could take my life in merely 2 seconds. As one who has witnessed Lin Xuan's prowess firsthand, Kakashi understood the terrifying nature of that man's taijutsu. His friend Might Guy was also a master of taijutsu. Yet in Kakashi's estimation, Guy would need to open at least 7 gates to have any chance of contending with that man, perhaps even 8. What do you think of that individual? The third Hokage's tone suddenly lightened. The Land of Rain is a small nation, yet not one to be easily disregarded. Supporting a new leader of the Hidden Rain who is friendly towards Konoha would indeed be welcome news. Considering the proximity of the Land of Rain to the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth, Hanzo the Salamander has already half-buried himself. How many more years can he possibly live? Lord Hokage, if I may speak frankly, Lin Xuan is an exceedingly complex and inscrutable person. He cannot possibly be the reckless individual he appears to be. If we merely discuss his attitude towards Konoha, I believe he is friendly. Kakashi stated earnestly. How could a simple fool survive in this world? Let it be. Instruct the Umbu not to disturb him, the third Hokage commanded, setting down his pipe. Understood. Kakashi's figure vanished into the darkness. The following day, the first round of the Chunin exam officially commenced. Among the participants from Konoha, there were several noteworthy individuals. In Kakashi's team, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. In Yuhi Kurenai's team, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga. In Asuma's team, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. In Guy's team, Tintin, Rock Lee, and Niji Hyuga. All 12 of Konoha's elite youngsters were present. Although their current strength appeared somewhat pitiful in Lin Xuan's eyes. Is that Gaara truly so formidable? Sakura inquired, surrounded by Naruto, Sasuke, and a group of curious ninjas. Kabuto, having participated in numerous Chunin exams, was well versed in the details of the ninja from various villages, including the number of missions they had completed. Kabuto Yakushi, with his white hair, was being scrutinized by Lin Xuan with a smile. As a spy sent by Orochimaru to infiltrate Konoha and one of Orochimaru's most capable subordinates, Kabuto was undoubtedly a person of great potential, given both his medical prowess and his cunning intellect. I have another person to inquire about, Sasuke stated coldly. The self-proclaimed king of pressure, even a casual flick of his hair sent hearts fluttering in Sakura's eyes. Who? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, looking at Sasuke with a hint of surprise. Among the current candidates, it seemed that only Naruto and Gaara possessed the most extraordinary abilities, with Sasuke also being a notable contender as he was regarded as a vessel by Lord Orochimaru. Ever since Lord Orochimaru was swiftly defeated by Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu, he had become utterly obsessed with the Uchiha bloodline. Lin Xuan from the Rain Village, Sasuke replied expressionlessly. Before the Chunin exam commenced, Kakashi had specifically warned them to avoid offending anyone, especially that individual. Naturally, Sasuke was curious about an enemy that Kakashi held in such high regard. Lin Xuan? Kabuto paused for a full second, a flicker of concealed fear flashing in his eyes as his body involuntarily trembled slightly. Which Lin Xuan are you referring to? Could it be a mere coincidence? A namesake imposter? Or perhaps the lunatic who once obliterated Lord Orochimaru with a single punch has now appeared here as a mere genin from the Rain Village? That name was one he had only heard once. Orochimaru had mentioned it only a single time in all those years. The man's taijutsu was so powerful that it seemed limitless. Even Orochimaru felt despair in his presence. How do you know the name Lin Xuan? Kabuto tried to steady his emotions, striving to keep his voice calm. He did not wish to expose any vulnerabilities. Kakashi told me to keep an eye on that bastard. But I am eager to challenge him, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Kakashi-sensei seems to have advised us not to provoke him. Naruto laughed heartily. Your teacher is correct. If it's the person I know, he could crush all the candidates present with just a finger. The expression on Kabuto's face was tinged with bitterness. The situation was dire. Lord Orochimaru, that scoundrel, had re-emerged just as they were about to execute the plan to annihilate Konoha. If that individual were to side with Konoha, it would surely infuriate Lord Orochimaru. Nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke was displeased. He had once believed Kabuto possessed some skill in gathering intelligence, but now he appeared merely a buffoon. What kind of candidate could possess the abilities Kabuto spoke of? Such a ninja could scarcely participate in the Chunin exam. Above all, Uchiha Sasuke was resolute in his belief that he would not be bested by anyone. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. Sakura's expression was complex. As she was aware that Kakashi would not deceive his students, Shikamaru's countenance was grave, for he understood the weight of Kakashi's words. Come now. Do not wear such gloomy expressions, everyone, Kabuto said, a smile creeping onto his face as he adopted a lighter tone. Perhaps it is merely a case of sharing a name? How could that man possibly attend the Chunin exam? Whether he was reassuring himself or trying to comfort the spirit of Lord Orochimaru within him, Kabuto found it hard to believe that individual would coincidentally appear here. Tap, tap, tap. The classroom door creaked open, footsteps drawing nearer. A handsome young man placed a hand on Kabuto's shoulder, adorned with the gleaming headband of Amigakure. His sunlit smile effortlessly evoking warmth. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kabuto. I am quite curious if the Lin Xuan you know is indeed me, he said, exhibiting a humble demeanor that belied an air of superiority, accentuated by the two young women accompanying him. The girl with short purple hair was as frigid as ice, while the blue purple-haired one resembled an eternal iceberg, her gaze emanating a faint aura of menace. No matter how amiable the man appeared, the two girls were determined to undermine his charm. Ahem, ahem. Kabuto coughed several times, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. There was no need to verify any identity, for the hand on his shoulder was a constant reminder of his precarious existence. I never anticipated Lord Lin Xuan would grace this place with his presence, Kabuto said with an awkward smile. Few were privy to his affiliation with Lord Orochimaru. But Lin Xuan was an anomaly. Amigakure has remained shrouded in silence for far too long, otherwise. I would have preferred to remain hidden in the village until it grew moldy, Lin Xuan remarked casually as he released his grip. Were you not busy gathering intelligence on the ninjas from various villages? Why then are you unaware of my movements? Kabuto's gaze flickered as he contemplated a clever response, gradually calming his nerves. Given Lin Xuan's nonchalant entrance, the likelihood of violence seemed minimal, alleviating his tension. Amigakure is quite secretive, and I am unable to procure effective intelligence. Moreover, how could the figures recorded on these cards possibly compare to you? Kabuto wore a sycophantic smile. If only the people of Konoha were as entertaining as you. Or perhaps someone like 50-50 would suffice. Lin Xuan cast a final glance at Do before making her way to an empty seat in the classroom. However, the insufferable king of arrogance spoke up. Are you the one Kakashi mentioned? Uchiha Sasuke, visibly displeased, scrutinized the man who appeared to be around 20 years of age. How could a person of such an age still be a genin? Was this truly the so-called individual one must never provoke? The two women by his side might pose some trouble, but the strength of this imbecile seemed rather unimpressive. Sasuke felt no sense of pressure emanating from him whatsoever. Lin Xuan, with a keen interest, observed Sasuke. It appeared that this brother of Itachi looked down upon him. Truly a naive young lad lacking the wisdom gained from the trials of society. Even Uchiha Itachi had to respectfully address me as senpai. What was he boasting about with his single Tomo Sharingan? In the next moment, Zihua, acting on Lin Xuan's behalf, took action. This young kunoichi from the Hidden Rain village, now a Chunin, had made remarkable strides in her abilities under Konan's guidance. Were it not for Konan's restrictions on Zihua undertaking dangerous missions, this talented disciple would have likely already ascended to Jounin rank. With a swift motion, the girl conjured a substantial amount of white paper as if performing magic. Release technique. Paper snow. She summoned a plethora of explosive tags that had been prepared and sealed in advance, yielding unexpectedly effective results in combat. However, Zihua's jutsu differed somewhat from Konan's. She was unable to utilize the paper jutsu and could not create explosive tags herself. The tags she used were either purchased with money or gifted to her by Konan for self-defense. What an intriguing technique. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, with Ino and Tenten staring incredulously at the scene unfolding nearby. In an instant of confrontation, Uchiha Sasuke found himself enveloped like a white mummy. Although the summoned material was paper, its speed was astonishingly fast, leaving no room for evasion at such a short distance, and there was insufficient time to form seals. If those thousands of explosive tags detonated, Sasuke would likely be reduced to mere remnants. Stop it, girl. Lin Xuan urgently intervened, realizing that Zihua was genuinely intent on detonating those tags. The future of Sasuke was still uncertain, but he could not afford to perish just yet. He still needed to utilize this young boy. Konoha was an ally of the Hidden Ring. How could we treat our friends so rudely? Little flower. While you could eliminate him in an instant, taking a life is simply wrong, the man admonished with sincerity. Zihua reluctantly retracted her jutsu. You lot. Sasuke gritted his teeth, glaring at the audacious rain ninja who dared to humiliate him. The pride of the Uchiha clan would not tolerate such provocations. He would eventually defeat these rain ninjas with his own hands. The exam is about to begin, Sasuke, Sakura cautioned, worried that he might lose his composure and engage in further conflict. There would always be next year's Chunin exam. Losing now meant he could train harder to grow stronger. However, what if Sasuke were to be killed? Soon, as Sanai Ibiki entered the examination hall, the first phase of the Chunin exam commenced with the written test. The rules of the examination were straightforward. Being caught cheating a certain number of times would result in disqualification, and the elimination of one individual would adversely affect the entire team. Hundreds of genin employed various tactics, attempting to cheat while ensuring they remained undetected. Amidst the rustling of papers, two individuals notably refrained from writing. One was Lin Xuan, who was already aware of the rules concerning the 10th question. The other was Naruto Uzumaki, who found himself utterly incapable of answering a single question. As the examination concluded, both Lin Xuan and Naruto successfully passed with blank papers. The 10th question assessed one's courage. Choosing to answer would allow them to continue in the exam. Yet a wrong answer would preclude them from participating in genin exams for a lifetime, while opting not to answer meant waiting for the next year's Chunin exam. The first written test ended with 78 genin remaining, representing 26 ninja teams. The second examination would commence in the afternoon, a struggle for the heaven and earth scrolls within the forest of death. A total of 26 teams would be distributed 13 heaven scrolls and 13 earth scrolls. To pass this stage, they needed to acquire a complete set of scrolls within 5 days and reach the central tower of the forest of death. The chief examiner for the second phase was Mitarashi Anko. Each team leader was to collect their scrolls, and Lin Xuan received the earth scroll. Lord Lin Xuan, what scroll do you require? Our team has the heaven scroll, Kabuto cautiously approached. Orochimaru was concealed within the grass ninja team. Intending to seek out Uchiha Sasuke within the forest of death, it would be prudent for Lin Xuan, a figure of such peril, to clear the exam swiftly. Are you instructing me on my tasks? Lin Xuan replied, casting an impassive glance at Kabuto. He was well aware of the machinations afoot. Orochimaru did not wish for Lin Xuan to disrupt his plans, yet he was determined to proceed. Uchiha Sasuke was also among his targets. What a pity. I hope those children do not falter upon witnessing the might of adults, Kabuto mused, shaking his head slightly, cautious not to impose. He was neither an ally nor a foe. Avoiding provocation was best, as per Orochimaru's direct orders. There are matters of interest regarding Orochimaru. Tell him we shall meet again. Lin Xuan said with a mysterious smile, casually patting Kabuto's shoulder. Understood, Kabuto replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. The mere hint of murderous intent from Lin Xuan rendered him immobile, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Hey, you two. Fighting is prohibited before the exam. The chief examiner swiftly approached upon noticing the situation. Anko furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the two young men. What's in the forest of death? How you kill is of no concern. However, causing a disturbance before the exam begins will result in immediate disqualification. Do you understand? The woman's smile bore a hint of cruelty alongside a measure of coldness. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Understood. We will not cause any trouble, he assured. Lin Xuan presented a seemingly honest demeanor, even appearing somewhat obedient. Do merely adjusted his glasses and lowered his head, refraining from contradicting Hong Do's remarks. This woman was a discarded pawn of Orochimaru, yet in reality, she remained a concealed piece in his intricate game. Humph, as long as you behave. Just make sure you don't perish in this examination. After all, I do have a fondness for handsome young men, Hong Do declared with a benevolent expression, casting several lingering glances at Lin Xuan. Ah, this. Lin Xuan instinctively touched his chin, while Hydrangea chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Xiaonan's gaze seemed to grow colder, hinting at her disapproval. In the ensuing silence, Hong Do strolled away, muttering about men who lacked romantic sensibilities. Yukushi Do felt a twinge of exasperation. How had someone like Hong Do become a student of Orochimaru? Did she not perceive Lin Xuan as a figure of danger? Concealed within the ranks of the grass ninja team, Orochimaru's eyes glinted with intrigue. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Hong Do had the audacity to converse with that individual, whom she deemed a socially inept man, but in truth, he was nothing short of a monster. After a pause, all teams converged at the entrance of the Forest of Death to collect their scrolls and sign life and death contracts. The second round of the Chunin exams commenced, with a time limit of 5 days. As Hong Do announced the start, the ninja teams entered the forest through various entrances. Lin Xuan, don't die carelessly. I will challenge you later. Just as Lin Xuan's team was about to enter, the voice of Uchiha Itachi echoed through the air. Kakashi advised Sasuke and the others not to provoke Lin Xuan, yet he did not forbid them from challenging him. Sasuke's objective was to eliminate that man. If he could not secure first place in the Chunin exams and was unable to defeat his current adversaries, how could he ever hope to overcome Uchiha Itachi in the future? Challenge me. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile slightly. If you manage to win, I might disclose some information regarding Uchiha Itachi. The skies cleared, and the rain ceased. Itachi felt invigorated once more. He had no qualms about teasing this young fellow. You know Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke's voice turned icy, filled with rage and murderous intent, his expression dark as water. Sakura and Naruto were taken aback by his reaction. Indeed. Lin Xuan's smile broadened. Not only do I know him, but over the years, Itachi and I have been colleagues. Kisame Hoshigaki has been tasked with monitoring Uchiha Itachi. Once I defeat you, I will make you divulge that information, Sasuke declared, his spirit ignited, reminiscent of Naruto's passionate style. Yet, it was not entirely accurate. Sasuke's confidence bordered on arrogance, while Naruto's enthusiasm stemmed from sheer navet. Is this truly Itachi's younger brother? Are the two siblings indeed born of the same mother? After entering the forest, Full Moon could not resist speaking up. Itachi excelled in every aspect. Within the whimsical and chaotic Akatsuki organization, he had earned universal recognition since the age of 13. At that tender age, Itachi had even evoked a hint of apprehension from pain. Meanwhile, the 12-year-old Sasuke was still engaged in childish games with Gaara and Naruto. The disparity between the two brothers was undeniably vast. Itachi is a modest individual, and it appears that his younger brother currently lacks the qualifications to join us. As remarked by Conan, Uchiha Itachi sacrificed his life to pave the way for his brother, hoping that Sasuke would possess at least the means to survive in the future shinobi world. This matter is not a secret to Lin Xuan, and certainly not to Conan. Hey, boss, may I strike Sasuke? Full Moon suddenly expressed interest. Judging by previous encounters, Sasuke is merely a temperamental child lacking in strength, unable to intimidate Itachi. Yet perhaps he could bully his younger brother, especially a bothersome little brat like him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled playfully, remarking that youthful exuberance is characteristic of the young. The faith that Sasuke bears compels him to maintain his pride, even if he lacks the strength to back it up. Uchiha Sasuke wishes to slay his brother, whom he views as an enemy, in pursuit of the last vestiges of Uchiha glory. For this, he is willing to sever all ties and commit any heinous acts. How could someone like Sasuke endure in silence? He must be proud, yet he is destined to fall. He will heed the commands of whoever possesses power. In the Death Forest, Hinata's team immediately commenced their operations upon entering, adhering to their plan. Kiba and Akamaru's keen noses, combined with Hinata's Byakugan, provided exceptional reconnaissance, while Shino's insects adeptly observed their surroundings. This team boasts the most formidable scouting capabilities in Konoha, executing their strategies with decisive efficiency. The trio first discovered a ninja squad, subsequently setting up an ambush on their path, swiftly eliminating one team within merely an hour of the exam, conveniently acquiring both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. A splendid start indeed. Let us continue to eliminate other teams, Kiba grinned with pride. This was merely the second phase. By eliminating a sufficient number of opponents here, the subsequent tests would be markedly easier. Shino nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Kiba's approach. Their team may not possess overwhelming combat strength, but their extensive sensing range allows for rapid escapes from formidable foes and strategic ambushes against weaker adversaries. Throughout this, Hinata remained silent. This young girl, having faced her father's scorn since childhood, developed a somewhat timid disposition. Woof, woof, woof. As the three conversed, Kiba's small white dog suddenly barked, burrowing fearfully into Kiba's clothing. Coincidentally, Shino's insects also relayed a warning. Someone is approaching swiftly? It was my first time witnessing Akamaru so frightened. Kiba furrowed his brow, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Byakugan, activate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hinata promptly activated her Byakugan. In that instant, as her vision expanded, her expression shifted subtly. The young man from the classroom, a Rain Village ninja, had already arrived on a branch merely a dozen meters away. Beneath the branch he stood upon were two young women, their expressions cold as they regarded the trio. "Do not be alarmed. I am a friend from Konoha. I merely intend to give you a sound beating." The young man approached with a smile. "A friend?" Tooth gazed at the man with a mixture of confusion and determination, contemplating whether to engage with Akamaru and employ their signature ninjutsu. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. A fist loomed larger before his eyes. Until the moment he lost consciousness, Tooth could not decipher how the opponent had closed the distance or launched the strike. It felt as though he were traversing through a fissure in time, the shadowy figure akin to a specter. In an instant, Inuzuka Tooth, along with Akamaru nestled within his garments, was sent flying, crashing against a tree with a resounding thud. Secret technique. Curse of the Lost. Bang. The man delivered a swift chop, rendering Shino unconscious as she attempted to utilize her ninjutsu. In less than 2 seconds of conflict, both Tooth and Shino found themselves kneeling in defeat, ensnared in shock, leaving Hinata no opportunity to mount an effective resistance. With a sudden punch delivered after another teleportation, Hinata's lips parted with blood as she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, the Azalea frowned. Shouldn't the narrative dictate that one must show mercy towards a beautiful girl? Why was the attack more brutal? Such internal injuries rendered Hinata virtually incapable of continuing with the forthcoming exam. Conan displayed little emotion, accustomed to her brother's ruthless demeanor. After all, if someone was destined to be gravely injured, why not be the one to deliver the blow? Lin Xuan muttered softly. Even if Hinata escaped his wrath today, she would inevitably face Niji's merciless blows later. Thus, it would be better if he were the one to strike her. Woof. Woof. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to seize the heaven and earth scroll from Tooth, Akamaru barked in defense of his master. "Another little dog. Take this punch." The man, devoid of expression, delivered a punch that rendered Akamaru unconscious. "Bastard. If you aim to take the scroll, just do so directly. Why harm Akamaru? You spare no one. Not even a girl." Inuzuka Tooth rose with a grave expression, clutching his abdomen, unable to mask the pain etched across his features. "I will strike. And I shall strike again. If you dare challenge me, then bite me." Lin Xuan raised an impudent middle finger. "You." Tooth was so furious he could hardly articulate his thoughts. How could this man possess the strength of a mere genin? In a single encounter, he had obliterated their team. Was he here merely to wreak havoc? Before long, Shino and Hinata began to stir, albeit disoriented. The two youths fared relatively well, but Hinata suffered severe internal injuries, coughing up blood profusely. Tooth and Shino harbored a deep-seated desire to see Lin Xuan brought to justice. What business do the weak have in being ninjas? Did I not mention that someone like you ought to be a mere ornament? After all these years, you have not changed one bit, Miss Hinata. Lin Xuan disregarded the furious glares from the two youths and merely sighed in resignation. A look of confusion flickered in Hinata's innocent, naive eyes. Was he speaking to her? Bastard. Tooth could no longer contain his rage. This self-proclaimed friend of Konoha had repeatedly humiliated them. It would be more merciful to end their lives. Who does he think he is looking down upon? With a thud, a kunai pierced Tooth's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Do you think you are speaking to whom? The hydrangea spoke coldly, casting a threatening glance at Shino. Fortunately, Shino possessed remarkable restraint, remaining calm unlike Kiba, merely observing the gravely wounded Hinata in silence. Unless they intended to take a life, Shino would reserve her final card for a desperate gamble. The current situation was not as dire as it seemed. Hinata, in her agony, appeared to recall something, as if she had encountered that person long ago. Young lady. Individuals like you are ill-suited for the life of a ninja. Perhaps a role as a decorative vase would be more fitting. Lin Xuan's expression revealed little emotion as she shook her head and departed, followed closely by Xiaonan and the hydrangea. As the young girl gazed at the retreating figure of the rain-hidden ninja, fragments of a memory flickered in her mind, overlapping with the silhouette of someone from her past. It was a day 7 years prior, when Hinata had yet to enter the ninja academy. Merely a Navi young lady from a prominent family. Ah, isn't that child from the Hyuga clan? Indeed, those eyes, she must be Niji's cousin. Humph. Isn't she usually rather haughty? This girl must have a terrible disposition as well, flaunting her talents due to her noble lineage. After being chastised by her stern father, the weeping girl dashed down the street, colliding with a child's ice cream, which led to her being encircled, transforming the scene into one of bullying. Typically, no one dared offend a member of the Hyuga family, but a lone child was a different matter. especially one who appeared so feeble, practically inviting mistreatment. Moreover, she was the type who wouldn't report the incident. I'm not like that. The rosy-cheeked girl merely lowered her head, uncertain of how to navigate the predicament. The older children smirked maliciously, filling her with unease. To attempt to escape without an apology was utterly disgraceful. Absolutely unforgivable. Hey, apologize. 3 mischievous boys seized the girl by her hair, forcing her to kneel on the ground. The little girl sobbed incessantly, repeatedly uttering apologies. Despite her byakugan and gentle fist techniques that could easily subdue these boys, she remained oblivious to her own strength, too frightened to raise her head. The educational methods of the Hyuga family were truly a failure. A voice broke through, somewhat languid. The summoning technique. That shark from Elder Kisame is quite impressive. Indeed. Another, younger male voice followed. Suddenly, a brief, sharp scream pierced the air, emanating from the 3 boys, as a chilling presence swiftly appeared and vanished. When Hinata opened her eyes, she found a few drops of blood on the ground, and the boys who had tormented her were nowhere to be seen. At just 5 years of age, she was unfamiliar with the concept of killing, believing instead that the boys had fled after getting hurt, unaware that they had been devoured by the summoned shark of the full moon. Thank you. Dazed, Hinata was supported to her feet, her gaze fixed upon the young man before her. Clad in a grand robe of red clouds against a black backdrop, his handsome face bore an air of languor. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both adorned in similar attire. The boy appeared to hold him in high regard, while the woman's gaze was gentler. Why did he not resist? The young man paid no heed to Hinata's gratitude, his expression instead revealing confusion. Resist? Hinata remained bewildered. They bully you, strike you. Surely you would retaliate with your fists. You have practiced with the wooden figures, have you not? The young man shrugged nonchalantly. My father said those techniques are meant for killing, and I do not wish to harm others. After a moment of careful contemplation, Hinata responded hesitantly. Do not wish to harm others? Then, my lady, what business do you have as a ninja? The young man scoffed with derision. And even at the tender age of 5, Hinata could perceive the disdain flickering in his eyes. Did he not save her? Why would he utter such words? My lady, a person like you is ill-suited to be a ninja. You might as well be a decorative vase. The man waved his hand dismissively, striding away with a decisive elegance. The woman with blue-purple hair opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to speak, but ultimately fell silent and departed quietly, the 3 figures in black gradually fading from view. A tide of memories surged forth, only to dissipate. Hinata's consciousness transitioned from a haze to clarity, and then back to chaos. Is it true that I am truly unfit to be a ninja? Side quest, The Fallen White. Quest objective, gain Hinata, Hyuga's loyalty, progress, 25-100. Quest difficulty, hard. Reward, Akatsuki bloodline injection. Possessing the pure white eyes of the Akatsuki clan will unlock the Rinnegan. Once Lin Xuan completes this task, his bloodline will strengthen, allowing him to fight without excessive reliance on divine blood when confronted with more formidable foes in the future. Side quest, corruption amplified threefold. Quest objective, employ any means necessary to persuade Naruto Uzumaki to join the Akatsuki and embrace darkness. Quest difficulty, hellish. Reward, derived dimension, Naruto World Crystal. The World Crystal. Those who possess the World Crystal will secure their current dimension and gain permanent ownership. Undoubtedly, this is a coveted goal for Lin Xuan. Should an explorer arise to conquer the entire dimension, it would signify that this realm becomes a singular existence, eternally unaltered or replicated, transforming into his private domain. He may be the first to traverse the Naruto dimension, and perhaps he will be the last. The Forest of Death. Gaara's team from Sunigakure has just slain a squad of ninjas. Gaara's sand serves as an impenetrable defense, ruthlessly massacring these feeble ants. How can one kill? At merely 12 years of age, he dares to take a life. What will he become as an adult? An eerily mocking voice echoed. Gaara's pupils constricted, his expression darkening. That individual was indeed a persistent nuisance, returning to cause trouble. What do you desire? You may take the scrolls. The red-haired youth manipulated the gourd of sand behind him, a thin layer of yellow sand forming a protective barrier around him. Simultaneously, he hurled 2 celestial scrolls towards the opposition. Sunigakure's collaboration with Orochimaru aimed at the annihilation of Konoha. Now was not the time to reveal the One Tail. Furthermore, even if he summoned Shikaku, he would be effortlessly obliterated by the enemy. I have no interest in the scrolls. I've long since gathered them, Lin Xuan scoffed. Shifting his focus intently on Temari and Kankuro, Gaara's gaze subtly turned icy. The man smirked mockingly. If I were to kill them, would you protect your brother or your sister first? Gaara distanced himself nonchalantly, his eyes resembling those of a stranger. Go ahead and kill, to me. They are no different from Raza, whom you have already slain. What? Temari and Kankuro gasped in shock. They were not astonished by Gaara's attitude, as he had always shown no mercy to anyone. They merely questioned whether they had misheard. The figure before them, the one known as Lin Xuan, was the very murderer of the fourth Kazekage many years ago. Gaara, did he truly kill our father? Kankuro trembled, filled with a mix of rage and fear. The reaction of Temari was similarly dismal, her fair visage drained of color. Indeed, he was the very one who had slain Rasha. The feeble Sunagakure could only be threatened. Too fearful to divulge such a lamentable scandal. Gaara let out a couple of derisive chuckles. He was a ninja of the Sand Village, yet harbored little fondness for his own homeland. The only soul who ever loved him might have been his mother, but she had perished on the very day he was born. It was enough to love oneself. Others were merely prey to be vanquished. This epitomized Gaara's philosophy of existence. Here's your chance to make a move, Lin Xuan taunted as she beckoned to Kankuro with a finger. The man's face flushed crimson, almost resembling the color of liver, yet he hesitated, daunted into inaction. An adversary capable of slaying the fourth Kazekage and defeating the fully realized one-tail Shikaku was not someone Kankuro's puppet techniques could contend with. And indeed, the reality corroborated this. The puppet techniques Kankuro wielded were mere remnants of the past, left behind by Sasori decades ago. And even Sasori himself had fallen swiftly before Lin Xuan. How pitiful! Why was Sunagakure so weak? Their courage was even inferior to that of a dog. Lin Xuan regarded the situation with palpable boredom. While Maru dared to bark, Kankuro stood petrified like a statue. In a flash, with a punch, he was down in less than half a second, leaving behind a fallen puppet master. Kankuro. Temari finally grasped the dire straits they were in. Lin Xuan could genuinely kill them. Wind release, Kamaitachi. Having witnessed Kankuro's defeat, Temari finally retrieved her 3-star fan to perform a jutsu. Regardless of the outcome, they could not simply resign themselves to fate. Your wind ends here, little girl. The biting, razor-sharp gale failed to capture the enemy's form, as only a deep voice resonated in her ears. Temari, you have been defeated. You are next, Gaara. The man clapped his hands, dismissively discarding Temari's unconscious form. I concede. Gaara inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Yet, his only response was the force of Lin Xuan's fist. The shadow loomed larger, and in the blink of an eye, Gaara was sent hurtling several meters away, a crack resounding as his arm fractured. I can strike you, and I can kill you. You do not possess the right to concede before me. Lin Xuan nonchalantly wiggled her fingers. Gaara's eyes widened to their fullest, wishing he could rise and devour this scoundrel. Yet ultimately, he remained silent. What could he do? He was powerless. Provoking that man would mean certain death for Temari and Kankuro. Kankuro was of little concern. He had been gossiping behind the scenes. Temari's demise would be somewhat regrettable. That woman would never speak ill of him and would occasionally show concern for his feelings, inquiring after his well-being. Gaara did not wish for her death. If anyone were to kill her, it should be him having finished. I invite the next talented ninja to step forward. After defeating the Jinchuriki of One Tail, Lin Xuan did not linger further. The act of taking these lives serves no purpose and will not fulfill any mission to earn rewards. It is far better to spare them. Zihua and Xiaoan followed their captain on the journey, their emotions tinged with subtle complexity. Lin Xuan, disregarding his seniority, chose to bully these unfortunate children. Doesn't his conscience ache? Frankly speaking, to commit such acts is truly heartless. Lord Lin Xuan, shall we proceed directly to the tower? We have gathered all the heavenly scrolls, murmured Zihua. Do you think I am engaging in meaningless endeavors? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. The young girl hesitated before gently nodding. The man shrugged. This is merely for the sake of theatrics. Who would willingly partake in such tedious tasks, if not for performance? Clearly, you are enjoying this. You have been smiling all along. Zihua could only feel helplessness within. Under the investigation of Xiaonan's paper clone, the trio swiftly discovered a nearby team of Konoha ninjas. In the forest, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji were playing hide-and-seek. The trio's ninjutsu leaned towards control and support, rendering them less effective in direct combat. Ino, with her fiery temper, and Choji, lacking in intellect, relied entirely on Shikamaru for planning. The most optimal strategy at present was to hide and see if they could encounter a weaker team to advance past the second round of examinations. Hey, good evening, everyone. Who? The Shikamaru team gasped, incredulously gazing at the man beside them. Choji, recognizing Lin Xuan, continued to munch on a bag of chips, while Ino reacted excessively. Becoming so nervous, she could not speak. "You must be a friend from Konoha?" Shikamaru remarked, slightly relaxing. Truly, the Nara clan's descendant is remarkably composed. Lin Xuan cast an appreciative glance at him. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi has existed since the founding of Konoha, with each generation producing exceptional heirs. Particularly the resourceful Nara clan. "I believe in equitable treatment, therefore you shall receive the same privileges as others." Lin Xuan smirked, and Shikamaru felt an ominous premonition. This man bore no malice toward them, yet that did not imply he would refrain from other actions, such as bullying them. "The scroll can be yours." Shikamaru gazed pitifully at the man across from him. Lin Xuan did not respond verbally, but conveyed everything through his actions. Thud. Thud. Shikamaru and Choji fell to the ground, having received a solid blow. Mind-body switch technique. Taking advantage of this moment, Ino completed the hand seals and initiated her clan's secret ninjutsu. However, what is this nonsense? Was he deliberately avoiding a beating? Lin Xuan looked at the unconscious blonde girl, a wry smile tugging at his lips. The mind-body switch technique allows the user's spirit to invade the enemy's body, temporarily controlling their physical form. But the prerequisite for this technique is that the caster's mental strength must surpass that of the opponent. How could a 12-year-old girl possibly possess greater mental power than Lin Xuan? The jutsu backfired. Lin Xuan emerged unscathed, while Ino collapsed on the spot. "Very well. Let us welcome the next challenger." The man hummed a tune as he slipped away. Xiaonan and Hydrangea silently followed behind, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Had they known, they would not have accompanied Lin Xuan. Bullying children was hardly amusing. In the Konoha team were Niji, Tintin, and Lee. Niji was the strongest newcomer among the graduates of the previous ninja school session. Tintin, a little heiress, carried an abundance of ninja tools, while Lee, inheriting the martial arts of Might Guy, or a personality reminiscent of Naruto's, an enthusiastic fool. "Hey, branch family waste, what are you staring at?" A sudden voice interrupted Niji, who had paused by the river to catch fish. Their team had effortlessly defeated a competing ninja squad, and by sheer luck had gathered the heaven and earth scrolls. As dusk approached, the three found a spot to rest and prepare for their evening mission, only to encounter an unwelcome guest while Niji was fishing. "Who are you insulting?" Niji's fists clenched, veins bulging. He despised when others spoke of his status. The head of the Hyuga clan might be a fool, but the branch family seemed no better, merely a bunch of scum. Lin Xuan was particularly arrogant and rude. In the next moment, his figure vanished from Niji's sight. Instinctively, Niji activated his Byakugan and assumed the stance of the 8 trigrams gentle fist. Byakugan activate. Just as he opened his eyes, he was confronted with a disheartening reality. He had no time to form a defensive seal. In the instant he activated his vision, a shadowy fist was already upon him. The Rain Ninja struck mercilessly, knocking the Byakugan youth to the ground, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Impossible. How could the gap be so vast? This is clearly the Chunin exams. The genius of the Hyuga branch family was left flushed with anger. Had the opponent concealed their strength? Or was he simply too weak? He had aimed to secure first place in this exam. How could he fall now? "My fists specialize in taking down all sorts of geniuses," Lin Xuan remarked nonchalantly, discarding the Byakugan youth onto the grass by the riverbank, then leisurely making his way towards the nearby campfire. 2 minutes later, the recently appeared Rain Ninja swiftly incapacitated Tintin, who was tending to the fire, with a swift knife hand strike that sent her into unconsciousness. "If I recall correctly, your name is Lin Xuan?" Lee, clad in a green jumpsuit, stood ready for battle. Faced with this sudden foe, he displayed no signs of retreat, instead brimming with fighting spirit. "Little one, are you not afraid?" Niji was just taken down by a single punch. Lin Xuan couldn't help but tease him. This was a disciple of Might Guy, someone who worked exceptionally hard as an ordinary ninja. Lacking bloodline limits, ninja talent, or a prestigious background, Lee had achieved much, earning even Lin Xuan's attention. "Niji?" Lee visibly trembled for a moment, uncertainty flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his resolve. Teacher Guy has said that youth will forever burn brightly. Regardless of the formidable adversaries faced, one must not waver. It is through one's own strength that comrades are protected. This is the essence of a ninja's existence. The young boy clad in green inhaled deeply, adopting a serious stance to prepare for his strike. He launched himself into a full 360-degree spin before descending gracefully, standing erect, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Rock Lee, I humbly seek your guidance." A brilliant smile illuminated his face, revealing 2 rows of gleaming teeth. On the opposite side, the man remained slightly languid. It was not that he lacked the desire to engage earnestly. Rather, it seemed unnecessary to do so. If my guy were to unleash the 8 gates, that would warrant attention, but what merit could a mere child possess? Konoha Great Whirlwind. Without hesitation, Lee executed a wide-ranging spinning kick, his fists and feet moving as if guided by divine intervention. Yet, to Lin Xuan, such force was trivial. Violence. No one understands it better than I. Lin Xuan, unadorned and resolute, charged directly at Lee, delivering a kick that sent him flying, swiftly following with a punch to his abdomen. Faced with a being who could potentially attain transcendence and physical prowess, Lee appeared as little more than a novice creature at the village's entrance. His words were eloquent. Yet youth, alas, has its limits. Youth is not merely about burning brightly. It is akin to your grandmother knocking at the door. Casually, Lin Xuan lifted the unconscious Li and Tian, making his way to the grassy bank by the river, where he unceremoniously dropped them beside Niji. Are you bullying girls? Hinata Niji gazed incredulously at the unconscious Tian. Goodness, how can such a person exist? It's one thing to beat fish, but to strike a woman. Does his conscience not ache? So what if I bully girls? Do you not know that Hinata was nearly beaten to death by me? You ought to thank me for taking care of the main family members on your behalf. Lin Xuan's expression remained unperturbed and dismissive. His words, however, struck a discordant note within Niji. Logically, as a branch family member, he should protect the young lady. Her being harmed was a dereliction of his duty. Yet emotionally, he harbored a profound disdain for the hypocritical members of the main family. After all, his father had perished at their hands. The thought of Hinata being beaten brought him a grim satisfaction. He even entertained the notion of reprimanding that girl from the main family himself. Lin Xuan chuckled. What's wrong? Our genius Niji has fallen silent? Hinata Niji remained mute. It was only when Lin Xuan clapped his hands, preparing to depart, that he could no longer restrain himself, saying, Aren't you going to seize our scroll? Why then do you attack us? The young man from the Rain Village halted, turning to reveal an innocuous smile. I mean no harm. I am not targeting anyone specifically. I merely observe that the younger generation of Konoha is rather lacking. As the night deepened, the forest of death lay enveloped in an eerie silence. The first day had seen a significant number of teams eliminated. Some who remained, despite not being ousted, had tasted the terror of being dominated. After a night of rest, they would continue their journey. Team 7 had successfully dealt with an ambush, significantly boosting their confidence. Especially Uchiha Sasuke, who resolutely decided to seek out Lin Xuan tomorrow in order to obtain information about Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei advised us not to provoke him. Sakura expressed her disapproval of Sasuke's decision. I must confront him. You need not accompany me. This is a personal challenge, Sasuke stated calmly. I believe Sasuke is right. We cannot surrender merely because our adversary is formidable. Only by overcoming stronger foes can we validate our ninja way. Naruto Uzumaki, unusually siding with Sasuke rather than Sakura, asserted. How can one who aspires to be Hokage retreat? It is the mark of the weak to falter in the face of adversity. If I cannot conquer this enemy now, how will I ever defeat Itachi in the future? Sasuke cast a lingering glance at Naruto, who had recently become more agreeable. Very well. Tomorrow we shall seek out Lin Xuan's team. Both members of the team were resolute, and Sakura, unable to change their minds, merely nodded in agreement. Uchiha brat, do you truly wish to defeat that man? A chilling voice echoed. The trio turned to behold a pale-skinned, slender man who was a grass ninja. Orochimaru was also eyeing his prey. Uchiha Sasuke, you aspire to defeat Lin Xuan, a ninja even I dare not offend. Even Itachi may not stand a chance against him. Yet Orochimaru coveted the bloodline of the Sharingan, and Sasuke was his sole candidate. Is this all you can muster, Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru whispered as he discreetly unleashed a technique, amplifying his murderous intent. Sasuke and Naruto were both paralyzed by fear, while Sakura stood in stunned silence. Is this truly the aura of a mere genin? Even Kakashi pales in comparison to this man. As the figure approached, Sasuke's heart roared, and his hand trembled around his kunai. Move. 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 Is this all you have? Orochimaru slowly formed hand signs, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He began to regret his decision. Even if Uchiha Sasuke was the last of the Uchiha bloodline, he did not seem worthy of being his vessel. This boy's talent and character were notably lacking. Or perhaps, he simply was unworthy of being Itachi's brother. Suddenly, the sound of blood gushing pierced the night, resonating with clarity. At the very brink of despair, Sasuke plunged his kunai into his thigh, forcing the pain to extinguish his fear. then retreating with the immobilized Sakura, shoving Naruto aside in the process. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru unleashed a tempest that Sasuke narrowly evaded. Do not underestimate the Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes glowed crimson as his single Tomo Sharingan gradually transformed into a double Tomo. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction, suddenly becoming intensely intrigued by the young boy. If Sasuke were to accept his heavenly curse seal, he could potentially be molded into a worthy vessel. It was time to test his limits. Sharingan, Windmill Triple Blade, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a flurry of techniques, calculatingly exploiting a weakness to incinerate his foe. Yet, even as the trees were scorched and a gaping hole was created, that man stood resolutely unharmed. Sasuke-kun, you are beginning to astonish me. Orochimaru discarded his melting mask, revealing his true visage, a grotesquely pale face, the smile upon it sending Sasuke and his companions into despair. Sakura found herself unable to contribute to the battle, while Naruto fell into a stupor due to a 5-element seal. Leaving only the desolate Sasuke to await an uncertain fate, Orochimaru made his move once more. Suddenly, his neck elongated, his head darting toward Uchiha Sasuke, attempting to leave a mark on the boy. Only by undergoing the trial of the heavenly curse seal could one qualify to become a vessel. If you survive, we shall meet again, Sasuke-kun. Only I can grant you the power you seek, vengeance. Orochimaru sneered. At that moment, someone stepped in front of Sasuke, effortlessly swatting Orochimaru back. In the chaos, Orochimaru bit the arm of that individual. Lin Xuan, must you truly stand against me? Orochimaru's expression darkened, his countenance foreboding. It was clear that this individual had come to oppose him in Konoha. Sasuke, Sakura, are you unharmed? Lin Xuan, unfazed by Orochimaru, greeted the two young ones with a smile. The bite seemed to weigh little on his mind. Divine blood was, in itself, the most potent poison. Orochimaru's so-called heavenly curse seal would be assimilated before it could take effect within him. Absorbing heavenly curse seal, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Thank you for saving us, Sakura said, casting a wary glance at Orochimaru before bowing slightly to Lin Xuan. This rain ninja turned out to be a good person. Upon reflection, Kakashi had advised against provoking others, yet never claimed this individual was an enemy of Konoha. Thank you, Sasuke murmured, glancing between Lin Xuan and Orochimaru. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Orochimaru had claimed only he could provide Sasuke with power. What did that mean? For some inexplicable reason. Hearing that statement sparked an odd fondness for Orochimaru within Sasuke, even igniting an impulse to ally with the man. The reason was simple. Orochimaru was undeniably formidable. Following Kakashi's path seemed less appealing than aligning with Orochimaru. After all, his only goal was to kill Uchiha Itachi. The means to that end mattered little, whether as a Konoha ninja, a rogue ninja, or something else entirely. All that mattered was the demise of Itachi. Yet now, Lin Xuan appeared even more powerful than Orochimaru. Especially the tone of Orochimaru, filled with apprehension, was astutely perceived by Sasuke. It was utterly despairing for Uchiha Sasuke to witness Orochimaru, the very embodiment of dread, refraining from making a move before Lin Xuan. Come on, you must strive harder. If you cannot even triumph over Orochimaru, how can you hope to defeat Itachi? Itachi, after all, could vanquish Orochimaru with but a mere glance. Lin Xuan deliberately broached an old incident from the time Orochimaru defected. This individual sought to usurp another's body as a vessel, only to be met with his own demise. Falling victim to a mere genjutsu, a fact well known among the Akatsuki members. What? Uchiha Sasuke, stirred by the revelation, felt his pupils constrict once again. Lin Xuan maintained a congenial demeanor, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. Both Orochimaru and Itachi are S-rank rogue ninjas of Konoha, but it seems some individuals may be overrated. Orochimaru, unperturbed, paid no heed to Lin Xuan's deliberate disparagement. Itachi's mastery of Genjutsu inherently countered the majority of ninjas, and unless one possessed superior proficiency in illusion techniques. Losing to Itachi was not necessarily a disgrace, as it prompted Orochimaru to recognize his own limitations. Lin, I do not believe I have offended you, have I? And why do you choose to protect Uchiha Sasuke? Orochimaru inquired, perplexed. If you wish to claim Uchiha Sasuke, it is not impossible, provided you offer me something in return. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Xuan tossed a scroll into the air. Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes, seemingly taken aback by how swiftly this individual revealed his true nature, treating Uchiha Sasuke as a mere commodity for barter. What happened to being friends from Konoha? Absurd. Orochimaru's expression shifted from ashen to livid as he incinerated the scroll with a fire technique. The reanimation jutsu, the eight-headed serpent technique, the impure world reincarnation. The four-symbol seal, the explosive tag technique, the flying thunder god technique. In his time as the third Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru had perused all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Even techniques like the flying thunder god, which he could not master, were meticulously recorded in his scrolls. To demand such a plethora of jutsu was beyond mere robbery. It was a matter of life and death for Orochimaru. The impure world reincarnation was originally conceived by the second Hokage and subsequently refined by Orochimaru over decades, only achieving success in recent years. How could he possibly relinquish it so casually? Lin Xuan was already perilously dangerous, and to bestow upon him the reanimation jutsu was unthinkable. The impure world reincarnation and the eight-headed serpent constituted the very foundation of Orochimaru's existence. He would never part with them, even at the cost of his life. I must decline your offer. A mere Uchiha Sasuke does not warrant such a high price, Orochimaru declared coldly, without waiting for Lin Xuan to respond. He utilized the earth release technique to depart the scene, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Sasuke's emotions were rather complex. It appeared that Lin Xuan intended to betray him. Yet Orochimaru deemed certain elements more valuable than him and rejected the transaction. What was this? Rest assured, I am fully aware that Orochimaru would never accept those terms. Which is precisely why I showed him the scroll. After all, I am a friend of Konoha. And I cannot bear the responsibility of betraying a genius ninja from Konoha in such a manner. Lin Xuan chuckled dismissively and reached out to pat Sakura's head. Is that so? Sakura snapped back to reality. The Rain Village's actions seemed rather peculiar. Could such individuals truly be trusted? It seems you don't have a good relationship with Orochimaru. What about Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke, disregarding the trivial matters, inquired about the information he was most concerned with. That being Uchiha Itachi. Itachi could be considered my adversary as well, Lin Xuan replied after a brief contemplation. At his core, Itachi remains loyal to Konoha and embodies the will of fire. Such a person cannot be his ally, nor could he assist him like Kisame does. You Rain ninjas have quite a few enemies, Sasuke remarked, casting a surprised glance at the man. Not only Itachi, but Uchiha Obito is also our foe. Lin Xuan stated calmly. Uchiha Obito? Sasuke furrowed his brow, beginning to recall the intelligence he had previously gathered. That individual, known as Uchiha Obito, seemed to be the perpetrator behind the Nine Tails incident and was responsible for the Blood Mist incident in the Hidden Mist Village. Having been wanted for many years yet never discovered. Have you encountered Uchiha Obito? Sasuke expressed a budding interest in this fellow Uchiha. This was the first time he learned that besides himself and Itachi, there were other members of the Uchiha clan. Hadn't Itachi exterminated them all? Lin Xuan appeared to discern the boy's confusion and, with a hint of mischief, remarked, Itachi initially collaborated with Obito. The two of them annihilated the Uchiha clan. Although I was not present at the scene, this matter is no secret to me. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, his face contorted with rage. Very well. My list of vengeance has just acquired another scoundrel. The Uchiha youth's hatred for Obito flared, as Lin Xuan had anticipated. Despite Obito's disappearance over the years, it did not deter Lin Xuan from inciting animosity towards him. After a brief while, the group found a hollow in a tree to rest. The unconscious Naruto Uzumaki was placed at the innermost part, while Sakura also took a break. Her stamina was not her strong suit. Leaving Sasuke in charge of the night watch. One last question, Lin. Why did you save me? Sasuke asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He was uncertain about Orochimaru's intentions regarding him, but if his instincts were correct, Orochimaru seemed to be planning some sort of experiment using his body. You are the delightful disciple of Mr. 50-50. How could I not intervene? Lin Xuan waved his hand, settling around the campfire with the two young women. Sasuke stood vigil at the entrance of the hollow, silently contemplating the meaning behind the man's words. Is it truly out of respect for Kakashi? Didn't Kakashi mention that nearly all his friends had perished? You simply want to oppose Orochimaru, yet you previously intended to sell me for a transaction. Lin Xuan was oblivious to what Sasuke was pondering. Of course, even if he knew, he would not be concerned. The glow of the campfire illuminated several individuals, as Lin Xuan unconcernedly caressed the hair of the hydrangea. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke spoke up once more. I actually have another question. Just how significant is the gap in our abilities? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan began to ponder. Reflecting on his encounter with Orochimaru earlier that day and considering their instructor Kakashi, he contemplated how to respond to this query. I do not know, he ultimately replied, shaking his head. Why? Uchiha Sasuke was perplexed by the meaning behind this uncertainty. A shadow-level ninja is a shadow-level ninja, and a Jonin is a Jonin. If one were to claim to be a legendary figure like Shinja Hashirama, it would seem plausible to assert superiority over other shadow-level ninjas. Given that this man instilled such fear in Orochimaru, there is a certain bravado that comes with merit. But what could the phrase "I do not know" signify? Since Lin Xuan had become the leader and the diplomatic envoy of the Rain Village, he had never tasted defeat. The hydrangea let out a soft sigh. Upon hearing the girl's reminder, Uchiha Sasuke grasped the implication of those words. This man was dismissing the very structure of the ninja system. The division of power appeared to hold no significance for him. The leader of the Rain Village was a figure known as Hanzo the Salamander, a well-established name in the ninja world. If Lin Xuan had never faced defeat, did that not imply that his strength surpassed even that of Hanzo? Sasuke found himself feeling somewhat bewildered. With the emergence of Orochimaru during the Nin exams, and now the appearance of Lin Xuan from the Rain Village, it seemed that events were unfolding beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, after a failed operation, Orochimaru intended to meet with Kabuto to discuss certain matters. An unexpected incident occurred along the way. The hidden shadow snake ants. A swarm of serpents struck from the shadows, and Orochimaru barely evaded their assault. It was a young kunoichi with her hair styled in a bun, wearing the forehead protector of the Leaf Village. She was Mitarashi Anko, the proctor of the second Nin exam. Is it too naive to think you can use the techniques I taught you against me? Orochimaru scrutinized his former disciple. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Anko bore the curse mark of heaven on her neck, once a promising experimental subject, but regrettably, she had chosen to abandon him when she defected from the village. What are you doing back here, Orochimaru? Anko pinned him against a tree, rendering him immobile, and formed the hand seals for the twin snakes' mutual death technique. It was a jutsu designed for mutual destruction. Do you wish for death? A second voice of Orochimaru echoed from behind. The individual Anko had captured suddenly transformed into a mound of earth, merely a diversionary earth clone, which thwarted her intention to execute the deadly technique. Are you angry? Still blaming me for abandoning you? Orochimaru approached Anko step by step, extending his hand to pat her head gently. Anko remained silent. Her former mentor was one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. All her skills were imparted by him, so how could she possibly bring herself to kill him? Orochimaru was a madman obsessed with forbidden techniques, and no one knew just how much stronger he had become over the years. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting the refined enjoyment of the master and his disciple, has it not? The young man from the hidden rain stood upon a branch, a slight smile gracing his lips. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. Was that fellow a specter? Why did he always encounter that rascal wherever he went? Little one from the hidden rain, what brings you here? Red Bean, as if awakening from a deep slumber, hastily distanced herself from Orochimaru. The cursed seal upon her neck throbbed faintly, conjuring memories of unpleasant events. Her recollections had been altered by a certain ninjutsu, leaving her in ignorance of the true events. All she knew was that she had been left behind in Konoha, while the defector Orochimaru chose not to take her along. In truth, it was Red Bean herself who had declined her teacher's invitation at that time. I am a participant in the Chunin exams. Why should I not be here? By the way, I doubt the chief examiner possesses the strength to handle Orochimaru. You should hasten to inform the higher-ups in Konoha. Lin Xuan remained unfazed by Red Bean's tone. Can you contend with Orochimaru? Red Bean subtly edged closer to Lin Xuan's direction. He was right. The pressing matter was to notify the Hokage of Orochimaru's appearance. This rogue ninja had returned after many years, certainly plotting something in the shadows. My teacher is Hanzo of the Salamander, and he is quite pleased with my talents. Otherwise, I would not represent the hidden rain in Konoha. The man maintained a somewhat languid demeanor. Yet within Red Bean's heart, tumultuous waves surged. A student of a demigod of the ninja world? No wonder this man could exude such confidence even in the presence of Orochimaru. In their youth, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had been effortlessly defeated by that legendary ninja. And it was Hanzo who spared their lives, bestowing upon them the title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. That rascal student? Orochimaru's expression fluctuated, seemingly disbelieving Lin Xuan's assertion. The first time he encountered Lin Xuan, that rascal was a member of the Akatsuki. Hanzo of the Salamander? Surely someone from the outside is unaware of the circumstances. How could one who has been in the Akatsuki remain ignorant? What utter nonsense about being a demigod student. Hanzo had perished many years ago. It occurred to him, was he attempting to seize leverage over Lin Xuan? If he could expose Lin Xuan's identity, That fellow would never participate in the Chunin exams again and might become a pariah like Uchiha Obito, scorned by all. Hey, Lin Xuan. Shall we join forces to eliminate Orochimaru? At that delicate moment, Red Bean suddenly spoke with impassioned fervor. Lin Xuan, is this woman mentally challenged? Not to mention Orochimaru's myriad means of survival. Even if they were to kill him, now was not the time. Orochimaru was a tool he had set his sights on. How could he simply dispose of him? If I could have slain him, I would have acted long ago. As a former student of his, do you not comprehend how formidable this man is? Quickly inform Konoha of the situation here. I shall take responsibility for holding him off. Lin Xuan's expression was icy as she earnestly advised. Although Hong Do felt somewhat reluctant, after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately agreed with Lin Xuan. Yuin's little ghost. I will seek reinforcements. Do not perish. With that, Yuin Hong Do vanished into the darkness with a graceful movement. Lin Jun, you have severely disrupted my plans. As he watched Hong Do fade into the distance, Orochimaru finally spoke. He and Lin Xuan had once been colleagues. This individual possessed an unusually formidable physical power, yet was not inherently ambitious. Orochimaru could not comprehend Lin Xuan's reasons for protecting Uchiha Sasuke or why he opposed him. Are you referring to Uchiha Sasuke? It is quite simple. Hand over those forbidden techniques to me, and I shall personally capture Sasuke and deliver him to you. Lin Xuan blinked innocently. Impossible, Orochimaru decisively rejected. If forbidden techniques become commonplace, can they still be deemed forbidden? Every ambitious person has their own boundaries, and his was the ninjutsu he had studied for years. Those forbidden techniques were the foundation of his existence in the ninja world. I will not obstruct your assault on Konoha, but likewise, do not interfere with my affairs. As a trader of Akatsuki, you know what you should and should not do. The man continued speaking to himself, disregarding whether Orochimaru would acquiesce. The night seemed to grow colder. The stars were sparse tonight. Outside the Forest of Death, Yuin Hong Do ran swiftly, making her way directly to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. News of Orochimaru's appearance during the Chunin exams must be reported. That man was exceedingly dangerous. The friends from Yuin had indeed aided them significantly. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of white smoke, his expression turning grave at the mention of Orochimaru's name. As Orochimaru's former teacher, he was acutely aware of the man's formidable talent and ruthless disposition. His intentions in Konoha were likely extraordinary. Hokage-sama, how should we deal with Lin Xuan? Since Orochimaru fears his strength, should we allow him to continue participating in the Chunin exams? Marino Abiki furrowed his brow. Although the Rain Ninja had assisted Konoha in this incident, his deliberate concealment of his true strength during the exams was not commendable behavior. Just because Orochimaru was not a good person, did that imply that Yuin was? Indeed, Kakashi and I had our suspicions about this matter long ago. Hiruzen gestured for Abiki to remain calm, taking another drag from his cigarette before exhaling slowly. Lin Xuan had not concealed his intentions. Kakashi had easily discerned the young man's objectives and identity. It would be peculiar if Orochimaru did not regard him with caution. After all, he was the chosen successor of Hanzo, and his power could not be weak. I see. Kakashi, do you believe he can become an ally of Konoha? Abiki still harbored some apprehensions. Lin Xuan gave off an aura of nonchalance and mystery, appearing indifferent and at first glance seemed like an ordinary individual with a rather weak chakra presence. I trust Lin Jun's character. After a moment of silence, Kakashi nodded slightly. He had only met that individual a few times, yet he trusted his instincts. Lin Xuan might be concealing certain secrets, but as a ninja, who truly possesses no secrets of their own? As long as Lin Xuan remains amicable towards Konoha, that is sufficient. Lin Xuan is a good person. Without him, I might have been in dire straits. Hong Do also spoke on Lin Xuan's behalf. The man not only had a striking appearance, but also excelled in various aspects. Indeed, he was exceptionally friendly towards Konoha. The following day, morning, Shonan and Hydrangea awoke from their tent, while Lin Xuan opened his eyes. His shadow clone was responsible for the night watch. Although the fatigue would return to the original body upon the clone's dissolution, it was inconsequential for Lin Xuan, serving merely as a form of training. Is breakfast just grilled fish? Hydrangea gazed at the fish that Naruto had caught from the river. This was all they could find. Naruto scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Xuan was lost in thought, while Xiaonan silently retrieved a space scroll, which contained a substantial amount of provisions and fresh water, including a variety of dried meats. What an impressive ninjutsu. Naruto stared hungrily at the aromatic jerky. The ability to store so many items within a small scroll was enviable, even to Sasuke. The cultivation of space ninjutsu relies not only on technique but also on innate talent. Those who can master such abilities are exceedingly rare. Sasuke appeared somewhat regretful. Coming from a distinguished lineage, his perspective was certainly beyond what Naruto and Sakura could fathom, and he had some understanding of this form of ninjutsu. Indeed, the second Hokage of Konoha developed the Flying Thunder God technique, renowned for its unparalleled speed, and it is the most formidable space ninjutsu. Subsequently, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, further perfected it, earning the title of the Yellow Flash. Alas, after the fourth's demise, no ninja in Konoha has been able to master the Flying Thunder God technique since. Lin Xuan opened his eyes and spoke eloquently. Mastery of space ninjutsu is entirely contingent upon personal talent. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha each possess unique strengths. Tsunade has achieved remarkable success in medical ninjutsu in the Ine Seal, Jiraiya has trained in the sage mode of Mount Myaboku, and Orochimaru has delved into longevity techniques, Edo Tensei, and cloning technologies. The disciples of the third Hokage are indeed prodigies, yet they too could not cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique. Before long, both ninja teams finished their breakfast. Sasuke and Naruto still needed to gather the earth and heaven scrolls. Their pride prevented them from seeking Lin Xuan's assistance, as they intended to rely on their own strength. After agreeing to meet with Sasuke here that evening, the two teams parted ways. With the aid of Xiaonan's paper clone, Lin Xuan swiftly located his target. Today, Kabuto's mood was rather dismal. He had met with Lord Orochimaru the previous night and discussed many topics concerning Lin Xuan, and that man had shown favoritism towards Uchiha Sasuke. Lord Orochimaru was displeased, and naturally, Kabuto was also unhappy. However, there was little he could do about it. That pervert. Tobirama rested in the shadow beneath a tree, contemplating the Chunin exams and the plans for the destruction of Konoha. He had been an undercover agent in Konoha for many years, participating in numerous Chunin exams. Once Lord Orochimaru's scheme succeeded, he could return to serve him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Tobirama felt an incessant twitch in his left eyelid. A sense of unease enveloped him, as if some monumental event was on the verge of transpiring. Is it true that one has a premonition of impending doom? Tobirama adjusted his glasses and beheld the Rain Ninja team before him, where a youth regarded him with a mocking expression, casually toying with a kunai. Their encounter was set against the backdrop of the Chunin exams, and it would be entirely reasonable for the opponent to seek his demise. Given the lack of relations between the Hidden Rain and the Hidden Sound villages, and Orochimaru would hardly intervene for a dead man. Hey, Tobirama. Would you care to join me in reshaping this world? Unexpectedly, the young man did not thrust his kunai towards him. Rather, he smiled and extended his right hand. It seemed that Lin Xuan could exhibit such courteousness. With a demeanor both humble and gentle, his smile radiated warmth and sincerity. Had it not been for Orochimaru's repeated warnings about this man's danger, Tobirama might have been led to believe in the authenticity of his overtures. What does my lord require of me? Tobirama responded, shaking hands with Lin Xuan, his tone tinged with deference. Orochimaru's aspirations remained unfulfilled, and he was reluctant to perish before that day arrived. It was also his dream. The first step, then, is for you to act as my pawn to monitor Orochimaru. The subsequent plans have yet to be devised. Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Tobirama began to ponder the feasibility of the plan, quickly solidifying his stance. Previously, Sasori had attempted to employ the puppet manipulation technique on him, intending to turn him into a double agent against Orochimaru, but that jutsu had been unraveled by Orochimaru. To this day, Sasori still believed that Tobirama was loyal to him, while in truth, the only person he truly respected was Orochimaru. Perhaps he could manipulate the situation similarly once more, outwardly agreeing with Lin Xuan while maintaining his true loyalty to Orochimaru. It is an honor to serve Lord Lin Xuan, Tobirama said, half kneeling respectfully. Lin Xuan cast a glance at him, discerning his thoughts without revealing his insight. Currently, he lacked the means to control Tobirama, but that would soon change. Take this. Lin Xuan produced a golden ring, which Tobirama accepted with trepidation. This is a product of magnet release, sand gold, imbued with my chakra. As long as you wear this ring, I will be able to ascertain your location within a 10-mile radius. Yes, thank you, my lord. Tobirama maintained a composed exterior, even expressing a hint of gratitude. Lin Xuan, indifferent to his theatrical display, observed him in silence. Now, here is the first task I require of you. If I recall correctly, Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation technique is nearing its limit, is it not? After the examination, he would soon have to assume a new form. Upon hearing this, Do was greatly shaken. How could this man possess so many secrets about Lord Orochimaru? Could he have placed spies in Lord Orochimaru's vicinity? It appeared that someone was eavesdropping on our conversation. Lin Xuan suddenly glanced at the ground beneath them. Xiaonan, understanding the implication, promptly dispatched one of her paper clones. Dou watched the two in confusion until, 2 minutes later, Xiaonan's clone returned with a figure cloaked in white. Seemingly lifeless. What was this? The pharmacist Dou curiously examined this entity. Its exterior was white, resembling a human. Yet its internal structure was entirely different from that of a human. This being was known as White Zetsu. Zetsu served as an intelligence operative for the Akatsuki organization, which Orochimaru should also be aware of. However, Zetsu is divided into Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, with the former being more enigmatic, while the latter can create countless clones of itself. The vast intelligence network of the Akatsuki relies on these White Zetsu clones scattered across the globe. Xiaonan explained expressionlessly. Zetsu also surveils various members of the Akatsuki from the shadows, and Lin Xuan discreetly eliminates those clones each time. The existence of such a creature was astonishing. The pharmacist Dou gazed intently at the corpse of White Zetsu, as if he had discovered a new continent. This entity held immense value as experimental material, and even Orochimaru would surely find it intriguing. Isn't he a member of the Akatsuki? Why eliminate White Zetsu? Dou suddenly realized a peculiar point. I abhor being monitored. Lin Xuan shook his head and then seemingly casually remarked, if you like, you may take this for your research. But do ensure that Orochimaru does not discover it. White Zetsu conceals many secrets. I will seek you out again when I require your assistance. As soon as the words left his lips, the three from the Rain Village gradually vanished from Dou's sight. Looking at the gold ring on his hand and then down at the corpse of White Zetsu, Dou ultimately contacted Orochimaru and recounted the events of the day. Dou, you have been deceived. He knew you would inevitably inform me of White Zetsu's existence, which is why he sent you the body. Orochimaru chuckled upon hearing this. As one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the ninja world, he quickly discerned the truth. Dou was a fine actor, yet he could not deceive Lin Xuan. However, I have outwardly pledged my loyalty to him. Why would he assume I would betray him, if he truly did not trust me? What was the purpose of having me act as an undercover agent? Dou's expression grew complex. The thoughts that crossed Orochimaru's mind were ones Dou had also considered. Yet he could not fathom the man's true intentions. What he wished to convey to us lay within this very corpse. Orochimaru appeared somewhat pleased. Zetsu was exceptionally well concealed. Even having once been part of the Akatsuki, this was his first encounter with the existence of White Zetsu clones. This creature was indeed quite extraordinary. What then? Could be the intention behind Lin Xuan exerting so much effort to present him with a gift? He eagerly anticipated the answer. As night deepened, the campfire blazed anew. With two teams gathered to enjoy their evening meal. Who would keep watch with me tonight? Lin Xuan chose not to utilize his clones this time. He intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with Naruto Uzumaki during the watch, subtly planting a seed for future developments. He was prepared to employ any means necessary to lead Naruto down a darker path. I'll take the watch. Naruto Uzumaki was indeed the first to raise his hand. Having been knocked out by Orochimaru the previous day, he still felt a pang of shame for having achieved nothing. Naruto, you and Sasuke are the main forces in battle. Leave the watch to me. Sakura suddenly interjected, leaving Lin Xuan momentarily bewildered. I could do nothing during the battle, so I hope to contribute in any way I can. The pink-haired girl murmured softly. Lin Xuan's smile gradually turned to stone. Ah, Haruno Sakura, are you here to thwart my plans? You were of no use in combat, yet now you wish to be involved? Very well, let Sakura take the watch. Even Sasuke, typically aloof and straightforward, decided to speak up. Naruto, unable to comprehend the intricacies of emotional intelligence, was quickly persuaded by Sakura, as he found it difficult to maintain his bravado in her presence. Lin Xuan remained unusually silent that night. He yearned to discuss life and ideals with the protagonist, yet the latter was fast asleep, snoring softly in the tree hollow. Sakura was a somewhat endearing girl, one of the future Konoha's elite, yet Lin Xuan felt no attraction toward her. There were many beautiful girls. Tintin was also quite charming, a little wealthy girl who was considerate. Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, was not only beautiful and noble but also pure-hearted. Even the seductive Ino had her merits, and Mei Terumi from the Hidden Mist village was quite remarkable. Of course, Lin Xuan also remembered the two Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud village. Senior, what is the Hidden Rain village like? Sakura asked. Seated at the entrance of the tree hollow, gazing at the man meditating across the campfire. Lin Xuan was enigmatic, yet oddly provided a sense of security. Being with him brought an unexplainable comfort. Has rained for decades, Lin Xuan replied casually without opening his eyes. He was not particularly inclined to engage with Sakura. Should Naruto fall into darkness, the rewards for his mission would be immensely bountiful. What could he gain by courting Sakura? He was unwilling to engage in actions that bore no benefit. A city where it rains throughout the seasons might indeed possess a unique romance. Perhaps one day he could travel there with Sasuke. The girl blushed, likely lost in fantasies of embracing and kissing her dream man beneath the rain-drenched cityscape. Lin Xuan wished to inform her that Sasuke harbored only thoughts of vengeance, not of romance. Yet the words faded before they could escape his lips. Wait a moment. Is it not true that the woman Naruto likes is her? If he could leverage Sakura, perhaps she could unwittingly aid in Naruto's descent into darkness. Currently, although Sakura Haruno has not accepted Naruto, she views him as a teammate and friend, thanks to the teachings of Kakashi Hatake. What if Sakura were to despise Naruto or even refuse to engage with him? This would undoubtedly plunge Naruto into despair. Sakura. Do you recall the incident when Naruto was incapacitated by Orochimaru? At that time, the red chakra emanating from him was rather unusual. Lin Xuan deliberately began to steer the conversation. It seems so, but I am not entirely clear about what was happening with Naruto. Sakura's delicate face displayed a mix of concern and confusion. Naruto's identity is quite peculiar. The adults in the village do not permit their children to associate with him. And the matter concerning Naruto Uzumaki is regarded as a taboo. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? Lin Xuan remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again. I do not know, Sakura replied truthfully, shaking her head. Lin Xuan suddenly experienced a sensation akin to a fist striking cotton. This naive, ignorant girl who idolizes Sasuke Uchiha seems rather difficult to manage. The self-assured little brat, Sasuke Uchiha, can be easily won over with a few tricks. However, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, such fools, are far more challenging to ensnare. If Lin Xuan were to disclose certain dubious aspects of Naruto's character in front of Sakura, given her mindset, she would likely rush to confirm with Naruto or even seek out the third Hokage for answers. How could this be orchestrated? It is already exceedingly difficult to handle Sakura, so persuading Naruto to betray Konoha would be an insurmountable task. Naruto Uzumaki is a fervent fool. The following day, Lin Xuan remained deep in thought at dawn. On the third day, Lin Xuan seized several opportunities to converse with Naruto Uzumaki alone. On the fourth day, Lin Xuan engaged Naruto in a discussion regarding the Hokage and the Will of Fire. By the fifth day, Lin Xuan relinquished his efforts. That youth was far more obstinate than Lin Xuan had anticipated, consumed by a singular aspiration to become Hokage and earn the villagers' acknowledgement. This impenetrable blockhead rendered Lin Xuan's task exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, time was still on his side. There remained a month until the third round of the Chunin exams. Lin Xuan could explore alternative methods to darken Naruto's character. Goodness, Sasuke was not this challenging to deceive. He now profoundly understood the adage that intelligence can lead to one's downfall. If he were to sway Sasuke Uchiha, a mere promise of strength would suffice. For Sasuke was blinded by hatred and had never been indoctrinated by the Will of Fire. However, Naruto was different. This fool had grown up hearing only about the Will of Fire and the Hokage. He believed that by becoming Hokage, he would gain recognition, usher in peace, and protect his friends. What if I were to alter the significance of the Hokage? Observing the golden-haired youth in their team, still laughing and joking, Lin Xuan's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Obito Uchiha would likely not mind taking on an additional burden of blame, would he? His circumstances were already dire. Enduring a bit more hardship would not be excessive. After all, it is not Lin Xuan who is suffering. On the other side, Pharmacist Do received Lin Xuan's second command. He hurriedly made his way to the Death Forest, where he found a red-haired girl fleeing from a pack of bears. She was Chiron, a ninja from Grass-Hidden Village. With her companions slain, she was left to escape alone in the forest, where the poisonous creatures and wild beasts posed a significant threat to her life as a frail medical and sensory ninja. Suddenly, a detonating tag fell amidst the bears. Startling the beasts, Chiron leaned against a tree, a smile of relief gracing her face. Not far from her stood a bespectacled gentleman, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder that esteemed individual took notice of you. Do adjusted his glasses, revealing a mysterious smile. Being specifically summoned by that esteemed individual for rescue must indicate something extraordinary about her. What else could it be besides her Uzumaki lineage? Thank you. May I ask who you are? Chiron cautiously scrutinized Pharmacist Do. Come with me. That esteemed individual has specifically instructed me to retrieve you. This is not an invitation. It is an order. Do smiled gently, assisting the girl while opening his ninja tool pouch to tend to her bleeding leg wound. Kyron felt a blush bloom on her cheeks as she lowered her head slightly. This was the first time she had received an invitation, and it was also the first time someone had smiled at her. Furthermore, Do, with a slight touch of grooming, could indeed be considered a handsome young man. Such individuals naturally tend to win the affection of girls, much like Uchiha Sasuke. Where is that esteemed individual? Must I meet him? Kyron attempted to conceal the warmth in her gaze, but how could she possibly hide it from pharmacist Do? As an intimate confidant of Orochimaru, Do possessed profound insights into human nature, a fundamental quality for a schemer. This young girl was clearly infatuated with him at first sight. I hope Lin Xuan's command to find Kyron is not merely due to an attraction to her physical form. Otherwise, the esteemed individual is likely still engaged in his playful games, perhaps with some Uchiha brat. You will meet him when the time is right. Do took it upon himself to carry Kyron, who had been pursued for 2 days and was nearly exhausted. Oh, the girl replied softly, resting her head on Do's shoulder. Weariness, hunger, and fatigue enveloped her, yet fulfillment gleamed in her eyes. Do remained silent. Kyron also held her tongue. The sounds of poisonous creatures and wild beasts echoed through the forest, but at that moment, they seemed inconsequential. Death Forest. The tower. The final day of the time limit was upon them, and all teams had been confirmed. From Rain-Hidden Village, Lin Xuan, Hydrangea, and Conan. From Sand-Hidden Village, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. The Leaf teams had all advanced. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji, Tenten, Lee, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, with the perverse Gaara providing protection. The Leaf Boys, despite being bullied by Lin Xuan, had ultimately managed to gather the scrolls. Pharmacist Do voluntarily relinquished his qualification, for he had other matters to attend to. The team from Sound Village, led by Orochimaru, has also forfeited. Since Lin Xuan has chosen to protect Uchiha Sasuke, what can a mere handful of sound ninjas accomplish? Ahem. First and foremost, congratulations to all who have successfully passed the second examination. The next phase is, a Leaf Ninja stepped onto the main stage to announce the rules for the preliminary rounds. In previous years, the number of successful candidates was in the single digits. Yet this year it nearly reached 20. In preparation for the third round of the Chunin exams, the third Hokage swiftly decided to initiate the preliminaries. During the final examination, a month hence, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and nobles from various nations will be present to observe. Even Chiyo, the acting 5th Kazekage, will make an appearance. For various reasons, the number of participants must be limited to 10. By the way, Hinata Hyuga suffered severe injuries during the exam. Even if she passes, she must forfeit the upcoming Chunin exams. The preliminary format consists of one-on-one battles, allowing any means of combat. When one party falls, concedes, or perishes, the battle is deemed concluded. However, should I determine that the outcome of a battle is overwhelmingly evident, I will immediately halt the engagement to prevent unnecessary casualties. Mizuki Kaze explained the rules. This rather unremarkable man serves as the examiner, exuding an air of imminent demise. The first match pits Conan against the Aconite. While Lin Xuan contemplated who Konoha might assign as his opponent, Mizuki Kaze's words caught him off guard. What a remarkable coincidence, a ninja civil war from the Rain Village. Is this a ploy? All eyes in the arena instinctively shifted. The Aconite had previously executed a surprise attack, swiftly eliminating the Konoha prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke. Conan appeared to possess an even more formidable presence than the Aconite. The two young women were evidently Lin Xuan's subordinates, yet their strength was not to be underestimated. It was clear to discerning eyes that Konoha was testing the Rain Village. No need for a contest, Chief Examiner. I concede. The Aconite signaled to Mizuki Kaze. Conan was her mentor, and under no circumstances would she agree to this confrontation. Mizuki Kaze nodded expressionlessly and declared Conan the victor of the preliminaries. Followed by the next match, Ino versus Sakura. After Mizuki Kaze's announcement, the two young women quickly entered the arena. This battle was steeped in an air of suspense. With both sides possessing a fair chance of victory, their strengths closely matched. Yet, no one anticipated that the battle would culminate in a draw. Yamanaka Ino successfully employed the mind-body switch technique against Haruno Sakura, only to be countered at a critical moment by Sakura's mental backlash. A draw? What shall we do now? Do both advance? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, naive as ever. Sasuke cast a regretful glance at the scene below. Sakura was so close to victory. Yet a draw is a draw, signifying that neither young woman could advance, as the contest yielded no victor. Indeed, the moonlit breeze swiftly announced the elimination of Ino Yamanaka, promptly initiating the third round of the ninja competition, Temari versus Tintin. This match was decidedly one-sided. Temari, proficient in wind-based ninjutsu, effectively countered Tintin's weaponry. No matter how many tools were hurled, they were merely swept back by the fierce gale. In the end, Temari secured a decisive victory. In the fourth match, Uchiha Sasuke faced Nara Shikamaru. No sooner had the moonlit breeze concluded its announcement than Shikamaru raised his hand to forfeit. Despite Sasuke's frequent encounters with adversity, his strength was undeniably formidable, particularly in comparison to Shikamaru, who was known for his lethargy and reluctance to engage in strenuous combat. After all, there would be other opportunities in the Chunin exams. The fifth bout featured Karasuma against Akimichi Choji. The puppeteer from Sunagakure confronted the heir of a traditional clan from Konohagakure. The outcome confirmed that Choji was ill-suited for solo combat. Faced with the puppets armed with blades and poison, Karasuma deftly calculated his moves and incapacitated Choji with anesthetics, advancing successfully in the preliminaries. In the sixth round, Uzumaki Naruto faced Inuzuka Kiba. Previously, Naruto had endured a harsh beating, and even with his shadow clones, he struggled against Kiba. However, in a moment of desperation, Naruto unleashed a forbidden technique, releasing a foul odor that incapacitated Kiba, whose sense of smell was vastly superior to that of an ordinary human. Thus, Naruto progressed in the preliminaries. The seventh match featured Lin Xuan against Hyuga Neji. The moonlit breeze declared the conclusion, and the contestants were prepared in the arena. One side was a cheerful young man with black hair from the Hidden Rain village, while the other was a prodigy from the branch family of the esteemed Hyuga clan. Notably, this prodigy had been humiliated by Lin Xuan just days prior. "Shall we fight, little one?" Lin Xuan casually gestured an invitation to Neji. "I forfeit." Neji, seething with frustration, had to begrudgingly decline the challenge. He had first-hand experience of Lin Xuan's inhuman strength and speed. What would be the point of engaging again? It would only result in further humiliation. At this point, the remaining genin were Rock Lee, Shino, and Gaara. The final match was about to commence, with the unchallenged genin advancing directly to the preliminaries. How peculiar the world is. While Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino exerted every ounce of strength to draw, neither advanced. Yet, some could progress simply by virtue of good fortune. "It's so unfair, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto lamented on Sakura's behalf. Hearing this, Sasuke's gaze towards Naruto shifted subtly. "You dare to speak after fainting Kiba with your flatulence? Luck is indeed part of a ninja's prowess," Kakashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. Meanwhile, the final contenders were announced. Rock Lee versus Gaara. The student of the legendary Might Guy, renowned for his taijutsu, faced the Jinchuriki of the One Tail from Sunagakure. The thrill of extraordinary prowess is fleeting, a fleeting ascent to glory. Despite activating the 8 gates, Lee ultimately succumbed to Gaara, had Guy not intervened in time. Lee might have faced death at Gaara's hands. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinary and highly captivating battle. Even Lin Xuan found delight in watching while indulging in 2 packets of potato chips. However, the cost was grievous. According to the preliminary diagnosis by the medical ninjas, that young man's future as a ninja may have been irrevocably altered. I have always maintained that youth is akin to the gentle knocking of Grandma Lee, not a fervent blaze. Lin Xuan silently observed as Xiao Li was carried away. With the conclusion of the final battle, the list of advancing competitors had been finalized, and the matchups were randomly assigned. Xiao Nin faced Naruto, Lin Xuan confronted Temari, Sasuke went up against Gaara, and Shino was paired with Kankuro. The third round of the Chunin exams would take place a month later, providing the lower ninjas ample time to recuperate and even hone specific jutsu tailored to their opponents, enhancing the spectacle of the competition. Behind the Chunin exams lay a vast gambling enterprise, with countless wealthy individuals and nobles placing their bets, all under the tacit approval of the Hokage. In the hospital, many ninjas came to visit Xiao Li, and upon hearing the news, they fell into a heavy silence. Even Konoha's finest medical ninjas were at a loss. It seemed only Lady Tsunade might have a glimmer of hope for healing Xiao Li's injuries. If he could no longer be a ninja, it would be a catastrophic blow for him. Hinata Neji also fell into an unusual silence. As a teammate of Xiao Li, having fought alongside him numerous times, a bond of camaraderie had inexplicably formed between them. The thought of that diligent fool suffering such misfortune made Neji feel profoundly uneasy. He was acutely aware that Xiao Li's tragic fate surpassed his own. Niji too faced his own hardships, yet he was at least a prodigy by birth. While Xiao Li had nothing, he had started from scratch. Daily grueling training, bearing over 200 pounds in weights for his routines and daily life. After all his efforts to reach this point, he now faced such a dire outcome. Even the rabbit weeps for the fox. How much more for Xiao Li? A dear friend? Teacher Guy, is there truly no way to save Xiao Li? Niji's voice was heavy with despair. Perhaps, Lady Tsunade would be able to assist Xiao Li. Guy slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Li's left hand and left foot had been shattered by Gaara's sand, and the forced opening of the sixth gate had severely impacted his spine. The medical ninjas at Konoha were powerless, only suggesting they seek out one of the legendary Sannin. Lady Tsunade, how could this happen? The despair of daily interactions with Sakura and others was palpable. Particularly for Sakura, her emotions were exceedingly complex. Xiao Li had once pursued her, but she had not reciprocated. He was not her type, yet he was a commendable ninja, polite and dedicated. His rigorous training was admirable. It was unfathomable that Xiao Li had met such a tragic fate. Lady, is that kind of injury treatable? Suigetsu winked at Lin Xuan, beginning their performance as planned. With Lin Xuan's identity already exposed to Konoha, Suigetsu, as the leading jounin, felt no hesitation in addressing Lin Xuan directly as lady. Perhaps there was a chance to try. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xuan squinted and nodded. Upon witnessing this, both Kakashi and Might Guy displayed expressions of sheer elation. Do not rush. I cannot guarantee 100% success. I am merely attempting. Lin Xuan waved his hand and deftly sidestepped the eager embrace of the man clad in a green jumpsuit. Guy seemed to realize his indiscretion, scratching his head with a smile as he spoke. Then I must entrust this to you. Regardless of whether you can save Lee, you shall forever remain a friend to me. Might Guy? Kakashi, however, harbored some doubts. This fellow is also proficient in medical techniques. Given the palpable excitement of everyone present, Kakashi could only momentarily suppress his confusion as he observed Lin Xuan enter Lee's hospital room. In the hushed vigil of the ninjas, Lin Xuan commenced his examination of Lee's condition. Kakashi's suspicions were not unfounded. Lin Xuan was entirely ignorant of medical ninjutsu. However, what connection did saving a life have with studying medicine? The answer was none. Ever since his arrival in this world, Lin Xuan had acquired remarkable equipment, an ample lifespan, and even learned ninjutsu he had previously disregarded. Yet, his greatest reliance had never wavered, his own blood, inherited from ancient deities. This divine blood possessed the essence of the Emperor Jiang. It was both the most potent poison and the finest elixir in existence. The divine blood reduced Lin Xuan's lifespan limit by a staggering 90% while simultaneously endowing him with an almost flawless physique, capable of even regrowing severed limbs. After a considerable time, the young Rain ninja's brow furrowed and relaxed alternately, lost in contemplation, his eyes suddenly sparkling with intensity. Senior, how is it? Is there hope for Lee's injuries? Hinata Niji asked timidly, his voice trembling. Preoccupied with thoughts of Lee, he even addressed Lin Xuan with a respectful title. Indeed, humanity is a fickle creature, swiftly forgetting the humiliation of past defeats. Xiaonan, how many blood ginseng do we have left? Lin Xuan disregarded Niji's question and calmly inquired, seemingly pondering the concoction of medicine. Xiaonan twitched at the corner of her mouth. What blood ginseng? I was not aware we possessed such a thing. What on earth is my brother up to? Is deceiving the Konoha ninjas truly amusing? 30 pieces, Xiaonan casually replied. What about the snow lotus? Lin Xuan asked again, a hint of dissatisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Do you not see my brother is undertaking something significant? How could you claim 30 pieces? That would diminish the value of our medicinal materials to mere trinkets. Only 2 remain. Xiaonan, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped Lin Xuan's intention. To enhance the performance. She feigned a pained expression, as if the so-called snow lotus were an exceedingly precious item. With the main materials gathered, can the rest be provided by you from Konoha? Lin Xuan fixed his gaze on Kakashi and Guy, his tone noticeably more relaxed. No problem. If it is something Konoha can offer, I would exhaust my entire fortune to ensure Lee's recovery. Guy responded resolutely. Xiao Li is not only his student, but also regarded by him as his own child, for whom he would spare no effort. Side quest, reigniting youth. Quest content, heal Xiao Li's injuries after unlocking 6 doors. Quest difficulty, average. Reward, limited edition burning youth vest. Limited edition burning youth vest. Origin, derived dimension, Naruto. Quality, precious screen. Wearing condition, none. Details, obtained by completing the side quest Reigniting Youth. Equipment attributes, Soul 3. Equipment skill. The owner will reignite their youthful spirit, awakening their innermost desires. Equipment rating, 114. Prepare these herbs according to the specified quantities and hand them over to me. I will brew the medicine tomorrow morning. Leaving a note. Lin Xuan departed the ward with Xiao Nan and Hydrangea. The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances. With a mindset of a dead horse is worth trying as a live one. No one gave up, and Xiao Li himself, upon awakening, expressed a willingness to take the medicine. After all, who knows where Tsunade is at this moment? That lady seems to have not returned to Konoha for over a decade. Rather than waiting for a vague hope, it is better to experiment with the prescription Lin Xuan has provided. Konoha. The night deepens. In a hotel room. Sir, that prescription must be fake, right? Hydrangea felt a pang of sadness for the Konoha ninjas. Goji berries, deer antler, Angelica jujube. Just a cursory glance told her that the prescription was unreliable. Are you brewing soup? What kind of prescription is this? Lin Xuan replied with a mysterious smile. Of course, the prescription is fake. Brother, how do you plan to save Rockley? I don't recall you studying medicine over the years, Shannon said, feeling somewhat glum. It seemed her brother was being reckless, indulging in frivolities instead of adhering to practicality and agreeing to treat Xiaoli. Call me Oni-chan, not brother. Lin Xuan flicked his sister's forehead. Xiaonan immediately puffed up her cheeks in a show of grievance. I'm not a child anymore. The girl glared at the man with a hint of melancholy, adorably pouting her lips. Trust your brother. I am the greatest medical ninja in the world. As long as you drink my blood, any terminal illness can be cured. Lin Xuan said dismissively, ruffling Xiaonan's hair. The chakra interference disrupted Xiaonan's transformation technique. And in an instant, the 16-year-old girl matured several times over, her alluring face slightly flushed, her striking figure capturing Lin Xuan's attention. That's not a medical ninja. That's more like a walking feast. I assenti it? With her brother holding her tightly, and with Hydrangea peeking curiously. Xiaonan felt a rush of shyness and could not lift her head. I'm not a feast. I'm a venomous snake. Lin Xuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. A kunai sliced through his finger, and a few drops of crimson liquid fell onto the potted plant on the table. The vividly colorful flowers burned to ashes within 2 seconds, the intense heat resembling the detonation of a miniature bomb, leaving only a trace of carbon residue upon the soil. Hydrangea and Xiaonan suddenly became aware of a pressing question, one they had pondered numerous times. Is Lin Xuan truly human? The following day, the concoction arrived. It could hardly be classified as medicine. It was merely a mixture infused with a few drops of Lin Xuan's blood. Thank you, Senior. Xiaoli exclaimed. His gaze fixed resolutely upon the bowl of dark liquid. Under the watchful eyes of Might Guy, Kakashi, and others, the ailing youth consumed the mysterious substance. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through his limbs, enveloping him in a fiery embrace. Sweat cascaded down his body as his skin flushed crimson, producing wisps of steam, a process reminiscent of a rebirth through fire. Xiaoli grimaced against the internal agony, his brow furrowed. Yet, through Niji Hyuga Esbyakugan, an entirely different scene unfolded. Xiaoli's body was healing at a visibly accelerated pace. Congratulations, Xiaoli, Lin Xuan beamed, waving at the young man. Side quest. Rekindled youth completed. Rewards distributed. That fellow truly possesses hidden depths. Uchiha Sasuke regarded the Rain Village ninja with newfound respect, acknowledging not only his formidable strength but also his medical expertise. Senior is a good person, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, equally pleased. For Xiaoli was also a Leaf Village ninja and their comrade. I shall never forget the kindness you have shown to Xiaoli. Even the typically proud Niji Hyuga lowered his head in acknowledgement. To be honest, he felt no sorrow for Hinata's defeat. He remained unaware of the truth surrounding his father's demise. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, the proud blue beast of Konoha shall not hesitate to face death. Guy proclaimed, his emotions a tumultuous mix of pride and excitement. Thus, Lin Xuan was repeatedly hailed as a good person, receiving dozens of accolades throughout the morning, even garnering attention from the Hokage and Kazekage. Yet, Lin Xuan merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. He had successfully ingratiated himself while accomplishing his tasks and collecting rewards. His gains were already substantial. The vest he wore proved exceedingly useful, particularly for certain individuals. At this moment, a month remained until the Chunin exam finals. That esteemed individual? Yukushi Kabuto murmured, gazing at a floating grain of sand. He was still a Leaf Village ninja, his identity undisclosed, and was currently hiding alongside Karen in a nondescript corner of Konoha. 2 minutes later, a visitor arrived at Kabuto's quarters. In contrast to Kabuto's composed demeanor, Karen clenched her fists in nervous anticipation. Kabuto's cunning and depth were the most formidable she had ever encountered. She pondered the nature of his superior. "Good afternoon. To you both. Would you care for some juice?" A languid, magnetic voice resonated as an unremarkable man pushed the door open. A young man, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, appeared to be around 20 years old. His neatly cropped black hair framed a face that, though not strikingly beautiful, possessed a certain enduring charm, marked by clean features and a gentle, sunny disposition. His penetrating black eyes sparkled with vitality yet remained inscrutable. Tall and slender, his skin bore a warm bronze hue, and his musculature was soft and aesthetically pleasing, reminiscent of a sculpture crafted by a master artist. His smile was remarkably infectious. "Thank you, my lord," the young herbalist, Do, humbly accepted the chilled watermelon juice. He nudged Xianglin gently, urging her, "Shouldn't you thank our benefactor as well?" Thank you." Xianglin stammered, as though awakening from a dream, her hands trembling as she accepted the beverage. The young man seemed unbothered by the slightly naive girl. As he strolled into the spacious, well-lit hotel room, pulling out a chair to sit. In addition to the 3 cups of juice, he had brought a bag with him. His demeanor struck Xianglin as casual, languid, and gentle, her first impression of him. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he appeared anything but sinister. Rather, he seemed to embody the qualities of a good person, leaving Xianglin feeling a bit perplexed. "Hey Do, how is the research on white Zetsu progressing?" Lin Xuan casually inquired, sipping his watermelon juice. "Your Excellency," Do responded, standing a few meters away, "the experimental research is being conducted privately, at a limited pace, and I have yet to uncover any noteworthy findings." "Come on now, that research is being conducted at Orochimaru's laboratory, isn't it? What stage are you at?" Lin Xuan nonchalantly exposed Do's disguise while continuing to drink his juice. As anticipated, just as Orochimaru had surmised, this man had known from the outset that Do would betray him. Why then had he sought me out? Do fell into a contemplative silence. White Zetsu exhibits remarkable adaptability. Seemingly able to merge with the bloodlines of various individuals, it is an extraordinarily unique being. Orochimaru intends to reignite the wood release experiments. Observing Lin Xuan's calm demeanor, Do finally divulged part of the results. "Clearly, you are not lacking in intelligence," Lin Xuan remarked, setting down his juice and breaking into a sudden grin. "White Zetsu is indeed the most suitable vessel for the reincarnation of the dead, capable of accommodating various Kekkei Genkai, including the wood release represented by Hashirama's cells. By presenting this gift to Orochimaru, he is essentially persuading him to abandon Uchiha Sasuke, who is a pawn he has set his sights upon. Of course, in some sense, Orochimaru is also a piece on his chessboard. What exactly does my lord wish for me to do?" Do summoned his courage to ask. If Lin Xuan intended to kill him, he would have acted during their first encounter, rather than engaging in this roundabout conversation. Lin Xuan glanced at Xianglin, then at Do, and declared, "I seek your loyalty." Do found himself at a loss for how to respond to such a question. Orochimaru had been his guiding light. His aspirations were intertwined with those of Orochimaru. It could even be said that Do was but a shadow of Orochimaru. How could he ever betray him? As time slipped by, cold sweat trickled down Do's face. If he were to confess to Lin Xuan that he could never pledge his loyalty to him, would Lin Xuan not take his life without a second thought? "I understand your profound respect for Orochimaru. However, what he can offer you may not surpass what I can provide." Noticing the unattractive expression on Kabuto's face, Lin Xuan took another sip of watermelon juice, a smile lingering on his lips. "As mere mortals, our lifespans are but a few decades. Lord Orochimaru seeks immortality and truth, desiring to comprehend all and attain everything, ultimately becoming a true deity. I shall serve as Lord Orochimaru's witness. If I were to ally with you, what could you possibly offer me?" Kabuto inhaled deeply, his gaze radiating sincerity at that moment. Even a deceiver has moments of honesty. After all, a deceiver is still human. Lin Xuan smirked disdainfully. "Immortality? To me, that holds little significance. Orochimaru yearns for eternal life, but what is it that you desire?" Kabuto was momentarily taken aback by the man's audacity, adjusting his glasses in excitement. I wish to Kabuto abruptly fell silent. He had always been a shadow of Orochimaru. If one were to erase Orochimaru's name from his life, he would seem like a blank sheet of paper. The youth's face suddenly lost its color, turning pale. In the distance, the ever-watchful Karen observed the conversation with a complex expression. Does even Kabuto possess such a side? The normally haughty visage of his was now filled with confusion and sorrow, bowing his head like a chastised child. Come, Kabuto, don the gift I have chosen for you. Lin Xuan finally retrieved the item from the bag. A grass-green vest emblazoned with the bold red words Burning Youth, exuding an air of youthful exuberance. Burning Youth limited edition vest. My lord, what is this? Kabuto's face soured. Was he being mocked with such an absurd garment? This lord certainly had a peculiar sense of humor. You shall find out once you wear it. Lin Xuan replied mysteriously, shaking his head. This piece of equipment could be worthless or extraordinary. Its basic attribute merely enhanced one's soul by 3 points, yet it had the power to unveil one's innermost desires, guiding them toward their truest aspirations. Sasuke's dream was to kill his brother. Naruto's ambition was to become Hokage. Sakura's dream was to marry Sasuke Koff. For some, this equipment held no value, as they were not lost. However, for Kabuto, this item could influence him, revealing what the true Kabuto yearned for after the name Orochimaru was stripped away. This equipment could provide him with the answer. Silence enveloped the room. After a few moments, under the watchful eyes of Lin Xuan and Karen, Kabuto removed his shirt and donned the peculiar green vest gifted to him. The instant he slipped into the vest, something within the depths of his mind shattered. Long-sealed memories resurfaced after years, and tears streamed down the young man's face, dampening his glasses. During the Third Great Ninja War, Du, unaware of his parentage and name, was taken in by the director of the Konoha orphanage, Yukushi Nanoyu. From a young age, Du displayed remarkable intelligence, yet due to his poor eyesight, the director gifted him her glasses, enabling him to learn medical ninjutsu. It was during an occasion where he assisted Konoha ninjas in healing that Du first encountered Orochimaru, who recognized his innate talent. Subsequently, Shimura Danzo, along with Orochimaru and a member of the Yamanaka clan, appeared unexpectedly at the orphanage, coercing the director, once known as the Wandering Priestess of the Intelligence Division, to undertake long-term surveillance of the Rock Ninja Village for any plans of large-scale military operations. Upon noticing Du eavesdropping from outside, Danzo asserted the necessity of recruiting children to replace his fallen subordinates, offering financial compensation as an inducement, thus successfully enlisting Du into his ranks. Henceforth, Du was trained as a ninja spy, gathering intelligence from the villages of the Cloud, Mist, Sand, and Rock. 5 years later, while stationed at the Rock Ninja Village, a miscalculation led Du to be ambushed, and to his shock, the enemy ninja he fought was none other than the director. Attempting to call out to her, he found that the near-death director did not recognize him, and soon, Du was forced to retreat by other hostile ninjas. In a state of confusion, Du wandered to the riverbank, pondering why he had been forgotten by the most significant person in his life. It was then that he encountered Orochimaru, who revealed the unsettling truth. Upon Du's departure from the orphanage, Danzo had informed the director that Du had self-sacrificed for their financial support and had joined Root. At the director's behest, Danzo claimed that if she were to eliminate a certain individual, Du would be liberated, the target being the true Du himself. Initially, Danzo had orchestrated their separation to prevent any encounters, leaving the director to rely solely on photographs to gauge Du's growth and safety. Unfortunately, the photographs had been replaced with others midway, leading the oblivious director to attempt to kill Du, whom she perceived as a double agent she sought to rescue. Orochimaru had been tasked with eliminating both Du and the director, but, captivated by Du's potential, hesitated to fulfill the order. Upon uncovering the truth, Du resolved to accept Orochimaru's invitation to join the Sound Village, which was not affiliated with any nation, and to return to Konoha under a fabricated identity provided by Orochimaru. Director, do not die. Director, it is I, Du. Danzo deceived you. I am Yukushi Du. The youth trembled, curled on the ground. In that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of his dreams. Power, status, immortality, strength? No, he desired none of these. He merely longed for the peaceful and quiet life he once had, wishing for the director, now forever departed from this world, to come back to life. Observing this scene, Karen felt a twinge of concern but dared not speak. Mr. Du, do you now understand what you truly desire? Lin Xuan gazed down upon the youth, who lay weeping on the ground. The current Du resembled a lifeless fish. Esteemed one, can you truly resurrect the director? It was a genuine resurrection, not merely a reanimation through impure reincarnation. A glimmer of hope ignited in Kabuto's eyes. An inexplicable force compelled him to rise. Undeterred by his peculiar attire, his gaze fervently fixated on the esteemed individual before him, as if he were an omniscient deity. Why did Kabuto deliberately mention impure reincarnation? The answer is rather straightforward. Impure reincarnation involves using a living individual as a vessel for another deceased soul, enveloping it in the earthly remains of the deceased to replicate their former appearance. Such forbidden techniques are an affront to the soul of the departed and, strictly speaking, do not constitute true resurrection. At this moment, Lin Xuan fell silent. The existence of genuine resurrection techniques was indeed a reality. Chio of Sunagakure possessed the ability to revive the dead, provided the corpse was preserved intact. Thus, one life could be exchanged for another to bring the deceased back. However, this method was evidently not viable, as the apothecary Nan had not retained a complete corpse up to this point, excluding impure reincarnation. The only remaining possibility was the outer path, the technique of samsara. Activating such a jutsu required the Rinnegan, alongside the sacrifice of the user's own life, a feat currently beyond Lin Xuan's reach. True resurrection demanded the Rinnegan, and one must await a certain period. If you remain loyal to me, I assure you I will resurrect the director. Lin Xuan ultimately made a promise to Kabuto. Uchiha Madara would eventually be revived. Thus, adding another name to the list would be inconsequential. Kabuto swore an oath of lifelong loyalty to his master. The fire of ambition blazed in the young man's eyes. In that moment, he discovered his life's purpose. He was not merely a shadow of Orochimaru. He was Kabuto Yakushi. I shall resurrect the director and lead a tranquil life with him. And I will eliminate Shimura Danzo. Kabuto clenched his fists, filled with fervor. At that instant, it felt as if a shadow of a youthful Lee appeared behind him, symbolizing the legacy of youthful determination. Now, return my garment. It is a sacred artifact. Lin Xuan smiled. This item would aid him in gathering numerous subordinates in the future and could not be carelessly given away. Yes, my lord. Kabuto respectfully returned the equipment. With a newfound purpose in life, he would no longer follow Orochimaru. Lin Xuan would be his sole, true superior. You will remain beside Orochimaru, monitoring him. Contact me only for significant matters. As for Danzo, you can use Orochimaru's intentions for a transaction as a pretext to reach out to him. Arrange a meeting place first. Then come to me. He possesses something I desire, and I am more than willing to assist you in avenging against Danzo. Lin Xuan finished the last sip of his juice and casually discarded the empty cup. He clearly remembered how Danzo had colluded with Hanzo of the salamander, nearly obliterating the Akatsuki in its infancy. Even for Conan's sake, he would ensure that Danzo experienced a fate worse than death, making him regret ever entering this world. My lord. Under the respectful gazes of Kabuto and Karen, the young man strode away with a light-hearted step, disappearing into the streets of Konohagakure. The sun outside is warm and a gentle breeze caresses the hair, making it a perfect day for couples to rendezvous. With a fragrant aroma lingering in the air, Lin Xuan urges you to forget everything you have seen and heard today. Indeed, with the aid of the tool like Lin Xuan, his spirits soar as he hums a cheerful tune. His next endeavor is to devise a way to lead the protagonist, Naruto, down a darker path. Lin Xuan has been preparing for this task for quite some time. While he may not persuade Naruto directly, he can certainly incite Naruto to choose to betray his village. Once Naruto becomes utterly disillusioned with Konoha, he will naturally be reluctant to continue as a ninja of the leaf. Does he not aspire to become Hokage? Very well. Lin Xuan will reveal to Naruto the true nature of the Hokage's role and the multitude of dark and unspeakable truths that lie behind it. Whether it be the deeds of Hiruzen Sarutobi or those left undone, casting aspersions will suffice. When Naruto realizes that his dreams have been reduced to mere jest, discovering that he has been exploited, scorned, and despised by the village since childhood, a conspiracy in which even his parents fell victim to the villagers, will he still choose to remain in Konoha? At that juncture, Lin Xuan will merely beckon with a finger, and Naruto's joining of the Akatsuki shall become an inevitable outcome. Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen. As Lin Xuan strolls past, he is unexpectedly halted by an elderly man and a young boy. What a coincidence, Lin Xuan. Care for some ramen? My treat. Naruto Uzumaki beams with a bright and sunny smile, blissfully unaware of the man before him who is plotting against him. Naruto, is this the esteemed Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? A subtle smile graces Lin Xuan's face. Standing beside Naruto is a tall, white-haired elder whose gaze carries an air of undeniable authority. You must be Lin Xuan. I've heard about you from Naruto. Jiraiya scrutinizes the young man, his expression gradually softening. As per the intelligence reports, he is indeed an exceptional youth, notably friendly towards Konoha. The perverted sage is guiding my training since he eliminated my former teacher, Naruto states with a wide grin. pulling Lin Xuan into the ramen shop. With Kakashi supervising Sasuke's training in the Chidori, he left Naruto in the care of Ebisu. However, by chance, Ebisu encountered Jiraiya, leading Naruto to seek training from the legendary sage instead. Just yesterday, Naruto had learned the summoning technique, conjuring the toad Gamabunta with the chakra of the Nine Tails. "I'm your teacher." Jiraiya playfully taps Naruto on the head. The boy has dubbed him the perverted sage, a rather bizarre moniker. Does he appear lecherous? He is a serious man. After all, even if he secretly observes young maidens bathing, it is purely for literary inspiration, devoid of any sinister intentions. Can the pursuits of a writer truly be labeled as voyeurism? Naruto treats Lin Xuan to a bowl of ramen, and during this meal, Naruto is particularly loquacious, incessantly praising Lin Xuan's prowess in healing wounds that Konoha's medical ninjas could not mend, all of which he resolved effortlessly. Jiraiya found himself intrigued by the young man before him, reminiscent of his own disciples from the Hidden Rain village. He had heard rumors of their demise and had not returned to the village since, unaware of how it had fared in the intervening years. "You know, I am acquainted with a formidable medical ninja," Jiraiya remarked with a smile, gazing at the young man. "Is it the esteemed Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary three?" Lin Xuan replied with respect, clearly well-versed in the affairs of the ninja world. "Indeed, the title of the legendary three was conferred upon us by Hanzo," Jiraiya recalled, a wistful expression crossing his face. At that time, Orochimaru had not yet betrayed the village, and Tsunade had not departed from Konoha to wander the world. The three of them were the pride of the Leaf Village. "What has become of Hanzo? I hear you are the next heir of the Hidden Rain village?" Jiraiya shifted the topic. Aside from Naruto, Kakashi had shared numerous insights regarding the young man before him. The Hidden Rain village had remained isolated for many years, with many tasks entrusted to Lin Xuan, who referred to himself as a diplomatic envoy. Lin Xuan humbly responded, "Lord Hanzo is in good health, and I shall convey your concerns to him. Furthermore, I merely assist Lord Hanzo. I do not consider myself an heir." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. "Have you heard the name Nagato?" "No," Lin Xuan replied, casting a puzzled glance at Jiraiya, unsure of why he mentioned a stranger. "Very well. If you have not heard of him, then so be it," Jiraiya sighed. It seemed that Nagato had indeed perished. He could only wonder what had transpired in the years following his departure. He had once believed Nagato to be the child of prophecy, but it appeared he had been mistaken. As days turned into weeks, Jiraiya completed his teachings with Naruto and departed from Konoha. Yet beneath the calm surface of the village, tumultuous currents swirled. The ailing Tsukikage Shippu received his final command. Knowing his time was limited, it was precisely because of his impending demise that he willingly accepted this mission. During the course of the task, Kabuto, representing Orochimaru, met with Maki, a representative of the Sand Village, and their conversation was inadvertently overheard by Shippu. He did not survive to relay the information, passing away that very night. His body was discovered the following day by Konoha's Umbu ninja. The world now bore another sorrowful woman, Shippu's girlfriend, Yuzuki Yuka. Lin Xuan, however, remained indifferent to this tragedy. He was currently finalizing the execution plan with Kabuto. Intending to lead Naruto Uzumaki down a dark path, the death of Jonin in Konoha held no significance for him. "How do I look in my transformation?" Lin Xuan repeatedly checked his appearance in the mirror. He had transformed into Uchiha Obito, donned in the orange vortex attire of the Akatsuki, while Kabuto had taken on the guise of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Is there any connection between Uchiha Obito and Hiruzen Sarutobi? None whatsoever. But they likely wouldn't mind carrying an additional burden, Lin Xuan mused. "Have you memorized your lines?" Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed mischievously as he even imitated Obito's Sharingan with its 3 tomo. "Master, I have committed everything to memory and assure you that there will be no errors. However, I am somewhat puzzled as to why you are so invested in a foolhardy Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Would it not be more prudent to simply abduct him?" While meticulously confirming his disguise, inquired. Lin Xuan possessed the strength to forcibly seize Naruto Uzumaki, rendering such an approach somewhat superfluous. "No. I must ensure that Naruto Uzumaki chooses to betray Konoha of his own volition. Only then will he place absolute trust in me. For it will be I who graciously embraced him, a defector from the village, guiding him towards the righteous path. In this narrative, I am the protagonist of virtue." Lin Xuan replied cryptically, a slight smile playing on his lips. Though Naruto was undoubtedly Navi, his potential rivaled that of Sasuke Uchiha, making him a valuable asset worthy of cultivation. "Your foresight is commendable, Master," D remarked, a grin spreading across his face as he grasped Lin Xuan's intentions. If he were to forcibly take Naruto, even if the latter descended into darkness, he would not express gratitude towards Lin Xuan. However, what if Naruto were to betray the village willingly, only to be saved by Lin Xuan in his moment of despair? The outcomes would be vastly different. Naruto Uzumaki's potential far exceeds your expectations. Do not underestimate anyone, Lin Xuan warned, adjusting the mask upon his face as his ominous voice echoed in the darkness. Indeed, Master, replied, his guise of Sarutobi Hiruzen producing a pipe that he placed between his lips. As the smoke wafted away, the two figures vanished into the night. The hour was late, and the moon hung full in the sky. There were no Konoha ANBU monitoring the vicinity of Naruto's home, allowing Lin Xuan and to approach with ease. The golden-haired youth lay in bed, on the verge of slumber when he heard footsteps. What is the situation? The third Hokage, embodied by suddenly spoke. Naruto's body tensed, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the village's leader outside his window in the dead of night. Fear not, Hokage-sama. My Sharingan sees clearly. Naruto Uzumaki is fast asleep. Lin Xuan, masquerading as Uchiha Obito, replied with an air of arrogance. Naruto cautiously opened his eyes a fraction, witnessing the cloaked figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in conversation with a masked man whose eyes bore the Sharingan, identical to Sasuke's. Hadn't the Uchiha clan been exterminated? Why was the Hokage conversing with a member of the Uchiha in the dead of night? Quickly, Naruto closed his eyes once more, feigning deep sleep while maintaining a steady breath. Naruto Uzumaki is truly a worthless fool. After all these years, he still cannot harness the power of the Nine Tails. An unequivocal failure as a Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito scoffed, his disdain palpable. Naruto seethed with anger, itching to spring up and strike down the masked man. Yet, soon his fury morphed into shock, sorrow, and confusion. Let the fool remain a fool. There are no suitable vessels left in the village. To Naruto's astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had actually acquiesced to the masked man's assertions. Why would the kind-hearted Hokage treat him in such a manner? Naruto Uzumaki could not comprehend the situation at all. For years, I have dispatched Umbu to monitor this boy. Although he has shown no signs of rebellion, he also lacks any innate talent for controlling tailed beasts. I initially orchestrated a riot to eliminate the fourth Hokage and his wife, resulting in the sacrifice of numerous ninjas from our village. Yet this Jinchuriki has proven to be so underwhelming. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The fourth Hokage could never have anticipated that it was the third Hokage who set this plan into motion. If it were not for the internal traitor within Konoha, how could I have so easily located Kushina's place of childbirth and incited the Nine Tails rampage? That fool Minato remained oblivious to the truth until his dying breath. He sacrificed his life using sealing techniques to help us confine the Nine Tails within his son, while that son is to be exploited by us. Having no knowledge of who his biological parents are at the age of 12, Uchiha Obito laughed maniacally. The initial plan was executed flawlessly, yet I still miscalculated. Naruto Uzumaki possesses the bloodline of Kushina but lacks the talent to control the Nine Tails. The power Konoha gained is far from compensating for the losses incurred. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. At the very least, the current Jinchuriki is loyal to the Hokage, which should suffice, right? The masked man spoke without restraint. Naruto, pretending to be asleep, had already soaked his pillow with tears, yet he remained motionless, even regulating his breathing. There exist numerous mind-altering jutsu that can erase memories. Should they discover that he eavesdropped on their conversation, he would certainly be subjected to such techniques and forget everything. Naruto was determined not to forget the truth he had just uncovered, that the heroic fourth Hokage was his father, and the former Jinchuriki, Kushina, was his mother, both of whom were betrayed by the higher-ups of Konoha. They were slain by the collusion of Konoha's elite and the Uchiha. Finding a suitable vessel for a tailed beast is no easy task. Otherwise, I would have replaced that boy with a puppet long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked wistfully. It is precisely because Naruto Uzumaki is a fool that he is easy to manipulate. The Hokage should be pleased. A Jinchuriki is a double-edged sword, and for years, the Hokage has prohibited the villagers from interacting with Naruto, isolating him, so that only a handful of ninjas are aware of his true lineage. Your subordinates have approached him under the guise of goodwill. Now, you are an idol and hero in the eyes of the Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito quipped sarcastically. For the sake of the village, this is a necessary sacrifice. The Jinchuriki is far too dangerous. We must ensure he remains within the village's control. Kakashi, possessing the Sharingan, will continue to monitor him post-graduation. It appears Naruto has been performing admirably of late. the Hokage continued. Aren't you concerned about Kakashi betraying you, Lord Hokage? The masked man inquired. Kakashi was once your comrade, Obito. I trust you as I trust him. He is aware of the initial truth. Yet he dares not reveal it to Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted, confident that everything was well within his grasp. I shall grant Naruto a few more years. If he fails to master the Nine Tails by then, we may collaborate once more to unleash the chaos of the Nine Tails. If he can harness the Nine Tails, Konoha shall ascend to its former glory as the foremost village of ninjas. The Hokage added, our collaboration shall be fruitful, Lord Hokage. In gratitude for the protection bestowed upon me by Konoha over the years, I shall assist you in locating a suitable vessel. Uchiha Obito's voice resonated with an air of arrogance. Indeed, while the world perceives him as a wretched creature despised by all, he enjoys restful slumber and sustenance every day. Even when he falters, the Hokage shields him. Why shouldn't such a person revel in their hubris? The Chunin exams are imminent. During this period, you must remain subdued. Last time, you instigated a civil war in the Land of Rain. Should you cause trouble again, I cannot assist you. With that, the Hokage departed. Silence soon enveloped the scene outside the window. Just as Naruto Uzumaki awaited the departure of the masked man, that voice echoed once more. Little brat, I know you are not asleep. Do you naively believe that the Sharingan could mistake whether someone is awake or not? Uchiha Obito sneered as he pushed open the window. You scoundrel! Tears streamed down Naruto's face, and in that instant, he could no longer contain himself, leaping from his bed. The turbulent chakra swirling around him seemed poised to awaken the Nine Tails, transforming his eyes into blood-red slits. His dreams, his life, his hopes, all shattered in this moment. His past efforts and love for the village felt like the most absurd of jokes. I will kill you, Naruto exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the crimson three-tomo Sharingan, his fury reaching its zenith. The very murderer of his parents stood before him. You ought to be grateful. Had I not arranged for the Hokage to converse with me tonight, you would remain oblivious to the truth, Obito remarked coldly, indifferent to the enraged youth before him. Join me. In my eyes, the third Hokage and Konoha pale in comparison to your worth. That old fool is merely self-righteous, believing you to be worthless. Under my guidance, I can make you stronger and assist you in your quest for vengeance. The masked man extended a hand. To Naruto, this Uchiha was both detestable and laughable. Did he truly believe that such tactics would entice him to join his cause? Regardless of the circumstances, he was the one responsible for his parents' demise. Even if he had acted under orders from the third Hokage. Get lost. I will not collaborate with you. I must kill you with my own hands. Naruto roared, veins bulging in his arms. You will seek me out, for it is fate, Naruto. Only I can grant you the strength for vengeance in this world. No matter how much you despise me. The masked figure vanished into the night. The moon hung full and bright. A cool breeze wafted through the window. Yet it could not stir even a fraction of emotion upon the boy's rigid visage. His heart is 1,000, even 10,000 times colder than this wind. Destined for sleeplessness. In the sealed space, Naruto's spirit reemerges, gazing at the blood-red-haired Nine Tails. You are called the Nine Tails, aren't you? Do you desire my body? The boy exudes an aura of darkness, evidently consumed by negative emotions, having lost all rationality. He gazes at the colossal entity sealed within him. Only the Nine Tails could grant him power. How intriguing, it cackles. Little brat, if you surrender your body to me, I promise to help you take revenge and eliminate those wretches. The Nine Tails entices him, its tone imbued with calmness and confidence. While it is uncertain about killing the third Hokage and Obito, its immediate priority is to seize control of Naruto's body to potentially break the seal. As for the conversation between Obito and the third Hokage, the Nine Tails is indeed astonished. On that fateful night 12 years ago, it was the masked man who orchestrated the rampage of the Nine Tails sealed within Kushina. Yet, it was unexpected that there was an order from the third Hokage behind it all. Truly, humanity is a foolish species. Little brat, what do you wish to do? As long as you give me your body, there are few in this world who can stand against us. The Nine Tails exudes confidence, resembling an older brother protecting his bullied younger sibling. Except for the two unparalleled aberrations, Madara and Hashirama. The vast majority of ninjas pose no threat in the eyes of the Nine Tails, which particularly despises the despicable Uchiha clan. Its first step is to lure Naruto into corruption. Then continually urge him to use its chakra, thereby eroding the seal. When the seal weakens to a certain extent, it will be the time for the Nine Tails to reemerge. Naruto does not respond to the Nine Tails immediately. The dark energy surrounding him intensifies, his spiritual eyes turning completely black, his face devoid of expression. Utterly bereft of the sunshine that once characterized him, he cannot remain in the leaf any longer. The Hokage does not represent light or justice. Indeed, the third Hokage himself is but a dark, power-hungry old man. His earlier life was riddled with such tragic deceit, all of it stemming from this village. The boy who once proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage is merely a laughingstock in the eyes of those ninjas, isn't he? Even Kakashi deceived him, concealing the truth. His role as a teacher merely a guise to monitor him and prevent any mishaps with the Nine Tails within. Sasuke? Sakura? In that moment, Naruto could only think of these two friends. Perhaps they are the only ones left in the leaf whom he can still trust. Even Iruka-sensei. Perhaps he is also an ally of the third Hokage. Nine Tails, how should I exact my revenge? I long to slay them now, but Naruto, in his desolation and despair, has been sleepless since last night, contemplating whether to charge into the Hokage building and let the Nine Tails directly eliminate that detestable old man. But could he truly prevail? What if he perishes? Who would avenge his parents then? Who would seek justice for him? The thought of the hypocrites in the higher echelons of the leaf living more lavishly than anyone else ignites a fury within Naruto. Ah, young one. Is it not said among your kind that a gentleman's vengeance is best served after a decade? The more urgency you exhibit, the more delight your adversaries will derive from your plight. Owing to the constraints of the seal, even if you were to acquiesce to my chakra, the full extent of its power would remain beyond your grasp. Now is not the opportune moment to strike at Konohagakure. Rather, seek an opportunity to defect. In the future, when you have acquired sufficient strength, we shall have the means to obliterate Konoha at our leisure. The Nine Tails is acutely aware that Naruto currently relies solely upon it for strength and thus hastens to formulate a strategy, regardless of how events unfold. As long as Uzumaki Naruto succumbs to darkness, there exists a significant probability of corroding the seal. As for Naruto's fate, it harbors a profound disdain for the ninjas of Konoha and contemplates bestowing upon this village a devastating tailed beast bomb. The previous beast bomb was thwarted by Namake's Minato. Who shall stand in the way this time? Naruto fell into a contemplative silence, a flicker of unwillingness etched upon his face. Is he truly to defect without taking action? Even with the truth laid bare before him, he finds himself impotent against his foes, a sensation both excruciating and stifling. On the day of the Chunin exams, significant events are predicted to unfold. At that juncture, I shall provide you with chakra, enabling you to wreak havoc. However, you must make a swift escape from Konoha thereafter. The Nine Tails pondered momentarily before offering Naruto a hint. Though it resides within him, it remains well informed about the happenings of the outside world. Naruto is oblivious to the true peril that Orochimaru presents, as well as the complex history between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Nor does he comprehend the implications of that rogue shinobi's presence in Konoha. Yet, the Nine Tails can sense the foreboding. Orochimaru's arrival is no mere gesture of goodwill. It is a harbinger of death, targeting none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the midst of the ensuing chaos, Naruto may exploit the turmoil in Konoha to unleash his pent-up frustration, but he must not linger. The Nine Tails understands Orochimaru's capabilities all too well. That individual can only sow discord. Annihilating the entirety of Konoha's ninja forces is beyond his reach, especially with hidden threats lurking, such as the Rain Ninja, Lin Xuan, the masked Uchiha, and the Suna village operatives. This tumultuous scenario is not one that the current Naruto can navigate. Days pass in quiet succession. Apart from the schemers Yakushi Kabuto and Lin Xuan, no one is aware of Uzumaki Naruto's transformation. Kakashi is preoccupied with instructing Sasuke in the Chidori and is currently absent from Konoha. Jiraiya, after imparting the summoning technique to Naruto, has retreated to pen his novels. As for Sakura, that young girl has always been indifferent towards Naruto, making it unlikely for her to notice that he is not trained in days, instead secluding himself at home. In truth, Lin Xuan is equally unconcerned. Even for the sake of vengeance, Uzumaki Naruto would choose to endure, ultimately opting for the path of defection. The darkened Naruto, despite his transformation, remains insufficiently formidable, thus instilling no fear within the Nine Tails that he might engage in any self-destructive actions. Even should Naruto wish for his demise, the Nine Tails has no such desire. And Ai-chan, can we ensure a guaranteed kill? In the hotel room, Conan expressed a hint of concern. To reassure her sister, Lin Xuan elucidates the capabilities of their mission targets, particularly when the adversary is a ninja of the shadow level. Shimura Danzo once collaborated with Orochimaru to implant an arm composed of Hashirama's cells. Due to the terrifying corrosiveness of these cells, the arm, adorned with 3 Tomo Sharingan, remained sealed. only to be unleashed during critical battles. Harnessing the power of the Sharingan, Danzo could employ a forbidden technique known as Izanagi. This technique, accessible only to those possessing both Senju and Uchiha powers, effectively granted Danzo numerous lives to resurrect. Yet, this was not Danzo's ultimate trump card. His right eye was the Mangeki Sharingan, which he had forcibly taken from Uchiha Shursui, housing the most formidable Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami. This illusionary technique has the capacity to alter human memories and will, rendering it theoretically invincible. Its sole drawback is the lengthy cooldown period, requiring at least a decade before it can be invoked again. As Danzo's most deeply concealed secret, he reserved Kodo Amatsukami for moments of dire peril, which was precisely what Conan feared. Even someone as formidable as Lin Xuan could not be without flaws. Genjutsu represented his vulnerability. Kodo Amatsukami stands as one of the world's most powerful illusions, surpassing even the infinite Tsukuyomi in terms of individual control. After all, the infinite Tsukuyomi merely casts humanity into eternal slumber without altering their memories or will. No technique is flawless. Every jutsu has its counter. In contrast to Conan's apprehension, Lin Xuan held Danzo in contempt. Kodo Amatsukami resembled a legendary artifact, capable of ensnaring even the likes of Hashirama and Madara if they were not cautious. Yet, the wielder of this extraordinary tool was akin to a mere child in kindergarten. What then was there for Lin Xuan to fear? The true threat lay with the Mangeki Sharingan, rather than Danzo's inherent strength. The meeting took place outside of Konohagakure, at the former base of Root. Danzo was acutely aware of Orochimaru's intentions to destroy the Leaf Village and regarded this meeting with utmost seriousness, never suspecting that a trap had been laid for him. Lin Xuan had conveyed several instructions. Kabuto, as Orochimaru's trusted confidant, was known to Danzo, leaving no room for doubt regarding the nature of this encounter. The underground base outside of Konohagakure was once abandoned by Root, but occasionally served as a rendezvous point for Danzo and certain individuals. This evening, Shimura Danzo's mood was somewhat complex. He possessed a clearer understanding of Orochimaru's plan than anyone else, even facilitating the connection between Orochimaru and Chiyo, aiding both parties in their collaboration. Sunagakure aimed to weaken Konoha, while Orochimaru was more than willing to part with his mentor. Danzo's objective was the position of Hokage. Each party sought their own benefits, and all envisioned a bright future, at least for the time being. At 70 years of age, Danzo remained undeterred in his aspiration for the Hokage title, willing to sacrifice even his former comrade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in disregarding the lives of Konoha shinobi. Root had remained indifferent during the Nine-Tails rampage that fateful night, and now it was even less likely to intervene. The target was the third Hokage, and Danzo was positively elated. Is Orochimaru not here yet? He pondered as he returned to reality from his deep contemplation. The appointed hour of midnight had arrived. Yet the other party had yet to make an appearance. Orochimaru was not one to be tardy. Danzo squinted, observing the guard stationed at the entrance of the secret chamber. He frequently collaborated with Orochimaru, exchanging favors. Thus he felt little wariness towards the man, knowing that Orochimaru was solely interested in forbidden techniques and would not attack him without cause. Of course, a guard was essential. Anko Mitarashi was his proficient subordinate nurtured in the roots, serving as his personal protector. With a sudden thud, the guard collapsed, lifeless. Yet, Danzo found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with the capable subordinate. A far greater crisis had arisen. Damn it, when did he get so close? Was he a ghost? Danzo's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld his severed right arm. The assailant had ruthlessly gouged out his right eye and severed his arm using a kunai imbued with wind-release techniques. The arm, grafted with numerous Sharingan cells, was gone. The Mangeki Sharingan, possessing the ability of Kodo Amatsukami, was lost. Danzo had kept these secrets hidden for years, yet his attacker seemed to know him inside out. Could he truly be a specter? How else could someone have approached him without him noticing? The only technique capable of such stealth was the Flying Thunder God technique, invented by the second Hokage. However, both the second and fourth Hokage had long since perished, and even the technique required a spatial marker. Who could have placed such a thing on Danzo? Lord Danzo, you are exceedingly courteous. Why bother with gifts upon our meeting? Lin Xuan wore a cheeky grin, seemingly unfazed by the elder's grim demeanor. In his hand was the eye belonging to Uchiha Shursui, housing the most potent individual genjutsu in the world. Unless the opponent's mental fortitude and ocular prowess far surpassed that of the user, even the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, would kneel. Rather than desiring this power, Lin Xuan sought to prevent unforeseen circumstances that might allow it to fall into the wrong hands. How dare you, Emigakure? Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood. fury bubbling within him as he laid eyes on Lin Xuan's face, nearly seething with rage. He had anticipated a formidable opponent, even imagining that Orochimaru had resurrected the second Hokage to ambush him. Instead, he found himself confronted by a mere child from Amigakure. What is your connection to Orochimaru? The elder's gaze bore into Lin Xuan, as though he would not rest until he received an answer. He understood that his demise was inevitable, yet he wished to uncover the truth before he departed this world. My lord, I have already surveyed the surroundings. There are only 2 individuals who have come here tonight. Kabuto Yakushi entered the secret chamber, adjusting his glasses. Orochimaru and Amigakure have joined forces? Have you truly betrayed Orochimaru and heeded the commands of the Rain Village to covertly harm me? Danzo, you are indeed a formidable figure of your generation, retaining your rationality even in such dire circumstances. I have nothing to divulge, Lord Danzo, Kabuto replied with a mere smile. Lin Xuan would naturally articulate what needed to be said. He dared not interject. Allow me to introduce myself in another light, as a formal member of Akatsuki, codename Lin, one of the few who have survived since the inception of the organization. Lin Xuan patted his clothing, revealing a ring inscribed with the character Lin. After all, the dead cannot betray secrets. He did not mind this old man learning a fragment of the truth before his demise. Akatsuki. Danzo's gaze grew intricate. So, it is that group of youngsters. I never anticipated that in the absence of support from Hanzo the salamander, it would be the specters of the past seeking vengeance upon me. Is this retribution, then? One who frequently traverses the riverbank cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Lord Danzo. Many must yearn for your demise. The director would undoubtedly rejoice. Kabuto savored the sight of Danzo's pitiful, helpless expression, his smile darkening. This wretch is responsible for the director's death, unable even to recognize me before she passed. Danzo's kind. 1,000 deaths would not suffice as retribution. One final inquiry. How did you come to know my weaknesses? Did Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha divulge this intelligence to you? Danzo sighed, lowering his head. As for the secret of the heavenly god, only Itachi, the late friend of Shursui Uchiha, might possess some inkling. Regarding the Hashirama cell arm and Izanagi, only those associated with Orochimaru could comprehend them. Just how many wished for his death? Who, aside from Itachi and Orochimaru, could furnish me with such information? Lin Xuan responded casually, merely jesting with Danzo. He would not reveal everything. Was he expected to proclaim himself a time traveler, capable of foreseeing all? Continuing along this line of thought would suffice. One would be foolish to concern themselves with Danzo's musings. Danzo fell into silence, lost in contemplation. Before his end, no one could discern the thoughts swirling in the mind of this elder. He had devoted his life to the position of Hokage, ruling the shadows of Konoha with an iron fist, fantasizing of uniting the ninja world under his banner. Yet, in truth, he was the most Navi of all. In the grand chessboard of the world, Shimura Danzo could barely be deemed a competent pawn, let alone the one orchestrating the game. With a self-deprecating smile, the old man suddenly spoke. Hizashi is the light of the village. I am its shadow. At the very least, before my demise, I have eliminated 2 threats to Konoha. And for that, I can depart without regret. No sooner had he spoken than blood began to surge rapidly from his body. This blood was black. The 4-symbol seal, an S-class forbidden technique. Utilizing the caster's body as a conduit, at the moment of death, it projects black blood outward, sealing all within 100 meters into the realm of the afterlife, an alternate dimensional space. Faced with such a peril, Kabuto remained composed, allowing the black blood to spray forth. The reason is simple. Lin Xuan is in no rush. Why should he be? Could Lin Xuan truly be vanquished by such a ludicrous sealing technique? After all, this is his new employer. I have always detested the art of petty cleverness. If death is to come, so be it. Why drag others into the abyss alongside oneself? A mere wretched life seeks to take me down with it. Have you been struck senseless? Lin Xuan chuckled coldly, his aura swelling gradually. Beside him, the apothecary Do witnessed the transformation of this man's eyes into a faint crimson hue. With a mere flick of his hand, it seemed as if the entire realm bowed to him as its sovereign. In that moment, he resembled an omnipotent emperor. Do not struggle. No one can avert the initiation of the sealing technique. Danzo gazed with a grim smile at the 2 individuals within the chamber. This was truly an ultimate forbidden technique that signified mutual destruction. If it could be easily unraveled, it would not bear the classification of an S-rank ninjutsu. The prowess of Senju Tobarama is formidable, yet even he cannot dismantle the imminent eruption of the 4-symbol seal. But Danzo soon found himself stupefied. The blood within his body ceased to surge. and even the chakra he once commanded slipped from his grasp. The divine is deemed divine because it wields dominion over all, whereas you are but a laughable insect. Lin Xuan remained unfazed, as though his actions were trivial. At the second stage of divine blood, he commanded the elements. In his dying moments, Danzo's meager self-destruction techniques could not even stir a ripple. The time before the forbidden technique took effect was ample for Lin Xuan to obliterate the chakra. Lin Xuan, for the first time that night, Danzo seethed with fury at this ranged shinobi. Even with his last breath, he roared with bloodshot eyes wide open. Could Konoha endure with such an enemy? He had failed to eliminate this perilous man. Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon join you in hell. You shall not be lonely there. Farewell, Lord Danzo. Lin Xuan smiled lightly at Do, signaling him to handle the aftermath. With approximately 2 minutes remaining, Do could execute any desires he harbored against the elder. As a superior, one must occasionally empathize with the sentiments of subordinates. Shortly thereafter, Do followed Lin Xuan out of the underground chamber. Though his hands were stained with dark blood, the youth was evidently elated, his gait buoyant with excitement. His new employer was remarkable. In such a short span, he had enabled him to achieve vengeance against Danzo. Is he dead? Asked Conan, who had been waiting nearby. Danzo was indeed an enemy of Akatsuki, harboring deep-seated grievances from years past. Eliminating that scoundrel was also a personal aspiration for Conan. Nagato would surely be pleased to hear this news. Indeed, Lin Xuan nodded. He employed fire release ninjutsu to obliterate the entire underground base, reducing the 2 corpses to ashes. Even the most astute Konoha ninjas would be unable to deduce the identity of the assailant. They could only speculate about potential suspects based on this advanced fire technique. Itachi Uchiha's mastery of fire release is indeed commendable, and likewise, Obito Uchiha's prowess in the same art is noteworthy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, revered as the professor of ninja techniques, undoubtedly ranks among the finest in the entire ninja world regarding fire release. However, it is inconceivable for him to engage in a confrontation with Danzo Shimura. The pursuit of the perpetrator is the responsibility of the Leaf Village ninjas, a matter of little concern to Lin Xuan. Completed hidden mission. Eliminate Danzo Shimura. Acquired Senju Bloodline Injection. Senju Bloodline Injection. The recipient awakens the bloodline of the Senju clan. Upon reaching level 15, the user awakens would release. At level 25, Sage Mode is unlocked. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan opted for the injection. Having previously sought Orochimaru for the transplantation of Hashirama cells, the benefits gained this time would far surpass the last. Absorb Senju Bloodline. Awaken would release. Awaken Sage Mode. Blood Chi 10, Constitution 40. Divine Blood Development Level, 5100. Current lifespan, 3860. With the acquisition of Wood Release and Sage Mode, Lin Xuan's proficiency in ninjutsu reached an unprecedented zenith. He could even be likened to the legendary Hashirama Senju in his prime. Regrettably, his level remained stagnant at 26. Due to the considerable commotion caused by Lin Xuan's use of fire release to obliterate evidence, the regular Umbu swiftly arrived at the scene that very night. The ashes offered no clues, but it became glaringly evident from the root that Danzo had vanished, and the identity of the ashes' owner was unmistakable. A formidable fire release ninja had assassinated Danzo Shimura during their meeting. Hiruzen Sarutobi, unable to find any trace, could only speculate it was either Itachi Uchiha or Obito Uchiha. The Ch-Nin exams continued unabated, largely unaffected by the incident. After all, most Leaf ninjas were oblivious to Danzo's existence, and outsiders were even less informed. Thus, 5 days passed, and the month-long anticipation culminated in the Ch-Nin exams commencing smoothly as anticipated. Kabuto managed to handle the situation with Orochimaru without revealing any vulnerabilities, while Lin Xuan instructed Conan's paper clones to monitor Naruto's recent activities. The corrupted youth remained under Lin Xuan's surveillance, exhibiting an unusually compliant demeanor. Disguised as the masked man, he provoked Naruto once more, even threatening that should Naruto refuse to join his ranks, he would eliminate both Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. In such a state of despair, Naruto found himself bearing the brunt of the turmoil alone, solidifying his resolve to betray the village and seek vengeance. The Leaf Village must be destroyed. The masked man must be slain. He would protect Sasuke and Sakura. Noon. Examination venue. Hiruzen Sarutobi occupied the central viewing platform, flanked by Chiyo, the acting 5th Kazekage. Chiyo, a relic from Hiruzen's era, never anticipated Tsunegakure would decline to such an extent that she would be compelled to assume authority. Ah, Lord Kazekage, what a rare sight. You must be weary from your travels. Hiruzen greeted warmly with a smile. Both leaders were accompanied by their respective guards. Not at all, fortunately. The venue is in the leaf. Although you are still youthful, it must be quite exhausting for you to attend. It would be prudent to establish an heir sooner rather than later. Chiyo leisurely settled down and casually replied, since you have emerged from seclusion. Why not take on the mantle of the fifth Hokage? The old man chuckled heartily. It seemed like idle conversation, yet it bore an undercurrent of testing. Let the younger generation assume this position. It's merely that the little ones of the village have yet to mature. I, unlike Lord Hokage, do not possess such adeptness in managing the village. Chiyo subtly began to mock Sarutobi Hiruzen. You deride my late-life retreat and return. Yet I could just as easily comment on the state of Konoha under your stewardship. When the first and second Hokage were alive, Konoha was undoubtedly the premier ninja village. How has it transformed under your tenure as the third Hokage? The competition is about to commence, isn't it? This time, there are quite a few young contenders. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared unfazed by Chiyo's jibes, maintaining his amiable demeanor. As the commencement of the matches drew near, Uchiha Sasuke had yet to appear on the scene. But the other participants were prepared. Among them were Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure, as well as Lin Xuan and Konan from Amagakure, alongside Konoha's very own ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Aburame Shino. The first match was Uzumaki Naruto against Konan. On the competition stage, Lin Xuan cheerfully waved and expressed concern. Hey, Naruto. Why do you look so tired? It's nothing, Naruto replied calmly, casting a glance at the Rain Ninjas. Throughout the first 12 years of his life, he had been manipulated by the higher-ups of Konoha, but he was no longer the fool he once was. Having established initial communication with the Ninetales, he had also gleaned some insider knowledge. Orochimaru was highly likely to cause chaos during this examination, and that target ninja might very well be his nemesis, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Sunagakure and Amagakure, their positions in this turmoil remained ambiguous for the time being. After several exchanges with the Ninetales, Naruto decided to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Umbu ninjas under the third Hokage. This would be his first gift to the higher-ups of Konoha after uncovering the truth. Are you really all right, Naruto-kun? Shino, usually taciturn, exhibited concern for Naruto. His sudden seriousness was quite unusual, but as Naruto's classmate for 6 years, this change was easily noticeable. I'm fine. I just had some expired milk yesterday, and my stomach still hurts. Naruto managed a strained smile, cradling his abdomen, appearing genuinely uncomfortable. Do your best, Naruto-kun. Shino refrained from further inquiry, as he was not inherently an enthusiastic person. Whether Naruto had been rejected by Haruno Sakura or genuinely felt ill was of little concern to him. Another 2 minutes passed, and Naruto suddenly turned to Lin Xuan. Sporting a mischievous grin, Lin Xuan, today I will surely astonish you. Lin Xuan nodded with a grin in response. Of course, I expect to be astonished. After all, witnessing Uzumaki Naruto's descent into darkness is a spectacle few are privileged to behold. This is indeed an A-level dimension with a maximum level of 50. As the chosen protagonist of this realm, Naruto Uzumaki possesses the most formidable verbal jutsu in history, rendering the task of inducing his dark transformation exceedingly challenging. There is no need to wait for Sasuke. We shall commence the match directly. Should he fail to appear by the time of his match, it will be automatically deemed a forfeit, announced the proctor, Kakashi Hitaki. The first battle quickly commenced, featuring Konan from the Rain Village against Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf Village, while the remaining participants could only observe from the second-floor viewing platform. Will you concede? Shadow clones are ineffective against me. Konan calmly utilized her paper jutsu to obliterate Naruto's shadow clones. Her true strength was at the level of a shadow, and with Naruto currently not harnessing the Ninetales chakra, she posed no threat to her. Little brat, this woman is quite powerful. It would be wise for you to concede. The Ninetales immediately communicated to Naruto, urging him to refrain from reckless actions. Grant me your chakra. I shall prove my strength at once. Did you not sense the ominous intent from the Sand Village? Naruto's darkened spirit retorted with a cold smirk. The Ninetales had imparted much knowledge to him, granting Naruto a clear understanding of his hidden potential. In a four-tailed state, with the Ninetales' assistance, he could maintain a semblance of rationality. Upon reaching Six Tails, however, he could only allow the Ninetales to control his body, and beyond that, the seal would shatter, potentially leading to his demise. Amidst the tumultuous Chunin exam, the four-tailed state would suffice. Will you concede, Naruto Uzumaki? Kakashi observed as Konan annihilated Naruto's final shadow clone. The shadow clone technique is a more advanced form of the clone jutsu, consuming significant chakra. And Naruto's remaining chakra must be dwindling. while his opponent had merely expended a handful of explosive tags. It is over. Conan had already received a signal from Lin Xuan and had no intention of holding back against Naruto. Their desired outcome was for Naruto to erupt into a dark transformation. Hundreds of explosive tags were hurled by Conan, and she herself transformed into paper, drifting into the air. Boom. In the final moment before the explosion, a bubbling liquid-like red chakra enveloped Naruto, rapidly forming a tail behind him. 2 tails, 3 tails, 4. Naruto's skin was torn as a dense coat of red chakra enveloped him, ultimately manifesting as a crimson tail beast cloak. 9 tails chakra mode, 4-tailed state. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the assembled ninjas at the exam venue shifted dramatically. The third Hokage rose to his feet, shattering his chair in disbelief. What on earth was happening with Naruto? Why had he suddenly invoked the power of a Nine-Tails? Had the Jinchuriki lost control? What was the cause? Images of Danzo's mysterious death flashed through his mind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the shadows of Konoha thickening around him. The individuals behind this were certainly not limited to Orochimaru, but other forces were at play as well. Is this the Nine-Tails of Konoha? Such power is truly terrifying. Chiyo remained utterly indifferent to the turmoil brought about by Naruto's rampage, her expression one of malicious glee. The more chaotic and dire the situation in Konoha became, the more advantageous it was for Sunagakure. Contact the sealing team. First, ensure the safety of the daimyo and the nobles. Umbu ninjas. Descend with me to suppress the Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen intoned gravely. In moments of crisis, calmness is imperative. As a leader, he could not afford to lose his composure. If it were merely the chakra of a single tail, he could easily quell it. However, with the 4 tails now unleashed, the risk of further chaos loomed larger. The worst-case scenario being the 9 tails breaking free of its seal, potentially repeating the calamity of 12 years prior. The entire scene descended into panic and commotion, none daring to meet the gaze of the crimson-clad beast, especially those ninjas who had witnessed the 9 tails incident. Now feeling their legs weaken in the presence of such malevolent chakra. Lord Hokage, we cannot allow you to destroy everything. A Konoha ninja suddenly drew a kunai, pressing it against the Hokage's throat. That ominous voice could belong to none other than his former pupil, Orochimaru. Lady Chiyo, let us commence our plan. As orchestrated, Orochimaru summoned the 4 sound ninjas, establishing the 4 purple flames formation atop the rooftop, thereby sealing off the third Hokage's chance of seeking help and obstructing his efforts to quell the rampaging 4-tailed Naruto. The signal for revolt had been sounded, and the ninjas of Otogakure and Sunagakure sprang into action. Konoha's Umbu faced not only enemy assaults but also the urgent task of restraining the 4-tailed Naruto, risking their lives to buy precious time for Konoha as casualties mounted with each passing second. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only watch helplessly as the chaos unfolded. Do you fancy my gift, Sensei Hiruzen? Orochimaru chuckled softly, stepping back a few paces, his long tongue licking the kunai, drooling viscous liquid that dripped onto the ground. Observing his once proud pupil reduced to this state, the third Hokage felt a pang of self-mockery. Ultimately, he had failed to guide his student onto the righteous path, leading Konoha to endure such suffering. But even if given a second chance, could he bring himself to slay Orochimaru with his own hands? The battlefield situation was grim. Although the number of Konoha ninjas far exceeded that of the enemy, and reinforcements continued to arrive, they suffered the highest casualties. The third Hokage and Orochimaru's confrontation was isolated due to the 4 purple flames formation, preventing outside ninjas from intervening. The most troubling aspect was the 2 rampaging Jinchuriki. Naruto, with 4 tails sprouting from his back, single-handedly faced over 30 Umbu members. Meanwhile, Gaara of Sunagakure unleashed his ultimate technique, summoning the complete form of Shikaku. Currently engaged in combat with elite jonin such as Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma. The collaboration between the ninjas of Sunagakure and Otogakure intensified the pressure on Konoha. Konoha's White Fang's son, Chiyo, glared ominously at the battlefield where Kakashi fought. Were it not for the 1-tail's indiscriminate frenzy, she would have relished the opportunity to personally eliminate that so-called copy ninja. As the war escalates into a fervent climax, the stance and attitude of Yu-In become increasingly pivotal. Yet, Lin Xuan, ever the loyal friend of Konoha, refrains from adding to their misfortune in this critical moment. Instead, he lends his assistance to the village. With his water-style techniques complementing Conan's explosive tags, Lin Xuan collaborates with Konoha's shinobi to suppress the rampaging Shikaku, alleviating a considerable amount of pressure. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Mizuki protects the safety of the hydrangeas amidst the chaos of battle, aiding in the protection of the civilians gathered at the Chunin exam venue, alongside Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and others. The lower-ranking ninjas of Konoha find themselves somewhat ineffective on the front lines, thus being assigned the task of safeguarding and evacuating the populace. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. After a brief warm-up, Orochimaru and the third Hokage find themselves in the final stages of combat. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, are summoned from the realm of the dead by Orochimaru, immediately tilting the scales of battle. However, the impure world reincarnation technique is not flawless. The two Hokages retain only 20% of their full strength from their prime. Even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen realizes he cannot achieve victory and resorts to summoning the Monkey King to cling to survival. Lin, I leave Shikaka to you. I will confront Naruto Uzumaki. Might Guy grits his teeth. The usually bright and optimistic youth, who has aspired to become Hokage and is even a child of the current Hokage, now finds himself betraying Konoha at its most perilous hour. Since the onset of the turmoil, Naruto has eliminated over 30 members of Konoha's Umbu. Do not worry, Guy. Kakashi is here as well. We will hold off Shikaku. Lin Xuan responded, once again unleashing his water-style jutsu in conjunction with Conan's myriad explosive tags to suppress the beast. Shikaku, feeling utterly wronged, exclaimed, seriously, the last time I emerged, you blew me to bits, and now that I have finally managed to come out for some air. It's you again. Do I hold a grudge against you? However, the clever little raccoon soon discerned a crucial insight. This man did not seem intent on destroying it. Rather, those formidable water techniques, perceived as threats by Konoha's shinobi, merely hindered its movements, posing no real danger. On another front, Might Guy opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates and engaged in close combat with Naruto Uzumaki. Defeating Naruto would not prove too difficult for him. Yet, he feared that should he exert too much force and inadvertently kill the Jinchuriki, the consequences would be dire. Losing the Nine-Tails would be far more catastrophic than losing the Hokage. Guy fully understood the immense value of tailed beasts to a shinobi village, especially the strongest among them. The Nine-Tails. 6th gate, the Gate of View, open. 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, open. At last, after sacrificing 2 more members of Konoha Esumbu, Might Guy resolved to show no mercy. Even if it meant rendering Naruto incapacitated, he could not allow further carnage. Run, kid. The Nine-Tails sensed the shift in Guy's aura and became alarmed. In such a state, even Naruto with 4 tails, let alone 6, would struggle against Guy, who undoubtedly possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage and was among the elite. Give me your chakra. I will slay him. In a fervor of rage, Naruto had long forgotten the notion of retreat. Ultimately, he remained a naive youth, easily deceived by a certain individual. Foolishness. The Nine-Tails cursed vehemently, forcefully seizing control over Naruto's body. If they did not flee swiftly, the threat of being incapacitated by Might Guy loomed large. Even death was a possibility. Though the tailed beasts could resurrect after a few years, the Nine-Tails had no desire to experience the agony of death, nor to leave behind a tarnished legacy. Even Shikaku had never met death. How could the Nine-Tails endure the humiliation of being killed? Daytime Tiger. Might Guy relentlessly pursued, unleashing his ultimate technique. He focused his energy into a high-speed punch, compressing the air before releasing it in a rapid expansion. The resulting air cannon resembled a tiger, the shockwave palpable even miles away. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Naruto, who had just sprouted 6 tails, was violently ejected from his tailed beast cloak. His left arm shattered completely, nearly disintegrating him into countless fragments. Aside from the critically endangered 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the battlefield's tide gradually shifted in favor of Konoha. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, lay gravely injured and unconscious, and under overwhelming pressure, Shikaku finally returned to Gaara's body. At that moment, Might Guy stared blankly at the kunai that pierced his abdomen. Despite meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated this sudden attack, as the assailant's stealth was remarkably adept. The true protagonist always appears at the end, wouldn't you agree, friends from Konoha? The masked man sneered, casually kicking the severely injured Might Guy aside. Obito Uchiha. The Konoha ninjas quickly recognized the S-rank rogue ninja from the wanted poster. Indeed, misfortune seldom comes alone. Konoha was truly beset by calamities today, with everyone seeking to take a shot at them. Obito, what are you truly after? Kakashi, with a face full of caution, hurried to rescue the wounded Might Guy. Regardless of their past camaraderie, as long as Obito stood against Konoha, he remained Kakashi's enemy. Kill this traitor. Beware of his phasing ability. Numerous clans shouted, including Hayashi Hyuga. The clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Ishi Yamanaka, the leader of the Yamanaka clan, Shikaka Nara of the Nara clan, and others. The Chunin exam venue was of utmost importance, closely tied to the Hokage, and Konoha's reinforcements would soon arrive. A swarm of ants, unworthy of my attention, Obito Uchiha sneered. He held the unconscious Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, and turned to leave. Suddenly, figures in black emerged from beneath the ground, leaving Obito to cover their retreat. We cannot let the Jinchuriki escape. Pursue. Shikaka Nara ordered resolutely, his brow furrowed. In the absence of the Hokage, he was the temporary leader of the ninjas. Renowned for his strategic prowess, and Kakashi and others were eager to comply with his commands, even Hayashi Hyuga. An eerie laughter emerged from beneath the mask of the black-clad figure. The ever-present Uchiha Obito has once again been unjustly blamed today. One of his clones has just subdued Shikaku and Konoha, while another transformed into Uchiha Obito to abduct Naruto, leaving his true self disguised as Obito's subordinate to cover their retreat. He manipulates, deceives, and undermines Konoha, and in the end, the villagers express their gratitude, treating him as an honored guest. Such is the bewildering and magical nature of this world. This is not a personal attack. I merely suggest that all present are rather inept. Magnet release, sand gold burial. As numerous elite shinobi from Konoha launched their assault, Lin Xuan decisively employed a vast sand gold ninjutsu. To conceal his identity, he refrained from using taijutsu. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly return. Hinata Hizashi, the esteemed clan leader, established a defensive wall around himself, carving a path through the tidal wave of sand gold. With the fate of the Jinchuriki at stake, every ninja was fully committed, allowing no room for error. Body flicker technique. In the distance, in the mountains, Hai completed his hand seals, only to spew blood and faint the next moment. This scene added to the worries of Kakashi and others. The strength of Uchiha Obito's subordinates was truly astounding, explaining why they were left behind to hold the line. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The ninja charged through the sand gold, ruthlessly attacking their foes. It is commendable to stand before me, but this is where it ends. Wood release, advent of the tree realm. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. Feeling a significant portion of his energy dissipate, he would not hold back against the Konoha ninjas. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in adversity. To earn Konoha's deeper trust, he must push them to the brink of despair. Lin Xuan's clone immediately led Conan to safety. While the Konoha ninjas were not so fortunate, trees grew at an astonishing rate, soon reaching heights of over 20 meters, then 30, ultimately soaring to a staggering 50 meters. Obscuring the sun, this extent was not merely aimed at a dozen elite shinobi, it nearly engulfed 1/5 of Konoha village. From a height of 1,000 meters, one would see the village's center transformed into a vast sea of green. This was no ordinary ninjutsu, it was a miracle. In Hinata Hizashi's mind, only 2 phrases remained. What the hell, and this is insane. To witness such an extraordinary ninja mingling with Uchiha Obito, wielding the first Hokage's would release, was truly surreal. Father, clan leader. Hundreds of meters away, in the ruins of the Chunin exam arena, the members of the Hyuga clan grew increasingly anxious. What would become of their clan if Hizashi's life were in jeopardy? After all, Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter, was merely 12 years old. Hizashi was indeed in peril. Even in pursuit of his mission, Lin Xuan would not spare this individual. If one were to perish, it would not be fair for only Hizashi to suffer such a fate. All were struck directly, so why should only he die? If someone were to hear Lin Xuan's innermost thoughts, they might kneel and weep, declaring such fairness unnecessary. In the mountains, Hai met his demise, having been consumed by his own jutsu. When the critical moment arrived, escape was impossible, and he was pierced through by the rapidly growing trees, becoming a mere sieve. Hyuga Hizashi suffered a similar fate, albeit more gruesome. Not only were his head and body severed, but his limbs were also dismembered. Numerous other victims perished as well, with the inhabitants of Sand Hidden Village and Sound Hidden Village unable to escape. One single jutsu claimed the lives of thousands of ninjas, even shattering the 4 purple flames formation. Compared to the wood release of the man in black, the first Hokage, revived through Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, appeared as a mere imitation, leaving both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen bewildered amidst the chaos. Your experiment? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, seeking clarification. No, Orochimaru replied, his expression darkening as he regarded the man in black with trepidation. A ninja capable of wielding such formidable wood release could not be an obscure figure. Yet he found himself entirely unfamiliar with this individual. At that moment, Kabuto appeared. My lord, that man is an underling of Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing Kabuto's explanation, Orochimaru's complexion fluctuated between green and purple. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Could it be that Obito had set his sights on him? He was currently entangled in a protracted battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen, employing some forbidden technique, sought to devour his very soul while the first and second Hokage, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, had already been sealed by his shadow clone. Yet, as Orochimaru listened, he became increasingly perplexed. Obito had already departed with Uzumaki Naruto, leaving behind the man in black, who had yet to make a move against him. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no intentions toward you. The man in black cast a glance at Orochimaru and Kabuto before striding directly towards the third Hokage. At this juncture, Orochimaru finally exhaled in relief. Lin Xuan, devoid of any emotion, unsheathed a kunai and swiftly decapitated the third Hokage's summoning beast, Enma. To dare slay even a Hokage. What was the life of a mere summoning beast? Who exactly are you? Why must you oppose the hidden leaf? Sarutobi Hiruzen grimaced, yet even in his final moments, he refused to concede. He intended to drag Orochimaru's soul along into the belly of the Reaper. Otherwise, Orochimaru would continue to pose a threat to the leaf. However, due to the intervention of this man in black, he could not ensure Orochimaru's demise alongside his own. Why? Why are there so many whys in this world? Have the 5 great ninja villages not always held themselves in high regard? Now that you find yourselves oppressed, you seek to reason? When you bullied others, did you ever pause to question the righteousness of your actions? Lin Xuan scoffed. Regardless of his presence, the death of the third Hokage was inevitable. Were it not for the substantial rewards of the mission, he would have been disinclined to personally eliminate this old dog. Despite Shimura Danzo's numerous misdeeds, how much better could Hiruzen, who continuously shielded Danzo, truly be? Ha ha ha. You speak the truth. Quickly, slay this old man. Be wary of delays. Orochimaru laughed heartily, urging the man in black to act swiftly. His soul is currently ensnared by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he wishes to maintain it for not a second longer. That damned old fool, even at death's door, contemplates mutual destruction. The escape technique pertains to the physical form. In the face of such an S-rank ceiling ninjutsu at the level of the soul, Orochimaru finds himself utterly powerless. Had it not been for the third Hokage's frailty, Orochimaru would have truly found himself in dire straits. Farewell, Hokage-sama. Lin Xuan slightly lifted his mask, revealing a delicate, fair visage, while simultaneously driving a kunai through Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. The youth's pristine smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. The third Hokage, however, had his eyes bulging in disbelief, staring incredulously at the unfolding scene. This man had previously assisted in quelling the insurrection in Konoha. This man had repeatedly proclaimed himself a friend of the village. Is this how one conducts oneself? If the gaze of hatred could slay, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have vanquished Lin Xuan hundreds of times over in mere seconds. Orochimaru is insignificant. It is this shameless scoundrel, Lin Xuan, who truly poses a threat. What are you staring at? Have I borrowed money from you or kidnapped your daughter? Lin Xuan expressed disdain. He shoved the elder aside and vented his frustrations by stepping on the corpse twice. This esteemed Hokage, who had ruled over Konoha for decades, witnessed its zenith and single-handedly led it into darkness. If he had ruthlessly eliminated Orochimaru at the outset, if he had resolved Danzo in the root early on, if he had not heeded the second Hokage's orders against the Uchiha clan, if he had averted the high-ranking officials from executing White Fang, if he had seen through Lin Xuan's profound disguise, would Konoha be a different place today? Main quest, Land of Fire, completed. Side quest, Burning Will, completed. Rewards have been issued. Acquired Divine Garment, rare. Turning away, the figure in black had redonned his mask. Orochimaru could not discern his expression but sensed his elation at this moment, as the individual hummed a tune while stepping over the Hokage's corpse. Invincibility is so lonely. The figure in black departed leisurely, leaving Orochimaru and his subordinates in a state of disarray. Is there such arrogance in existence? Though you indeed possess the right to be so. The war has reached its conclusion. Amidst the chaos, Orochimaru vanished, while Chiyo and Gaara from Sunagakure made their escape, leaving Konoha in shambles. The third Hokage had fallen, the Jinchuriki was missing, and numerous high-ranking officials and Umbu ninjas perished. As the village's center transformed into a sea of trees, submerged in a verdant ocean. Meanwhile, kid, join me. Only I can grant you the power of vengeance. In a hollow tree, the masked man gazed mockingly at the gravely injured youth. Utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails comes at a price. Uzumaki Naruto now felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, struggling even to move a finger. I refuse. Naruto remained silent for 2 minutes, ultimately standing firm against submission. This fiend was the very murderer of his parents. How stubborn you are, Naruto. In this world, there are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies. Do you not wish for vengeance? The masked man sneered. Little one, perhaps you should temporarily yield, at least to survive. Even the nine tails within him began to advocate for that individual. Naruto fell into contemplation. He suddenly began to understand Sasuke's demeanor. Why he always wore a cold expression as if he cared for no one. He is a seeker of revenge. A seeker of revenge does not require bonds or love, merely the fulfillment of vengeance. I shall exact my revenge in my own way. That is my ninja way. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes once more, determination gleaming in them. Unafraid of death. Truly, he is the protagonist of this realm, with a will that is nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes appreciatively. Increasingly satisfied with the tool he had nurtured, it was time to extend an olive branch as a member of the Akatsuki. You traitor, you live rather comfortably. The familiar voice of Uzumaki Naruto echoed. Wait a moment, is that not Lin Xuan's voice? A figure appeared at the entrance of the tree hollow, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, emanating a dangerous aura. Lin Xuan, did you enjoy playing house? Uchiha Obito turned slowly, a light laugh escaping his lips. Even Naruto, not the most astute, should have realized by now that the two were acquainted. Of course I enjoyed it. Why wouldn't I? After all, Naruto and I are friends, brothers of different fathers. I kindly request that you hand him over. Lin Xuan provocatively beckoned with his fingers. Naruto noticed the masked man's furious gaze, seemingly hesitant to act. Naruto, do you wish to join the Akatsuki? It is not a benevolent organization. Sooner or later, you will betray it just like I did. Obito cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. The more he obstructed, the greater Naruto's curiosity about the Akatsuki grew. What is the Akatsuki? Why is Lin Xuan a member? What could one gain from joining? Regardless, it had to be better than Uchiha Obito. Naruto was prepared for a do-or-die situation and would not collaborate with that man. Lin Xuan, I hope you do not regret today's decision the next time we meet. The nine tails shall be a gift to you. As the leader of those foolish mortals, The masked man's body slowly sank into the trees. Naruto recognized this as a high-level earth release technique, akin to the methods once employed by Orochimaru. How unfortunate, Naruto-kun, I did not expect you to suddenly defect from Konoha. Lin Xuan appeared unfazed by Obito's decision, leisurely approaching Naruto's side. Naruto felt his mind overwhelmed, unable to grasp the current situation. There were too many questions he wished to ask, yet he found himself at a loss for words. What Obito said is indeed true. The Akatsuki is not a good organization, especially for you Jinchuriki, as our goal is to hunt down Jinchuriki. Lin Xuan sat down casually, speaking to himself. Although the revelations were terrifying, Naruto surprisingly felt no malice. The Nine Tails, having endured a millennium of war, hatred, and betrayal, embodied a collective of negative intentions. If even the Nine Tails sensed no ill will, it indicated that Lin Xuan was genuinely friendly towards him. Naruto placed his trust in the Nine Tails and, by extension, in Lin Xuan. Why save me? Since Akatsuki's goal is to capture Jinchuriki, you should have taken me away directly, just like the masked man did. Naruto's gaze was complex, unsure of how to confront Lin Xuan. If they were to consider themselves as Rain Village and Konoha ninjas, they should be good friends. Yet now, Lin Xuan was a member of Akatsuki, his strength even instilling fear in Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki had betrayed Konoha and became a rogue ninja. What was the nature of their relationship now? Calling each other friends felt disingenuous even to Naruto himself. You are correct, Naruto. If you possess the complete Nine Tails within you, I should indeed capture you immediately and present you to our leader. But what if you only have half of the Nine Tails? Or perhaps half is sufficient. Lin Xuan observed Naruto with a knowing smile, his words laden with meaning that Naruto pondered deeply. Is it true that I only possess half of the Nine Tails? Naruto felt perplexed. Indeed, the fourth Hokage had sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra within himself before entering the belly of the death god. Had you possessed the full Nine Tails, you likely would not have survived past 12 years of age. The answer was clear. We could seek a way to retrieve the fourth Hokage's soul to obtain the other half of the Nine Tails, and you, Naruto Uzumaki, would no longer be Akatsuki's enemy. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately sought confirmation from the Nine Tails within him, receiving an affirmative response. He possessed the yang aspect of the Nine Tails, while the fourth Hokage, his father, contained the yin aspect. So, Lin Xuan, are you implying? Naruto began to piece together Lin Xuan's intentions behind saving him. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. This man must have motives for saving my life, he thought. Naruto, you may join Akatsuki. Within our organization, you will receive comprehensive training and absolute guarantees of safety. In return, we require your unwavering loyalty and, when necessary, you may even be tasked with assassinating the leaders of powerful nations or capturing Jinchuriki. Aside from occasional missions, Akatsuki will not interfere with your personal life. Lin Xuan's words piqued Naruto's interest. Without comparison, one cannot recognize harm. Uchiha Obito's insincere invitation was devoid of genuine intent, and he was, after all, an enemy. In contrast, Lin Xuan's proposition radiated sincerity. Lin Xuan, are we friends? Naruto's lips curled into a smile for the first time, suddenly realizing that life was not so bleak after all. The world was filled with those who plotted against him, yet there were still those who treated him with sincerity. Of course. Lin Xuan nodded with a smile, and Naruto reciprocated with a knowing nod. The Akatsuki organization sounded quite promising. Naruto-kun, may our collaboration be fruitful. Here is your ring. When necessary, the leader will contact you through it. Lin Xuan produced the signature ring of the Akatsuki members, engraved with the character for Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto scrutinized it closely and indeed noticed that Lin Xuan wore a similar ring, albeit inscribed with Lin. Please take care of me, Lin-kun, he said with a grin. What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing, just reminiscing about happy times. 3 days later, after a period of rest, the cleanup efforts on the battlefield of Konoha were largely completed. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had also arranged her tasks, with Kasame Hashigaki as Naruto's guide. The two first returned to the Akatsuki's headquarters in the Rain Village. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Conan, representing the Rain Village, remained in Konoha to contribute in any way possible. Each time Conan caught sight of the tearful gratitude in the eyes of those ninjas, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Could you be any more hypocritical, Anai-chan? You were the one who killed them, the one who destroyed their homes, and now they're crying and kneeling to thank you? Isn't that just bullying the honest folk? Conan struggled with her feelings. Having such a shameless brother was a peculiar mix of misfortune and fortune. Let them be bullied. I'll bully you too, Lin Xuan teased, pinching his sister's cheeks, which only deepened the sorrow in her gaze. To an outsider, they might appear to be a pair of young lovers playfully bickering. In Konoha, at the temporary office building, Mido Kazan, Sabaki Kamachi, two esteemed elders of Konoha, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, gathered for a meeting of significant importance, notably with Lin Xuan from the Rain Village in attendance. Thank you sincerely for your assistance, Xiaolin. Jiraiya remarked with a warm smile. This truly exemplifies how adversity reveals true friendship. The Rain Village aided Konoha in a time of crisis, and of course, we must reciprocate. While material support might be limited, forging an alliance contract was certainly feasible. Oh, it's nothing. I merely did what I could, Lin Xuan replied with humility and understanding. Both Jiraiya and the elders were pleased with his demeanor. Initially, they had harbored concerns about Lin Xuan potentially turning against them, perhaps demanding certain resources from Konoha. But it turned out he was quite reasonable. All he desired was an alliance contract that would hope for Konoha's support in elevating the Rain Village to a great ninja village and recognizing its leader as the Mizukichi. Such a treaty, even if signed, posed no risk of loss for Konoha in the future. How could the higher-ups of Konoha not be elated? It was akin to receiving without giving anything in return. That young lady looks somewhat familiar, Jiraiya mused, eyeing Conan, who had transformed into a 16-year-old girl and donned a mask. Yet, her short blue-violet hair sparked a sense of recognition within him, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. This is my younger sister, and it is both our first time visiting the Hidden Leaf Village, Lin Xuan casually explained. Jiraiya did not dwell on it for long, and swiftly turned to the matter at hand. The alliance treaty between the two villages consisted of the following key points, essentially. When Konoha is in trouble, Amigakure will assist, and vice versa. Ninjas from both villages are prohibited from engaging in clandestine battles. Furthermore, when Amigakure appoints its first leader, Konoha must acknowledge their authority. Given that Akatsuki is a treacherous organization that has betrayed Hanzo of the Salamander, Konoha is obligated to help eradicate it. This treaty, upon reflection, is entirely reasonable. Even the two elders could find no fault with it and readily accepted, signing their names alongside Jiraiya. Until the fifth Hokage is officially designated, the representatives of the village will be the elders and the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. The collaboration was pleasant and harmonious. Lin Xuan beamed with delight. To hell with Hanzo of the Salamander, who has been dead for ages, and to think they would pursue Akatsuki? Imagining the future leader of Akatsuki rallying the ninjas from the 5 great nations to hunt down Akatsuki is simply too beautiful to envision. 1 word, exhilarating. 2 words, exceedingly exhilarating. 3 words, utterly exhilarating. Exhilarating indeed. Cough, cough, cough. Laughs. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, as did the 2 elders. Even her brother wore a foolish grin. Xiaonan's feelings were extremely complex at this moment. What kind of absurd treaty did this group of Konoha ninjas just sign? Are they attempting to enlist members of Akatsuki in the campaign against it? These overly pleased Konoha ninjas must think Lin Xuan is a fool. But who is truly foolish? Is it not glaringly obvious? With Lin Xuan as an insider, their chances of success in the eradication are nothing short of a miracle. The meeting concluded amidst laughter and merriment. Konoha believed it had the upper hand. Lin Xuan obtained what he desired, successfully infiltrating the 5 great nations as the heir to Amigakure. Everyone was filled with bright prospects. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Lin Xuan and Xiaonan found Kabuto. In addition to asking Kabuto to care for Karen, he had other tasks for him to undertake. In the entire world of Naruto, Kabuto's status as a tool in Lin Xuan's mind ranked at least in the top 5. Uchiha Madara is formidable, isn't he? The protagonists Naruto and Sasuke possess incredible powers, don't they? In Lin Xuan's eyes, they are merely fools. Kabuto is the true clever one. Perhaps his strength and talent are lacking, but his intellect is exceptional, making him the perfect subordinate. Were it not for this, he would not have expended so much effort to earn Kabuto's loyalty. What are your orders, my lord? Kabuto half knelt on the ground, awaiting commands. My lord. The young girl Karen mimicked his posture, dutifully bowing her head. Even now, she was unclear about Lin Xuan's reasons for saving her, but what did it matter? Life now was infinitely better than before. I shall remain in Konoha for a while longer. During this period, you might consider having a conversation with Orochimaru regarding the abduction of Sasuke Uchiha. The experiments related to the resurrection of the deceased, particularly concerning White Zetsu, are not likely to yield results in the short term. Capturing Sasuke Uchiha would serve as a form of insurance for Orochimaru, and he would likely acquiesce. Lin Xuan spoke slowly, just as he produced a cigarette. It was swiftly knocked from his grasp to the ground by Konan. Under her fierce gaze, the man ultimately relented, surrendering both the cigarette and the matches to the young lady. Is Sasuke Uchiha not a pawn for the adults? Why should he be offered to Orochimaru? Kabuto inquired impassively, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Karen stifled a laugh, amused to see this esteemed individual being humbled, though she maintained her composure outwardly. Naturally, I would never hand him over to Orochimaru. I merely intend for Orochimaru to entice Sasuke into defection, and then I shall intercept him midway. In this way, for the people of Konoha, Orochimaru would be left to bear the blame. Lin Xuan asserted with an air of certainty, although aware that his superior was a malevolent scoundrel. Kabuto felt a pang of sympathy for Orochimaru at that moment. Poor Orochimaru, manipulated by Lin Xuan with such ease. My lord, how shall we handle Sasuke Uchiha? Should we invite him to join the Akatsuki, much like Naruto Uzumaki? But Itachi Uchiha is also part of the Akatsuki. Kabuto contemplated viable strategies. It is essential to nurture Sasuke's growth while simultaneously employing him for my lord's purposes, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. This is no simple task, especially considering Itachi's true identity as a spy from Konoha embedded within the Akatsuki, and his undeniable obsession with his younger brother, capable of any act for Sasuke. The thought of both Sasuke and Itachi within the Akatsuki, even as colleagues, was a scenario Kabuto dared not envision. Kabuto, do you consider Sasuke to be our friend? Lin Xuan did not respond directly, instead breaking into a mischievous grin. Sasuke is not a fool like Naruto. He is far more pragmatic. He does not require friends. He seeks only the power to exact vengeance upon Itachi Uchiha. Kabuto analyzed what he perceived to be the essence of Sasuke Uchiha. If Sasuke is a child fond of sweets, then let us offer him candy. He would not hesitate, even to the extent of working as a host in a brothel, rather than joining the Akatsuki. Truly, my lord is wise. Listening to the unscrupulous dialogue between his superior and subordinate, Konan felt her worldview shatter. This brother of hers was thoroughly wicked. Sasuke's fate was so tragically intertwined. He resembled the protagonist of a tragic novel. You scoundrels not only lack sympathy but also plot to manipulate others into serving your interests. Currently, Lin Xuan is considered a hero in the eyes of Konoha's shinobi. Perhaps at this very moment, Sasuke Uchiha idolizes Lin Xuan? It appears that the joys and sorrows of humanity are not universally understood. Konoha. Having concluded the funeral of the third Hokage, many shinobi began to ponder the reasons behind Naruto's betrayal. After all, Naruto Uzumaki's previous 12 years were far from ordinary. He incessantly murmured his aspiration to become Hokage, to the point of almost wearing out his ears. Who, then, was the catalyst behind his betrayal of Konoha? Kakashi, as his teacher, remains perplexed by the circumstances. Nevertheless, the investigation has not been entirely fruitless. The clandestine misdeeds of Hiruzen Sarutobi over the years and certain classified documents were uncovered in his residence. Jiraiya, engrossed in his travels and literary pursuits, was oblivious to these matters. Upon discovering the dark and decaying facets of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the image of the esteemed teacher he held crumbled entirely. Take, for example, the Uchiha clan massacre. Who would have imagined that Hiruzen Sarutobi had been covertly supportive? They were Konoha's most formidable clan. The aftermath left only a pair of brothers. At this juncture, Jiraiya could surmise the reason behind Naruto's betrayal of Konoha. Once Naruto learns of the village's darkness, he would find it impossible to remain in Konoha. Furthermore, the intelligence scrolls obtained from the third Hokage's home were, in fact, orchestrated by Kabuto. If one is to act, one should do so thoroughly. Merely informing Naruto about Hiruzen Sarutobi's transgressions would not suffice. They must ensure the entire world is aware of the wrongdoings committed by him. Even in death, Sarutobi and Konoha must face disgrace. Did the third Hokage truly commit so many vile acts? Conan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Rain Village is a small settlement with a straightforward system, unlike the complexities of larger hidden villages. The misdeeds of Sarutobi are likely more numerous than one could fathom. Although he did not betray the fourth Hokage nor was devoid of feelings for Naruto, one can only speculate about the extent of his unscrupulous actions in other areas. Lin Xuan's disdain for the third Hokage is not without cause. Many of Danzo Shimura's misdeeds had the tacit approval or involvement of the third Hokage. Danzo bore countless burdens for the third Hokage, which likely explains why Sarutobi refrained from eliminating him for decades. If the scapegoat were to perish, it would tarnish his reputation as Hokage, jeopardizing his position in the future. At Ichiraku Ramen, Lin Xuan and Conan ordered 2 servings of luxurious seafood ramen. The funeral for the third Hokage had just concluded yesterday, and at this moment, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki arrived in Konoha. During times without missions, the Akatsuki organization does not interfere with its members' activities. Seemingly a coincidence, Itachi's presence in the village was, in fact, deliberate. He intended to inform the higher-ups of Konoha that he was still alive. This revelation would deter those who might plot against Sasuke. How fortuitous, Mr. Itachi and Mr. Kisame. Care for some ramen? Lin Xuan beckoned. The newly arrived Kisame and Itachi exchanged glances before entering the ramen shop. Their distinctive attire made them conspicuous. However, it appeared that the ninjas of Konoha were yet unaware of the infiltration by members of the Akatsuki. The villagers were preoccupied with reconstruction efforts or engaged in missions. Lin Jun, you truly embody a life of leisure. The 5 great nations are now quite attentive to you. The heir of the rain-hidden village. Dry Persimmon Zangetsu rubbed his hands together, his tone neither warm nor cold. Although he was a subordinate of Lin Xuan, he still had to maintain a facade of unfamiliarity. Senior, I have heard that you lured away the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Itachi spoke in a deep voice. While others might be oblivious to Naruto Uzumaki's whereabouts, he was all too aware. The Jinchuriki was currently at the Akatsuki's headquarters in the rain-hidden village, under the watchful eye of Suigetsu. It was not precisely abduction. I am unsure of what Uchiha Obito said to Naruto, but he suddenly betrayed the village, which caught me completely off guard. Later, I tracked that fellow down and rescued the Jinchuriki from Obito, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. On the surface, Uchiha Itachi appeared unperturbed, but inwardly he cursed Uchiha Obito vehemently. Not only was he a traitor to the Akatsuki, but also to the Uchiha clan. Itachi had once held high hopes for Naruto, yet due to Obito's interference, Naruto had now become his adversary, an enemy of the Leaf Village. Itachi pondered whether to employ his mastery of Kotoame Tsukumi against Obito. As the threat he posed grew ever more formidable, the 4 did not linger in conversation for long. Lin Xuan's overt identity as an enemy of the Akatsuki and the designated next leader of the rain-hidden village could not be discovered by the Leaf Ninjas. The unfolding events were not beyond Lin Xuan's expectations. When Uchiha Itachi and Dry Persimmon Zangetsu prepared to depart from the Leaf Village, they encountered Yuhi Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma, and Might Guy. A fierce battle ensued, yet no casualties were reported. Kakashi endured a relentless assault in Tsukuyami for 3 days and nights, collapsing into a coma post-battle, and was subsequently admitted to the Leaf's ICU. Itachi conveyed the intelligence of his survival, prompting the Leaf to recognize the looming threat of the Akatsuki. In the wake of these events, Uchiha Sasuke arrived, having heard the news. He had been deeply concerned for Naruto Uzumaki, but upon hearing of Itachi, vengeance consumed his thoughts. 5 years had passed since the brothers last met. Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, only to be thoroughly bested by Itachi, suffering the effects of Tsukuyomi as well. The number of patients in the hospital increased by 1. Itachi and Zangetsu departed from the Leaf. How are preparations on Orochimaru's end? Lin Xuan inquired of Kabuto regarding Uchiha Sasuke's situation. The experiment with White Zetsu proceeded as usual, and the task of inducing Sasuke's defection had been entrusted to the Sound Five, with the addition of Kimimaro. Lowering his head, Kabuto replied, Kimimaro's time is drawing near. He hopes to accomplish one final task for Lord Orochimaru before his demise. Despite Naruto's betrayal, the storyline remained unchanged. However, this time, Naruto was absent from the team dispatched to locate Sasuke. One could only wonder what Haruno Sakura would think upon discovering this news. Both Naruto and Sasuke had betrayed the village, refusing to include her in their plans. One could only anticipate her expression upon receiving such revelations. Lin Xuan, with a penchant for dark humor, swiftly issued a new command. You shall continue to stay close to Orochimaru. When the time comes, I will summon you. Now is not the moment to sever ties with him. Yakushi Kabuto retained a modicum of respect and affection for Orochimaru, but dared not defy Lin Xuan's orders. For the time being, it appeared that Lin Xuan had no intention of entirely eliminating Orochimaru. Perhaps he even contemplated recruiting him as a subordinate. Side quest. The darkness strengthens threefold. Completed. Rewards distributed. The reward was a crystallized essence from the world of Naruto, granting mastery over this realm. However, Lin Xuan had no immediate plans to depart from this dimension. He intended to thoroughly conquer this world before contemplating his next endeavors in the cycle of reincarnation. Side quest. The Fall of White. Quest objective. Earn the loyalty of Hinata Hyuga. Progress. 25-100. Quest difficulty. Hard. Reward. Otsutsuki bloodline injection. Naruto and Sasuke, the two protagonists, had fallen prey to Lin Xuan's machinations, and Hinata Hyuga would not be spared. Compared to corrupting Naruto, leading Hinata astray was remarkably simple, for she was but a timid girl. Previously, Lin Xuan had refrained from taking action, occupied with other matters. Now that those affairs were resolved, it was naturally Hinata's turn. After all, she possessed the Tensigen, a dojutsu on par with the Rinnegan. Such power was undeniably enticing. Even to Lin Xuan, the cost of utilizing divine blood was steep, and one could never have too many trump cards. 2 days had passed in Konoha. This day held particular significance, especially for the Hyuga clan. Since the Uchiha massacre, the Hyuga had proclaimed themselves the strongest clan in Konoha. But now their leader had fallen in battle. The heirs of the main family were a pair of sisters, Hinata and Hanabi. The elder sister was merely 12 years old, having graduated to the rank of Genin less than 6 months prior. Yet, with the clan leader gone, it was imperative that a successor be appointed. As the saying goes, a nation cannot endure a day without a ruler. The same holds true for a family. On this day, Hinata Hyuga would complete the succession ceremony for the clan leader. And with the assistance of the clan elders, she would begin to manage clan affairs. The venue was filled with all members of the Hyuga clan, including Neji, who had come to learn the truth. His father had willingly embraced death, rather than being coerced into it by Hyuga Hayashi. Now, Neji bore no animosity towards the main family and supported Hinata as the newly appointed clan leader. Thank you for your support. Hinata Hyuga bowed deeply. The ceremony was not complex. She merely needed to go through the motions. The clan's power remained firmly in the hands of the elders, and until she reached adulthood, she would not be burdened with excessive responsibilities. A rather charming young lady, Hinata looked composed today. Ajisai had also arrived at the scene, accompanied by Lin Xuan and Konan. It must be said that Hinata exuded a calm demeanor. At least on the surface, she appeared to embody the essence of a leader. The once timid girl, who had shied away from conflict, now bore a resolute gaze, transformed anew. Had it not been for the Chunin exams, where she encountered Hinata in person, Aster would have been led to believe they were two entirely distinct individuals, for the transformation was indeed monumental. Following the ceremonial proceedings, a wave of applause erupted. Numerous heads of prominent clans rose in unison, including Hinata's sister, Hanabi, who was also present. When would she take action? Konan cast a sidelong glance at the girl on stage. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xuan's intentions were unwavering. No matter how radiant Hinata Hyuga appeared at this moment, her fate was ultimately dictated by that man. Tonight it shall be. Lin Xuan clapped along, wearing an expression of serene indifference. He had become quite a renowned figure, particularly acknowledged by the Leaf Ninjas. Otherwise, he would not have received an invitation to partake in this ceremony. Conan and Aster remained silently contemplative. Soon, it would be time to return home. This bustling village, after prolonged exposure, had lost its allure. The tranquil, rain-soaked locale was far more comforting. That night, within the Hyuga clan's territory, Miss Hanabi, it is time for you to rest, urged the maid, Hinata Natsu, to the clan's eldest daughter. Since Hanabi's birth, she had been responsible for her care and upbringing. No, I want to play with my sister. The 7-year-old Hanabi had just advanced to the 2nd grade of the Ninja Academy and remained blissfully unaware of the world around her. The sorrow of her father's passing lingered. Yet today was undeniably a day for celebration. Her beloved sister had ascended to the position of clan leader, a cause for joy. Oh, is my sister asleep? Hanabi and Hinata Natsu arrived at the courtyard, only to find Hinata's room darkened. Miss, we should also retire, Natsu persuaded once more. This time, Hanabi acquiesced without further defiance, nodding obediently. Her sister had indeed toiled throughout the day and was surely weary. While Hanabi adored indulging in her sister's affection, she was also quite perceptive in moments like these. Unbeknownst to them, just a minute after their departure, the lights in Hinata's room flickered ominously back to life. Inside, an unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere. 2 figures sat beside Hinata, clad in black garments adorned with red clouds. One was tall and lean, while the other possessed a captivating figure. Accompanying them was a strikingly youthful girl. Miss Hinata, my patience is rather limited, Lin Xuan remarked, tapping his fingers on the table with an ominous demeanor. Conan remained silent, selectively ignoring the intimidation of this innocent girl. Aster, however, watched Hinata with keen interest. Standing behind Lin Xuan, providing him a gentle shoulder massage, her delicate hands applying just the right amount of pressure. If I join the Akatsuki, will you spare my sister and the Hyuga clan? Hinata bit her lip, her already pale visage now devoid of color. She trembled with anxiety. Lin Xuan was someone she recognized. He had once assisted her during her childhood, but all she sensed now was malice, as he regarded her existence with disdain. Then came their encounter during the Chunin exams, where he had beaten her into hospitalization. And thereafter, Lin Xuan had come to threaten her. It turns out that this individual is not a friend of Konoha. He is a member of the Akatsuki organization. When Hinata heard this news, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck her heart. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the man threatened her, insisting that she must join the Akatsuki and serve him henceforth. Should Hinata refuse, Lin Xuan would annihilate the Hyuga clan that very night, sparing even her 7-year-old sister. I can assure the safety of Hanabi, along with that of a maid, but as for your family, I can only guarantee that my people will not harm the Hyuga clan. Lin Xuan's demeanor remained remarkably calm. He was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of Hinata's rejection. Hinata clenched the hem of her clothing tightly. Did she truly have a choice? She had none. It was utterly absurd and tragic that she had barely inherited the position of clan leader, and now she was being coerced into betraying her village. The members of her family and the people of Konoha would surely be infuriated. The thought of such a scene caused a flurry of turmoil within Hinata's heart. This man was truly ruthless. Your nail polish is quite lovely, my lady. A hydrangea noticed Xiaonan, who was diligently applying nail polish, seizing the opportunity to flatter her. Do you like it? I'll bring you a bottle when I return. Xiaonan focused intently on her hands, continuing to apply the polish. The blue suited her beautifully. Yet the vermilion red was also appealing. Being a woman herself, she took great care in her appearance, knowing that her brother had a penchant for long hair. Thus she had chosen to grow her hair long over the years. What have you decided? Lin Xuan asked with a cheerful grin, sipping from a cup of watermelon juice purchased from a street vendor. The completion of his task had reached 50 out of 100. The threat issued that night had proven effective. I will join the Akatsuki. Hinata's bright eyes dimmed significantly, as if something within her was extinguishing. The world was far more intricate and ruthless than she had imagined. A prominent figure from the Akatsuki was bullying a mere minor. Wouldn't this be laughable if it were made public? Lin Xuan, however, was untroubled by such considerations. If one could wield power, why concern oneself with the feelings of the weak? This was a world where the strong reigned supreme, devoid of legal constraints. The one who killed your father is a subordinate of Uchiha Obito. I have some good news for you. Obito has betrayed the Akatsuki and is our enemy. Lin Xuan said, gently stroking Hinata's hair. At that moment, his face radiated a sunny smile as he continued, by becoming my subordinate, you will be able to safeguard your sister's life. In the entire shinobi world, I am the only one capable of aiding you in your quest for vengeance. Those scoundrels would never provoke someone as dangerous as Uchiha Obito for the sake of a girl with no kin. In time, you will come to understand this. You should be grateful, little girl. Your future self will surely appreciate the choice you made tonight. The man's words flowed seamlessly, leaving Hinata in a daze, her heart now believing him to a significant extent. Why, one might ask, is there a necessity for the strong to deceive the weak? When you can effortlessly crush an ant, would you still consider the ant's feelings? Soon enough, Hinata would be unwavering in her belief in Lin Xuan's words. Logically speaking, from the perspective of outcomes, it seems that I am in the advantageous position. Thank you, my lord. Hinata bent down, half kneeling on the ground. Observing the white-eyed girl whose gaze had transformed into one of gratitude, Conan's lips twitched slightly. In such a scenario, as her brother would say, it epitomizes the legendary art of rhetoric. Art. What a farce. Is this not merely a brainwashing scam? The target is a Navi heiress from a prominent family. The esteem of the ninja world has been utterly tarnished by you. Your actions have single-handedly diminished the standards of the entire ninja realm. Truly. Oni-chan has no sense of boundaries. Hinata is utterly broken. Departing from Konoha, along with Lin Xuan, Hinata Hyuga mysteriously vanished. However, no one suspected him. Konoha ninjas witnessed a masked man abducting the young lady in the dead of night. That individual was clearly the wanted Uchiha Obito. How could he possibly be connected to Lin Xuan? Who are these two? Hinata timidly inquired. It was not that she lacked courage, but rather that the reputation of Uchiha Itachi was overwhelmingly intimidating. He had single-handedly obliterated the most formidable Uchiha clan in Konoha and was labeled an S-rank rogue ninja. To her astonishment, he was also a member of Akatsuki. Moreover, just recently, the defector Naruto Uzumaki was present as well. Upon seeing the boy clad in red clouds and a black cloak, Hinata suddenly felt that the world was remarkably small. Even joining an Akatsuki organization could result in encountering a classmate. His arm? Uchiha Itachi and Kisame stared in disbelief at the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Had his arm not been severed? I made a deal with Orochimaru, using the cells of the first Hokage for restoration, Lin Xuan casually mentioned. As a pawn of his choosing, Naruto was treated quite well. After a few days of recuperation, he was scheduled for surgery. The newly formed arm indeed derived from the first Hokage, but Lin Xuan had not collaborated with Orochimaru. Rather, he had covertly arranged for Kabuto to accomplish it. As the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, Naruto could naturally accept the power of the Senju clan. Who is the target for recruitment this time? Surely, they cannot be weaker than this Jinchuriki. Kisame seemed intrigued. Although he already knew the answer, he couldn't neglect the formalities. He and Itachi had not departed from the Land of Fire because they had received word from Lin Xuan regarding the recruitment of a newcomer with potential comparable to Naruto Uzumaki for the Akatsuki organization. Pain had naturally agreed, allowing Itachi and Kisame to cooperate with Lin Xuan's actions. The four formal members of Akatsuki made their appearance to extend an invitation. It must be said that this newcomer had quite the reputation. Uchiha Itachi was also contemplating, yet he could not conceive of a suitable candidate. Was there truly a genius in Konoha today who could match the potential of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Naruto was closely monitored by Akatsuki, making it difficult to act. But the newly joined individual would not enjoy such fortune. Itachi planned to seek an opportunity to eliminate him, thereby preventing the emergence of a second Orochimaru in the future. Valley of the End. Water cascaded down the cliff, with colossal stone statues standing on either side, representing the legendary figures of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, which is the origin of the Valley of the End's name. It is rumored that the legendary Hashirama Senju once triumphed over Uchiha Madara right here. After waiting for half a day, Lin Xuan and his companions finally spotted the defector, Uchiha Sasuke, arriving from the village. Ah, Sasuke. The corners of the darkened Naruto's mouth curled slightly upward. It turns out that Lin's objective was none other than the strongest prodigy of Team 7. The top-ranked genin of this generation in Konoha, and one of the few friends he still acknowledges. That fool. Uchiha Itachi appeared unaffected on the surface. Yet within him surged a tempest of emotions. Mr. Itachi, what are your thoughts on this newcomer joining the Akatsuki? After all, he carries the Uchiha name. Lin Xuan seemed quite invested in Sasuke's potential. The prowess of the Uchiha clan is well known in the ninja world, once he unlocks the Manjiki Sharingan. Controlling tailed beasts would be a mere trifle. Compared to Uchiha Itachi, the Akatsuki naturally hoped to cultivate a loyal subordinate. It's not that Itachi was suspected. It was simply that Lin Xuan was evidently more ambitious. Both brothers were regarded as valuable assets by Lin Xuan. Taking a deep breath, Itachi's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, revealing the rippling pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan. This marked the most perilous moment he had faced since infiltrating the Akatsuki. Even the near-fatal encounter with Yagura and the tailed beast bomb paled in comparison to this. His own life was of little consequence. But Sasuke absolutely could not meet with misfortune. Lin, perhaps you overestimate him. My foolish brother lacks even a fraction of the strength of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If it weren't for the fact that he could assist me in honing my ocular techniques, I would not have deliberately spared his life. Itachi's voice was cold, laced with a hint of derision. On the surface, it indeed appeared to be the case. However, Lin Xuan and Kisame were well aware of the true nature of the brotherly bond. They simply chose not to unveil the truth. So he is but a waste. Then let us dispose of him. Naruto, would you be able to handle this task? As for honing ocular techniques, let pain accompany you. I expect some respect for my position as leader. Lin Xuan mimicked Itachi's demeanor, speaking with feigned seriousness. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression darkened. Can't you utter a single sensible word? To have Naruto kill Sasuke, you truly have a knack for selecting the worst candidates. Suggesting pain for ocular training? What nonsense. Over the years, Itachi had begun to take medication. Otherwise, his body would collapse, leading to his untimely demise. He absolutely could not afford to perish before witnessing Sasuke's growth. Seeking pain for combat under such circumstances was tantamount to courting death. Lin, Mr. Itachi, I genuinely believe Sasuke is not as lacking as you suggest. I am confident that his talents rival my own, if not surpass them. Naruto Uzumaki spoke earnestly. Though he was merely a preparatory member of the Akatsuki, his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki granted him privileges and a voice comparable to that of full-fledged members. The organization would not burden him with overly challenging tasks. Their primary focus was his development. I detect the scent of romance in the air. Xianghua, embodying a little fangirl, giggled, revealing a knowing glint in her eyes. Uchiha Sasuke was already drawing near. Orochimaru's sound ninja obstructed the lower-ranked shinobi dispatched by Konoha, leaving Sasuke with merely 2 minutes to reach his destination at his current pace. Within this brief span, the Akatsuki would determine the fate of the young boy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not jest. Is Uchiha Sasuke truly worthy of joining the Akatsuki? I require a satisfactory answer post-haste. If he indeed lacks talent, then there is no need for him to survive, as the Akatsuki harbors no room for the inept. Conan's gaze was frigid, and a profound silence enveloped the assembly, despite Lin Xuan being the stronger sibling. The members of the Akatsuki were acutely aware that the most formidable individual not to be trifled with was Conan. Lin Xuan, in contrast, was amiable and agreeable, diligently assisting the leader without greed or a lust for power. However, Conan was an entirely different matter. Should one offend her, Lin Xuan would ensure they experienced the exquisite art of torment. Years ago, Kakuzu had witnessed Conan incinerate millions of explosive tags during a battle and had derisively remarked on her extravagant ways. Consequently, within a mere month, he had undergone the replacement of 11 hearts. Among the chastened was Haiden, a newcomer to the Akatsuki, who foolishly criticized Conan's methods of combat. To him, killing required an aesthetic sensibility, particularly in his cult rituals, and he deemed explosive tags an affront to true artistry. The outcome for him was dismal. Haiden's head had been severed over 30 times, stitched and reattached repeatedly, leaving him with remnants of Kakuzu's specialized thread around his neck to secure his head in place. After a prolonged silence, Naruto spoke first. I believe in Sasuke. He is certainly not inferior to me. The last time he encountered that boy, his demeanor towards Itachi had been decidedly disrespectful, prompting Naruto to suggest eliminating the troublesome child. Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled, seemingly considering Itachi's perspective. Even Itachi, with his typically composed demeanor, felt a hint of anger rising within him, nearly unleashing his Amaterasu. Such a good teammate you are, Shark. Do you really need to concern yourself with me? Since Naruto has spoken, I shall support him. Let Uchiha Sasuke remain in the Akatsuki, Lin Xuan declared, patting the young man's shoulder with a light-hearted smile. Such a determination was beyond the purview of Azalea and Hinata, as they were not even considered provisional members. Before I utilize him to my advantage, let us spare his life for now, Itachi finally interjected. His original plan had been to allow Sasuke to mature steadily within Konoha, executing his scheme only after Sasuke awakened at least 3 Tomo in his Sharingan. By sacrificing himself, he intended to empower his brother with the Mangeki Sharingan. enabling him to attain the eternal Meijiki. Although the future of the ninja world remained uncertain, Sasuke would at least possess the means for self-preservation, allowing Itachi to depart with peace of mind. However, the actions of Lin Xuan and the others had thoroughly disrupted Itachi's plans. To have Sasuke join the Akatsuki? What a farcical notion, he thought. Sasuke would undoubtedly be irreparably damaged by that band of lunatics. Naruto Uzumaki, as your initial assignment from the organization. You are tasked with recruiting Sasuke, Conan commanded. Naruto was indeed inclined towards this plan and would naturally not dissent, as he was uneasy about others intervening carelessly. The matters concerning Sasuke and Itachi were quite troublesome, yet one step at a time. The foremost priority was to ensure Sasuke's survival. As time gradually passed, the clash between Naruto and Sasuke concluded swiftly. The current Uzumaki Naruto not only harnessed the chakra of the Nine Tails but had also mastered the rudimentary would-release technique, leading to an inevitable defeat for Sasuke. Under a brooding sky, rain began to fall unexpectedly. Lin Xuan and his companions sought refuge in a cave, bringing along the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke. You bastard, Naruto. Sasuke, just regaining consciousness, immediately erupted in fury. However, before he could finish his tirade, he glanced around and began to question his reality. So many members of Akatsuki? The sight of Uzumaki Naruto, a rogue ninja clad in Akatsuki attire, was somewhat anticipated, considering Akatsuki's acceptance of rogue ninjas from various villages. But what on earth was Lin Xuan doing here? Was he the heir to the Hidden Rain village? Was it truly appropriate for him to appear in such a context? Lin, Naruto, what on earth is happening? Why are you stopping me from seeking Orochimaru? Sasuke inquired with confusion. The surrealism of Lin Xuan appearing in Akatsuki's garb was akin to the shocking announcement of an unexpected coupling between Barbie and Iron Man. On the surface, he vehemently opposed Akatsuki, joining the 5 great nations in denouncing the organization. Yet in the blink of an eye, he donned their uniform. Hey, you truly are a remarkable character. Forget the details. The power of revenge is what truly matters, right? Akatsuki can provide you with everything you desire, Lin Xuan said with a sinister smile. Sasuke took several deep breaths and eventually nodded slightly. Indeed, regardless of Lin Xuan's schemes, they were of no concern to him. His sole focus was to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, your brother seems to have calmed down. Lin Xuan waved a hand towards the shadows. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded that person. How could he have forgotten? The shark-faced Kisame Hashigaki had previously appeared alongside Uchiha Itachi. If he was present, then Itachi must surely be as well. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. Upon encountering his foe, Uchiha Sasuke lost all semblance of rationality. What did power disparity matter? What of the Meijiki Sharingan and the two Tomo? What significance did mastering Chidori in a month hold? At this moment, nothing was as crucial as killing Itachi. How foolish and weak Sasuke was. Why was he so feeble? Why? Itachi delivered 2 sharp slaps to Sasuke without restraint. This fool had just battled Naruto, with barely a shred of chakra left, yet dared to engage again. It was truly absurd. Did such a person even deserve to inherit the Uchiha name? The expressions on Lin Xuan and Kisame's faces were replete with schadenfreude. Itachi felt a twinge of anger within. As his brother, Sasuke's intellect left much to be desired. It felt as if his talent was inferior to that of a Jinchuriki. The wisteria murmured softly. Truly, Mr. Itachi is deserving of his reputation, exhibiting such ruthless indifference even towards his own brother. Kisame Hashigaki chuckled slyly. If it were not for your remaining value, I would vote to eliminate you, foolish Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha dispatched Sasuke with another kick. The latter, already wounded, collapsed on the ground, unable to move, his eyes wide with helplessness as he stared at Itachi. To act is to see it through to the end. The more severe and cold the actions taken now, the more they genuinely protect Sasuke. The Akatsuki is a realm where strength reigns supreme, although inter-member conflict is ostensibly prohibited, given the unique circumstances surrounding you and Itachi Uchiha. We shall not interfere in your brotherly duel. Here, you may attempt to slay your brother whenever you wish. Lin Xuan began to assume the role of the benevolent figure. While Itachi played the villain, he too had to embody a darker persona, thus he would take on the role of the good cop. Sasuke did not become the underdog. Naruto felt a surge of joy at Sasuke's inclusion. Just as he had chosen to betray Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha too had made his decision, the path of fratricide. All was for vengeance. Joining the Akatsuki was, for Sasuke, a fortuitous turn. Sasuke, suppressing his pain, lifted his head defiantly. Who would lose to you? Do not be so pleased with yourself. Naruto chuckled, beginning to introduce Sasuke. Lin Xuan and Konan are already acquainted. They are formal members of the Akatsuki. The Azalea is Konane's student. That previous fellow, Hozuki Mangetsu, is a provisional member like me. Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi are also formal members. Considering his friend's feelings, Naruto refrained from addressing Itachi with the honorific senpai. He did not know much about Itachi Uchiha. However, if forced to choose, he would undoubtedly select Sasuke. I see. Does that mean I am also a provisional member now? Sasuke gradually regained his composure. Given the current disparity in strength between himself and Itachi Uchiha, there was no immediate need for confrontation. A ninja is defined as someone who can endure what is intolerable to others. What does it matter to endure for years for the sake of vengeance? It is far better than having no hope at all. Itachi's strength surpassed his expectations. Yet the Akatsuki organization existed beyond his comprehension. There seemed to be many formidable ninjas like Itachi within the Akatsuki. As long as Sasuke could receive guidance from such individuals, killing Itachi should not prove to be an insurmountable task. Why would the Akatsuki permit a 12-year-old boy to engage in a life-and-death duel with Itachi Uchiha? Why would they regard the two as equally valuable? Sasuke was no fool. Upon reflection, he understood this matter clearly. Whether Sasuke succeeded in killing Itachi or Itachi ultimately vanquished Sasuke, the impact on the Akatsuki would be minimal. This organization merely required laborers, specifically the strongest laborers. Whether the one remaining to serve was the brother or the elder sibling mattered little to others. How many formal members are there? Sasuke Uchiha began to inquire about information from Naruto with a newfound earnestness. Excluding Orochimaru and Obito, who had once betrayed the Akatsuki, there are currently 10 official members. Naruto was more than willing to enlighten Sasuke. Only by joining the Akatsuki would one truly comprehend the extent of this organization's terror. If this group of lunatics so desires, they could potentially annihilate a great nation overnight. Not even a formidable power like the Land of Fire would be exempt. However, according to the information from Akatsuki's leader, since its inception, the organization has yet to engage in a large-scale battle. Their missions are typically conducted by pairs, with only rare instances of multiple members acting in unison. Is Konan truly a formal member? Sasuke cast a suspicious glance at his companion. One moment, he observed Itachi, who sat in serene meditation, and the next, he regarded the mature and alluring woman beside Lin Xuan. Indeed, is there an issue? Naruto scratched his head. At this remark, a deeper confusion clouded Sasuke's expression. Is the status of being a formal member of Akatsuki somewhat dubious? He had witnessed the tactics of the Ketsumatsu, and he had seen Konan compete against Naruto during the Chunin exams. They seemed to merely deploy explosive tags. When it came to combat, they simply threw explosive notes. Are they truly legitimate ninjas? Is this not a form of cheating through financial means? Born into the legendary Uchiha clan, Sasuke's pride was inherent. The fact that Itachi, with his Manjiki Sharingan, was compared to a ninja who merely utilized explosive tags was perplexing. If one were to discuss strength alone, wouldn't Itachi effortlessly overpower Konan? With that thought in mind, why does Konan qualify as a formal member? Sasuke instinctively voiced his inquiry. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed the peculiar expressions of those around him. Even Naruto had retreated, unwilling to plead on behalf of his former comrade. Do you dare question Konan? Are you unaware of the meaning of the word death? At that moment, Naruto was immensely grateful for the warning from Akatsuki's leader, never discuss Lady Konan. Otherwise, Haiden and Kakuzu serve as prime examples of what could go awry. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? Sasuke surveyed the members of Akatsuki, feeling utterly innocent in that moment. Having already joined Akatsuki, what was wrong with reasonably discussing the strength of its formal members? Why was he being regarded with such disdain? Itachi, may I assist you in disciplining your younger brother? This brat speaks without a filter if he offends certain seniors. Those individuals may not be as accommodating as I am. Lin Xuan, cracking his knuckles, rose with a smile that resembled that of a devil. What of using explosive tags? Even 1,000,000 wouldn't be enough to kill you. What of 100,000,000? To take a step back, even if Konan were merely a decorative figure, publicly questioning the strength of someone else's sister is tantamount to slapping her in the face. Speaking of Sasuke Uchiha himself, Kakashi had already become a jonin at your age, and your brother was a formal member of Akatsuki by the age of 13. Although Naruto may lack in intellect, he possesses within him the strongest tailed beast. The 9 tails, half of it at least. Sasuke, playing house with lower-ranked children, do you not feel a sense of shame? Who granted you the audacity to challenge others? Is it because of Liang Jingru? Truly, you are inexperienced, overly playful, and excessively verbose. Not only were Kisame and the others left speechless, but even Itachi Uchiha, as the elder brother, furrowed his brow in concern. As the saying goes, cleverness often leads to one's downfall. Sasuke, with his misguided self-perception of brilliance and talent, is particularly susceptible to misfortune. To put it simply, he lacks the power yet insists on posturing. While Itachi refrains from such pretentiousness, Sasuke boldly embraces it. Naruto also avoids such arrogance, yet Sasuke does not hesitate to indulge in it, whether he is showing off or merely on the path to doing so. As long as he does not get beaten to a pulp, he can continue this farce indefinitely. What is this called? In more flattering terms, it is referred to as the protagonist's halo, a royal prerogative. Less charitably, it can simply be called foolishness. Sigh. Itachi let out a deep sigh, tacitly accepting Lin Xuan's role in disciplining his younger brother. Let the blows fall. He could no longer endure watching Sasuke's antics. This fool deserves a thorough beating. If others take action, his emotional burden would be somewhat alleviated. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing resonated painfully, echoing through Sasuke's already battered body. MMM. Sasuke emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This was not merely a fracture, it was a crack in the bone of his arm. Not to mention Sasuke, even someone like Kakashi would find it hard to suppress a cry of pain. Naruto, Sasuke, this is your first lesson in the Akatsuki. One must learn to respect their seniors, Lin Xuan remarked with a cold smile, the gentleness on his face having vanished without a trace. Sasuke gritted his teeth tightly. This was not his first experience with Lin Xuan's harsh discipline, yet this time, he found it intolerable. Just as Lin Xuan intended to break Sasuke's other arm, Kisame Hashigaki, with his bandaged muscles, stepped in front of Lin Xuan. Though they were enemies, blood ties ran deeper, and he sought to spare Mr. Itachi some dignity. Kisame's shark-like visage contorted into an unappealing grin. While Itachi appeared unfazed, internally he acknowledged Kisame's intervention as a favor. The pain inflicted upon Sasuke resonated deeply within him. This encapsulated Itachi's true feelings. He held a profound love for his younger brother. Indeed, Sasuke occupied a more significant place in his heart than the entire village of Konoha, as evidenced by the sacrifices he made to shield him from harm. What brotherhood! It would be better to break this worthless fool's limbs, as it would not hinder his training of the Sharingan. Itachi seemed indifferent to the face-saving plea Kisame had made. In that moment, Kisame could not help but admire Itachi's acting prowess. Had he not learned the truth from Lin Xuan, he would never have guessed that Itachi was so protective of his brother. Humph. I do not require the dignity of such scum. Sasuke resolutely refused to yield. If he had to rely on Itachi's reputation to survive in the Akatsuki, it would be better to swiftly eliminate him. Sasuke should understand the limits of his words. How about we proceed this way? Naruto suggested, having approached as the situation seemed to stabilize. Very well. Lin Xuan nonchalantly released Sasuke, returning to his seat as if nothing had transpired. Inside the cave, the members of the Akatsuki sat in silence, quietly partaking in their evening meal. The terms Sasuke and genius cannot be said to be entirely unrelated. Rather, they are completely disconnected. The impression they convey is even less compelling than that of Naruto. As the saying goes, one should not be too much like Sasuke. In the vicinity of the Sound Village lies Orochimaru's underground lair. In the dimly lit room, Orochimaru lies on a sickbed, anxiety etched upon his face. Why has Uchiha Sasuke not yet returned? While there has been some progress in the White Zetsu experiment, it has not been completely successful. The biological entity known as White Zetsu employs remarkably sophisticated concealment techniques. Even knowing of their existence, capturing them remains a formidable challenge. Despite Orochimaru's relentless efforts, he has only managed to capture a single live specimen. He is reluctant to take the risk of recklessly using White Zetsu as a vessel for his forbidden jutsu. Perhaps Sasuke has been intercepted along the way. Kabuto wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice equally fraught with impatience. The world of shinobi has more than one actor of note. He, Kabuto, is not inferior to anyone in terms of performance. Who dares oppose me? Orochimaru, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally, his eyes ablaze with fury. If Lin Xuan dared to bully him, did he truly believe that anyone could trample over him? It could be Uchiha Obito, or perhaps someone from the Akatsuki. Kabuto cautiously analyzed the situation. Regardless, Orochimaru inhaled deeply. His body could not afford to languish. He must utilize the forbidden technique without delay. He ordered the live White Zetsu to be brought forth as a vessel. Do we need the first Hokage's cells? Kabuto adjusted his glasses. The reason White Zetsu is suitable for Orochimaru's ninjutsu lies in its capacity to accommodate numerous bloodline limits. including the coveted release of the first Hokage. A flicker of hesitation crossed Orochimaru's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. No, it would be unwise to take risks before the experimental results are fully realized. No matter how formidable the power, one must be alive to wield it. He has no desire for any misfortune to befall his reincarnation. After enduring for so many years, he could afford to wait. 2 days later, at the Akatsuki's base, the organization formally welcomed 2 new provisional members, with all members in attendance. The members from the Rain Village participated in their true forms, while those outside utilized the body flicker technique to arrive. All official members were present: Pain, Zetsu, Lin Xuan, Konan, Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, and Itachi. The provisional members included Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hozuki Mangetsu. The likes of Wisteria and Hinata Hyuga were not yet privy to such high-level meetings, thus they did not appear, as they were not even considered provisional members. Oh, is this the new blood of the organization? Do they truly possess the qualifications to join us? Deidara was the first to voice his discontent. Once a rebellious youth from the Stone Village, he had been scouted by the Akatsuki while tinkering with his explosive art. Having been swiftly subdued by a mere glance from Itachi, Deidara was far from appeased. Yet, when it came to confronting Itachi, he lacked the courage. After all, Itachi was still his senior. However, one must not bully Itachi, but is it acceptable to target a mere 12-year-old Uchiha Sasuke? Deidara had long harbored disdain for those of the Uchiha clan. The Akatsuki is a war organization, not a school. Why are they all mere children? Kakuzu also muttered his grievances. Uzumaki Naruto, with his unique identity as a Jinchuriki and the son of the 4th Hokage, carries a significant weight. Yet what of Uchiha Sasuke? He has not exhibited any remarkable prowess. Even now, he possesses merely the 2-tomo Sharingan, far inferior to his brother. Very well. Let us allow the newcomers to introduce themselves. Upon Pain's utterance, the cave fell into a notable silence. For reasons unknown, the Akatsuki's meeting place is invariably in these damp, chilly caverns. Uchiha Sasuke. To slay Itachi, I have joined the Akatsuki to gain greater strength. As long as I can kill Itachi, nothing else matters. Sasuke proclaimed loudly. Despite his left arm being clad in bandages, which rendered him somewhat comical, yet few dared to mock him. Uchiha. Uchiha. Is the Akatsuki truly founded by your clan? Deidara complained. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and now another Uchiha Sasuke. How many official positions are there? Damn those Uchihas. Indeed. The Akatsuki has turned out to be an Uchiha enterprise. If one were to reckon according to the schemes of Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, they are the true founders of the Akatsuki. Names like Yuhiko and Nagato are merely pawns in the hands of these masterminds. Of course, Deidara remained oblivious to this. He simply could not stand the Uchihas. The members of the Akatsuki exchanged glances. Many were aware that Sasuke was Itachi's brother. Yet few anticipated that Sasuke would one day be invited to the Akatsuki. How would this pair of mortal enemies, who are also brothers, coexist within the Akatsuki? Itachi remained composed. The more they sought to read his expression, the colder his demeanor became, as if Sasuke were merely a disposable tool, to be drained of his final value. Lin Xuan, what is this charade? There is no need to recruit one's adversary into the fold, is there? Haiden could not help but scrutinize Sasuke further. It was inevitable. Everyone wished to witness a dramatic clash between brothers, a spectacle that was not easily seen. Lin Xuan shrugged his shoulders. Uchiha Itachi, maintaining his impassive expression, stated his rationale. I require someone with the Sharingan to assist in my training. And Uchiha Sasuke is perfect for this role. Secrets, such as the eternal Manjiki and the methods of unlocking the Manjiki, cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Thus, Itachi used the pretense of training to safeguard Sasuke while simultaneously securing his guardianship over him. Danger and opportunity coexist. If Sasuke can navigate these years unscathed, it may serve as a form of trial for him. Let Itachi and Kisame tend to Uchiha Sasuke, while regarding Uzumaki Naruto. Who do you wish to be with? Pain's gaze shifted to the blonde youth. He harbored a profound interest in this Jinchuriki, for he was a disciple of Jiraiya and the child of the 4th Hokage. I wish to accompany Brother Lin, Naruto replied without hesitation. While there were many formidable individuals within Akatsuki, he lacked a deep emotional connection with them. Only Lin Xuan treated him well and often respected his opinions. On the other hand, Lin Xuan's prowess was beyond question, and Naruto had no concrete understanding of the other members. Pain nodded and asked, Lin Xuan, what do you think? Let Naruto team up with Manyu. Akatsuki traditionally operates in pairs, and I would not casually break the rules. Lin Xuan blinked, rejecting the proposal with a look of surprise from Naruto. While occasionally teaching Naruto ninjutsu was acceptable, having a little follower trailing behind him every day, especially one who was a darkly passionate fool, was something he was unequivocally unwilling to accept. Brother Lin, do I really attract such disdain? Naruto rolled his eyes. Newcomers should start from the bottom and learn properly from Manu for a while, Lin Xuan advised in a tone befitting a senior. Then let it be arranged. Ghost Lantern Manu and Vortex Naruto will form a pair, following the arrangements of Zetsu regarding their missions. Pain concurred with this suggestion. Yes, leader, Zetsu replied calmly. Little ones, remember to respect your seniors within the organization. This fellow beside me, Deidara, is not the type to last long. Sasori began to impart wisdom to the newcomers. Speaking earnestly, he had endured enough of Deidara's foul temper. If two more such disrespectful individuals joined the organization, he feared he might lose control and resort to violence. There is a limit to patience, and what kind of behavior is this raucousness? Hey, brother Sasori, I've always respected you, Deidara retorted, clearly displeased. Shouldn't everyone be laughing and scolding the newcomers together? Why was he suddenly mentioned? To curse a 16-year-old to a short life was quite harsh. Who told you to incessantly tinker with explosives, making a racket? Those are not mere explosives, they are art, Deidara declared. Art is eternal beauty, like my puppet technique. You little brat know nothing of art. No, art is the beauty of a fleeting moment. It is explosion. Deidara, are you asking for a beating again? Even if it's brother Sasori, I won't back down on this. Explosions are the only true art in this world, and you see, Sister Conan truly understands art. You. Sasori nearly struck him with a slap. Youngsters have no sense of martial virtue. Is this how you play? Bringing Sister Conan into it. Hee. Deidara made a ridiculous face and skipped out of the cave, embodying a singularly cheerful spirit. Humph, Sasori followed behind, sullen. What could he say? Could he really assert that Conan was merely a producer of explosive tags, knowing nothing of true art? He lacked the courage to say so. Let the welcoming ceremony conclude here. I shall go gather intelligence, Zetsu declared, severing the illusionary technique. Soon after, Pain and his companions also abandoned ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke departed with Itachi and Kisame, while Naruto Uzumaki followed Suigetsu. Upon returning to the Hidden Rain village, Lin Xuan felt a profound sense of relief and took Conan home. The life of a behind-the-scenes master is fraught with exhaustion, constantly calculating and considering various circumstances, all to orchestrate fate. Who can empathize with the burdens of such a figure? Ordinary individuals are truly incapable of darkening Naruto Uzumaki's heart. Zhu claimed he was gathering intelligence, yet his true intentions were far from that. Uchiha Obito causing a ruckus at the CHNIN exams? Obito's subordinates wielding would release techniques akin to that of the first Hokage? How could he be unaware of Obito's prowess? The white Zetsu clone monitored continuously. Surely there couldn't be any information slipping through unnoticed. Who is that mysterious individual? Is the one appearing in Konoha truly Uchiha Obito? Zhu clandestinely summoned Lin Xuan, bombarding him with questions from the outset. If we were to discuss trust, he believed Obito's loyalty surpassed that of Lin Xuan, even suspecting Lin Xuan might be orchestrating some clandestine actions. It was Obito. I witnessed him utilize Kamui with my own eyes, Lin Xuan declared confidently, thumping his chest. Observing his demeanor, it seemed that his black-clad counterpart was at a loss for words. Could it be that Obito is indeed a traitor? The possibility was unervingly real. While white Zetsu clones could be mass-produced, each possessed only mediocre strength. For Obito to evade the surveillance of white Zetsu was not insurmountable. Was it truly Obito who appeared that day? Black Zetsu, feeling uneasy, inquired once more. Obito had been a pawn nurtured by him and Madara for years. The notion of betrayal was psychologically intolerable. It was undoubtedly Kamui. I saw it with my own eyes, Lin Xuan asserted without a hint of hesitation. Black Zetsu chose not to linger further, convinced that Obito's mindset had indeed gone awry. The Uchiha clan was a troublesome lot, all inherently similar, each self-absorbed and believing themselves to be the center of the universe, expecting the cosmos to revolve around them. A week later, in the land of rice, Lin Xuan undertook this mission with only Conan, avoiding any grand displays. The formal plan of Akatsuki had yet to commence, and life was leisurely. A simple vacation request to the leader sufficed. Brother, who do you plan to bring misfortune upon this time? Conan asked, her eyes sparkling. Each time Lin Xuan ventured out of the village, someone inevitably faced misfortune. Child, what are you laughing at? I am engaged in serious business, Lin Xuan teased. playfully tapping his sister's delicate nose, his expression laced with affection. Certainly, they weren't merely wandering aimlessly. Their location was the Hidden Sound Village, and along the way, they noted several bases of white Zetsu, which would later be relayed to Kabuto. Once Kabuto received the intelligence, he would discreetly orchestrate the capture of white Zetsu by Orochimaru or his subordinates. With sufficient white Zetsu for experimentation, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique would soon reach perfection. After a short while, aided by the magnetic release ring, the two encountered Kabuto in the Hidden Sound Village, disguised in casual attire and donning masks. The ninjas and civilians of the Hidden Sound Village failed to notice any anomalies, thus not recognizing Lin Xuan and Xiao Nan. "What are your instructions, my lord?" Kabuto and the tardy Kankuro knelt before him. "Kankuro, how have you been lately? Are you adjusting well to your stay here?" Lin Xuan did not immediately issue commands, but instead expressed concern for his subordinates. Frankly, Kankuro, as a sensory-type ninja, possessed remarkable talent. Capable of detecting all chakra-bearing beings within a radius of several dozen miles, and could remember most individuals after a single encounter. However, this was not her true worth. The individuals Lin Xuan sought were not mere scouts, a notion Kabuto also contemplated. "My lord, I am doing quite well. I am much happier than before," Kankuro replied. Taken aback, her head bowed even lower with a slight tremor in her voice. Through Kabuto, she had gleaned the depth of this lord's power and wisdom, and dared not entertain any thoughts of disrespect. "That is good to hear." Lin Xuan shifted his gaze toward Kabuto and produced a map. "Follow the coordinates indicated here to locate White Zetsu. These items are gifts for Orochimaru. As for how Orochimaru discovers the treasure, I trust you know what to do." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a confident smile gracing his face. "My subordinate understands and shall not disappoint you, my lord. After all, it was merely a matter of calculations." A forte of his, capable of flawlessly arranging any situation that could be resolved by intellect. This was precisely what Lin Xuan valued in him. A leader who micromanages is beneath their station. Thus, having an astute subordinate is essential. "Prepare for surgery. I intend to have Uzumaki Kankuro undergo the transplantation of Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan." Lin Xuan suddenly spoke again. Not only did Kabuto's expression turn to shock, but even Xiaonan gazed at her brother in disbelief. The Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shirsue, housing the strongest ocular techniques, was to be bestowed upon a girl who had only been under their wing for less than 2 months? Was this not a far-fetched fantasy? It seemed highly unreliable. What if Kankuro were to betray them, even if the odds were 1,000,000,000 to 1? Neither Lin Xuan nor Xiaonan could afford to be ensnared. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not salvage the situation. "And my lord, perhaps you might reconsider?" Kabuto's throat moved slightly, his expression bitter. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. The stakes involved were too perilous. "My lord, I am not." Kankuro, the party in question, was more anxious than anyone, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Declining was not an option, nor was acceptance. It seemed any course of action would provoke hostility. Not only the Sharingan, but Kankuro was also to receive a new arm, akin to Naruto Uzumaki's operation. Lin Xuan continued speaking as if oblivious to the grim expressions on the faces of the three. The Uzumaki clan was inherently resilient. Nagato was a prime example, having successfully transplanted Madara's Rinnegan. Karen, being a member of the Uzumaki clan and possessing the cells of the first Hokage, is nearly the perfect vessel for the transplantation of the Manjiki Sharingan. The ultimate Genjutsu, Akatsuki, which has a cooling period exceeding a decade, could potentially be reduced to 5 years or even 3. Indeed, this approach is fraught with uncertainty, as Karen's loyalty remains questionable. Why not transplant it to Konan or Hydrangea instead? For those not of the Uchiha clan, the burden of wielding the Manjiki Sharingan is immense. Otherwise, why did Madara choose Nagato as a pawn rather than randomly selecting someone from the streets? Forcing Konan and Hydrangea to use the Manjiki Sharingan would have repercussions in various aspects, even rendering them unable to control the opening and closing of their eyes. Kakashi, having transplanted 3 Tomo, has seen no increase in his chakra over the years, unable to even practice ninjutsu, relegated to merely copying others with his Sharingan. On the surface, he is known as the copy ninja, yet in reality, Kakashi has been hindered by his eye. With such a precedent, how could Lin Xuan bear to burden her own with the pressures of the Manjiki Sharingan? Hence, she chose Karen as the most suitable candidate. "Should you insist on this, allow me to take charge of Karen's brainwashing," Kabuto volunteered. Following a moment of silence, he pondered Lin Xuan's rationale for this decision. Simply discussing the suitability of the Manjiki Sharingan, Karen's bloodline coupled with the transplanted cells of Hashirama indeed makes her an exemplary choice. However, when the factor of loyalty is considered, selecting Karen appears rather reckless. Suitability is innate, beyond anyone's control. Loyalty, on the other hand, can be cultivated or enforced through necessary means, such as brainwashing, hypnosis, or even implanted explosives. Thus, Kabuto surmised Lin Xuan's intentions and proactively offered to manage Karen. I am willing to cooperate, Karen said, casting a glance at Kabuto and then at her impassive superior, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. Indeed. How could someone like her possibly attain a happy ending? All right, you two, making me out to be the villain here. Do you think my heart is as dark as Orochimaru's? Lin Xuan remarked with a hint of irritation, a smile playing on her lips. Are we performing a tragic play? It seemed Kabuto was being deliberately provocative, predicting that circumstances would unfold in this manner. Indicating for his two subordinates to stand, Lin Xuan embraced Conan, offering her a reassuring glance. You know the loyalty this young girl has towards me, don't you, Kabuto? If you do not betray me, how could Karen ever act against me? This is an undeniable fact, unchangeable even by Jesus himself. After all, in this world, Karen's only love is you, Kabuto. Huh? Is that so? Kabuto feigned innocence, appearing genuinely surprised. Karen, on the other hand, was flustered, nervously clutching her clothing, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Upon hearing this, Conan also came to a realization. Is this moral coercion? Regardless of how powerful Karen becomes or what valuable investments she acquires, this young girl will never betray. Why? Because the one she admires, Yakushi Kabuto, is a subordinate of Lin Xuan, and it's not merely a simple infatuation. Observing Lin Xuan's confident demeanor, engaging in lively conversation, it is evident that Xiong Lin's affection for Yakushi Kabuto is utterly devastating. Love is indeed the most potent and reckless poison in this world. Well, we are all on the same side. It's merely a play. I shall not interfere in the relationship between the two of you. Ah, youth, such is the nature of adolescence. Let us arrange the surgery promptly. Lin Xuan smirked as he patted Kabuto on the shoulder. Xiaonan retrieved a delicate, transparent glass vial from the sealing scroll, within which a solitary eyeball was submerged in a verdant solution. Yes, my lord. Yakushi Kabuto reined in his smile, respectfully accepting the vial. He did not harbor any affection for Xiong Lin. To rephrase, he did not despise her either. The inexplicable adoration from a young girl was of no concern to him. However, the situation had shifted. Previously, he had little interest in women, yet now it seemed imperative to cultivate such interest. Pursuing romance under orders was merely a trivial task. Considering Xiong Lin's immense power increased post-kaleidoscope transplantation, Yakushi Kabuto felt an unfamiliar weight of pressure. Now, do not be overly anxious, it is merely an eye. In the future, your resources will multiply, and growing stronger is only a matter of time. As a considerate employer, I shall ensure you do not appear inferior before your girlfriend. Lin Xuan's face bore a benevolent expression, yet his words failed to bring any joy. After all, Yakushi Kabuto remained indifferent towards women. However, Lin Xuan was not speaking idly. The Earth Release, Rebirth technique would be entrusted to Kabuto, encompassing countless formidable warriors. Additionally, there were various forbidden techniques and research outcomes from Orochimaru, alongside the opportunity to learn Sage Mode from the White Serpent Sage in the Dragon Cave. Compared to subordinates like Deidara, Kabuto's future was indeed limitless. Thank you, my lord. A disingenuous smile contorted Yakushi Kabuto's face. Thank you, my lord. In contrast, Xiong Lin's reaction was far more genuine, her youthful visage flushed with excitement. Undergoing the surgery represented her fortuitous chance, a pivotal moment for her to rise. Not only would she gain strength, but she would also be permitted to pursue Yakushi Kabuto. Being treated as a mere tool was inconsequential. Being chosen was the testament to her exceptional potential. How many others lack such an opportunity? The young girl was overwhelmed with happiness, her worldview subtly warped in the process. Xiaonan observed with a peculiar expression. The simplistic intellect of a young girl was inherently limited, and having undergone the trials of love, her capacity for rational thought had further diminished, rendering her the perfect tool. The naive girl, blessed with an exceptional lineage, was indeed a rare find. And yet she had been ensnared. Reality, at times, surpasses human imagination in its surrealism. That night, the surgery was performed by Orochimaru's prized student, and as expected, it was executed flawlessly. The girl's left arm was replaced with a new limb composed of Hashirama's cells, wrapped in bandages to conceal its whiteness. And her new left eye was swiftly mastered. Based on Xiong Lin's own experience, The cooldown time for the Lin was 3 years. The young girl responded earnestly. Lin Xuan cast a commendatory glance at Lin, noting that the timing was not far from his predictions. Rest for a few more days. Our objective is Uchiha Obito, and we cannot afford any mistakes. He tapped the table, deciding not to intrude upon the intimate world of Do and Lin, and returned to their hotel for rest. Under the premise of mutual gaze, the heavenly deity technique was theoretically an invincible illusion, unless the enemy's mental strength vastly surpassed that of the caster. To have Lin control the Sage of Six Paths would indeed be an unfair burden on her. If they were unable to overcome the eternal Mangeki Sharingan-wielding Uchiha Obito, it would reflect a shortcoming within Lin herself. 2 days swiftly passed. Orochimaru and Kabuto captured White Zetsu, embarking on a new round of experimental research. In contrast, Lin Xuan encountered a different scenario. "Hey, friend, could you direct me to the Hidden Rain village? I seem to be lost." The voice echoed, transforming into an ordinary person. White Zetsu looked up, puzzled. "Hidden Rain village? You are utterly lost, considering the distance between the land of rain and the land of rice." "Hiss, are you Lin Xuan?" White Zetsu scrutinized the young man suspiciously. At first glance, he did not recognize him due to the absence of the Akatsuki uniform, but upon closer inspection, the face revealed that he was indeed the pawn they had under their control, much like Uchiha Obito, a believer in the Moon's Eye plan. The guess was correct. Lin Xuan, with ulterior motives, extended his fist. In an instant, with a resounding crack, White Zetsu was captured, compelled to divulge information regarding Uchiha Obito. White Zetsu was tossed to Lin. The illusion of the Sharingan was evidently beyond the capacity of such a mindless creature to resist. Without much effort, Lin extracted the intel, learning the whereabouts of Uchiha Obito. "Lin Xuan, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you deceive us?" The recently revived White Zetsu erupted in curses. Not at all foolish. He quickly deduced that this individual was the traitor, and Uchiha Obito's downfall was likely orchestrated by the very man standing before him. When Obito was exposed, he had been wanted by the 5 great nations of the ninja world, with the abilities of the Mangeki laid bare. Just how much did this traitor know? And from where did he acquire such knowledge? White Zetsu recognized the threat posed by Lin Xuan and desperately sought to flee. The sight of his futile struggle appeared to Lin Xuan akin to that of a jester. The divine is often perceived as exalted, adorned with numerous accolades, sanctified and inviolable. Yet, what the world does not realize is that divinity can also be humble, crawling like an ant in the earth, moldering and reeking in dark, filthy corners for millennia. Lin Xuan's gaze remained placid, as if recounting the most mundane of tales. Black Zetsu was a fragment of Kagaya Tsutsuki's consciousness, possessing independent thought and ideology. In a sense, it could be considered her child, and in another sense, her very avatar, albeit a rather unique one. Kagaya is a deity, while Black Zetsu embodies the will of that deity. What, then, distinguishes the so-called exalted gods from the despicable and selfish humanity? What do you truly know? You wretched creature. You are but an insignificant ant. White Absolute was consumed by rage and frustration, wishing to devour the human before him. Yet beneath it all lay a deeper fear. How dare he mock Black Absolute's schemes? How could he possess such knowledge? Lin Xuan approached slowly, extending his graceful hand towards White Absolute's neck with a gentle demeanor. The gentlemanly noble youth spoke softly, a serene smile adorning his face. "I merely wish to convey that those beings known as deities are far from magnificent. They are but antiquities from millennia past. A foolish woman who bore 2 worthless sons, now suffering the consequences." With a crisp sound, the head of the white creature fell to the ground. Lin adjusted the glasses perched on her nose, her crimson left eye returning to normalcy. Xiaonan silently scattered white paper, serving as a burial offering for the fallen White Absolute, a blend of corpse disposal and performance art. "I am the true master of this world." The youth calmly observed the disappearance of White Absolute, his black irises reflecting the flames of the explosion. In the land of fire, deep within a forest, in a secluded valley, this place was not far from Konoha village, spacious and tranquil, rarely disturbed. After being wanted, Uchiha Obito had taken refuge here, occasionally slipping back into Konoha to lay a flower at Rin's gravestone. Obito sensed Lin Xuan approaching, accompanied by Xiaonan and a red-haired girl. A White Absolute clone emerged from the ground to report. "Is Lin Xuan searching for me?" Obito pondered with mild surprise. Over the years, he had acquired a thorough understanding of how the Akatsuki organization had progressed through Black Absolute. As a participant in the current Eye of the Moon plan, Lin Xuan was, in a sense, his comrade. Yet Obito found it perplexing that Lin Xuan would seek him out for reasons unknown. Did Black Absolute know of his visit? Obito glanced at the White Absolute clone. No, if Black Absolute were aware, he would have informed us in advance, the clone replied calmly. At that moment, the White Absolutes shared Obito's confusion. While Lin Xuan possessed formidable physical techniques, he was obedient before Black Absolute, lacking ambition. He had no ties to Obito. Why would he seek him out? Could it be an Akatsuki mission? After all, Obito, you betrayed the Akatsuki, and Nagato still harbors hatred for you. Perhaps it is Nagato who has sent Lin Xuan to search for you. One of the White Absolutes analyzed persuasively. Nagato? Obito furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility. While Nagato may not be fully aware of the specific truths from the past, he undoubtedly knew that Obito had deceived him for many years. It was only natural for him to seek answers about those hidden secrets. Very well, then let us meet. Lin Xuan had no intention of concealing his whereabouts. Approaching stealthily would only arouse the suspicions of White Absolute and Obito. It was far better to appear openly. As long as Obito dared to confront him directly, Lin Xuan would not hesitate to deliver a mighty blow. Hey, Lin Xuan. Suddenly, a White Absolute emerged from the ground, greeting Lin Xuan with a smile. To which Lin Xuan responded with a friendly wave as if greeting an old acquaintance. Is Obito here? I have matters to discuss with him, Lin Xuan stated straightforwardly. White Zetsu was not surprised by this turn of events. After all, there was nothing extraordinary about their meeting, as they were all participants in the Moon SI plan. Obito is waiting for you, he said, prompting Lin Xuan to request guidance. After a brief moment, under White Zetsu's lead, Lin Xuan and his companions arrived at the heart of the valley. Much like Orochimaru's underground base, Uchiha Obito had constructed a subterranean facility here as well. Navigating the labyrinthine pathways, they finally reached their destination, a relatively spacious chamber adorned with several candles, the dim light casting shadows upon the ancient gods depicted in the murals. The masked man held a goblet, the rich, crimson liquid within flowing languidly along the cup's edge. This was no counterfeit, it was indeed the genuine Uchiha Obito, the possessor of the Kimui Sharingan in his right eye. Long time no see, Obito-kun, Lin Xuan said with a light chuckle as he affectionately patted Conan and Karen on the head. Taking a seat beside Obito on the sofa, the two women obediently settled into the adjacent spots. What brings such a busy person as you to seek me out? Obito inquired, his smile concealing a hidden blade. White Zetsu's clone thoughtfully poured Lin Xuan a glass of red wine. This little girl has considerable potential, he mused. Lin Xuan did not respond directly. Instead, he gestured towards the red-haired girl sitting beside Conan. Obito squinted, scrutinizing her intently. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline was indeed impressive. But was it truly worth Lin Xuan's special visit? After all, she was not a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, making such a fuss seem unwarranted. What is your name? Obito asked with curiosity. At his words, the girl trembled slightly, appearing quite nervous as she lifted her gaze. Under Obito's expectant stare, the red-haired girl revealed a peculiar smile. Her crimson eye, deeper and more enchanting than her hair, shone brilliantly. Kagura, she announced. The moment the Sharingan was unveiled, Uchiha Obito realized he had fallen into a trap. This was the Uchiha Sharingan. It had been implanted in the girl of Uzumaki descent, ambushing him at his most relaxed moment. The timing was nearly flawless. Obito could never have anticipated that Lin Xuan would dare to scheme against him. He found himself utterly unable to utilize Kamui, devoid of any means of resistance. Lin Xuan. White Zetsu's mind went blank as he watched Obito fall victim to the trap. Karen remained motionless, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The only visible eye of the masked man stared vacantly, his body stiff as stone. You traitor! You deceived us from the very beginning, he shouted, anger radiating from him. He was no fool. This was not the first time that Lin Xuan had set a trap aimed at Obito. Over the years, Obito had been unjustly blamed for many things, and the identity of the true culprit was all too clear. Yet this grand deceiver had gained Black Zetsu's trust. Black Zetsu remained oblivious to Lin Xuan's true nature. Please, you are quite weak, Lin Xuan remarked nonchalantly, gesturing with his hand as he activated would release jutsu. White Zetsu, attempting to escape underground, was immediately ensnared by the vines. It was naive to think he could toy with Lin Xuan in such a manner. Each White Zetsu he had slain had contemplated sending out information before their demise, but Lin Xuan would never grant them that opportunity. You despicable coward. May you meet a wretched end. As escape seemed futile and Obito remained unresponsive, White Zetsu could no longer contain his frustration. Lin Xuan, you are truly inhuman. You speak sweetly, yet you stab from behind without hesitation. and I have been deceived by you for so many years. Even the most duplicitous of beings, Black Zetsu, found himself on the receiving end of such a harsh betrayal. In this moment of despair, White Zetsu's clone was consumed by hopelessness. Even as Lin Xuan's would release brought about its demise, disbelief and profound fear lingered on its visage. After millennia of scheming, Black Zetsu now faced another strategist. Could they truly resurrect Kaguya? Silence enveloped the room as Lin Xuan and Conan awaited the awakening of Shinra, their eyes fixated on her. Suddenly, a pained cry escaped Shinra's lips, blood trickling from her eye sockets. Obito's mental fortitude proved to be unexpectedly formidable. While he could not resist the manipulation of his will, he surprisingly held firm against the alteration of his memories. Even Lin Xuan found himself glancing at Obito with newfound respect. Those chosen as pawns, it seemed, were never to be underestimated. As the masked man slowly opened his eyes, tears stained his face. The world deemed him a mere pawn, a fool manipulated by Black Zetsu from the beginning. But was that the whole truth? He had the power to resurrect Nagato, yet he chose the infinite Tsukuyomi instead. Lin, I wish to create a world with you in it, he once proclaimed. But after all these years, did he truly remain oblivious to Lin's feelings? She was enamored with Kakashi, and regardless of his affection for her, it was merely unrequited love. For all these years, was he truly unaware of the secrets that Black Zetsu and Madara concealed from him? He orchestrated the events that led to Nagato's corruption. And in his own descent into darkness, who could claim he was not being manipulated? Yet, Obito resolutely chose this path. At the very least, the infinite Tsukuyomi existed. The truth of the ninja world became apparent to him on the night Lin perished. Kakashi did not wish to kill Lin, yet he did. Lin did not desire death, yet she succumbed. Those who sought to spare their comrades were forced to take their lives, while those wishing to survive sacrificed themselves for their village. This ninja world compelled lovers to turn against one another, shattering the ideals of ninjas into nothingness. Was this not a hell? Everyone was both executioner and victim, each a puppet manipulated by unseen strings. Such a world was indeed fictitious. The infinite Tsukuyomi offered the only true salvation. Master, this individual. Shinra covered her bleeding left eye, recounting the events that transpired within the illusionary space. She had failed in her attempt to alter memories. It matters not. As long as he follows orders from now on, you performed admirably. Lin Xuan bore no blame towards Shinra. The Sharingan belonged to the Uchiha clan, and it was expected that she could not fully harness its potential. Lin Xuan, did Black Zetsu send you to kill me? Obito's gaze remained devoid of emotion. Under the influence of an otherworldly deity, he found himself compelled to heed the commands of the man before him, yet fortunately, he retained a semblance of rationality. Kaguya? She is unworthy of my manipulation, merely a fool deceived just as you have been. Lin Xuan shook her head. What do you mean? You were deceived by Kaguya as well? Obito struggled to comprehend. You have harbored doubts about your past, have you not? For instance, the truth surrounding Rin's death. However, you chose to disregard such matters, for it no longer mattered whether Rin lived or died. From that fateful night, you discerned the harsh realities of this world. Even if you resurrected Rin, you could not safeguard her happiness in this realm. Thus, why pursue her revival? You began to believe in the Moon's Eye plan, in the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi. Am I correct? Lin Xuan lightly chuckled as she poured a glass of red wine for Obito. After a prolonged silence, Obito finally spoke, bitterness lacing his words. Indeed, I placed my faith in Kaguya and Madara. Even if they utilized me, as long as the infinite Tsukuyomi is real, that suffices. If it can transform this world, then being used is a small price to pay. Upon finishing his words, the masked man removed his swirling mask, revealing a face marred by scars. He drank deeply from the wine, collapsing onto the sofa. The dim candlelight cast shadows on his face, and the once proud Uchiha was now reduced to a state of exhaustion and sorrow. What do you truly know? Please, reveal the truth to me. Despair and hopelessness filled Obito's gaze. Conan and Karen sat nearby, awaiting Lin Xuan's revelations. The infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed a real and ultimate illusion technique, once activated. It ensnares all of humanity in its dreamlike grasp. In a certain sense, Kaguya has not deceived you. However, Lin Xuan's tone shifted. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not a ninjutsu designed to save humanity. Rather, it exists to enslave and annihilate it. Those ensnared in the illusion will find themselves in a blissful dream, their memories erased without their knowledge, ultimately transforming into those repugnant white Zetsu creatures. Just as you have witnessed before. Have you heard of the countless manifestations of Zetsu? Those white Zetsu were once living humans thousands of years ago. Obito fell utterly silent. It dawned on him that both Kaguya and Madara had deceived him. They had led him to believe that the infinite Tsukuyomi would create a false yet beautiful world, when in reality, it would lead to the demise of all humanity. The Moon's Eye plan was a fabrication, a mirage of his deepest desires that did not exist. Did Kaguya and Madara disclose this to you? They deemed you a companion worthy of trust, revealing their true intentions. Obito forced a self-deprecating smile. With each glass of wine consumed, he drank as if it were whiskey. No, 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 you underestimate Kaguya. For millennia, she has never divulged her true plans to anyone, not even Madara, who was completely unaware of her objectives. My standing in Kaguya's eyes is inferior even to yours. How could she possibly share such information with me? Lin Xuan raised a finger and gently shook it a few times. How do you know so much? Obito inquired, perplexed. I am not obliged to divulge too much information to you, Lin Xuan replied, shrugging her shoulders. As my new subordinate, I hope you can demonstrate a modicum of understanding. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to collaborate with Orochimaru to have that girl named Lin Yahara resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Surely, Mr. Obito, being an astute individual, would not wish for her to suffer in this world. Lin Xuan continued her monologue, her right hand gathering blue chakra. This was the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. The man, who had slumped down, stood up with a pale expression, allowing Lin Xuan to leave a black tomo mark on his shoulder. Ever since Lin Xuan acquired the God robe, she had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and those in her vicinity were affected by this jutsu. I never expected you to learn this technique, Obito remarked, resigned. The celestial being had rewritten his will, rendering him incapable of actions detrimental to Lin Xuan's interests. Everything had to align with her wishes. There is much you remain unaware of, Lin Xuan said, producing a magnetic escape ring akin to the one used by Kabuto, providing Obito with a double layer of assurance. If he could not activate the Flying Thunder God technique, this ring would still allow her to ascertain his location. Obito obediently accepted the ring, an almost instinctual reaction of his body. Now, I assign you your first task. Eliminate all the white Zetsu clones in this base and declare your betrayal of Black Zetsu. Lin Xuan was utterly unreserved. Cooperation? Do not jest. He and Black Zetsu have never been allies. It has merely been a charade of deceit, a contest of who is the more skilled deceiver. May I inquire about the reasoning behind this? Obito quickly adapted to his new identity. Black Zetsu had deceived him for so many years. He felt no psychological burden in turning against him. Although lacking concrete evidence, Lin's demise was undoubtedly linked to Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito. How many are aware of the Moon Eye plan? Lin Xuan countered. Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito, Kisame, myself, and you, my lord, Obito replied calmly. He glanced at Konan, ultimately omitting her name. These were the known individuals. Kisame's task was to surveil Itachi. Your duty is to assist the Akatsuki in gathering tailed beasts. If you betray Black Zetsu, who else can he trust? It was originally your responsibility. Who would he assign it to instead? Lin Xuan regarded him with a semblance of amusement. As a villain, Obito possessed commendable combat talent, yet his intellect fell short. I understand, my lord. Obito seemed to ponder something, bowing respectfully. If Black Zetsu were to learn that he too could be deceived by humans, his expression would undoubtedly be fascinating. Proceed. Lin Xuan appeared weary, departing the valley with Konan and Karen. Flames soared into the sky, explosions erupted, and over 100 white Zetsu met their tragic demise in Obito's fire style. Time passed without measure. Lin Xuan and Obito had long since parted ways. As a shadow, half black and half white, emerged from the earth of the valley below. Upon receiving a report from a nearby white Zetsu clone, it became evident that Obito was the architect of this massacre. Black Zetsu's expression darkened to an extreme. The only individuals who knew of this place were Zetsu and Obito, who was precisely hiding here. The horrific condition of the corpses and the traces of ninjutsu at the scene unmistakably indicated Obito's involvement. Uchiha Obito had betrayed Zetsu. Did he not yearn to fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan? We had placed too much trust in Obito over the years, believing him to be a mere puppet, while he had treated us like fools. The original white Zetsu roared in fury. It was not the loss of these expendable clones that pained it, but rather an intense hatred for Uchiha Obito. Perhaps Lin Xuan was right. The one who appeared in Konoha was indeed Uchiha Obito, who had been orchestrating numerous schemes behind our backs. Black Zetsu's voice brimmed with resentment. If given the opportunity to eliminate that traitor, it would not hesitate. What now? Surely, Obito would not publicly announce the Eye of the Moon plan? What would happen to the capture plan for the Jinchuriki if the 5 great nations united ahead of time? The original white Zetsu was deeply concerned. First, We must find Obito's whereabouts and eliminate him if possible. Secondly, we need to understand why that scoundrel betrayed us and what plans he is concocting. Black Zetsu appeared to be more composed. If Obito has not revealed the Eye of the Moon plan, then the Akatsuki organization would continue its operations as before. We must first locate Lin Xuan and Kisame to inform them of Obito's betrayal and thereafter advise them to be cautious in their dealings with Uchiha Obito. In the village of Sound, Lin Xuan and Conan were enjoying a vacation when Black Zetsu unexpectedly visited to inform him of Uchiha Obito's betrayal. What? Obito betrayed us? But I was the one who instigated his treachery. Lin Xuan's emotions were rather complex at that moment. Observing Black Zetsu's expression, which seemed to crave the flesh of Uchiha Obito, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. Come now, Zetsu, is it not merely an Uchiha? The Uchihas have always been unreliable. It was high time we cast them aside. While Lin Xuan remained unfazed, Black Zetsu rejected such consolation. To discard a pawn must be accompanied by a declaration of Obito's abandonment. Yet now, it was Uchiha Obito who had betrayed them. In the future, upon encountering Obito, if there is an opportunity to kill him, do so. Lin Xuan, be wary of that scoundrel's schemes. The Uchihas are a heartless lot. Black Zetsu spoke coldly. I will be cautious, Lin Xuan replied, evidently confident in his own strength. The Eye of the Moon plan will also require your assistance in the future. I must go inform Kisame and ascertain his stance. I wonder if he shares the same convictions as you. Black Zetsu regarded Lin Xuan with a newfound respect. Look at him, and then consider Uchiha Obito. Obito had been exposed to Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara since the age of 12, yet his betrayal came as a shock. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, remained steadfastly loyal, perhaps only somewhat infatuated with his sister. This has led Kurizetsu to question his judgment of others. Previously, Uchiha Sasuke was merely a means for me to probe Uchiha Itachi, who ultimately chose to spare Sasuke's life, casting doubt on his loyalty to Akatsuki. Lin Xuan began to engage in light conversation with Kurizetsu. The truth is quite the opposite of what you believe. Uchiha Itachi kept Sasuke alive with the intent of awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, only to later seize Sasuke's eyes to attain the fabled eternal Manjiki Sharingan. These are the cold, hard facts inscribed upon the Uchiha stone tablet. It is only natural for you to harbor doubts given your ignorance of these matters. Speaking of the Uchiha brothers, Kurizetsu chuckled, feeling considerably lighter. While Itachi might not be wholly loyal to Akatsuki, there exists no bond of brotherhood. Kurizetsu instinctively believed Itachi was scheming for the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Well, Lin Xuan scratched his head, suddenly perceiving that Kurizetsu's intelligence was rather limited. Not being human, he could never truly grasp human emotions. Uchiha Madara was protective of his younger brother. Why should Uchiha Itachi not exhibit the same devotion? Was it a miscalculation on Kurizetsu's part, or was Itachi's performance simply extraordinary? Moments later, Kurizetsu departed from Lin Xuan to seek out Kisame Hashigaki. The Flying Thunder God technique can transcend spatial distances, but the greater the distance, the more chakra it consumes, which is why Lin Xuan opted to activate the ring. First, he used the body flicker technique to contact Pain of the Akatsuki, then instructed Pain to reach out to Kisame. They arranged to meet in a cave in the Rain Village. Kurizetsu will come to find you next to relay the news of Obito's betrayal and subsequently test your loyalty. You must demonstrate obedience to commands and arrangements, Lin Xuan stated forthrightly. Kisame was momentarily taken aback, quickly deducing several implications. He was already aware of Lin Xuan's transplantation of the Kodo Amatsukami Manjiki Sharingan to Karen, and it now appeared that Uchiha Obito had become nothing more than a puppet for his master. I understand what to do, my lord. I will immediately notify you of any abnormalities with Kurizetsu, Kisame replied solemnly. The participants in the Eye of the Moon plan were now limited to him and Lin Xuan. In a sense, Kurizetsu, this commander, was merely a pawn of the king. Thankfully, Kurizetsu believed himself to be in complete control, which made him the ultimate victor. What a fool he is. The command center has been hollowed out by others. Even the traitorous Uchiha Obito is but a subordinate of Lin Xuan. My lord, Kabuto, having completed the tasks assigned to him by Orochimaru, quietly approached Lin Xuan. How are Orochimaru's experiments progressing? Lin Xuan inquired casually. White Zetsu is exceptionally suited for the Edo Tensei technique. However, due to the modern Hokage's soul being trapped in the belly of the death god, Lord Orochimaru is unable to summon the former Hokage of Konoha, which has caused him considerable frustration. Kabuto naturally held nothing back on these matters. He was a ticking time bomb buried beside Orochimaru, with true loyalty residing solely with Lin Xuan. Allow Karen to enter Orochimaru's field of vision. As the last scion of the Uzumaki clan, it is only natural for her to be privy to certain secrets. For the time being, let her present herself as your girlfriend, but be sure to conceal the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan. Lin Xuan had just issued the command when Xiang Lin playfully embraced Do's arm. Yes, I understand, my subordinate, Do replied, adjusting his glasses, his expression slightly dazed. Had he just compromised his integrity? There was no choice. The boss's orders were paramount. He was counting on Lin Xuan to resurrect his dean, and besides, Xiang Lin was quite charming and possessed a lovely figure. In a sense, he had come out ahead, hadn't he? Now to business. The ruins of the Uzumaki clan concealed a death god mask within the Nami Face Hall. With that artifact, and by sacrificing a living being, one could extract the sealed soul from the belly of the death god. Lin Xuan articulated the details with remarkable precision, demonstrating a deeper understanding of the Uzumaki clan than even Xiang Lin. She nodded continuously, while Do diligently noted every detail. The knowledge Lin Xuan possessed was extraordinary. Despite having witnessed it many times, he remained ever awestruck. This esteemed individual seemed to wield the very essence of fate. The conversation did not linger long. Lin Xuan intended to ensure Orochimaru received intelligence when necessary, which would also serve as the opportune moment to subdue him. Now, he and Xiaonan had another task to attend to. Lord Angel, upon returning to the Rain Village, the Hydrangea team had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Hydrangea dashed into her master's embrace, playfully acting coy before Suolian and Furong. Observing Xiaonan entangled with the three young girls, Lin Xuan smiled and made his way to the other side of the village. Sasuke and Naruto, the protagonists, were both with the Akatsuki. He needed to keep a watchful eye. In the training ground, as he entered the expansive underground battleground, Hozuki Mangetsu approached him. "Sir, Brother Lin." Mangetsu greeted. His demeanor reflected the respect and admiration of a subordinate towards his superior, while Naruto greeted him with familial warmth. "How has Naruto been recovering?" Lin Xuan inquired, embodying the role of a dependable mentor, a gentle smile gracing his features. In truth, Naruto had grown fond of life within the Akatsuki. Firstly, Lin Xuan had imparted the training methods for the Rasengan, and given his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, many members refrained from troubling him, opting instead to offer him advantages. Once Naruto mastered the might of the strongest-tailed beast, he would undoubtedly rank among the prominent members of the Akatsuki. Consequently, the miserly Kakuzu had significantly increased the funding for Naruto and Mangetsu's team, while Itachi Uchiha would occasionally come by to offer training guidance. And even Pain showed concern for his junior brother, frequently visiting. How could Naruto not relish such a life? He adored the Rain Village, returning there felt like coming home. Surrounded by talented individuals with delightful conversation, Lin Xuan did not linger with Naruto for long. The pivotal narrative had yet to unfold, and his mission interface had not updated in some time. Currently, ensuring Hinata Hyuga's complete submission was of utmost importance. However, before seeking Hinata, he planned to pay a visit to that little rascal, Sasuke Uchiha. Perhaps this was the tragic fate of the behind-the-scenes boss. On the surface, one seems to hold the fate of the world in their hands, yet in reality, life is often a whirlwind of busyness, leaving little time for rest. Contrary to the imagined indulgences of opulence and excess, there exists only an endless array of tasks, whether it is Kurizetsu or Lin Xuan. The players of this game have little leisure to savor life. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The young man extends his hand beyond the black umbrella, feeling the chill of the rain that descends. Fortunately, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, fleeing would otherwise be an arduous endeavor. Feeling the mark left on the shoulder of the dry persimmon Zabuza, Lin Xuan activates his space-time ninjutsu, instantly traversing over 200 miles. If Naruto Uzumaki is regarded as the beloved pet of the Akatsuki, then Sasuke Uchiha is seen as the organization's underdog, often dismissed. There is little choice in the matter. After all, his brother Itachi Uchiha is far too conspicuous. At merely 13 years of age, Itachi's exceptional prowess made it exceedingly difficult for Sasuke to earn the recognition he craved, let alone affection. Much like Kurizetsu, the consensus is that Sasuke will ultimately meet his end at the hands of his brother. After all, what reason is there to forge bonds with someone destined for death? "Hey, shark face, long time no see," Lin Xuan's voice resonates softly. Zabuza's body trembles slightly before he turns his head and nods in acknowledgement. Itachi is currently training with his brother. I'm merely assisting by eliminating any pests that come near. Zabuza briefly elucidates the situation. Following his gaze, Lin Xuan notices a small battlefield 100 meters away. Itachi personally oversees the skirmish, allowing Sasuke to confront the enemy, while occasionally showcasing his own skills. How is Sasuke's training progressing? Naruto's would release has shown considerable improvement. Lin Xuan muses, comparing the two protagonists in his mind. Under his guidance, Naruto has embraced darkness, temporarily harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails, and has even acquired an arm imbued with Hashirama's cells. As a scion of the Uzumaki clan, reincarnated with Ashura's chakra and the child of the fourth Hokage, Naruto finds the mastery of wood release to be quite effortless. He merely requires a guide, and Lin Xuan embodies that role. It would be unjust to label Sasuke as foolish. He has already demonstrated remarkable diligence at his age. Zabuza conveys his thoughts delicately. Effort is indeed a prerequisite for becoming powerful, yet mere effort does not guarantee strength. This world is never short of diligent ninjas. One might even assert that effort is the least valuable trait. Sasuke has yet to mature fully. His mindset remains that of a child, shrouded in the veil of hatred. At the age of 7, Itachi was capable of contemplating the shinobi world from the perspective of the Hokage, and by 13, he had unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan and joined the Akatsuki. Aside from his contemporary Shursui Uchiha, he stands atop the Uchiha legacy. Even his peer Madara Uchiha could not surpass Itachi's accomplishments. Having such an exceptional brother, Sasuke is indeed fortunate, Lin Xuan reflects. Zabuza, upon hearing this, cannot help but ponder. Does Sasuke truly count as fortunate? Compared to Naruto's circumstances, he seems little more than livestock. Aside from Itachi Uchiha himself, few within the Akatsuki regard Sasuke as a person of significance. Kisame, we must not merely observe the surface of matters. Nor should we limit our comparison to Naruto and Sasuke alone. How many individuals in the entire ninja realm toil with the same fervor as Sasuke? Yet, in the end, can those individuals ever match Sasuke's achievements? Lin Xuan smiled knowingly. Fairness? Such a concept has never existed in this world. It did not exist in the past, nor will it in the future. Individuals like Rock Lee, despite their relentless training, can only aspire to the level of Might Guy and will never touch the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. In contrast, figures like Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are destined to become formidable from the moment they are born. In the forthcoming Fourth Great Ninja War, even the Sage of Six Paths may appear to bestow upon them extraordinary gifts. Death. Sasuke dispatched his 13th foe with his final kunai to challenge him. Itachi ensured that his opponents were neither overly formidable nor too weak. This time, his adversaries consisted of a group of 30 nin, led by a man whose head bore a bounty of 20 million ryo. After vanquishing his foes, Sasuke was left panting, utterly exhausted. Surviving this ordeal was a stroke of fortune. He had exhausted every possible means. Fool. At that moment, Itachi struck Sasuke's face with a resounding slap, denying him even the respite of victory, humiliating him, and trampling upon his dignity. The reason behind this cruelty was his awareness of Lin Xuan's presence. It took so long to crush a few ants, and your Sharingan has tarnished the Uchiha name. Itachi remained unfazed by the hatred emanating from Sasuke's gaze. One slap was insufficient. He followed with a second and a third. Under the relentless assault from his elder brother, Sasuke soon bore the bruised visage of a battered pig. Itachi, I will kill you one day. Sasuke's hoarse voice echoed. Clenching his fists tightly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in a disheveled manner. Ever since he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, Itachi's training regimen for him had been nothing short of hellish. He showed no regard for Sasuke's physical limits, nor did he concern himself with the toll on his mental state. It was as if he aimed to drive him to the brink of collapse. Yet, the more he was pressed, the more resolute Sasuke's desire to slay his brother became. Each time Itachi engaged in battle, Sasuke's Sharingan meticulously observed his every move. He was replicating Itachi's combat experience, imitating his ninjutsu and taijutsu, to master the techniques of others in order to subdue them. It must be said, Sasuke's efforts yielded substantial returns. Aside from the unique abilities of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, he was rapidly growing stronger. Was Itachi training in this manner all along? Lin Xuan inquired with curiosity. Itachi Uchiha, the master of deception, showcased skills that rivaled those of Kabuto Yakushi, yet regrettably, he could not be ensnared as a pawn. However, Lin Xuan did not genuinely lament this fact. As long as Sasuke became his piece on the chessboard, Itachi, regardless of his reluctance, would ultimately have no choice but to serve him. This was akin to how he manipulated Karen. He does not require any assurance of Xianglin's loyalty. He merely needs to guarantee that the pharmacist will not betray him, for in that case, Xianglin will undoubtedly remain faithful. Mr. Itachi is, in truth, a gentle soul. I vaguely recall the time in Konoha when Mr. Itachi confronted Kakashi, executing the hand seals at a remarkable speed of 6 seals in 1 second. Yet, when faced with adversaries in front of Sasuke, his hand seal execution slowed to an astonishing 6 seconds per seal. Almost as if you were deliberately allowing Sasuke to learn from his prowess. Kisame Hashigaki felt a twinge of melancholy as well. Had he not discovered the truth through Lin Xuan, he might have harbored doubts about Itachi. After all, Itachi's actions were indeed justified. He sought to cultivate Sasuke to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan and seize his eyes. Such favoritism could hardly be deemed excessive. Those privy to the secrets of the Uchiha clan would not question it. Yet, who could have imagined that the truth was that Uchiha Itachi sacrificed his very life to empower Sasuke? Side quest, The Fallen White. Quest objective, gain Hinata, Hyuga's loyalty, progress, 75-100. What a splendid view it is. The hidden grass village, ablaze with lights and chaos. The white-eyed maiden, under the directive of the Rain Village, is tasked with the annihilation of this village. The muffled thuds echo the demise of vibrant lives. In a world devoid of light, flowers wither away. The paper angel hovers in midair. The technique of the god of paper manifests countless explosive tags, transforming into a tidal wave of butterflies. Conan is the principal architect of the destruction of the grass village. In contrast to the ostentatious Conan, Hinata remains inconspicuous. With the aid of her Byakugan, she wields kunai to harvest lives, gliding through the throngs with an agile grace. From the moment she pledged allegiance to the Akatsuki, she anticipated this day. This operation is purportedly for a girl named Karen. Hinata struggles to grasp the underlying motives, yet she recognizes that comprehension is unnecessary. The fall of the grass village primarily befalls the small nation of the grass country. With the loss of their own ninja village, other countries stir restlessly. Particularly the neighboring Fire Country and Earth Country, for no nation would refuse an expansion of its territory. Amidst the turmoil sweeping the ninja world, Lin Xuan discovered the lair of a certain crafty serpent. Side quest, The Pact of Summoning. Quest objective, sign a summoning contract with one of the 3 great sanctuaries. Quest difficulty, average. Reward, world reputation 20,000. Side quest, Master of Nature. Quest objective, learn sage technique, inorganic rebirth. Quest difficulty, difficult. What business do you have with me, Lin? Orochimaru emerged from his laboratory, gazing at the uninvited guest with a hint of exasperation. His strength had notably increased recently, as he began to learn wood release. However, he still lacked confidence against this physical combat prodigy. Take me to see the White Snake Sage. I wish to sign a summoning contract with it, Lin Xuan stated directly. Maiboka Mountain seeks Jiraiya, and Sherbone Forest is to find Tsunade. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xuan deemed Orochimaru to be the easier target. You wish to meet the White Snake Sage? Orochimaru's expression turned peculiar. He had once ventured to the Dragon Cave, but failed to pass the trials, and thus did not secure a contract with the White Snake Sage. I will take you there, but what do I gain from this? Orochimaru countered, his gaze flickering slightly. You will gain the chance for your life to be spared. Lin Xuan replied, exuding a sense of assurance that suggested dire consequences should Orochimaru refuse. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Very well, I shall escort Lin to the Dragon Cave. A cryptic smile graced Orochimaru's lips. You seem quite confident in the White Snake Sage's abilities. Lin Xuan saw through Orochimaru's scheme, utilizing the strength of the White Snake Sage to eliminate him while incurring no risk, as it was Lin Xuan who sought the sage. Haha, of course. I sincerely hope Lin returns unscathed. Orochimaru waved his hand, a smile gracing his lips, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. The White Snake Sage had lived for over 1,000 years. No one truly knew the extent of its mastery over natural chakra. Could Lin Xuan, no matter how formidable, truly surpass a sage? Meanwhile, Conan, stationed in the Rain Village, took on the responsibility of mentoring Hinata, while Lin Xuan ventured forth alone. After 2 days of travel with Orochimaru, they finally arrived at the Dragon Cave. Inside the dimly lit entrance slithered small white snakes, and the 2 intruders were immediately detected. Half an hour passed, then an hour. The cavern seemed endless, and Lin Xuan and Orochimaru appeared ensnared in an illusion. How much longer must they walk? Lin Xuan cast a dubious gaze at Orochimaru. Was this bastard truly leading the way? It hadn't been like this during his previous visit. Orochimaru was equally perplexed. Although he had failed the last trial, he certainly hadn't been unable to enter. Perhaps the White Snake Sage was in a foul mood today, unwilling to receive them. After a prolonged contemplation, Orochimaru could only arrive at this conclusion. He had initially anticipated a grand spectacle, yet now felt a twinge of regret. A poor mood, indeed? Does one refuse visitors simply because of a bad day? Does he not realize how precious my time is? Lin Xuan was growing irate. I don't care. If you don't emerge soon, I shall take matters into my own hands. The man sharpened his resolve, casting a menacing glare at their guide. Orochimaru felt a surge of frustration. I've brought you to the threshold. If he chooses not to open the door, what can I do? Would beating me resolve the issue? Do I appear so easily bullied? And what of that coward who refuses to show himself? Claiming to be a sage, yet trembling at the thought of a mere meeting? What kind of sage is that? Orochimaru was filled with resentment. Not coming out, is he? Truly not emerging? Lin Xuan shouted into the empty cavern. In truth, he had already grasped that the White Snake Sage's methods were not illusions. The sage wielded the sage art of inorganic reincarnation, possessing the ability to manipulate and alter the terrain. In simpler terms, while he and Orochimaru continued to traverse, the White Snake Sage was continuously reshaping the cave, ensnaring them in a bizarre loop. Not merely an hour, but a lifetime would not suffice to escape this labyrinth. Let us depart, Lin. It seems the sage genuinely does not wish to see you, Orochimaru advised. Regrettably, Lin Xuan was not swayed. Instead, he began to mold a blue orb. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. A tremendous chakra coalesced in his right hand, rapidly morphing into the shape of a pinwheel. The overwhelming sense of tearing caused Orochimaru's pupils to constrict slightly. Was that a spiraling sphere infused with chakra nature transformation? Even the fourth Hokage, who developed the technique, had never accomplished such a feat, yet Lin Xuan had. When did this fellow's talent for ninjutsu become so extraordinary? To hell with the White Snake Sage. Lin Xuan roared, launching the azure vortex deep into the cave, the explosive sound echoing as if to shatter the very mountains. Deep within the dragon cave, the colossal white serpent, with a pipe clenched in its mouth, coiled its long, robust body around the throne, adorned with orange hair and yellow eyes. It bore a green cat's eye gem upon its chest, secured by a purple silk ribbon as a diadem. The diadem was embellished at the front with military green, horn-like ornaments, and atop its head sat a radiant red night pearl, while its tail was encircled by 2 golden rings. This was the White Snake Sage, the master of the dragon cave. Only those who approached with genuine intent could behold it, as it had subordinates tasked with discerning those allowed entry into the dragon cave. It observed all that transpired within, its brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Having lived for over a millennium, this sage possessed arcane prophetic abilities, granting glimpses into the future. The young man accompanying Orochimaru was perilously dangerous, extremely so. Candidly, the White Snake Sage had no desire to engage with such individuals. More disgraceful was Orochimaru himself, who, fully aware of the danger, naively sought to use another as a weapon, oblivious to the fact that the sage would never willingly become such a tool. As the explosion subsided, the damaged cavern curiously reverted to its former state, devoid of any trace of the prior chaos. Lin Xuan erupted in fury, demanding clarity. Can you see me, or not? Spare me the ambiguity. White Snake Sage, I curse you. Orochimaru remained silent, his expression darkening. The tension was palpable, as he feared Lin Xuan might unleash some devastating technique. The confines of the cavern were too narrow, should a significant impact occur. Both ninjas would be the first to suffer the consequences. The Dragon Cave? The 3 Great Holy Lands? Are they all cowards? Lin Xuan's voice echoed deep within the cavern. Growing increasingly agitated, he seized a small white snake from the ground, nearly squeezing the life out of it. Bring forth the White Snake Sage, or I shall detonate the Dragon Cave. The small snake widened its eyes, filled with fury yet devoid of fear. A sudden epiphany struck Lin Xuan. Ah. You must embody the will of the White Snake Sage, correct? Grasping the small serpent tightly, he mused that although the sage did not reveal itself, it had undoubtedly been observing, and this little creature might very well represent its consciousness. With a swift motion, he crushed the snake's head. Orochimaru, the Dragon Cave is hardly welcoming. I find this place distasteful. The youth retrieved a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Orochimaru was thoroughly vexed. Welcoming? That presupposes you are a guest. Threatening to blow up the Dragon Cave certainly raises eyebrows. Kill. A somber, aged female voice resonated through the air. Lin Xuan squinted, suddenly realizing 3 enormous pythons had materialized before him. Tian Xian Shinji, Ichikishimaheim, and Tsunaheim, the upper echelon of the Dragon Cave, akin to the likes of Gamabunta of Miyaboku Mountain. Impressive speed, Lin Xuan commended his adversaries internally. 3 pythons attacking a single individual would pose a challenge even for a shadow-level ninja, especially within the confines of the dragon cave, which inherently favored serpentine combat. Would release, with dragon technique? At the critical moment, a lifelike giant dragon emerged before Lin Xuan. The entire cavern was filled to capacity, mercilessly crushing 3 colossal serpents. Bang! One of the great snakes, caught off guard, almost had its head smashed by the wooden dragon-esque grip. The serpents, their bodies drenched in blood, were pursued relentlessly by the mighty dragon, a sight that left Orochimaru questioning his very existence. "Cease your actions," the earlier voice resonated again, tinged with a hint of resignation. The 3 massive serpents cast a resentful glance at Lin Xuan before vanishing into the swirling white mist. The appearance of the cavern underwent a dramatic transformation, as if an earthquake had struck. Although Lin Xuan and Orochimaru remained motionless, it felt as though they had traversed a considerable distance. This was a spacious and well-lit cave. The interior echoed with the sound of dripping water, surrounded by clusters of serpents. At the heart of the chamber coiled a gigantic white serpent upon a throne, its eyes betraying a flicker of anger. "You have mastered the would-release technique of the first Hokage and can certainly comprehend sage mode. Why then have you come to my dragon cave?" The white snake sage hissed, its tone revealing displeasure, yet it refrained from attacking Lin Xuan immediately. "And you, Orochimaru? What is your intention in guiding such a perilous human to my domain?" The white snake sage regarded Orochimaru with evident disdain. "Lord Sage, I merely wish to enter into a summoning contract with the sage. If I do not bring him here, he may take his frustrations out on me. I am only serving as a guide and harbor no disrespect towards you," Orochimaru replied, a facade of innocence adorning his features. After all, it was Lin Xuan who instigated the trouble. He was reluctant to offend the white snake sage unnecessarily and was keen to shift the blame onto that individual. "Indeed, I have come today to secure a contract. Sage, would you prefer to be defeated by me, or would you rather be defeated by me?" Lin Xuan remarked, unbothered by Orochimaru's attempt to deflect blame. He was confident in his ability to vanquish the white snake sage, even to obliterate its very existence, regardless of the fact that this was its stronghold. For millennia, humans have ventured into the dragon cave to learn sage techniques. And while some have formed summoning contracts with ordinary serpents, not a single soul has ever entered into a contract with me. Even the most patient of sages could not endure such insolence any longer. "Perish, human, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the entire cavern transformed dramatically. Countless spikes erupted from the ground, seemingly sentient, aiming directly at Lin Xuan and Orochimaru. The very earth and sky turned into adversaries against them. Orochimaru, disinclined to resist, found himself constrained by the spikes, which did not intend to kill him, but rather to impede his movements, though they could not slay him. However, the onslaught directed at Lin Xuan was particularly ferocious. The white snake sage was intent on his demise, making the situation perilously precarious. In terms of speed, Lin Xuan was nearly on par with Might Guy in the 8th gate. Yet, even with such swiftness, escape was futile, as the white snake sage commanded the power of the entire dragon cave, intent on encircling him, even if it could not kill him. The stone pillars would create a ceiling effect, restricting his mobility and ultimately leading to his slow demise from starvation within these confines. How bleak was the last utterance of Lin Xuan before his sealing. Now, he seemed ensnared by the celestial forces akin to a cataclysm, enveloped inside and out by the power wielded by the white snake sage. As the layers of rock continued to descend, he might ultimately find himself sealed 1,000 meters underground, or even deeper still. Lin Xuan suddenly recalled the years past when he faced the 4th Kazekage, Raza. That foolish creature attempted a similar tactic, hoping to extinguish his life through the might of nature. Why, after all these years, do his adversaries remain so naively optimistic? The forces of nature serve both as a means of sealing and as a means of breaking seals. The majesty of the dragon cave is not to be trifled with. The white snake sage squinted in satisfaction. Orochimaru sneered, somewhat reluctant to believe that Lin Xuan could perish so easily. After all, he was the man who could obliterate with a single punch. To have him dispatched so effortlessly by the white snake sage would render Orochimaru's own prowess rather inconsequential. Humanity is a complex tapestry of contradictions. One moment, one revels in the demise of an enemy, and the next, one wishes for their survival against the odds. Though Orochimaru no longer truly belonged to humanity, he retained vestiges of human thought. Alas, Lin Xuan remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. The sage art of inorganic rebirth employed by Yakushi Kabuto was of an entirely different caliber than that wielded by the white snake sage. Is this the essence of the Holy Land? Trapped, Lin Xuan felt no urgency and even jested with his subordinates. Yakushi Kabuto was a promising talent, yet he required further nurturing. Does anyone know what it is like when divine blood erupts from 1,000 meters underground? Lin Xuan, however, had witnessed it. A white mist began to emanate from around him, and due to the intense heat, moisture evaporated instantaneously into steam. The young man's body resembled a mass of molten, fiery metal. On his placid face, a pair of black eyes gradually turned crimson, transforming into a sanguine hue. The rocky layers sealing him began to shift, flowing like liquid and emitting an acrid hissing sound. The second-tier state of divine blood, a reversal. His body temperature approached 200 degrees. As bones and muscles shattered and reformed, evolving in accordance with the baptism of divine blood, rewriting the rules of reality in an ineffable manner. Like a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld, or a celestial sovereign descending upon the earthly realm, he returned from hell. A solitary figure embodying a host of armies. Under the gaze of those eyes shrouded in blood mist, the white snake sage trembled uncontrollably at the core of his being, his noble head unwittingly bowing to the ground. That millennium has concluded. Satan shall be released from his prison. He is the true embodiment of malevolence. How could he be confused with the feeble and inept human beings? Orochimaru fell into silence. He suddenly perceived that the Uchiha bloodline was merely that. Why not investigate the physique of that monster? The most perfect and coveted vessel lay before him. Regrettably, he lacked the courage. The white snake sage was already subdued. He did not believe he could stir any ripples in Lin Xuan's presence. Are you truly human? Or is your sage technique more profound than mine? The colossal serpent narrowed its eyes, scrutinizing Lin Xuan. The seal, which seemed impossible to break, was shattered with astonishing ease, leaving it with the unsettling realization that the realm it once commanded no longer yielded to its orders. This was its first encounter with such an enigmatic human. However, the white serpent sage could never have anticipated that the youth standing before it was not well versed in the ways of immortals. Within him flowed the blood of gods, a descendant of ancient deities. His innate mastery of elemental control was but a trivial aspect among the multitude of powers. Truly, as one of the Holy Lands, the sage's abilities surpassed what I had initially imagined. Lin Xuan found himself somewhat in awe of the giant serpent's prowess. A creature that had lived for millennia possessed extraordinary depth, harnessing the energy of its domain at chakra. The white serpent sage was nearing the level of the 6 paths within the dragon's lair. With boundless chakra and an advantageous position, its offense and defense were nearly flawless. Human, you may leave. I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired, the white serpent sage remarked, its cold gaze suggesting a reluctance to continue the conflict. Though it had not yet exerted its full strength, it sensed that this human was concealing something significant, and further combat could be perilous. Are you implying that you forgive me? Lin Xuan replied coldly. Just moments ago, it sought to seal and kill him, and now it issued an eviction order. Truly believing him to be an easy target, I shall not depart unless a contract for spiritual summoning is signed today. Wood release, birth of the trees. Wood release, technique of the wooden man. Wood release. As the dragon's lair became inundated with rampant vegetation, the white serpent sage was compelled to retaliate. Immortal technique, white surge technique. A torrent of brilliant white light surged forth, appearing before Lin Xuan in an instant. Merely a trivial technique, Lin Xuan replied, unfazed as he effortlessly dispelled the ninjutsu with a casual wave. In his second stage of divine blood, the elements of heaven and earth now obeyed his command, no longer subservient to the white serpent sage. Immortal technique? Without natural chakra to sustain you. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. This grudge shall be remembered in the dragon's lair. The white serpent sage, filled with reluctance, allowed its voice to fade away. Lin Xuan's eyes gleamed with intensity, a fleeting chill of murderous intent flashing by unnoticed. The exterior of this colossal serpent was deceiving. Though its form coiled around the throne, it was merely an illusion crafted by its immortal techniques. Its true essence lay hidden within a vast reservoir of chakra, shrouded by a facade of various substances. The giant serpent that Lin Xuan and Orochimaru beheld was merely a clone, though it contained some chakra. It was not a physical entity, indistinguishable from the rocks and earth surrounding it. Lin Jun, it seems our pursuit ends here. It wishes to flee, and we cannot hinder it. Orochimaru licked his lips with lingering desire, harboring greed for Lin Xuan's body. If he could utilize this vessel for his forbidden reincarnation technique, he would ascend to unimaginable heights. Unfortunately, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Flee. Did I say it could escape? Once it leaves the dragon's lair, its power will be severely diminished. The outside world is far from tranquil. Lin Xuan remained poised, fixated on a particular point on the rocky wall. The true extent of the dragon's lair remained a mystery to him. Yet, he understood one crucial thing. The white snake sage was merely hiding, not truly fleeing. Even if it concealed itself, what could we possibly do? Could you obliterate the entire dragon cave? Orochimaru spread his hands in bewilderment. The three sacred lands reside in alternate dimensions, distinct from the shinobi world, differing only in scale. The mask of the sacred land would be akin to a small nation in the land of rain if placed within the shinobi realm. Now that it has chosen to hide, what can be done? Destroy the entire dimension? What a farce. Do you think you are the sage of six paths? Senjutsu would release true thousand hands. Lin Xuan inhaled deeply and, under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, unleashed the most potent would-release technique of the first Hokage. Trees, growing wildly, broke free from the confines of the cavern, ultimately transforming into a towering humanoid figure, resembling Guanyin in a meditative pose, with 1,000 wooden hands extending from its back, each nearly the size of those produced by the wood dragon technique. Orochimaru was left in a state of shock. Goodness, is this boy the reincarnation of the first Hokage? How could he wield so much wood release? Don't think I can't locate you, White Snake. Lin Xuan pressed his palms together and then clapped, sending the colossal wooden figure crashing down upon the rocky surface, countless fists intertwining in a furious flurry. The evil god bracelet. Without this equipment, Lin Xuan would truly have no means to contend with the elusive White Snake Sage, at least not in his current condition. However, there are no what-ifs. Equipment skill. Any attack will be accompanied by a curse effect, inflicting an additional one of maximum health as damage. You may evade countless times, dodge innumerable strikes. But the moment you make a single mistake, that torrential barrage of fists will swiftly consume your life. In a fleeting moment, Orochimaru seemed to hear a faint lament. In this shadowy realm, it resonated with startling clarity. The surroundings abruptly shifted. The wooden figure vanished. The dragon cave reverted to its prior state, as if the battle had never transpired. Thud. An ancient white scroll floated down gracefully. Lin Xuan reached out to catch it, exchanging glances with Orochimaru. The White Snake Sage no longer dared to fight? Furthermore, it lacked the courage to flee? The exalted master of the sacred land, a sage who had lived for a millennium, had knelt down, and yet it was before a mere human youth. This scene was beyond Orochimaru's wildest imagination, yet today, he bore witness to it. Lin Jun, inscribe your name here, and thus you shall become a distinguished guest of the Dragon Cave. The White Snake Sage's voice carried a tinge of resignation. Unable to prevail, unable to escape, it was left with no choice but to concede. Otherwise, could it abandon this millennia-old establishment? In other realms, its combat prowess was not as formidable, only here did it find safety. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, unfurling the blank scroll and inscribing his name at the top. An intangible bond was forged, and the serpents surrounding them appeared somewhat more agreeable. Side quest, Spiritual Pact, completed. Rewards have been distributed. In the future, should Lin Jun's spirit communication be required, I shall not refuse. The White Snake Sage opened the exit to the Dragon Cave and uttered a final remark. Spirit beasts possess the autonomy to decline such communications. If it were Lin Xuan's spiritual invocation, it would naturally not dare to refuse. However, for others, sending a subordinate would suffice. After all, it is a sage, and there exists a distinction between it and mere henchmen. This also preserves its final dignity. After a brief moment, Lin Xuan and Orochimaru finally returned to the shinobi realm. The young man, bearing a scroll, hummed a cheerful tune, while the man beside him wore a less favorable expression. He had intended to rely on the White Snake Sage to eliminate a dangerous individual, only to find that the sage had been overpowered and reduced to a mere lackey. How could Orochimaru find joy in this? What on earth is happening in this world? Why do such monstrous beings exist? Today, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, experienced the rare sensation known as jealousy. The self-proclaimed genius realized that one day, he too could pale in comparison before someone else. As they parted today, it is uncertain when they shall meet again. May there be future opportunities to rob Mr. Orochimaru, for otherwise, this world would be exceedingly lonely. Lin Xuan, with a radiant smile, patted the shoulder of the person beside him before departing. Orochimaru seethed with resentment, yet maintained a facade of insincere smiles as he bid farewell. Safe travels, Lin Jun. Damn the Uchiha. I shall seize Lin Xian's body. Explorer No. 5146-5145. Level 26. Lifespan, 3860. Blood Chi, 20. Soul, 32. Strength, 305. Constitution, 142. Agility, 140. Charm, 1. Luck, 1. Reincarnation points, 199,700. World Prestige, 58,500. Bloodline, Divine Blood, incomplete. Rating, SS. Possessing a rare bloodline from the deity Emperor Jiang, which significantly enhances physical attributes and exhibits remarkable compatibility with other bloodlines. Current attribute bonus: Soul 10, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Development level: 5100. Negative effect: Divine Punishment. Lifespan limit permanently reduced by 90. Evaluation: although classified as SS-grade bloodline, it is essentially a life-consuming player. Equipment: Magnetic Escape Gold Ring. Origin: Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare, Blue. Wearing requirement: Level 20. Details: probability of dropping upon defeating the Wind Country's Wind Shadow. Equipment attributes: Agility 10. Equipment skill: Magnetic Escape Sand Gold Ninjutsu is fully accessible to the wearer. Equipment rating: 350. Heartless Ring. Origin: Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare, Blue. Wearing requirement: Level 20. Details: probability of dropping upon defeating Kakazu. Equipment attributes: Charm -5, grants 30 assignable attribute points. Equipment skill: recovers 10 energy upon receiving a fatal injury, with a cooldown of 90 days. Equipment rating: 200. Evil God Bracelet. Origin: Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare, Blue. Wearing requirement: Charm 10. Details: probability of dropping upon defeating Haiden. Equipment attributes: Constitution 20. Equipment skill: any attack will carry a curse effect, causing an additional 1 maximum health damage. Equipment rating: 260. Burning Youth Limited Vest. Origin: Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality: Precious, Green. Wearing requirement: None. Details: obtained by completing the side quest Rekindling Youth. Equipment attributes: Soul 3. Equipment skill: the owner will reignite their youthful spirit, awakening their truest desires. Equipment rating: 114. Divine Robe. Origin: Derivative Dimension Naruto. Quality: Rare, Blue. Wearing requirement: Luck 1. Details: probability of dropping upon defeating the Fire Country's Fire Shadow. Equipment attributes: Agility 50. Equipment skill: Flying Thunder God Ninjutsu is fully accessible to the wearer. Equipment rating: 980. Note: upon exceeding 50,000 World Prestige, the equipment drop function is unlocked. New. Based on the strength of defeated enemies, varying tiers of equipment, reincarnation points, and one-time items may drop. Unlock hidden quests. Main quest: Ruler of the Dimension. Quest content: exceed 100,000 World Prestige. Quest difficulty: hard. Reward: an increase of 100 points in all attributes, excluding charm and luck. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade, who has just assumed the position of Hokage, finds herself overwhelmed with responsibilities. The Land of Grass has become a coveted prize, drawing the attention of both the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Stone. Although the Rain Country borders the Land of Grass, it has opted not to partake in the contest, and other ninja villages seem hesitant to take action for the time being. As it stands, the likelihood of war erupting remains low. However, Tsunade is troubled by 2 rogue ninjas, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Both possess remarkable backgrounds and immense potential. Yet they have chosen to betray their village and associate with the Akatsuki organization, leaving her to deal with this chaotic situation, which leaves her exasperated. In the Hidden Leaf, Lin Xuan has taken Konan and Hinata on a trip, both of whom have utilized transformation jutsu to alter their appearances. Having secured a summoning contract with the White Snake Sage and having manipulated Uchiha Obito with the Kodoeme Tsukumi, it is indeed prudent for them to maintain a low profile for a while. Their first stop is a gambling den in the Wood Industry District. Lin Xuan is in high spirits today, feeling as though she might encounter someone significant here. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, hails from the once great Senju clan, with her grandfather being the first Hokage and her teacher the third Kazekage. She has ascended to the esteemed role of 5th Hokage. This legendary woman, proficient not only in ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also in medical ninjutsu, has a glaring weakness. She is a compulsive gambler. Ever since her first love, Dan Kato, perished in the Great Ninja War, she has wandered from country to country, accruing insurmountable debts over the decades. Consequently, She has earned a notorious reputation among the common folk as the legendary fat sheep. Today, she has gambled away a staggering 30,000 Rio. Truly, she lives up to her infamous moniker. Hush, speak softly. The gambling house is bustling with patrons, once seated at the gambling table. No one cares whether you're the fifth Hokage, they are only concerned with the outcome of the game. Tsunade. Conan's expression is somewhat complex. Years ago, during the war, the Sannin of the Hidden Leaf were defeated by Hanzo of the Salamander, which led to Jiraiya taking on his students. She and Lin Xuan had encountered Tsunade over 20 years ago. That golden-haired woman remains as voluptuous and radiant as ever, commanding attention wherever she goes. Yet, there seems to be an underlying difference. The past Tsunade was a serious and formidable woman, making it difficult to reconcile the image of this exuberant blonde reveling at the gambling table with her former self. Side quest, the legendary fat sheep. Quest objective, win against Tsunade in a gambling match. Quest difficulty, difficult. Reward, 10,000 reputation. In a drunken stupor, Tsunade begins to sway, her gaze surveying her assistant, Shizun. Shizun, do we have any money left? Tsunade wobbles as she stands. Shizun can only assist her while responding with a hint of melancholy. Lady Tsunade, you have lost 40,000 Rio. That money was originally meant to pay off debts. Although she wished to advise Lady Tsunade against gambling, Shizun could only harbor the thought. Lady Tsunade had been under considerable stress lately, and it was best not to voice her concerns while she sought relaxation. Hey, plump lamb. Care to wager a game with me? Just as Tsunade was about to leave the gambling den, a voice rang out. A tall, slender young man with black hair, exuding a gentle and refined aura, stood before her, flanked by two masked girls. What did you call me? Tsunade's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Fueled by irritation, the blonde woman clenched her fists, glaring at the youth with palpable annoyance. Which village do you hail from, brat? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Tsunade felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Years ago, she seemed to have encountered him somewhere, though he hardly appeared to be a figure of significance. Tsunade-sama. We are out of money, Shizun lamented, tugging at her Hokage. As the saying goes, work is work and life is life. Despite being Hokage, Tsunade remained hopelessly addicted to gambling, seizing every opportunity to wager and drink, often losing herself in intoxication and financial ruin. Not to worry, I can lend you some, Tsunade-sama. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, producing half of his gambling funds, an impressive 50,000 Rio. You? Not bad. A daring little brat like you, that's enough. Tsunade settled back at the gambling table. Lin Xuan took a seat opposite her, wearing a confident smile, believing it would be easy to win against this plump lamb. An hour later, within the gambling den, Lin Xuan was nearly petrified, resembling a statue. In contrast, Tsunade appeared revitalized, a wild grin illuminating her face, her eyes sparkling with vitality. You must be that brat from the Rain Village, I've heard of you, truly a rare talent. Hans has a keen eye for people, she remarked, counting her winnings while teasing the youth across from her. It had been ages since she had won so effortlessly. 1 million Rio. While she had once lost several million, never had she won such an amount. Today was indeed Tsunade's lucky day. Lin Xuan propped his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. He was beginning to understand why the system had classified this task as difficult. Over the years, his luck attribute had stagnated at 1, never changing. Indeed, those with poor fortune ought to avoid the gambling table. Tsunade's luck was dismal, but his was even worse. To triumph over Tsunade in a game of chance was no simple feat. Farewell, brat. You are welcome to visit Konoha again, Tsunade called out, her laughter echoing for streets away. Shizun, let us go buy some drinks. Tsunade-sama, you cannot drink any more. No, I shall drink. Tsunade's boisterous laughter resonated, drawing bemused expressions from Lin Xuan and the others. Tsunade, shall we gamble once more? The youth waved from a distance. Oh, the young ones these days are quite mischievous indeed. Tsunade turned around, her inebriated visage radiant with a smile. Do you still have any money? The blonde laughed lightly, her alabaster waves cascading, causing passers-by to swallow their saliva. Discussing money is rather dull. Shall we wager on the future of Konoha? Lin Xuan casually broached a trivial matter. Tsunade squinted slightly, unsure of what this young man from the Rain Village was insinuating. Kid, don't take your jokes too far. The voice of the fifth Hokage grew noticeably colder. Lin Xuan, with a semblance of a smile, inquired, Lady Tsunade, do you believe Konoha can reclaim its Jinchuriki? Although the conversation had unexpectedly shifted to the Ninetales, Tsunade's response was resolute. Uzumaki Naruto is a ninja of Konoha. Is that so? Then I wager that Uzumaki Naruto will become an adversary of Konoha, ensnared by the malevolent Akatsuki organization. Lin Xuan's words evidently enraged the Hokage. What exactly do you mean? Tsunade spoke in a low voice. The youth from the rain chuckled softly, as if he had first-hand experience with those so-called dangerous individuals. The Akatsuki far exceeded the fifth Hokage's imagination, particularly that scoundrel Uchiha Obito. The five great nations remain oblivious to the impending crisis even to this day. The silhouettes of the trio from the Rain Village vanished into the night. Tsunade sobered somewhat. Shizen, let us return. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The Hokage had won money, but felt no joy. It was not that she was intimidated by Lin Xuan. Rather, Tsunade had always been cursed with losses at gambling since childhood, and every victory foreshadowed misfortune. Winning $1 million tonight from that youth named Lin Xuan left her anxious about what the future held. The Nine Tails, perhaps. In the bustling Konoha, hot springs abound. Lin Xuan leisurely soaked in the water, flanked by two young women in swimwear. Swimwear hot spring play? Conan was open to a greater degree of intimacy. Yet Hinata would likely faint from shyness, hence their attire. Something felt amiss. Lin Xuan pondered with a glass of juice in hand. In contrast to the composed Conan, Hinata appeared considerably more anxious. The adult actually lost a bet. That's $1 million Ryo, no less, and to the fifth Hokage Tsunade, renowned as a legendary easy target. So, Lin Xuan too has his vulnerabilities? Was there some deeper significance to tonight's hot spring visit? Why had the juice been replaced with red wine? Furthermore, why had the adult specifically chosen her as a companion for this journey? The hydrangeas and hibiscuses. Hinata's mind was a tumultuous mess as she lowered her head. Clenched her small hands, her flushed cheeks resembling ripe apples. Drinking, huh? The taste is quite pleasant. Lin Xuan had not forgotten about the Byakugan girl. Pouring her a glass of wine, Hinata, taken aback, tremulously accepted it, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Brother, please refrain from gambling in the future. Spending a day at the casino could lead to the downfall of our organization, Xiaonan earnestly advised. Lin Xuan nodded, uncertain if the words had truly registered. The temperature of the hot spring was just right, while the red bean cakes from the snack street were excessively sweet, and the roses from the mountain spring were exquisite. The two siblings engaged in light-hearted conversation about mundane matters. Hinata, hesitant to interject and lacking the desire to do so, suddenly found that this man was not as intimidating as she had initially thought. Within the Akatsuki, there were no demands regarding training. Expenses could be reimbursed directly by Xiaonan, and she was generally left to her normal life, with the only restriction being her inability to leave the hidden Rain Village unaccompanied. When it came to Lin Xuan's demands, the only instance was her involvement in the massacre of the Grass Ninja Village, where she played a minor role. She had been abducted, yet she seemed to have lost nothing of significance. Regrettably, the Akatsuki could not frequently visit her sister, or Xia, her maid. Life here was far more relaxed than in Konoha. Hinata, are you planning to visit Konoha to see your sister? The young man's words startled Hinata slightly. Good to hear her thoughts. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Lin Xuan chuckled as he observed the soft, endearing expression of the young girl with wide eyes, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheek and tousle her hair, much like a caring elder brother. Hinata was unfamiliar with the concept of a loving brother, but she understood the essence of a loving sister. The way Lin Xuan looked at her mirrored how she gazed at Hanabi. Was he truly a good person? No, that couldn't be right. He was a villain. A member of the Akatsuki who threatened her and even made her wear a swimsuit. We will depart from Konoha tomorrow. Before we leave, I can arrange a meeting for you with your sister Hanabi. She has taken your place as the head of the Hyuga clan. Even though she is still attending the Ninja Academy, you may converse freely, but you know what topics are off limits, Xiaonan said, casting a casual glance at Hinata. Lin Xuan held a significant regard for the young girl. Although the reasons eluded him, it was evident that Hinata had her worth, much like the example of Karen. Thank you, Sister Xiaonan, and thank you, Lord Lin Xuan, Hinata stammered, growing increasingly bashful. She leaned against Lin Xuan, allowing him to caress her hair. Was the treatment in the Akatsuki truly this kind? She had heard that Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha had it rather tough, training day and night without respite. No, Hinata suddenly realized something. It was not the Akatsuki that afforded her this leniency, but rather Lin Xuan and Xiaonan who provided her with this semblance of freedom. Lord Lin Xuan, may I ask you a question? The young girl cautiously lifted her gaze to the young man. Amused by her cautious demeanor, Lin Xuan patted her head, encouraging her to proceed. What do you intend for me in the future? To kill? Hinata voiced her most significant concern. Since her arrival at the Akatsuki, her training had stagnated. No one demanded she enhance her abilities, nor did anyone care about her meager Byakugan lineage. Was it merely for her beauty? The man appears to be frivolous on the surface, acting with reckless abandon, yet beneath this facade lies an unexpectedly upright character. His actions are limited to mere playful gestures, such as a light pat on the head. During her time with the organization, Xiao, she has never witnessed any woman being particularly close to Lin Xuan. The only one who enjoys his favor appears to be Xiao Nan, but she is his sister, having joined the organization since its inception. Hinata cannot help but question what it is about her that has caught his attention. If beauty and charm are the criteria, then Ten is certainly appealing. If lineage is the measure, then Ino belongs to a prestigious family, and Sakura, adored by both Naruto and Lee, is a vibrant girl well-liked by many. Why must it be her? A vase. Lin Xuan blinked, as if earnestly explaining. I need a beautiful vase at home. I have had my eye on you since you were 5. In any respectable household or royal family, who doesn't have a couple of pleasing maids? I cannot be outdone in this regard. Trust me, you are well suited to be a vase. Engaging in battles and fights is far from ideal. Sweeping, cooking, and laundry are your true calling. Hinata, are you suggesting that this little princess of Konoha should become a maid? How audacious. Yet, upon reflection, there seemed to be some merit in his words. Engaging in battles is truly not the best path. 2 days later, Konoha. An astonishing piece of news has leaked from an unknown source. The 5th Hokage is seeking to convene a meeting with the Hidden Mist Village and the Sand Village to form an alliance for the occupation of the Land of Grass. In truth, this would allow Konoha to unilaterally acquire territory from the Land of Grass, with compensatory measures for the 2 great nations and other aspects. The 2 powers gladly accepted the proposal. The Sand Village, weakened, was eager to mend relations with Konoha. The Hidden Mist Village has remained isolated for years, and the newly appointed 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, is said to possess 2 bloodline limits. The Land of Water, an island nation adjacent to the Land of Fire, finds it in their interest to ally with Konoha, aligning with the desires of their higher-ups. Tsunade's invitation was perfectly timed. Shizen, inform Elder Chiyo of our firm stance in supporting our acquisition of the Land of Grass. I can delegate more commission tasks to them, Tsunade stated calmly. Konoha does not lack for commission tasks. It could even be said that they are short-staffed. Conversely, the Sand Village urgently needs ninjas to undertake missions and acquire wealth, making this exchange beneficial for both parties. Let us extend the invitation to the Rain Village as well, Tsunade added after a brief silence. Although the Rain Country is a smaller nation, it is still adjacent to the Land of Grass. Tsunade had another reason for inviting them. The Akatsuki organization was founded in the Rain Country, gathering rogue ninjas from various nations. Unfortunately, Hanzo the Salamander never had the chance to capitalize on this before being thwarted by Uchiha Obito. It is said that the current Akatsuki is under his control. While no one has confirmed this information, equally, no one has refuted it. At the very least, the Rain Country seems to tacitly accept this narrative. At this moment, in the Rain Village, a lavish curtain of black rain falls, and a girl holding a white umbrella waits patiently at the village gate. The esteemed angel, Lord Lin Xuan, and Miss Hinata. The hydrangea revealed a sweet, flower-like smile. What a peculiar weather it is. Having grown accustomed to the clamor, the sudden tranquility feels quite unsettling. Lin Xuan, in a rare moment of jest, commented on the weather of the Rain Village. Hinata, observing this scene in silence, mused that her superior might have soaked too long in the hot springs, causing her mind to become a bit muddled. Naturally, she only dared to ponder this in her heart. Upon her departure, she encountered Hanabi, and the 2 sisters shared a multitude of conversations. Hanabi, several times, inquired about her sister's whereabouts and the peculiar reasons behind her disappearance. Hinata could only respond with a wry smile and a shake of her head. She dared not speak freely about Lin Xuan or Conan, let alone divulge any information regarding the Akatsuki organization. Although their meeting lasted a mere half-hour, Hinata felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Hanabi, knowing her sister was still alive, expressed a tumult of emotions, alternating between tears and laughter. While Hinata's heart was filled with complexity, how long would it be until they met again? It would be wonderful if Hanabi could join the Akatsuki, just like her. As this thought crossed her mind, Hinata was startled by her own audacity. It turned out she was not entirely devoid of merit, at the very least. She possessed a talent for being a rogue ninja. The will of fire could go to hell. The burden of the clan's legacy could perish. Why must she and her sister be bound to the life of a ninja? Meanwhile, the upper echelons of Konoha were conspiring, and the Akatsuki, too, was not idly sipping tea. They convened a meeting. As per usual protocol, they traveled to the village's core, not within the village itself, utilizing the illusion technique through their rings to arrive. Pain, Zetsu, Lin Xuan, Konan, Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, Kakazu, and Haiden were all present. Esteemed colleagues, Pain began. The negotiations between Konoha and Iwagakure have faltered. Both parties are dissatisfied with their respective proposals. Consequently, Konoha has summoned the wind and water countries. And we of the rain country have also been invited. Meanwhile, Iwagakure has recently contacted our organization's stronghold in the earth country. The lightning country has yet to voice any opinion. Pain elaborated on the tense and clear situation. The land of fire seeks to acquire 70% of the land of grass, while the earth country has boasted of its ambition to claim 80%. A grand conflict is unavoidable. If not handled with care, it could prematurely ignite the fourth great ninja war, ensnaring all five great nations. Currently, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, hopes to leverage the influence of the rain country to exert pressure on Iwagakure. After all, on the surface, Hanzo the salamander is still alive, and Lin Xuan is his heir. On the other hand, the earth country wishes to collaborate with the Akatsuki once again, offering a staggering bounty of 5 billion ryo, requesting that we send at least 4 formal members to the land of grass to disrupt the meeting initiated by Konoha. If they could eliminate Tsunade, they would raise the bounty to an additional 5 billion. As an intelligence officer of the Akatsuki, Zetsu also began to analyze the situation. In the dimly lit cave, the expressions of the assembled were somewhat nuanced. They hadn't anticipated that Lin Xuan's disguised identity would prove to be of such utility. The Akatsuki now found itself in a position to cater to both sides, choosing to align with Lin Xuan and the Konoha faction or to consider accepting the old man Inoki's offer and rake in a fortune from the war. Oh, I absolutely detest such meetings. Formulating strategies is not my forte, and I have no desire to encounter that old man. Deidara grumbled, referring to the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who just so happened to be his grandfather. He found that uncultured old man exceedingly vexing. What are your thoughts, leader? Itachi Uchiha inquired, casting a glance at Pain. Within the Akatsuki organization, the leader wielded considerable authority. Decisions were typically made by him, with the formal members adhering to his directives. Let us first hear your opinions. Pain stated, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized the gathered assembly. By collaborating with the Iwagakure, we stand to acquire a substantial fortune, Kakuzu asserted confidently. Opting for the path of monetary gain, it was worth mentioning that he harbored a grudge against the first Hokage of Konoha, having once risked his life to assassinate Shinja Hashirama, only to discover after an extensive battle that he was merely facing a wooden clone, completely disregarded by the man himself. This enmity had lingered in Kakuzu's memory for decades. I second that notion. I desire the corpse of Tsunadeheim. It has been far too long since I crafted a puppet from an elite's remains. A sinister laugh emanated from Sasori's puppet form. Sasori also favored the earth country. As long as I can kill, I am indifferent, Haiden remarked, seated on the ground with his scythe, showing little interest in the meeting's proceedings. I shall comply with the organization's orders, Kisame added, remaining noncommittal. It may be prudent to negotiate with both sides, assigning 4 members to fulfill the earth country's commission. While Lin Xuan attends the meeting as promised, adapting based on subsequent developments, Itachi subtly conveyed his inclinations, naturally leaning towards Konoha and reluctant to assist the earth country. The collective gaze turned to the silent siblings. I will heed my brother's counsel, Konan said calmly, her demeanor unchanged. Huh, you stole my line. I was going to say I would listen to you, Lin Xuan playfully remarked, ruffling his sister's meticulously arranged hair into disarray. Konan blushed slightly but did not deter her brother's childlike antics. The reason for her tolerance was simply habit. Clear's throat. Pain of the 6 paths cleared his throat, prompting the playful siblings to gradually cease their antics and tidy themselves. I actually believe Itachi's suggestion is quite sound. This is not a matter of choice. The bounty from the earth country is ours, and Konoha is likely to promise benefits to the rain country. Perhaps we could even acquire some land that larger nations might overlook. Only a child would make a choice. Adults desire it all, Lin Xuan declared, adopting a serious tone as he presented his proposal. With Konan's support, this suggestion effectively garnered 2 votes. Pain contemplated the opinions of the members and the role the Akatsuki should play in this conflict, soon arriving at a conclusion. Itachi, Kisame, Haiden, and Kaku, you 4 shall undertake the commission from the earth country to eliminate Konoha ninjas. Lin Xuan and Konan will attend the meeting, while Deidara and Sasori will provide support. following Lin Xuan's orders when the time comes. The meeting was adjourned. A tall, slender young man, holding an umbrella, walked alongside a woman with flowing blue-violet hair. The streets of rain-hidden village were perpetually devoid of people, the rain cascading down in a rhythmic symphony, unchanged for decades. This rain was no longer the same. The child who once played in it had long since matured. "Don't catch a cold," the man said, gently patting his sister's head, adjusting her slightly disheveled collar and long hair. "It wasn't me," she murmured softly, yet still leaned against his shoulder, grasping his hand. Her warm, listening eyes resembled stars kissed by dew, and her soft, delicate lips inched closer to his. The distance was minimal, and the kiss came unexpectedly. Xiaonan opened her arms to embrace him, as the dark curtain of rain continued to fall, time seemingly suspended, igniting something profound within her heart. This was not her first kiss with Lin Xuan, yet each encounter felt like the very first. Treasures held too dearly often instill a sense of hesitation. Sigh. The man appeared contemplative, yet bore a smile of happiness. This was likely the first collective battle in the history of Akatsuki. Aside from the information broker Zetsu and a leader Pain, a total of 8 formal members participated in the same conflict, alongside 3 reserve members. Sasuke and Itachi moved together, while Naruto Uzumaki and Hozuki Mangetsu followed the commands of the artistic group. Hinata Hyuga entrusted her hydrangeas to rain-hidden village, opting not to accompany them. Prepare to depart. Everyone, address me by my code name while outside. Lin Xuan donned the Akatsuki uniform, topped with a conical hat. He was tasked with leading this mission. A directive from the leader that the members accepted without surprise, given the remarkable prowess he demonstrated in taijutsu. The land of grass. They entered from the border, heading towards the direction of the Leaf Village. Lin Xuan possessed absolute confidence in this mission, with 8 formal members. Annihilating a major nation was well within their capabilities, let alone the Leaf Ninjas, who comprised only a small fraction of the opposition. Zetsu's shadow clones took the lead, providing intelligence at regular intervals. The mission proceeded smoothly, devoid of any mishaps. They encountered several Leaf Patrol teams along the way, all of which were swiftly dispatched by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The training within the Akatsuki had not been in vain. Some ch. In the presence of the now formidable Naruto and Sasuke, were little more than children. Who would have thought we would fight together again, Sasuke? Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. With the arm transplanted from Hashirama cells he had begun to wield would release, though it consumed considerable chakra. Drawing from the knowledge and experience acquired from Lin Xuan, Naruto resolved to refrain from over-relying on the Nine-Tails chakra, at least until he had tamed it, avoiding excessive use. Dead last. Sasuke maintained his proud demeanor, though a hint of satisfaction lingered in his gaze. Life in Akatsuki felt like a descent into hell. Yet, having such a foolish comrade by his side brought him a modicum of joy. That fool was the only friend he acknowledged. Sakura? What Sakura? Not only Sasuke, but even Naruto's impressions of Sakura had dulled considerably during this time. A white Zetsu emerged from the earth once more. Ahead lay the defensive encampment of the Leaf Village ninjas, with the anticipated meeting site not far off. The defense was led by the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, accompanied by elite Jonin Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Ibiki Marino, as well as 52 Chunin and 10 Umbu operatives. The white Zetsu swiftly relayed the intelligence it had gathered. The Akatsuki paused, awaiting Lin Xuan's next command. Itachi was assigned to confront the elite Jonin of the Leaf, Kisame to handle the group of Chunin, and Kakuzu was tasked with eliminating any Umbu who might relay information, ensuring one remained alive to glean details about the Leaf's defensive strategies. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xuan distributed specific tasks to the 4 primary attackers. "And what of me?" protested a member of a certain cult, feeling slighted at his name's omission. After all, he too was a part of the main assault team. "Haiden, do as you please." "Any objections?" Lin Xuan casually replied, eliciting amused glances from many. "Low emotional intelligence. Your presence or absence makes no difference. High emotional intelligence. Do as you wish. This is the art of language." "Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha exchanged glances. Given their past, they would naturally prefer to spare Kakashi's life if given the choice. Alas, they could not speak on behalf of the Akatsuki. Within this organization, they were mere pawns, and no one cared for the childish thoughts of 2 youths. In the land of grass, the central plains once home to the grass ninja village lay in ruins. Not far from this desolation, the Leaf Ninjas were preparing for their meeting. Kakashi, responsible for the defense, remained unaware of the looming crisis. Patrol teams had been mysteriously disappearing. leaving them in the dark about their adversaries. Another patrol, perhaps? Lin Xuan and the others took note of the Chunin team ahead. Once they passed this group, Kakashi and his comrades would be within reach. Allow me, Itachi volunteered unexpectedly. Was he trying to prove his loyalty to the Akatsuki? Quite the opposite. He intended to create an inadvertent distraction amidst the chaos, alerting Kakashi to the impending attack. With so many from the Akatsuki mobilized, the Leaf Ninjas were already doomed. Itachi's choice to act was, in a sense, to mitigate their losses. He had not forgotten that, fundamentally, he was still a Leaf Ninja. Go ahead. Lin Xuan replied with an unspoken understanding, smiling at Itachi. No sooner had he spoken than Itachi appeared before 5 Chunin, activating his Sharingan. Under the power of the Manjiki, none of the Chunin could escape the illusion, and they were effortlessly dispatched by kunai that Itachi hurled, slashing their throats. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The body of a certain ninja triggered a nearby trap, a burning, explosive tag. The explosion echoed. The Akatsuki members understood that the assassination must be executed swiftly. Kisame dashed forth toward the group of Chunin, while Kakuzu's 3 doppelgangers split off to locate the Umbu who might pass on information. Haiden is perhaps the most unassuming, wielding a rather mundane scythe. I apologize, Lin, I was unaware of the traps there. Uchiha Itachi's face was ashen as he lowered his head before Lin Xuan, seemingly regretful for his blunder. Such divine acting prowess surely deserves an Oscar. Your mission objective awaits you. Lin Xuan's expression remained impassive. Itachi understood the need for restraint, nodding as he followed Kisame and the others. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the Leaf Ninjas. Akatsuki. The Akatsuki organization is invading. Quickly, notify Lady Tsunade. The infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, including Kisame Hashigaki and Uchiha Itachi, appeared in the distance. Several figures cloaked in black with red clouds surfaced in their line of sight. The Leaf Ninjas assigned to defend felt a chill run down their spines. Akatsuki, a war organization composed of S-rank rogue ninjas, had 4 of its members here, far beyond what these ninjas could contend with. At this moment, Kakashi was still deep within the encampment, having just heard the distant sounds of explosions. An enemy attack? Asuma's expression darkened. Let us advance to the front. Kurenai furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Yet, as elite Leaf Jonin, they could not flee without having encountered the enemy. It's Akatsuki. 4 members have arrived, including Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. A Chunin rushed in hastily. Upon hearing the name Akatsuki, the faces of the Leaf Jonin turned pale. The last time they faced Itachi in the Leaf Village, a mere glance had incapacitated Kakashi, leaving him hospitalized for a week. Now, with 4 members of Akatsuki present, could this encampment withstand the onslaught? The answer was a resounding no. Kurenai, go relay the message. Ibiki, Asuma, and I will hold the rear. Kakashi resolved with determination. Kurenai excelled in Jinjutsu, but against an opponent like Uchiha Itachi, her abilities would have no room to manifest. On the battlefield, she would only serve as a sacrificial pawn. Thus, she was the most suitable to escape and deliver the warning. Understood. The Jonin accepted the command, knowing time was of the essence. Kurenai swiftly retreated, while Asuma and Ibiki followed Kakashi to the front lines, where they witnessed Kisame using his water release to engulf the crowd. As sharks in the water claimed the lives of the Leaf Ninjas. Long time no see, Kakashi. A man's voice echoed from a distance of several meters. The flames of war had encroached upon them. Long time no see, Itachi. Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his crimson left eye. Kakuzu's earthbound resentment proved exceedingly effective. Without exception, the Leaf Umbu had met their demise at his hands. Haiden's efficiency in harvesting was excruciatingly slow, akin to a snail. As he collected blood with his scythe to initiate his dark ritual to slay enemies, only to then bide his time. After a tedious 10 minutes, he had barely dispatched a single Chunin. No wonder Lin Xuan had not assigned him a specific role, allowing him to act freely. Damn it, that shark is growing larger. Kisame's shark bomb technique could absorb chakra from physical attacks. As the ninjas of Konoha increasingly employed their jutsu, the shark grew ever larger, his abilities tailored for tumultuous brawls. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha were locked in a fierce confrontation, while Asuma and Ibiki occasionally hurled jutsu at Itachi. Though the commotion appeared significant, Itachi was merely holding back. Should we not concern ourselves with that individual? If this continues, those 3 Jonin will surely escape. Konan was quite displeased with Itachi's restraint. It would be unwise to allow Konoha to suffer excessive losses. Lin Xuan shook his head. The ninja world necessitates a point of equilibrium. Should Konoha become overly weakened, it might incite aggressive tendencies from other great nations, potentially precipitating the fourth great ninja war ahead of schedule, a scenario he wished to avoid. Earth style, earth spear. Lightning style, false darkness. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, head hardship. Water style, water curtain technique. Kakuzu unleashed his full might, employing all 5 elemental jutsu to claim countless lives, ruthlessly exterminating the Umbu operatives without a thought for prisoners, before joining Kisame to eliminate the Chunin. Kakashi, alongside 2 other jonin, struggled to contend with Itachi, feeling both sorrowful and helpless. Remaining here served no purpose. They could save no one, only witnessing the slaughter of Konoha's ninjas, their own lives hanging by a thread. We must flee. Let us save as many as we can. The 3 jonin exchanged a knowing glance, resolute in their decision to depart. Suddenly, Itachi, who should have intercepted Kakashi and the others, knelt, blood seeping from his left eye. It was unexpected that someone could escape the grasp of the Mangeki Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Itachi coughed up blood. Kakashi felt himself drawn into a familiar space, only to be expelled once more, witnessing Itachi's bloodied state, yet there was no time for contemplation. He had to escape immediately. Water style, 5 feeding sharks. Just as Kakashi thought he could make his escape, a chill crept up his spine. Kamui. Reluctantly, Kakashi's 3 tomo transformed into the Mangeki, a mysterious vortex consuming Kisame's technique. What a peculiar jutsu, Kisame mused, slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a technique being devoured. From a distance, Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi was far stronger than they had presumed and had not fallen to Akatsuki. Itachi, are you all right? Ignoring the retreating jonin, Kisame expressed concern for his comrade. I am fine, Itachi replied slowly, rising to his feet. His injuries were not feigned. He had genuinely activated Tsukuyomi and interrupted his own technique. It is over. Konan gazed from afar at the battlefield. The ninjas of Konoha had suffered total annihilation, with only the jonin managing to escape. The following day, in the land of Grass feudal lord's residence, Tsunade listened intently to her subordinate's report, her expression dark and fluctuating. Even before the meeting commenced, Konoha's casualty count had approached 100, and Wagakure was indeed generous with their funds. In the midst of war, the Hidden Rock village had once employed Akatsuki. Though there is no evidence linking them to the recent attack, it is reasonable to suspect their involvement. The Akatsuki organization typically operates in pairs, however, this time 4 individuals were present. Jiraiya, upon hearing this news while in the room, was filled with anger. Konohagakure needed him, which is why Tsunade had summoned him to the land of grass, but he did not anticipate the situation to be so complicated. Tsunade, perhaps we should consider changing the location of the meeting? Otherwise, the Akatsuki organization will continue to create disturbances, Jiraiya tentatively suggested. Their targets were not limited to Konohagakure. They could also pose a threat to the Hidden Sand and Hidden Mist ninjas. Kakashi similarly expressed his concern. Kakuzu, send someone to inform the allied nations to remain vigilant against Akatsuki's attacks, Tsunade promptly ordered. The Akatsuki operates for payment. They assist whoever pays them. During the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Danzo had collaborated with the Akatsuki, an arrangement that was tacitly approved by the 3rd Hokage. Let us gather the ninjas of Konohagakure at the daimyo's residence. We shall temporarily abandon all other locations. Tsunade quickly issued a second command. This course of action would allow the Hidden Rock village to seize a considerable amount of territory, but it was the only viable option. Continuing to disperse the ninjas would only lead to their systematic defeat by the Akatsuki, much like what happened last night at the outpost guarded by Kakashi. The meeting location remains unchanged. It will still be held at the daimyo's residence in the land of grass. Yes. The assembly acknowledged the command and proceeded to attend to their duties, while Tsunade sat in her office, lost in thought. Akatsuki truly presented a formidable challenge. It was clear they should have anticipated Inoki's contact with them, given the elder's notorious shamelessness. Meanwhile, Akatsuki members convened for their meeting. 5 billion. What a pity I won't get the chance to kill Tsunade, Kakuzu chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. Due to Akatsuki's emergence, Konohagakure had opted to gather all ninjas near the daimyo's residence, rapidly ceding other locations to the Hidden Rock village, which had indeed delivered the promised 5 billion ryo in cash. Kakuzu and Haiden were tasked with returning with the funds, while Lin Xuan dismissed the so-called immortal duo, sending them away. This duo was notoriously difficult to kill, yet their combat prowess was rather lacking. They were only needed to safely transport the money back. Itachi. Is your body still capable of fighting? Lin Xuan glanced at the previously bloodied Uchiha Itachi, whose hesitant expression indicated his discomfort under scrutiny. I can fight. Itachi affirmed with a nod. He was indeed capable of battle, but how much effort he would exert remained uncertain. Lin Xuan found little need to press him further. As he held no expectations for Itachi, he merely wished for him not to cause any trouble. Itachi and Kisame, take the young ones back. The forthcoming battles are beyond your involvement. Understood. Itachi, Kisame, and the others, including Naruto and Sasuke, were soon dispatched back to the hidden rain village, while others felt indifferent. Itachi harbored concerns as he sensed Lin Xuan's suspicion. He worried about potentially leaking information to Konoha. Indeed, his performance in the previous day's battle had been too peculiar, necessitating greater caution in his future endeavors. Lin Xuan shed his Akatsuki uniform, revealing the standard vest of a rain village jonin. Deidara and Sasori disguised themselves as jonin from the rain village, preparing to attend the meeting and await my command to act. They donned the rain ninja headbands, their identities having completely transformed. Through the transformation technique, Conan also discarded her uniform, transforming into a slender, short-haired girl and adorning her face with a patterned mask. Deidara and Sasori were executing orders, masquerading as rain village jonin. Yesterday, the Akatsuki was the enemy of Konoha. Yet today they were to present themselves at a meeting initiated by Konoha, perhaps even witnessing Lin Xuan and Tsunade reaching a consensus at the conference table. The members of Akatsuki were inexplicably collaborating with the leaders of the 5 great nations to deliberate on how to counter the Akatsuki organization. The mere thought of such a scene seemed surreal. In the land of grass, at the daimyo's residence, the time was noon, and representatives from various nations arrived at the meeting venue one after another. From Konoha, the 5th Hokage Tsunade. From the Mist Village, the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. From the Sand Village, the acting 5th Kazekage Chiyo. And from the Rain Village, the heir Lin Xuan. 4 individuals entered the daimyo's residence, with the leading youth exhibiting a rather displeased expression. Long time no see, 50-50. Lin Xuan greeted the copy ninja from Konoha, who was responsible for the day's reception. I am not 50-50, Kakashi Hatake replied, somewhat exasperated. Does this idiot have a problem? Why does he enjoy giving others nicknames? Rain Village brat, we meet again. A proud and ethereal voice resonated. Without needing to turn around, Lin Xuan recognized the speaker as Tsunade, the arrogant woman who seemed to delight in calling him a brat. Is this the genius from the Rain Country, Lin Xuan? Truly a prodigy in his youth, another woman's voice chimed in, distinct from Tsunade's. Her tone softer and more alluring, evoking intrigue. Lord Hokage, Lady Mizukage, Lin Xuan acknowledged with a slight nod. Tsunade, adorned with the Hokage hat, and a woman wearing the Mizukage hat entered. The latter's figure was equally impressive as that of the buxom Tsunade, their overall harmony even more aesthetically pleasing. Her long, chestnut curls resembled a palm tree, strands obscuring her right eye. Her emerald eyes seemed to harbor hidden stars. With delicate pink lips, a refined nose, and a tall, alluring figure devoid of any excess flesh around her waist, her long legs were artfully accentuated by fishnet stockings, clad in a blue strapless dress, with a white jade-like belt and deep blue nail polish. Ahem, staring at others for too long is rather impolite, came a gentle cough. Oh. The two regained their composure, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Lin Xuan was astonished at how the once youthful Mizukage had blossomed into a stunning beauty. And Terumi Mei was not far behind, captivated by Lin Xuan's appearance. There are few young individuals in positions of power. Not everyone is like the 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze, the golden-haired handsome genius who created the Rasengan, renowned for his unparalleled speed in the ninja world, and whose wife, Kushina, bore the lineage of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Lin Xuan, much like the 4th Hokage, was equally handsome and powerful, perfectly aligning with Terumi Mei's aesthetic. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Terumi Mei would have surely issued a challenge. If Lin Xuan had blocked her melting and boiling techniques head-on, perhaps the Hidden Rain Village could have contemplated a political alliance with the Hidden Mist. Indeed, everything is for the sake of the village. Lord Hokage, may I speak with Lin Xuan privately? Terumi Mei said, a charming smile gracing her lips. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Lin Xuan. Could it be that she was being regarded as prey? Feel free, came the reply. Tsunade paid little attention to the matters of the two young individuals, to her. Both Terumi Mei and Lin Xuan were juniors, and it was natural for young people to have their own conversations. So long as it did not jeopardize the interests of Konoha, they were free to converse as they wished. Meanwhile, Conan silently observed her brother entering a secret chamber, followed by Deidara and Sasori, who were disguised as hidden rain umbu, their expressions peculiar. Surely, Lin Xuan won't engage in any inappropriate relations with Terumi-mei? On the other side, CHJR and AO wore similarly grim faces. They were all too aware of the unreliability of their Mizukichi. At 28, Terumi-mei remained far from marriage. Under the current circumstances, it seemed she had taken a liking to the young man, and one could only hope it wouldn't lead to tragedy. Lin Xuan, the Akatsuki organization, originates from Hidden Rain, but was intercepted by Uchiha Obito, Terumi-mei stated earnestly. Lin Xuan expected a flirtation today, only to find her intent on serious matters, which left him somewhat disappointed. Indeed, that is the case, he responded nonchalantly. How did the Hidden Mist Village become privy to this information? Naturally, it was through the ailing Kirigakure's Manatsu. Manatsu, who had been gravely ill, was supposed to perish under the guise of a mission, yet he not only survived but successfully infiltrated the Akatsuki. Over the years, he maintained contact with the Hidden Mist, providing them with portions of intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. As compensation, Terumi-mei arranged for her subordinates to look after the young Manatsu. However, she could not have foreseen that the moment he left the Hidden Mist Village, he had already betrayed her, and all the information she received was merely what Lin Xuan wished for her to know. The Akatsuki is an enemy to all, a foe in the shinobi world. I possess some channels through which I can acquire information, yet my understanding of the Akatsuki remains quite limited. They have 10 official members, each shrouded in mystery, and I am only aware of the code names of certain individuals. The Hidden Mist hopes to share intelligence with the Hidden Rain. What do you think of this proposal? The woman smiled seductively, a fragrant breath wafting towards Lin Xuan's face. Was this woman out of her mind? Did she truly believe she could extract secret intelligence regarding the Akatsuki from him? Did she not realize that the youth before her was not only a formal member of the Akatsuki but also an elder? Well, apparently, she did not. Regarding intelligence on the Akatsuki, I can only disclose such information to the Mizukichi with Lord Hanzo's approval. Moreover, I do not believe the Hidden Mist possesses any intelligence that we cannot grasp. I am certain that Lord Hanzo would reject this proposal outright. Lin Xuan gently shook his head at the woman so near to him. You are aware, as we all are, that there are things you do not know that we do. What is the true significance of this so-called intelligence sharing? Is it merely to toy with our rain-hidden village? Is this how one conducts oneself? This woman is utterly excessive, even if it involves seduction. One should at least execute it with sincerity. After all, I have yet to gain any advantage. Humph. The beautiful Maine puffed her cheeks, a flicker of resentment glimmering in her enchanting eyes. I did not anticipate that Lin Xuan would prove to be so formidable. Logically, young individuals are easily deceived, having not yet faced the harsh realities of life. Alas, it is Mei-in who remains untouched by the world's harshness. While you are still devising strategies against the Akatsuki, their members are seated right across from you, audaciously admiring your long legs, quietly awarding you a score of 97. The reason for not granting you a perfect score is not out of fear of your pride, but rather concern for your safety from Conan's wrath. Ahem. Lord Shui-ing, do you have any other matters to discuss? Lin Xuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. This woman is truly a masterpiece, possessing an exquisite figure, a captivating face, and remarkable poise. Regrettably, her intelligence seems somewhat lacking. Indeed, I find myself more fond of the obedient and charming young maidens. Conan is not lacking either, and she is even more compliant, capable of being adorable and skilled in playful antics. This little girl is utterly enchanting. Transforming into a mature woman, donning black stockings, I find myself once again entranced. In truth, I have another question. Are you confident that you will not be overwhelmed by my ninjutsu? Is this a declaration of challenge? One must always savor delectable delicacies to truly appreciate their flavor. The woman suddenly leaned in, pinning the young man against the wall, her adorable pink tongue delicately licking her lips. Realizing the situation, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of confusion. Is this woman teasing him?